Chapter 1. Seizing the Essence of Luya, a Hellish Beginning. In the midst of chaos, a figure sat cross-legged upon a lotus platform, a gigantic axe hovering beside him. Around him, 3,000 demonic shadows lurked, engaged in a relentless struggle against one another. Uncertain how much time had passed, the figure on the lotus platform suddenly opened his eyes, grasped the immense axe beside him, and leapt to his feet. Instantly, he unleashed a series of terrifying ripples that forced several divine and demonic figures around him to retreat. At the edge of the chaos, a grain of Lihua essence floated in the void. As the ripples surged forth, the Lihua essence swayed like waves upon a vast sea, until a beam of spiritual light descended from beyond, merging with it. To his astonishment, a pair of eyes abruptly manifested upon the Lihua essence, surveying the tumult of chaos. Upon noticing the colossal figure wielding the great axe in the distance, along with the 3,000 divine and demonic phantoms confronting him, an exclamation of outrage echoed through the chaos. Damn. This is the time of Pangu's creation of the world. His original name was Luya. He had merely been an overworked employee on Blue Star, toiling from 9 to 5. He only recalled working until 4 in the morning, preparing to rise for breakfast and discuss overtime pay with his boss, when he suddenly lost consciousness and collapsed. Upon awakening, he found himself in the chaos, transformed into a grain of Lihua essence, facing the scene of Pangu endeavoring to create the world while 3,000 divine and demonic beings fought desperately to obstruct him. Was this the beginning of a heavenly collapse or a descent into hell? As Luya ground his teeth in frustration, wishing to maneuver his Lihua essence body away from the center of the battlefield, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. World detection. Chaotic void. Event analysis. At the dawn of time, Pangu creates the world. Countless divine and demonic beings perish. The world opens into the primordial vastness. Plot direction 1. Assist Pangu in combating the 3,000 divine and demonic beings to facilitate the opening of the primordial world. Plot outcome. A tragic demise under the assault of 3,000 divine and demonic beings, soul extinguished. Physical body claimed by one of the 3,000, fused with the laws of destruction, achieving a primordial treasure of annihilation. Plot direction 2. Observe in secret, survive by any means necessary as long as the Green Mountains remain. One need not fear a lack of firewood. Plot outcome. Survive until the birth of the primordial world, becoming a new primordial divine being. Plot direction 3. Lurk in the shadows, await the opportune moment, and scheme for the chance to create the world. Plot outcome. Acquire one of the treasures of world creation, the chaotic bell. Offensive treasure, the diagram of the sword of annihilation. Upon hearing this bizarre electronic voice, Luya's Lihua essence body twisted in response, as he looked towards Pangu, who was entangled with the 3,000 divine and demonic beings, trembling involuntarily. A golden finger? A dog system? He had once thought there was nothing more absurd than transmigration in this world. Yet now it seemed there was indeed something even more ludicrous, receiving the standard golden finger of transmigrators after crossing over. After pondering for a moment, Luya clenched his teeth, sparks flying from his eyes, and declared, "I've been a cog in the corporate machine long enough in my past life. I cannot continue to be a mere worker in this life. Otherwise, how could I justify traversing the primordial world?" With those words, Luya immediately began to maneuver his essence through the chaos, evading wave after wave of assaults. Time slipped by, and eventually he arrived at the battlefield's edge. The overwhelming pressure from the battlefield surged forth, nearly crushing him instantly. The divine axe of creation gleamed ominously as Pangu wielded it, cleaving a divine being before Luya in half. The horrific demonic blood rained down upon the chaos, with a drop landing directly on Luya, evaporating instantly and transforming into a dense malevolent aura that dissipated into the void. Luya shuddered, cautiously drifting among the assaults of the divine and demonic beings. After an indeterminate period, one of the divine beings suddenly turned against its kin, unleashing its hand to obliterate a nearby divine entity with a flourish of its dust. A roar echoed through the void. Hong Jun, the old thief, you dare betray us in this critical moment. I shall not rest until you are dead. As the voice faded, the figure wielding the righteous dust, Hong Jun Daorin, elegantly deflected the imminent assault from the void. With an untroubled demeanor, he proclaimed, Pangu's creation of the world is destined. How could we intervene? In truth, he had sensed a world will beginning to emerge within the chaos long before this epoch. He also perceived the connection between Pangu and this world will. Whether they could hinder Pangu's efforts to create the world was uncertain, but even if they succeeded, what would it matter? In several epochs, another Pangu would inevitably arise until the world was opened. Hong Jun understood this clearly should the endless struggle continue. Only the 3,000 divine beings would ultimately face annihilation. At worst, he could seek opportunities in the new world that would emerge. With this thought, Hong Jun's assaults grew increasingly fierce. Concurrently, not far from him, the demon ancestor Lu, wielding the god-slaying spear, seemed to have made a discovery, launching an aggressive attack against a nearby primordial divine being. Around him, the diagram of the Sword of Annihilation unfurled, for swords piercing the heavens, directly cleaving another primordial divine being into the void. In an instant, a torrent of chaotic demonic blood once again poured into the void. A vast pool of demonic blood descended upon Luya, enveloping him, as swirling chaotic mist rose, flooding him with the essence of divine and demonic beings. The once diminutive Lihua essence within the void now expanded significantly under the deluge of this blood. Luya's heart trembled, his gaze lifting towards the distant Pangu, who was engaged in combat with the remaining divine beings, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. This Lihua essence body seemed far more formidable than he had initially imagined. If merely refining this ordinary demonic blood could lead to such growth, what would transpire if he were to acquire Pangu's blood? With this thought, Liya continued to navigate the assaults amidst the divine and demonic chaos, gradually drifting towards Pangu. Time passed, and the number of divine and demonic beings on the battlefield diminished by a significant margin, transforming the chaotic void into a sea of blood. Liya skillfully refined the blood sea as he drew closer to Pangu. After refining over 100 pools of blood, as the essence of divine and demonic beings surged within him, Luya's Lihua essence body gradually sprouted limbs. Now, a semblance of humanity began to emerge, though his features remained indistinct, and his form was still somewhat unwieldy, far from complete transformation. Regrettably, the ordinary demonic blood was insufficient to satisfy his needs for full transformation. As Luya hesitated, contemplating whether to make a bold move, he suddenly beheld a divine being in the void, glaring at the imminent blade of the axe of creation. With a furious roar, it transformed itself into a divine art, charging towards Pangu. Chapter 2. The 9-grade de Luo Immortal. The blade of the axe of creation descended with a vengeance, cleaving the divine being in two, as frenzied demonic blood splattered across the void. Yet, in the next moment, the severed divine body, instead of perishing, transformed into two formidable assaults, aimed directly at Pangu's arm that wielded the axe of creation. In the blink of an eye, two horrific wounds were carved into Pangu's arm, flesh and blood churning as torrents of blood gushed forth, cascading into the void. Pangu furrowed his brow, swiftly grasping the two assaults with his other hand and crushing them to dust. Meanwhile, Luya, who was dodging the divine and demonic assaults below, caught sight of the pool of Pangu's blood coalescing in the chaotic void, his eyes gleaming with newfound determination. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and charged toward the pool of blood. Just as a divine assault was about to strike him, he finally plunged into the blood sea, where his true form materialized, transforming into a Lihua essence as he began to refine the demonic blood, extracting its tremendous power. Pangu, amidst his slaughter of the surrounding primo then, waves of sanguine mist began to waft forth from the blood sea, infusing Luya's body with a surge of divine and demonic essence. This essence continuously aided in the refinement of his form in mere moments. His features began to manifest, gradually becoming clearer. Beyond the Blood Sea, Pangu and the remaining 3,000 deities and demons waged a terrifying battle, with deities and demons falling from time to time. Some among them turned traitor on the battlefield, attempting to assist Pangu in the creation of the world, hoping to claim a share for themselves. Many others withdrew from this contest of creation. Yet, regardless of the ferocity of the assaults outside, within the Blood Sea where Luya resided, there was an overwhelming tranquility, an unparalleled serenity. Time passed, though the duration was indeterminate. The Blood Sea, now imbued with Pangu's essence, had been refined by Luya to about 30%. His physical form had fully coalesced. His features were now distinctly defined, presenting a well-proportioned physique and handsome visage, which, aside from an extraordinary aura, bore little difference to his previous appearance. With his transformation stabilized, Luya cautiously emerged from the Blood Sea. However, just as his head broke the surface, he sensed a divine and demonic attack hurtling toward him from the battlefield, soaring directly over his head and flying into the distance. Luya's countenance shifted, and he swiftly retreated back into the Blood Sea, inhaling deeply before resuming his refinement of the sea. If he recalled correctly, prior to Pangu's creation of the world, there were no divisions of cultivation levels. Yet, comparing it to the later amalgamation of myths, it was only after a considerable period following Pangu's creation that Hong Jun attained the status of a sage. Pangu's endeavor was also an attempt to manifest the Tao through strength. Thus, the current assembly of deities and demons likely occupied the realms between the Great Luo, Golden Immortal, and Quasi Saint stages. Luya, having just transformed, could at most be regarded as a mere Golden Immortal. This was a commendable foundation for him, especially considering the substantial amount of divine and demonic blood he had absorbed and refined. Venturing outside now would render him vulnerable to being crushed like an ant. His best course of action was to refine the Blood Sea and swiftly elevate his cultivation. He could sense the terrifying energy contained within the Blood Sea, potent enough to propel him into the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Once he fully refined the Blood Sea and stepped into the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, the external war of creation would likely be nearing its conclusion. The primal world would soon arise, and he could exist as a carefree immortal. With this thought, Luya closed his eyes once more, the flames of separation manifesting upon his body as he continued to refine the surrounding Blood Sea. As he progressed, mist billowed above the Blood Sea, creating a stark contrast to the terrifying battles raging in the distance. 40%, 50%. Luya's cultivation steadily ascended, and upon reaching 50% refinement of the Blood Sea, he transcended into the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal. A tumultuous surge of divine and demonic power churned within him, and a formidable pressure began to emerge. Had it not been for the protection of the Blood Sea, this aura would have already spread far and wide. The assaults on the battlefield outside intensified, but Luya remained oblivious, continuing to refine the surrounding Blood Sea. 70%, 90%. As he refined 90% of the Blood Sea, Luya finally reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal level, just a step away from successfully entering the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. However, the Blood Sea surrounding him had grown thin, leaving behind only a delicate layer of blood mist. Among it, a half-drop of Pangu's essence floated visibly. Luya gazed at the half-drop of Pangu's essence, then turned to observe Pangu, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the 3,000 deities and demons. A flicker of thought crossed his mind. Although he understood that this Blood Sea could elevate him to the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, he had not contemplated the source of such formidable power. It now appeared to be a remnant left by Pangu, who had previously intervened to extricate him from the battlefield of deities and demons. On this occasion, a significant karmic debt has been incurred. Luya let out a deep sigh, and then the surrounding Lihom manifested, enveloping the remaining half-drop of Pangu's essence. Subsequently, it began to incessantly burn and refine. Absorbing the essence of divine and demonic blood within it is uncertain how much time passed, but as the last trace of divine and demonic essence was absorbed and refined by Luya, Rich purple chi drifted in from the distance. In the chaos, various extraordinary phenomena manifested, even capturing the attention of some deities and demons engaged in battle afar. Once the thin blood mist dissipated within the chaos, Luya stood proudly amidst the void, as the waves of purple chi surged into his body, ultimately forming a swaying three flowers that floated above his head. With the manifestation of the three flowers, a fragrance wafted for thousands of miles as he stepped into the realm of the ninth rank Dojo Immortal. Chapter 3. Life and death are of little concern. Confront, if unwilling, as the three flowers scattered. An exquisite aroma lingered for miles, causing a momentary pause among the chaotic battlefield of deities and demons in the distance. Many deities and demons turned their heads to gaze upon Luya, astonished that amidst such fierce warfare, someone managed to break through at the edge of the battlefield, ascending to the ninth rank Dojo Immortal realm. It is worth noting that such a talent, the blossoming of the 9 ranks, is among the finest even among the 3,000 deities and demons. Not only were these deities and demons taken aback, but even Pangu, wielding the heavenly axe, was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that this young fellow possessed such remarkable talent. His drop of essence would at most allow for a breakthrough to the golden immortal realm, but could not enhance the quality of the three flowers. It could be said that Luya achieving the 9th rank Dojo Immortal realm was indeed beyond Pangu's imagination. Sensing the peculiar gazes directed at him from all directions, Luya was thoroughly alarmed. Although he had already broken through to the golden immortal realm, in the eyes of the onlookers, he remained merely a formidable insect, posing no real threat. That moment, a figure clad in black robes cast a glance at Luya, wielding a sword of destruction that emanated a terrifying aura. As he looked at Luya, a glint of golden light flickered in his eyes before he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Good, good, good! Since you are so obstinate, I shall withdraw from this conflict, but this little fellow will be taken by me." With that, the breathtaking sky Taoist charged towards Luya, surrounded by the aura of destruction in the blink of an eye. He was already before Luya. In truth, long before the innate deities and demons had proposed this plan, he had felt something amiss. Although Pangu sought to prove his path through strength and aimed to cleave open the heavens to attain the primordial fruit, he sensed that someone was subtly instigating events from behind the scenes. Even among the strongest of deities and demons, Pangu was merely a significant piece on the chessboard, even if the 3,000 deities and demons did not obstruct him. Once the opening of the heavens concluded, Pangu's life would still be at risk. Therefore, why should he wade through such murky waters? With the emergence of the essence of Li Hua on the battlefield, it was better to seize it and refine it into an innate treasure. Upon hearing the words of the breathtaking sky Taoist, the other deities and demons cursed under their breath. Hong Jun revealed a hint of relief on his face. With the strongest Yang Mei and Shurchen already departed, and some deities and demons turning against Pangu, if the breathtaking sky Taoist were to leave, the opening of the heavens by Pangu would be inevitable. Then he cast his gaze towards Luya in the distance, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. A mere essence of Li Hua was inconsequential to him and his plans. Seeing the breathtaking sky Taoist charging towards him, Luya furrowed his brow, knowing full well that he was no match for the Taoist and needed to devise a means to resolve this predicament. Just as he felt a surge of panic, an electronic voice echoed in his ears. Plot Development 3. Completed. Acquired. Innate Treasure, Chaos Bell. Offensive Treasure, Diagram of the Extermination Sword. Upon hearing the electronic notification, a look of ecstatic joy spread across Luya's face. He understood that he was no match for the breathtaking sky Taoist and had been contemplating how to preserve his life. Yet with the Chaos Bell and the diagram of the Extermination Sword in his possession, while he might not necessarily defeat the breathtaking sky Taoist, he would undoubtedly secure his position. The electronic voice faded. In the distant battlefield of deities and demons, a dozen or so beings employed their abilities. Launching a fierce assault against Pangu, a tremendous roar erupted on the battlefield. Although Pangu's strength far surpassed that of the 3,000 deities and demons, he was forced to shatter the Pangu axe in the face of such an onslaught. At the same time, a radiant axe light sliced through the chaos, instantly claiming the lives of dozens of deities and demons. The entire chaos trembled as if a colossal egg was cracking. The pure and turbid chi intermingling, and the 3,000 pathways becoming disordered. The dozens of deities and demons were utterly obliterated under Pangu's strike. The Pangu axe in his hand, under the extreme offensive, split into three, transforming into three treasures that scattered. The axe blade became the Pangu banner, the axe back turned into the Taiji diagram, and the axe handle transformed into the chaos bell. Upon witnessing this, Hongjuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately acted to claim one of the treasures. Some deities and demons endeavored to seize the remaining two treasures, but these treasures moved with astonishing speed and vanished in an instant. Among them, the chaos bell, formed from the axe handle, flew directly into Lu Ya's sea of consciousness. The breathtaking sky Taoist, rushing towards Lu Ya, momentarily froze, then grinned sinisterly, stating, "You little fellow are indeed fortunate. I initially intended to refine you into an innate treasure. But now I can also seize a treasure of the opening of the heavens. My luck is quite remarkable." As his words fell, the breathtaking sky Taoist lunged at Lu Ya with wild laughter. Yet in the next moment, a voice boomed from behind, "You scoundrel! Hongjun, what are you planning?" The deities and demons looked up to see the demon ancestor Luo, who, brandishing a spear meant for slaying gods, charging forward. However, an elegant whisk interposed itself before him. As Hongjun chuckled, "What intention do you harbor, friend? With a new ally born, we should celebrate instead." Before the creation of the universe by Pangu, the laws of the celestial realm were yet to manifest, and only the 3,000 deities and demons existed within the chaos, incessantly battling one another. In this primordial void, these chaotic beings were, for all intents and purposes, immortal. Even if devoured by their kindred, they would eventually regenerate after several epochs, which is why they conspired to assail Pangu and thwart the advent of creation. Now, as the heavens and earth were delineated, with pure essence ascending and turbid energies descending, the former chaotic state had long since vanished. Consequently, these deities and demons no longer possessed their former invincible prowess, leading them to scatter after the successful emergence of the cosmos. The demon ancestor, Luo Ho, gazed ominously at Hongjun before uttering, "Do you intend to stop me?" Previously, during the battlefield of deities and demons, it was Hongjun who had struck forth, sending the celestial sword diagram flying and severing Luo Ho's connection to it. Otherwise, such a fledgling creature, merely an ant newly ascended to the great Luo golden immortal realm, would not have gained such an advantage, surrounding the void, as Hongjun faced off against Luo Ho. Pairs of scarlet blood-red eyes opened, fixated on the two figures in the midst of their confrontation. These were other cunning deities and demons, waiting for the opportune moment to scheme and reap the benefits. Upon hearing Luo Ho's words, Hongjun replied with a smile, "We have clashed for several epochs. What significance does this conversation hold now?" Luo Ho's expression shifted as he sensed the hidden auras of deities and demons surrounding him. If he were to engage Hongjun in a life-and-death struggle, it would surely attract the attention of others, resulting in losses far greater than merely the celestial sword diagram. With this thought, Luo Ho cast a cold glance at the distant Lu Ya before vanishing from sight. Observing this, Hongjun displayed a hint of regret, uttering a soft lament before departing the scene. The lurking deities and demons, witnessing this spectacle, sighed in unison, their expressions tinged with regret. Meanwhile, the distant bending heaven Taoist, upon seeing the two supreme treasures displayed by Lu Ya, felt a surge of excitement in his eyes. One of these treasures was the celestial treasure of creation, imbued with the merit of the cosmos, while the other was one of Luo Ho's famed artifacts, the celestial sword diagram. Bending heaven Taoist chuckled ominously, proclaiming, "A mantis attempting to stop a chariot, an ant shaking a tree. Do you truly believe you can resist before me? Surrender these two treasures, and I may spare your life. Refuse, and—" No sooner had he spoken than the celestial sword diagram, previously behind Lu Ya, enveloped him entirely, transforming into a colossal net that ensnared him. The four celestial swords descended, unleashing an overwhelming force of slaughter that tore at the very fabric of space around bending heaven Taoist, seeking to rend him to shreds. With a grim countenance, bending heaven Taoist felt the destructive aura surge around him, crashing against the celestial sword diagram as he sought to break free from its grasp. His own sword of destruction manifested in his hand. Meeting the four celestial swords that sought to subdue him, that it is worth noting that bending heaven Taoist was, in essence, a fragment of destructive energy birthed from chaos, and his accompanying treasure, the Sword of Destruction, was a rare artifact, rivaling the four celestial swords in might. Within the celestial sword diagram, the clash of the Sword of Destruction and the four celestial swords erupted into a tempest of terrifying sword intent. Bending heaven Taoist raised his hand, channeling the laws of destruction to form a colossal hand in the air, crashing down upon the celestial sword diagram. Simultaneously, he mocked, "An ant remains an ant, even with a treasure in hand. You are merely a slightly stronger insect." With that declaration, he aimed to shatter the celestial sword diagram and capture Lu Yi in the distance. Pangu, who had just succeeded in establishing the heavens and earth, sat cross-legged upon the ground, intending to absorb the merit of creation. He was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that the little creature who had acquired a drop of his essence could now contend against bending heaven Taoist. Yet this bending heaven Taoist was a formidable figure, ranking among the top within the 3,000 deities and demons. Now that he had invoked his wrath, this little creature was undoubtedly in grave peril. The remaining deities and demons, hidden in the shadows, fixated their gaze upon the battlefield as they witnessed bending heaven Taoist's assault, each contemplating the moment they could strike once Lu Yi faltered. Seizing the two treasures for themselves, that, if all else failed, capturing the essence of the departing fire would suffice, in the void, the colossal hand formed from the laws of destruction collided with the celestial sword diagram, resulting in a tremendous roar. Yet after the thunderous sound, the celestial sword diagram suddenly erupted with a brilliant radiance, launching towards bending heaven Taoist. Seeing this, bending heaven Taoist's expression shifted dramatically as he called back the sword of destruction, raising it to meet the impending attack. The radiant sword light cleaved through the void, destabilizing the nascent realm. Had it not been for Pangu's intervention, the fabric of space would surely have torn apart. The collision of the sword light and the sword of destruction unleashed an expansive wave of laws. The previously descending turbid energy, which had nearly solidified into land, began to writhe and swirl in the aftermath of the clash. Suspended in the air, bending heaven Taoist grunted, retreating several steps. But before he could regain his footing, he sensed a surge of murderous intent from behind him, compelling the destructive laws to erupt anew for his protection. In an instant, the four celestial swords slashed through the air, tearing apart the surrounding destructive energy and leaving four crimson streaks upon his flesh. This scene elicited gasps of astonishment from the hidden primordial deities and demons. Their expressions filled with disbelief. They had assumed that bending heaven Taoist would easily subdue this ant. Yet now, the once insignificant creature had suddenly transformed into a colossal serpent capable of overwhelming him, leaving them utterly flabbergasted. Chapter 5. A battle to establish authority, shocking the primordial realm. In the void, bending heaven Taoist, gazing at the four wounds upon his body, felt a wave of anger wash over him. He roared, swinging the sword of destruction towards the celestial swords, intent on breaking free and charging towards Lu Yi. Witnessing this, felt a shift in his expression and hastily summoned the four celestial swords for defense. However, as he made his move, he sensed something amiss. It seemed that bending heaven Taoist's target was not him. Just as this doubt crossed his mind, he watched as the sword of destruction forcefully halted the advance of the four celestial swords. A tremendous roar erupted in the air as five swords clashed, their energies intertwining and manifesting endless laws. Bending heaven Taoist bellowed in fury, attempting to free himself from the celestial sword diagram. The four celestial swords, momentarily restrained by his sword of destruction, were unable to act, leaving bending heaven Taoist to his own devices as he sought to break through the celestial sword diagram. From a distance, Lu Yi observed the conflict of the five swords, his expression shifting as he summoned the chaos bell, which erupted from within him. Hovering before him, an overwhelming aura of chaotic laws surged forth, filling the air with a terrifying presence. Golden light cascaded from above, enveloping Luya as if he were ensconced within a golden bell. Luya raised his hand, channeling the chaotic laws, and with a gentle flick of his finger, he struck the chaos bell. An ominous resonance echoed through the void, rippling outward and transforming into waves of sound imbued with lethal intent, rushing toward bending heaven Taoist beneath the celestial sword diagram. In the blink of an eye, the sound waves, akin to ripples, reached him, merging with the myriad sword lights descending from the celestial sword diagram, all aimed directly at bending heaven Taoist. Bending heaven Taoist's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "Friend, hold on. We have matters to discuss." He was acutely aware that if it were merely the celestial sword diagram and the four celestial swords, he could withstand them. However, if they combined with the chaos bell, he would stand no chance. The primordial deities and demons, hidden in the shadows, were equally astonished by bending heaven Taoist's plight, their expressions reflecting their disbelief. The current scenario had far exceeded their expectations. Even Pangu, who was refining the merit of creation from a distance, paused, chuckling as he shook his head at the beleaguered bending heaven Taoist. This individual, ranked among the top 10 of the 3,000 deities and demons, was now being cornered by a fledgling who had merely stepped into the great Luo golden immortal realm. It was indeed a considerable embarrassment. Pangu looked at the chaos bell hovering before Luya, sighed, and resumed his task of refining the merit of creation, eager to attain enlightenment through strength. Upon hearing bending heaven Taoist's words, Luya's expression turned cold as he replied, "What do you mean? Friend, if there is something to discuss, let us settle it through combat first." With that, he pointed once more at the chaos bell, the aura of the great Luo golden immortal surging forth as his formidable power radiated outward, merging with the ripples initiated by the chaos bell and hurtling towards bending heaven Taoist. Bending heaven Taoist's expression shifted again as he beheld the terrifying ripples approaching, and he summoned the laws of destruction around him, forming a dark barrier just in time to intercept the oncoming waves. The ensuing collision was imminent. Boom! After the terrifying roar subsided, the ominous shroud was directly dispersed by the ripples that spread forth. This chaotic bell was but one of the fragments resulting from the shattering of the celestial treasure, its rank no less than that of the chart of the Sword of Annihilation, perhaps even among the pinnacle of the contemporary world. This explains why those deities and demons remained here after the battle of the primordial creation. They had intended to seize the opportunity after the conflict between the breaking heaven Taoist and Luya. Yet they never anticipated that Luya would prove to be an adversary not to be trifled with currently. He was pressing the breaking heaven Taoist, even seeking to detain him in this place. In the distance, within the celestial canopy, Luya flicked his fingers, and waves of ripples emanated into the air, traversing through the clouds as if stirred by a vast ocean, transforming into towering waves. They surged toward the dark shroud before the breaking heaven Taoist, crushing it to pieces in an instant and subsequently striking the breaking heaven Taoist himself, sending him flying for 1,000 miles, barely landing on the edge of the chart of the Sword of Annihilation. Witnessing this scene, Luya's eyes sparkled with delight, and he maneuvered the chart of the Sword of Annihilation to heavily press down upon the breaking heaven Taoist. Just as the breaking heaven Taoist steadied himself, he beheld the chart descending. Boundless sword in long ago, in the midst of chaos, when Pangu was being nurtured, there existed an unseen force guiding his birth and the creation of the heavens. Thus, the battle of today was born. However, observing the current situation, as the pure and turbid energies began to conflate once more, it seemed that the endeavor of creation was destined to fail. Not far in front of him, witnessing the sudden wrath of Pangu, Luya could not help but take 2 steps back, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at the merging energies. Deep within, he understood that this act of creation was but a ruse. Should Pangu wish to preserve this realm and attain the Tao, he would surely meet his demise. Yet if he remained indifferent, when the energies inevitably rejoined, the resurgence of chaos would unleash a backlash powerful enough to annihilate Pangu. This was the scheme of the heavenly Tao. Pangu's face was a mask of rage as he beheld the encroaching energies, and he bellowed to the heavens, "The heavenly Tao deceives me. I, Pangu, shall not coexist with you." With his words echoing in the air, he manifested his colossal form, raising his hands to support the heavens while standing firm against the turbid energies, momentarily halting their convergence. Those primordial deities and demons who had retreated to the distance soon became aware of the encroaching forces of creation. They snickered amongst themselves, realizing that had Pangu not initiated the creation, they would still be immortal and carefree in the chaos. Now, however, 3,000 deities and demons lay dead or wounded, with some fleeing to distant realms. Few remained to withstand the alienation of the new world, and upon witnessing the encroaching energies, their hearts swelled with joy. Luya hovered in the void, observing Pangu as he raised his hands to the skies and stood upon the turbid energies, letting out a soft sigh. Indeed, everything unfolded as he had anticipated. The heavens and earth would still converge. Unless in the previous battle, Pangu had vanquished the 3,000 deities and demons, transforming them into the 3,000 paths to solidify the rules. This convergence was inevitable. However, those 3,000 deities and demons were no fools. They had long since departed when the situation became untenable that Pangu's form continued to swell, forcibly widening the gap between the pure and turbid energies, allowing the heavens and earth to gradually become distinct once more. Seeing this, Luya bowed to Pangu and spoke, "If you have any requests, I shall do my utmost to assist." Chapter 7. Who is the true Pangu? Upon hearing this, Pangu smiled bitterly and replied, "The heavenly Tao has deceived me. I am powerless to turn the tide. Should there be a future opportunity, I implore you to look after this realm." Luya, hearing this, bowed to Pangu from afar and assured him, "Rest assured, my friend, I shall repay the karmic debt I owe you." As his words faded, the heavens and earth that Pangu had propped up began to forcefully press down, attempting to merge once more. Pangu roared in defiance, straining to hold the heavens and earth apart, his body expanding like a pillar supporting the sky, forcing the slowly healing realms apart. Feeling the overwhelming pressure of the heavens and earth surrounding him, Luya's expression shifted, and he retreated repeatedly until he was 1,000 miles away from Pangu before halting. Shortly after he steadied himself, he noticed Pangu, who had been holding the heavens and earth, begin to exude a waning aura. The essence of his being started to overflow, gradually merging into the void above, transforming into the laws of the Tao. Time passed, and Pangu's eyes closed, his breath extinguished, slowly toppling backward. In an instant, the heavens lamented, blood rained down, and countless anomalies materialized as the world mourned. Those primordial deities and demons who had survived the battle of creation, hidden in the shadows, understood that Pangu had fallen. Many of them revealed faint smiles, jeering at the turn of events. Without Pangu, they would still be frolicking in the void of chaos, rather than suffering the casualties and oppression they now faced. Within the battlefield of deities and demons, Luya gazed at Pangu's fallen form. A sigh escaping his lips, he understood clearly that since Pangu's inception, he had been ensnared in the machinations of the heavenly Tao. Just as Luya prepared to turn away, he beheld a brilliant light emanating from Pangu's lifeless body. His eyes soared from their sockets, ascending to the heavens, transforming into the sun and moon. His flesh began to dissolve, becoming mountains and rivers, while his veins unveiled themselves as seas and lakes. The breath he exhaled at the moment of death morphed into the clouds and rains of the 4 seasons. Drifting across the primordial skies, the dark blood within him fell to a lowly place, forming a sea of blood, its gruesome laws becoming evident. The final remnants of his divine essence transformed into numerous robust, yet soulless figures. Standing dazed upon the earth, his spirit scattered, splitting into 3 from the void, manifesting as 3 spectral figures standing in the ether. Witnessing these transformations, Luya was struck with awe, a moment of enlightenment blossoming within his mind. Kneeling in the void, he began to comprehend the laws of the heavens and earth. With Pangu's death, the world grieved, and in death, he became one with all things, prompting the manifestation of the laws of creation. This, indeed, left Luya indebted to Pangu once more. As Luya meditated in the void, earnestly absorbing the laws of the heavens and earth. A towering figure emerged from the place where Pangu had propped up the realms. This figure initially resembled Pangu, but gradually morphed into a colossal pillar supporting the sky, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. The three spectral figures, born from Pangu's primordial spirit, instinctively recoiled from this pillar, lest they be crushed beneath its oppressive weight. Once they distanced themselves from the colossal pillar, they began to absorb the spiritual energy around them, their forms solidifying gradually that in the void. They slowly coalesced into three distinct figures, one resembling an elder, another a middle-aged man, and the last a youth. Upon manifesting, they exchanged bows and gazed somberly at the new world before them. They were the embodiments of Pangu's primordial spirit, their memories still vivid with the details of the battle of creation and Pangu's sacrifice to uphold the heavens. Understanding that this world was shaped by their father, Pangu, their expressions darkened with sorrow. Simultaneously, the powerful beings below, robust and formidable, fled upon the emergence of the pillar, eventually halting beneath its immense shadow. Among them, the 12 most powerful clan members, after confirming the limits of the pillar's oppressive aura, instructed the others to begin transporting massive stones. In mere moments, they erected a temple at the base of this towering mountain. Once the temple was completed, the 12 powerful beings noticed the three figures in the void, and a sense of inexplicable familiarity surged within them, prompting cheers and invitations for the trio to descend and converse. The three figures opened their eyes, and the elder among them spoke, "I'm the Taiching Taoist of virtue." The middle-aged man followed, "I am the Yuqing primordial beginning." The youth declared, "I am the Shanqing spirit treasure." The three exchanged knowing glances, smiles gracing their faces as they turned to the group below, who beckoned them to join in conversation. Both parties felt an unexplainable kinship. After all, one was transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit, while the other was birthed from Pangu's essence. Fundamentally intertwined, they descended from the clouds and approached the gathered crowd. Among the tall and sturdy beings, 12 of the strongest stepped forward, approaching the trio with gestures of respect. One named Di Jiang, the leader among them, spoke first. "Congratulations to the three of you on your successful transformation." As soon as he spoke, the other 11 echoed in unison, "We congratulate you on your successful transformation." The three figures, in turn, bowed slightly and replied, "We share the same lineage. There is no need for such formalities." The crowd erupted in laughter at this exchange. Di Jiang and the others invited the trio into their temple, which they had constructed to honor their father, known as the ancestral witch hall. They identified themselves as the witch clan, devout followers of their father, Pangu. During their conversation, one of the red-haired ancestral witches inquired, "Now that the three of you have just transformed, do you have a place to go?" The Taiching Taoist of virtue replied, "We currently have no destination." Zhu Rong, smiling, interjected, "In that case, why not remain in our ancestral witch hall? We, the witch clan, are born from the essence of our father, Pangu. You are manifestations of a spirit, and thus you should rightfully fall under our jurisdiction." The other ancestral witches, hearing this, smiled approvingly. They believed themselves to be the true descendants of Pangu, thinking that having a powerful lineage like the Sanqing as allies would be a wise choice in this new world. However, before the Taoist of virtue could respond, the primordial beginning interjected with authority. "We, the Sanqing, are the true descendants of Pangu. You should be under our governance." As soon as these words were uttered, the atmosphere in the hall instantly turned frigid. Chapter 8. Luya breaks the barrier. Particularly, the 12 ancestral witches led by the witch clan, upon hearing the words of the primordial heavenly venerable, immediately wore expressions of cold displeasure. Among them, Zhu Rong, the ancestral witch of fire, with a beast's head and human body, clad in red scales, adorned with fiery serpents in his ears, and standing upon a fire dragon, looked particularly grim, with flames surging behind him. When he glanced towards the three pure ones, a sinister glint appeared in his eyes. It is essential to understand that their witch clan was birthed from the essence of Pangu's blood, and the 12 ancestral witches were the very essence of that blood. Upon their emergence, they possessed the strength of a Tai golden immortal, with a residual bloodline within them. It would take merely a few hundred years for them to naturally achieve the status of a great Luo golden immortal. With such bloodlines and qualifications, how could they be content to remain beneath others? Zhu Rong slammed his wooden chair and coldly remarked, "Are the three of you merely jesting here? If we speak of Pangu's true lineage, our witch clan is the one favored by the Father God, far beyond the likes of you three children." Gong Gong also echoed, "We see you three as descendants of the Father God, hoping to offer some guidance, yet you three are so audaciously arrogant." Upon hearing their brother's words, the other 10 ancestral witches turned their gazes towards the three pure ones, their expressions darkening further. The youngest among the three pure ones, the Ling Bao heavenly venerable Tungten, who had a fiery temperament, was infuriated by the jests of Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, and immediately retorted, "You insolent wretches, you, mere transformations of the Father God's blood, dare to mock us? Truly, you are courting death." Just as the Ling Bao heavenly venerable was about to strike, he was halted by the Taiching Daoed heavenly venerable Laozi beside him. Laozi slowly spoke, "Since you all do not welcome us, my brothers and I shall take our leave." With that, he stood up and walked towards the exit of the ancestral witch hall. Seeing this, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian also snorted coldly and followed suit. However, before the three could exit the hall, a low voice called out from behind, "Is our ancestral witch hall a place where you may come and go as you please?" As the voice fell, a fire dragon surged upward, transforming into a terrifying fire serpent that rushed towards the backs of the three pure ones. The flames soared, distorting the spiritual energy within the ancestral witch hall. In the blink of an eye, the fire dragon reached Tong Tian, seemingly about to strike him. Yet, a surge of pure energy suddenly emerged around him, directly halting the fearsome fire dragon. Boom! The magical power around Tong Tian surged as he forcefully absorbed the blow, then turned to face the 12 ancestral witches. A look of anger etched upon his face that he raised his hand, condensing a thread of pure energy into a sharp sword intent that sliced towards Zhu Rong. The sound of wind howled as the sword intent swiftly approached Zhu Rong, tearing the fire dragon before him apart and striking directly at him. Zhu Rong's expression changed, and he bellowed, "You dare, bastard!" As he spoke, he raised his staff and swung it down, shattering the sword intent into fragments. As the sword energy dissipated, the atmosphere in the hall became instantly tense. The three pure ones all revealed expressions of vigilance, gazing at the 12 ancestral witches, and coldly spoke, "Are you all intent on detaining us three brothers?" Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, both with fiery tempers, stepped forward, sneering, "We have no such intention. We merely wish to discuss who truly represents the authentic Pangu lineage." Yuan Shi coldly laughed, "We are the transformations of the Father God's primal spirit. Thus we are the true Pangu lineage." As words fell, among the 12, a figure resembling a yellow sack, red as Dan fire, with 6 legs and 4 wings, emerged. This was the ancestral witch of spatial speed, Di Jiang, the eldest among the 12 ancestral witches. Di Jiang's expression was dark as he coldly stated, "You three have perhaps erred. We are the transformations of the Father God's blood, akin to his offspring. Thus we represent the true Pangu lineage." Upon hearing this, the three pure ones revealed expressions of disbelief. Yet, observing the expressions of the 12 ancestral witches, they understood that if this continued, it would surely not end well. Laozi then took the initiative to speak, "If you all persist in this manner, then my brothers and I shall excuse ourselves." With that, he led the way out of the ancestral witch hall. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian exchanged glances and swiftly followed Laozi out, their speed remarkable. The 12 ancestral witches, witnessing this, wore expressions of astonishment. They hurriedly pursued the three pure ones, emerging outside the hall, where they beheld the three pure ones standing in the void. Zhu Rong chuckled, "Why are you three in such a hurry to leave? Wouldn't that make it seem as though we, the witch clan, are not hospitable?" As he finished speaking, he attempted once more to obstruct the trio. Gong Gong, surrounding Zhu Rong, similarly unleashed his powers, the laws of water mingling with Zhu Rong's offensive, intertwining in midair to form a rope of water and fire that ensnared the three. The three pure ones' expressions shifted, and they combined their efforts to counter this divine maneuver. Yet, at that moment, an immense fluctuation emanated from near Dojo Mountain. causing the mountain pillars to tremble. An overwhelming pressure instantly spread, descending upon the primal land. Extraordinary phenomena manifested in the sky, swiftly engulfing the entire primal realm, drawing the attention of the remaining innate gods and demons who had survived the heavenly battle. Under this terrifying pressure, the entangled assaults of Zhu Rong and Gong Gong shattered. The three Pure Ones also changed their expressions, rapidly distancing themselves from Dojo Mountain. However, they were still pressed down by this overwhelming force, struggling to maintain their footing on the ground, appearing quite disheveled. Tong Tian gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, could it be that an enemy of the Father God lurks here?" Yuan Shi's expression also changed upon hearing this, forcing himself to extend his divine sense to survey the surroundings. That Laozi's expression shifted slightly. Then he spoke. "Impossible. The heavenly battle has long passed. Those innate gods and demons are likely struggling to survive themselves, and could not be hiding here." Meanwhile, the 12 ancestral witches in the distance were also struggling under this pressure. Among them, the strongest, the spatial ancestral witch Di Jiang, felt the overwhelming force descend and turn pale. Straining to remain upright, he called out, "Might I inquire which great being has arrived? Could you please reveal yourself?" As his voice echoed, the extraordinary phenomena gradually dissipated, and a voice resonated. First there was Hong Jun. Then came the heavens. "Luya Taoist is here." Chapter 9. The carefree immortal of the primal realm. This humble Taoist Lu Ya pays his respects to all, with the arrival of the voice. Rules manifested, appearing in the air like a series of rainbow bridges. Not far from Dojo Mountain, a rift in space opened. Clad in dark robes, Lu Ya stepped through the air, treading upon the laws of the Tao as he approached the ancestral witch hall. Countless rules surrounded him, emanating profound and mysterious patterns that caused the very void to tremble. The 12 ancestral witches and the 3 Pure Ones, who had been bowed under the pressure, now struggled to lift their heads and gaze towards the source of the voice. They immediately recognized Lu Ya, feeling a strange familiarity, as if they had seen him in their soul's memories, yet could not recall who he was. As Lu Ya walked forth upon the rules, he looked at everyone with a smile, descending gracefully. Noticing their expressions of fear, Lu Ya chuckled, "There is no need for alarm. I'm not your enemy." With that, he waved his hand, causing the rules in the air to dissipate, and the oppressive force weighing upon everyone vanished in an instant. The 12 ancestral witches and the 3 Pure Ones felt a sudden release, and they cautiously regarded Lu Ya, observing their wariness. Smiled and said, "Please, take your seat." As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed, and before the eyes of the 12 ancestors of Wu and the 3 Pure Ones, stone benches rose from the ground. Just as the brothers Zhu Rong and Gong Gong were about to utter something, they noticed Lu Ya's gaze upon them, his eyes seemingly containing the essence of the stars, in a moment of dazed reverie. They found themselves seated upon the stone benches that Di Jiang and the others observed the two behaving in such a manner, their expressions reflecting a hint of astonishment. The 3 Pure Ones, witnessing this, also settled down in a composed manner. Lu Ya, seeing this, displayed a broader smile, pointed at the air before him, and a stone table and benches ascended. Upon the stone table rested cups, from which steam rose, transforming into boiling water that poured into the cups. That Lu Ya sat down, gently lifted a stone cup, and took a sip. Looking at the assembly, he spoke slowly. "You are one transformed from the essence of Pangu, and the other from his primordial spirit. Thus, you share the same lineage. Why distinguish between us?" Upon hearing Lu Ya's words, the 12 ancestors of Wu exhibited expressions of disbelief. However, aware of Lu Ya's profound cultivation, they remained silent. Only the boisterous Zhu Rong and Gong Gong could not help but voice their thoughts. They are merely manifestations of the Father Deity's primordial spirit, with no blood ties. How can they be deemed the true descendants of Pangu? At this remark, Di Jiang inwardly cursed them. These two brutes! Before them stands a man of remarkable cultivation, and yet they dare to speak so defiantly. Just as Di Jiang contemplated intervening, Lu Ya chuckled and replied, "I have met Pangu a few times. I should have a deeper understanding of this matter than you." Zhu Rong, hearing this, retorted with a discontented expression, "Though your cultivation is strong, How can one so young have encountered our father deity? Seeing their disbelief, Luya raised his hand, and a beam of clear light dispersed into a dozen strands in mid-air, directly entering the consciousness of the assembly. The 12 ancestors of Wu and the 3 pure ones were caught off guard, unable to stop it. However, as the light entered their beings, visions flickered in their minds, revealing Pangu's experiences after the creation of the heavens and earth, as well as his words to Luya before his demise. The 12 ancestors of Wu and the 3 pure ones were deeply shaken, and when they looked at Luya again, their expressions were filled with astonishment. They never anticipated that this young Taoist was indeed a powerful figure from the same era as their father deity. Moreover, judging by the father deity's final words, the two were close friends. Exchanging glances with one another, they rose in unison, bowing respectfully to Luya. We pay our respects to the ancestor. In their view, given the relationship between their father deity and this individual, it was only appropriate to address him as ancestor. Observing this, Luya smiled and inquired, "If that is the case, do you still wish to argue?" Although the 12 ancestors of Wu felt some discontent at his words, they refrained from speaking out. The 3 pure ones once again bowed to Luya. "We thank the ancestor for enlightening us about our father deity. Had it not been for this, we would have remained in ignorance." Luya shook his head. "No need for thanks. Such a trivial matter pales in significance. However, you are of the same lineage. In the future, do not engage in disputes." The 3 pure ones spoke in unison. "We shall heed the ancestor's decree." The 12 ancestors of Wu, seeing the 3 pure ones' demeanor, quickly bowed and proclaimed, "We shall follow the ancestor's teachings." Just then, the 3 pure ones stepped forward and spoke. "We 3 brothers humbly request the ancestor to take us as disciples." Hearing this, Luya was momentarily taken aback. The 12 ancestors of Wu, witnessing the 3 pure ones' actions, were equally stunned. Exchanging glances, they all stepped forward, kneeling on the ground, and implored, "We beseech the ancestor to enter our ancestor Wu Hall, to lead the Wu clan and unify the wilderness." The 3 pure ones hastily reiterated, "We request the ancestor to take us as disciples." Luya was momentarily lost in thought. A familiar electronic voice echoed in his ears. Plot Direction 1. Remain in the ancestor Wu Hall. Lead the Wu clan, strengthen the tribe, and in the future assist in seizing the fortune of heaven and earth, becoming the protagonist of the wilderness. Plot result: acquire a drop of Pangu's essence blood. Incorporate it into the body, attain the Pangu sacred body, become the ancestor of the Wu clan, and contend upon the wilderness continent. Plot Direction 2. Accept the 3 pure ones as disciples, scheme for the secrets of heaven, and achieve the status of a heavenly Tao saint. Plot result: gain 3 excellent disciples, become a great power of the wilderness, obtain opportunities from the heavenly Tao, achieve the status of a heavenly Tao saint, and become a puppet of the heavenly Tao. As long as the heavenly Tao endures, so shall you. Plot Direction 3. Refuse all. Plot result: ascend to the path of the saints, acquire the sacred cultivation methods. Break free from the heavenly Tao, seek the carefree immortality of the wilderness, achieving undying existence, becoming the first saint outside the heavenly Tao, traversing the heavens, and attaining great power. Upon hearing the familiar electronic voice, Luya's heart trembled. Then, as he gazed upon the 12 ancestors of Wu and the 3 pure ones, an indescribable expression emerged on his face. The 12 ancestors of Wu and the 3 pure ones knelt before Luya, and as the silence extended, they grew anxious, ready to raise their heads to seek his response. But Luya spoke first. "You are fated to have a connection with me." Before he could finish his sentence, the 12 ancestors of Wu and the 3 pure ones simultaneously raised their heads, their faces alight with joy as they looked at Luya, just as they were about to address him as Ancestor Master. Luya continued, "Though you are fated to have a connection with me, it is not today that if you wish to become my disciple, you are not yet qualified. Take care of yourselves. If there is a chance in the future, I may accept you." His words fell. Before the 12 ancestors of Wu and the 3 pure ones could react, Luya's figure completely vanished from the spot, leaving behind the dazed 12 ancestors of Wu and the 3 pure ones. After Luya departed, The three pure ones coldly snorted at the 12 ancestors of Wu and left without a word. The 12 ancestors of Wu, watching the retreating figure of the three pure ones, inwardly cursed before returning to the ancestor Wu Hall. Chapter 10. Encountering Luo Ho again upon returning to the ancestor Wu Hall, the 12 ancestors of Wu took their seats on either side, exchanging glances that revealed the gravity in each other's eyes, especially when recalling Lu Ya's parting words, that they were fated to have a connection, but not at this moment. Did this imply that there would be a chance in the future to enter the fold of this powerful figure? After all, this individual was from the same era as their father deity Pangu, far more formidable than the innate deity Hongjun. First there was Hongjun, then the heavenly Tao, and Luya existed even before him. Just this single phrase carried profound implications. Di Jiang surveyed the remaining 11 ancestors of Wu and spoke solemnly. What are your thoughts on the words of ancestor Luya? The fire deity Zhu Rong immediately replied, since the ancestor has stated that our fates are not yet aligned, then they are not. However, we have the relationship of being children of the father deity, so there is no need for concern. Gong Gong also chimed in. What third brother says is correct. When the time comes, that person will naturally accept us. The remaining ancestors of Wu nodded in agreement. Di Jiang, hearing his brother's words, shook his head slightly. Brothers, even if we are willing to wait, do you think the three pure ones will? At this, the hearts of the assembly grew cold. They regarded themselves as the true descendants of Pangu, yet the three pure ones also possessed formidable backgrounds. Previously, while Luya was still present, the three pure ones had sought to enter his fold. Now that their backgrounds were comparable, if those three employed some means to preemptively become disciples of the ancestor, it would spell trouble. The faces of the 12 ancestors of Wu darkened. After a moment, Zhu Meng spoke up. In that case, what clever plan does Big Brother have? Di Jiang confidently replied, since the ancestor has said that we are not fated to him at this moment. We shall take some actions to create our own realm in this vast wilderness. Surely that will move the ancestor. The other 11 ancestors of Wu responded in unison. Yes, we shall heed Big Brother's words. Meanwhile, at this moment, Luya had long departed from the vicinity of Dojo Mountain. This mountain, a manifestation of Pangu's backbone, now emanated a formidable pressure that even his current cultivation made it difficult for him to ascend. He could only wait for a while before embarking on a treasure-seeking expedition in this nascent era of the wilderness, where life began to manifest and deities and demons retreated into obscurity. Various spiritual treasures were emerging in abundance. The Dojo Mountain, transformed from Pangu's spine, was particularly rich in spiritual treasures, containing many that would be revered in later generations. Had it not been for the overwhelming pressure atop the mountain, Luya might have already ascended it. After leaving Dojo Mountain, Luya roamed through the clouds of the wilderness, meticulously observing the methods he had just acquired, upon rejecting the 12 ancestor witches and the three pure ones. A beam of pure light descended from beyond the heavens, merging into Luya's mind that it was a profound cultivation method, an otherworldly technique that could lead one to enlightenment and sainthood. Furthermore, the saints thus attained were not under the jurisdiction of the heavenly path, but existed independently outside its realm, transcending the three realms and escaping the 5 elements. Upon contemplating this method, Luya felt a surge of joy within his heart. Once the time was ripe, he would attain enlightenment, not as a saint of the heavenly path, but as a true saint, akin to what Pangu had envisioned in ages past. After scrutinizing the method within his mind, Luya gazed down at the vast desolation below, a look of contentment gracing his features. He recalled watching Pangu cleave open the heavens and shape the world. Now, a century later, life had manifested, and the land exuded a vibrant vitality. Suddenly, Luya noticed a flicker of golden light below. A radiant glow surging skyward. It was evident that a treasure was about to be born. Elated, Luya descended and landed atop a high mountain, extending his divine sense to perceive the spiritual treasure gestating within the mountain's core. Judging by the intensity of the divine light, this treasure was only slightly inferior to the famed Zhuzhen sword diagram. While not the pinnacle of spiritual treasures, it certainly belonged to the first tier. Luya's heart stirred, and he stood atop the mountain, awaiting the treasure's emergence. The divine light intensified. It pierced the heavens in the blink of an eye. The prospect of a treasure's arrival stirred a wave of excitement within Luya. For treasures were never in excess. Just as the treasure was about to appear, a voice of astonishment echoed from the clouds. Dodo, there's actually a treasure emerging here. Acquiring it would perfectly supplement my Zujin sword diagram. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Luya froze momentarily at the mountaintop. It belonged to none other than the infamous Zuluo Ho, one of the early dissenters during the Battle of the Heavens. The Zujin sword diagram he possessed had originally belonged to this individual. His astonishment. He had encountered him here. Just as Luya hesitated, the treasure's radiance surged even more, and crimson clouds shot forth, painting the sky in a fiery hue, reminiscent of celestial flames consuming the void. What a splendid treasure! Luo Ho exclaimed with excitement. He then prepared to descend upon the mountain to await the spiritual treasure's emergence. However, as he landed, he noticed a figure clad in dark robes standing before the radiant treasure, their appearance strikingly familiar. As Luo Ho pondered this, the figure spoke. Fellow Taoist, it has been a century. I trust you are well. Upon hearing these words, Luo Ho was taken aback, his eyes shimmering with demonic light as he pierced through the void. Once he recognized Luya's visage, he coldly remarked, So it is you. How well does my Zujin sword diagram serve you? Luya, momentarily taken aback, smiled and replied, The Zujin sword diagram is a supreme treasure. How could it possibly be of any disservice? You jest, fellow Taoist. Hearing this, Luo Ho's anger flared, and he felt a surge of rage within him. Had it not been for Hongjuan's clandestine manipulation during that battle, leading to the Zujin sword diagram slipping from his grasp, it would not have fallen into the hands of this insignificant being. Luo Ho gazed at Luya's seemingly mocking expression, and the shattering god spear slowly materialized in his hand as he cast a cold glare at Luya's expression tightened, and the chaos bell appeared above his head, with the Zujin sword diagram manifesting behind him. 4 swords hovered around him, tearing through the void. The atmosphere became palpably tense, observing the chaos bell and the Zujin sword diagram above Luya's head. Luo Ho inwardly cursed. The chaos bell was one of the supreme treasures of the heavens, boasting unparalleled defense. Nothing in the world could breach its protective barrier. Meanwhile, his Zujin sword diagram was unmatched in offensive prowess, capable of inflicting fatal injuries upon any ordinary great Luo golden immortal. With both treasures in his possession, Luo Ho realized he might not be able to contend with Luya, harboring resentment. Luo Ho spoke, Fellow Taoist, you have already gained great benefit from my Zujin sword diagram. Let us disregard past grievances and allow this treasure to belong to me. Just as Luya was about to respond, a familiar electronic voice echoed in his ears. Plot Direction 1. Yield the treasure here willingly. Result. Luo Ho departs with the treasure. Plot Direction 2. Return the Zujin sword diagram and accept the spiritual treasure here. Result. Luo Ho rejoices and may become amicable. Plot Direction 3. Stand firm and claim the spiritual treasure here. Result. Battle with Luo Ho. Chapter 11. The Flying Dagger of Immortals. Upon hearing the familiar electronic voice, Luya's expression transformed into a cold smile. He gazed at Luo Ho, who wielded the shattering god spear, and slowly spoke, Treasures are meant for the fated. If you have the confidence, feel free to try and seize it. Luo Ho's expression turned icy upon hearing Luya's words. He believed he had extended enough of an olive branch, even showing no intention of reclaiming his Zujin sword diagram. His dismay. This individual audaciously rejected his goodwill. Previously, he had been wary of the other deities and demons who might conspire against him. Today, however, he felt no such reservations. With a cold snort, Luo Ho declared, You have quite the audacity. As his voice faded, he charged toward Luya, spear in hand. The shattering god spear exuded a malevolent aura that coalesced into a small black dragon, swirling around the spear. This spear was formed from the root of the chaos Qinglian, embodying all the murderous energy that had fused into its root when Pangu shattered the heavenly lotus. It represented the ultimate expression of lethal force, possessing unmatched divine power that even the primordial chaos beings found difficult to withstand. Having acquired this treasure, Luo Ho treated it as his own supreme artifact. Over millennia of refinement, he had become intimately familiar with its capabilities as Luo Ho charged at Luya with the shattering god spear. Luya's expression remained unchanged. He flicked his finger lightly against the Zujin sword diagram. The four swords that had previously shielded him surged forth, surrounding Luo Ho. Their sharp sword radiance tore through the fabric of space, ensnaring him like a cage. The black dragon coiling around the spear shattered instantly. The sword radiance relentlessly tore through the void surrounding Luo Ho, passing over him without leaving a single mark. Luo Ho erupted into laughter, proclaiming arrogantly, "Is that all you have? Do not think that possessing two supreme treasures makes you my equal." With that, he shook the shattering god spear, forcing his way through the encirclement of the four swords, creating a rift through which he escaped. Seeing this, Luya's expression shifted slightly. Just as he prepared to command the Zujin sword diagram to suppress Luo Ho, a brilliant red light suddenly erupted from the mountain peak, followed by waves of rich treasure energy accompanying the crimson glow. The treasure was about to emerge. Both Luya and Luo Ho exclaimed in unison, then raced toward the source of the red light. In the brief distance, they clashed multiple times, their battle sending shockwaves that flattened the mountaintop. Upon arriving at the site of the red light, they witnessed the ground splitting open and a red gourd shot forth from within. Upon seeing this red gourd, Luya exclaimed in astonishment, "The flying dagger of immortals!" Gazing at the crimson gore before him, Luya's eyes widened, and his breath quickened. He never anticipated that the treasure about to emerge in this place would be the celestial slayer flying knife. Indeed, this artifact was destined to be his dot. It is worth noting that in later legends, the celestial slayer flying knife belonged to Luya. Yet, it remains uncertain whether his intrusion into the primordial chaos precipitated its emergence into the world so prematurely. And even the location had shifted. This celestial slayer flying knife is nestled within the red gourd of the primordial spiritual stock, nurtured by chaotic essence, and is destined to give birth to a fearsome celestial blade. Even a godslayer must tread carefully when targeted by it, for even a sage would need to exercise caution. That a flicker of wild joy crossed Luya's face as he reached out towards the crimson gourd. However, before he could grasp it, a long spear surged forth from the side, blocking him and forcing him back several steps. Then, he heard the cold laughter of Luo Ho. "This item belongs to me." With those words, he lunged toward the red gourd. Although he was unaware of the gourd's origins, its significance was evident, being treated with such reverence by the figure before him. It must be a spiritual treasure on par with the celestial slayer sword. Coincidentally, since the celestial slayer sword diagram had been seized by this individual, acquiring this treasure would mitigate some of his losses, for Luo Ho knew well that the celestial slayer sword diagram, now in Luya's possession, would never be handed over willingly. With the chaotic bell and the celestial slayer sword diagram in his hands, Luya's strength was not significantly inferior to his own. Thus, instead of attempting to reclaim the celestial slayer sword diagram, it was wiser to settle for this spiritual treasure and plot his next move gradually. Just as Luo Ho thought he could secure this item, he sensed a terrifying sword aura approaching. Instinctively halting, he witnessed the mountain before him crack open, splitting the entire peak in two, transforming into two rocky cliffs that slowly separated. Luya chuckled, "My friend, you are celebrating too soon." As his words fell, Luya swiftly activated the celestial slayer sword diagram, deploying four swords in a formation that encircled Luo Ho. The chaotic bell emitted a resonant hum, enveloping Luo Ho and forming two formidable barriers that confined him within. Upon witnessing this, Luo Ho's expression drastically changed, and he hastily summoned his god-slaying spear to attack, attempting to breach the barriers. Yet he never anticipated that his assaults upon the chaotic bell would be repelled one by one, leaving him in a state of disarray. Meanwhile, Luya's expanding magical power morphed into a colossal hand. Reaching for the celestial slayer flying knife, which he promptly seized, as he toyed with the knife in his hand, Luya looked at the ensnared Luo Ho and said with a smile, "Thank you, my friend, for your generosity. This treasure is indeed destined for me." Luo, gazing at Luya holding the red gourd, felt his face flush with anger upon hearing his words. He had not expected Luya to be so formidable, ultimately causing him to lose his grasp on a top-tier spiritual treasure. With an enraged roar, Luo swept his god-slaying spear. Observing this, Luya quickly recalled the chaotic bell and the celestial slayer's sword diagram, positioning them in front of himself to block the incoming lethal force. Then, with a smile, he inquired, "Would you care for another bout?" Luo's countenance darkened to the point where it seemed he could drip water. He cast a cold glance at Luya, snorted disdainfully, and then, after a penetrating gaze, vanished from sight. After Luo departed, Luya finally exhaled a sigh of relief and turned his attention back to the celestial slayer flying knife in his hand. This knife, being a top-tier spiritual treasure and not a gift from the system, required him to personally refine it to dispel its restrictions that Luya initially intended to refine the celestial slayer flying knife right there. But upon surveying his surroundings, he sensed numerous auras approaching. However, the strongest among them did not exceed the level of Tai, a golden immortal, with most being merely celestial immortals. Seeing this, Luya chuckled softly. It seemed some wished to play the role of the fisherman and profit from this affair. With that, he probed into the red gourd, leaving behind a unique imprint of his own. Then, he gently declared, "Please, treasure, turn around." Chapter 12. Ginseng Doll. As his words fell, the stopper of the red gourd sprang open, and a head with features and wings emerged, soaring into the air. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be an oddly shaped flying knife, now flapping its wings and hovering mid-air. Upon hearing Luya's command, it immediately flew toward the split mountain peak. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced resonated, and a silver light streaked across the sky, followed by terrified screams. "What is this thing? Why is it so terrifying? Who are you? We mean no offense. Please spare us." Several cries of despair echoed as the flying knife returned, diving back into the red gourd. Luya extended his consciousness and discerned that the most powerful among the onlookers had lost their lives. The remaining weaker cultivators fled in panic, distancing themselves from the mountain peak. They had initially been drawn by the radiant treasure emerging from this place, hoping to seize their fortune, but they never expected to encounter such a deadly being hidden within the mountain. Without a word, no, even before a word was spoken, the slaughter commenced. Those few beings with cultivation levels surpassing theirs all perished at the hands of a small creature adorned with features and wings. One by one, they retreated to their secluded sanctuaries, vowing never to emerge again. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, Luya stowed away the celestial slayer flying knife and set off toward the direction of Dojo Mountain. Hundreds of years had passed, and the pressure exerted by Pangu upon Dojo Mountain had diminished significantly. Now was an opportune moment for him to seek treasures atop the mountain in the blink of an eye. Several more years passed, and Luya returned to the vicinity of Dojo Mountain, gazing at the towering pillar that pierced the clouds, a hint of regret crossing his face. Had it not been for the heavenly Tao's machinations during the primordial chaos, Pangu would likely have long ascended to become the foremost sage of the primordial world. From his vantage point in the clouds, he observed that the area surrounding the original ancestral witch palace had been encircled by various tribes, established around the Dojo Mountain pillar. These were the witches born in recent years, their numbers having multiplied tenfold or more. Besides the witch clan, countless beings had emerged across the primordial continent over the past few centuries. Many of these beings had taken form, giving rise to numerous races. The primordial continent now thrived to a far greater extent than during the initial battle of creation. Luya concealed his aura, evading the detection of the 12 ancestral witches within the palace, and made his way directly to the foot of Dojo Mountain. Although the pressure exerted by Dojo Mountain had lessened considerably over the past few centuries, it remained challenging for ordinary Deluo-level beings to ascend. Luya ascended the steps, shouldering the mountain's oppressive force as he approached the summit. However, upon reaching a quarter of the way up, several low-tier spiritual treasures manifested. Yet he dismissed these as inconsequential, for such low-tier treasures could only serve a purpose beneath the Deluo level, and with his current strength, acquiring them would only diminish his combat prowess. Rather than accepting them, it was better to leave them for those who might be more deserving. The higher he ascended, the more terrifying the pressure from Dojo Mountain became, while ordinary Delua-level beings could still barely withstand it before. Further progress would force even the average Deluo Golden Immortal to retreat. Otherwise, they would be severely injured under the mountain's oppressive force. Luya continued to ascend, enduring the pressure from Dojo Mountain, when suddenly the surrounding space trembled, revealing hidden auras. Upon closer examination, it appeared to be a concealed formation. Dojo Mountain was home to numerous natural formations, many of which had long since passed into obscurity. Just as Luya prepared to advance, he sensed a glimmer of vitality emanating from within the auras spilling forth from the formations, suggesting the presence of a creation-type spiritual treasure. Luya felt a stir within, raised his hand, and gently pointed toward the location of the formation. Instantly, ripples began to stir in the void, and with a soft sound akin to bubbles bursting in water, the scene before him transformed. What was once an empty expanse suddenly revealed a vast medicinal garden. This garden had formed naturally, filled with numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures, albeit in a chaotic array. The vitality Luya had previously sensed emanated from this very garden. As he gazed at the expansive medicinal garden before him, the chaotic bell gradually materialized behind him. It floated above the garden, expanding with the wind until it overshadowed the sun and blocked out the sky. Luya raised his hand and pointed at the chaotic bell, softly commanding, "Gather." In the next moment, a tremendous suction emanated from the bottom of the chaos bell, swiftly engulfing the entire medicinal garden. The vast expanse of the garden was cleaved from beneath, resembling a small island suspended in an inverted sea, rising from the ground and entering the confines of the chaos bell. However, just as this grand garden was about to be drawn into the chaos bell, an unusual figure suddenly emerged from the earth, breaking through the soil and fleeing into the distance. Upon witnessing this, Luya revealed a peculiar expression. He discerned that the creature frantically escaping harbored an extraordinary vitality within. Even the entirety of the medicinal garden he had just collected could not match even a fraction of this creature's life force. With a light chuckle, Luya remarked, "How intriguing." He then raised his hand and gently pointed towards the fleeing figure. Instantly, the diminutive creature, caught in its desperate flight, was involuntarily lifted into the air, suspended and kicking its little legs in a futile struggle to descend. Yet, as Luya beckoned with his hand, the creature began to glide slowly towards him, eventually landing before him, revealing its true form, a ginseng doll adorned with facial features. Upon seeing Luya up close, the ginseng doll immediately burst into tears, exclaiming, "Please don't eat me. My flesh is unpalatable." Amidst its wails, a surge of potent vitality emanated from its body. Even a mere breath of this vitality could extend the lifespan of an ordinary being by a century, explaining why the ginseng doll had fled so swiftly. Luya regarded the floating ginseng doll, lightly flicking its forehead with his finger, which only intensified its cries, causing the vitality to nearly coalesce into droplets. "Fear not, little one," Luya laughed from this day forth. "You shall accompany me." The ginseng doll, upon hearing this, widened its eyes in astonishment and asked, "You want to eat me?" Luya replied with a smile, "Though your vitality is rich, it holds little utility for me." "What, do you wish for me to consume you?" The ginseng doll hurriedly shook its head and insisted, "No, no, no." The flesh of the doll is truly unappetizing. As Luya observed the ginseng doll's pitiful demeanor, he nearly burst into laughter. He then gently tapped the doll's forehead, feigning a sinister tone. "But should you prove disobedient, I might indeed have to feast upon you." The ginseng doll, filled with fear, shook its head vigorously, declaring, "The doll is very obedient, I swear." Seeing this, Luya wore a smile, lifting the ginseng doll onto his shoulder as he strode purposefully towards the summit of Mount Dojo. After an indeterminate period of time, Luya's collection of spiritual treasures grew increasingly abundant. The higher he ascended, the more elevated the quality of the treasures he gathered became, much to the excitement of the ginseng doll perched on his shoulder. "Master, there lies a treasure resembling an iron rod, and there is a piece of innate spiritual flora. While not as esteemed as the 10 great spiritual roots, it is still quite commendable. Master, that celestial stone possesses spirit." Should we not acquire it? Listening to the ginseng doll's enthusiastic remarks, Luya raised his hand and collected a celestial stone as tall as a person. He had not anticipated that the ginseng doll would also serve as a treasure-finding companion. Sensing Luya's gaze upon it, the ginseng doll grinned sheepishly. The doll has lived on Mount Dojo for nearly a century. The oppressive aura here has no effect on me, allowing the doll to traverse the mountain extensively, thus enhancing its sensitivity to spiritual energy. Luya chuckled at this revelation and continued his ascent towards the peak of Mount Dojo. The distance to the summit remained considerable. Suddenly, as Luya pressed on, he caught sight of a familiar silhouette ahead, one that seemed vaguely reminiscent. Just as he pondered this, the figure turned its head, revealing a Taoist robe and a whisk in hand, none other than the first to betray. Hongjun Taoist. It was said that Hongjun was a manifestation of a strand of righteous energy from the chaos, wielding the laws of the celestial path, and that his whisk was the legendary righteous Chi whisk. Yet, Luya could not fathom why Hongjun would appear in this locale. Hongjun, having noticed Luya, furrowed his brow and waved his whisk, instantly vanishing from sight. Luya narrowed his eyes, observing the summit of Mount Dojo. As his surrounding aura flickered, his speed surging as he too disappeared from his location. Had he not spotted Hongjun, he might have leisurely continued his journey to the peak. However, now that he had encountered Hongjun, any further delay would likely result in the treasures atop Mount Dojo falling into Hongjun's grasp. Clearly, there were many astute individuals in the primordial wilderness. Fortunately, he had arrived in time, and the oppressive aura of Mount Dojo could deter most ordinary great Luo golden immortals. Otherwise, he might not have had the opportunity to claim anything for himself. Perched on his shoulder, the ginseng doll cautiously remarked, "Master, that Taoist is incredibly strong. I sense that no one here rivals his might." Luya, hearing this, smiled knowingly. He is indeed a master of the laws of the celestial path, a being of chaos and divine magic. How could he not be formidable? As his words fell, Luya ascended to the summit of Mount Dojo. Where not far ahead stood Hongjun, who had just arrived in this vicinity. The summit was vast, its oppressive aura the most intense within all of Mount Dojo. Both Luya and Hongjun felt a hint of pressure. Suddenly, a flicker of spiritual light appeared 100 miles ahead, creating ripples in the void. In the blink of an eye, these ripples expanded to envelop both of them. Luya squinted, feeling the surge of his own power as he surged towards the direction of the flashing spiritual light. Hongjun, quick to react, waved his whisk and followed suit. In mere moments, they arrived at the site of the spiritual light, where waves of ripples were emanating. Imbued with terrifying array powers, Luya spoke softly. "There is an array lying in wait here." Hongjun laughed heartily. "Indeed, if you find this troublesome, allow me to dismantle the array, and I shall certainly leave a treasure or two for you," Luya replied with a smile. "Why such formality, my friend? This trivial matter is best left to me." The ginseng doll, listening to their exchange, shivered involuntarily, a sense of dread rising within. Just as the two stalemated, a shadow surged from below Mount Dojo towards the summit with astonishing speed, arriving at the peak in an instant. Observing Hongjun and Luya, it coldly remarked, "I never expected to encounter two fellow Taoists here. It seems we are indeed fated." Both Luya and Hongjun turned their gazes towards the voice, revealing a figure in dark robes, Luo Hu, approaching them slowly. Upon seeing Luo Hu, Hongjun's expression faltered momentarily before he turned to Luya, a strange smile creeping onto his lips. He knew that the Zujin sword map, which Luo Hu coveted, was in Luya's possession. Although he had a hand in its previous misplacement, ultimately, it was Luya who had obtained it. If these two were to clash, he could simply play the role of the fisherman reaping the rewards. Luya narrowed his eyes at the approaching Luo Hu, while the ginseng doll atop his shoulder trembled at the overwhelming malevolence surrounding Luo Hu, instinctively radiating its vitality. It quivered as it beseeched, "Master, please return me to the medicinal garden." Luya, hearing this, displayed a resigned expression. He then gently patted the ginseng doll's head, sending it into the confines of the Chaos Bell. This Chaos Bell not only boasted unparalleled defense, but also possessed its own spatial realm. rich in spiritual energy, making it an ideal sanctuary for spiritual plants and roots. Until he discovered a suitable abode, all the spiritual flora he had collected would be stored within. After securing the ginseng doll, Luya finally addressed Luo, who, smiling as he said, "I am honored to meet you, my friend." Luo, who, in response, let out a cold snort and walked forward. Upon nearing, his eyes emitted beams of divine light, shooting towards the vast expanse of space before him. Moments later, he remarked with a glimmer in his gaze, a treasure accompanied by an innate array. Upon hearing these words, Liya and Hongjun exchanged wary glances towards Luo Ho, their expressions betraying a newfound vigilance. Luo Ho cast a cold, scrutinizing gaze upon the two, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips as he discerned their apprehension. With a sudden flourish, he summoned the god-slaying spear, channeling immense power to strike at the array before him. In an instant, the array shattered, unleashing a torrent of rich spiritual energy that surged forth. The array was broken. Chapter 14. The Primordial Gourd Vine. As the array collapsed, a terrifying wave of spiritual energy erupted, radiating outward. Luo Ho, spear in hand, charged boldly into the fray, racing towards the location of the spiritual treasure. Observing this, Liya and Hongjun instinctively hurried towards the most concentrated source of spiritual energy within the array. Not far ahead of them stood Luo Ho, the first to breach the array. As he glanced back, he noted Liya and Hongjun trailing closely behind, their proximity shrinking by the moment. With a flash of murderous intent in his eyes, Luo Ho swung the god-slaying spear backward, unleashing two serpentine streams of malevolent energy that surged toward Liya and Hongjun. Intent on obstructing their advance, Liya brandished the Immortal slaying sword, effortlessly cleaving through the malevolent energy projections. Hongjun chuckled lightly, remarking, "My friend, there is no need for such underhanded tactics. This treasure rightfully belongs to the virtuous." As he spoke, he brandished his righteous whisk, dispelling the sinister energies before him. Although they managed to counter the attacks with ease, their movements were momentarily hindered. Luo Ho reached the source of the concentrated spiritual energy first. Just as he prepared to seize it, he was met with an even more formidable barrier than before. Once he shattered the barrier, Liya and Hongjun arrived at his side, gazing down at the prominent cliff face before them. Climbing along the cliff was a vine of primordial gourds, adorned with 6 vibrant gourds at its apex, each radiating distinct hues. Upon beholding the gourd vine, Liya's eyes brightened, exclaiming, "The primordial gourd vine!" He had not anticipated that the array's guardian would be one of the 10 great spiritual roots of chaos. Noticing only 6 gourds, Liya's heart stirred. Originally, there should have been 7 gourds on this vine. The immortal slaying flying dagger he had previously obtained was one of them. It remained a mystery how that dagger had come to be outside of Dojo Mountain, leaving the primordial gourd vine with but 6 remaining gourds. Upon hearing Liya's exclamation, both Luo Ho and Hongjun turned their gazes toward the vine. The 6 gourds included a purple gold and red gourd, which, according to his recollection, was acquired by Laozi, a 9/9 dispersing soul red gourd that could emit a crimson mist capable of disbanding souls. A purple-green gourd for summoning spirits, which could be fashioned into a banner to call forth all manner of demons. A purple-yellow gourd containing 2 fire and water chelants. A purple-green heavenly emperor gourd, which could nurture treasures to elevate their essence. And finally, a purple-black chaotic gourd that could give rise to its own chaotic realm, capable of manifesting myriad forms. Among these, Liya placed the utmost importance on the heavenly emperor gourd, envisioning the potential transformation it could bring to his treasures that he gazed at the 2 still momentarily stunned. Then swiftly reached for the heavenly emperor and chaotic gourds, intent on securing them for himself. Realizing Liya's decisive action, Hongjun and Luo Ho quickly regained their composure and lunged for the remaining gourds. In an instant, Liya grasped both the heavenly emperor and chaotic gourds in his hands, while Hongjun and Luo Ho each claimed one for themselves. Had it not been for the rivalry between the 2, they might have secured 2 gourds each, much as Liya had. Exchanging a glance filled with cold resolve, Luo Ho and Hongjun simultaneously reached for the last 2 gourds, their magical hands stretching toward the remaining treasures. Yet, Liya was swifter having already seized the entire gourd vine before they could react. In the blink of an eye, he had claimed the vine along with its remaining gourds, with the gourd vine in hand. Liu Ya retreated, distancing himself from Hong Jun and Luo Ho. The two, witnessing the sudden shift in events, found the gourd vine and its treasures vanished before their eyes. Luo Ho's aura of menace intensified as he leveled his god-slaying spear at the retreating Liu Ya. His voice dripping with malice. "My friend, your actions are far too greedy." Even the typically genial Hongjuan's demeanor turned icy as he remarked, "Such behavior is detrimental to the harmony of heaven." Liu Ya, stowing the gourd vine and gourds away, regarded the two with a wary smile, saying, "I extend my gratitude to both of you for your graciousness. It seems this primordial gourd vine is destined to be in my possession." The expressions of Hong Jun and Luo Ho darkened with indignation, perceiving Liu Ya's words as the height of arrogance. With a shared look of resentment, the two formed an unspoken alliance and advanced towards Liu Ya. Noticing their approach, Liu Ya's eyes gleamed with realization, prompting him to retreat further. Having anticipated such a turn of events, he had been cautious when claiming the gourd vine and had retreated 100 miles in anticipation. Luo Ho's gaze sharpened, his malice intensifying, yet the distance between them continued to grow. Hongjuan's voice dripped with sarcasm as he said, "You are quite slippery, my friend. Given our shared fate, why not settle down for a conversation over tea and philosophical discourse?" As they spoke, Luo Ho and Hong Jun pressed on, pursuing Liu Ya this moment. Liu Ya was adorned with the chaotic bell, the diagram of the immortal slaying sword, and 4 primordial gourds, making him a veritable treasure trove, despite their countless epochs of experience. Luo Ho and Hong Jun, as primordial beings, understood each other's thoughts without the need for words. If they could work together to subdue Liu Ya, the treasures he bore would become theirs. Hearing Hongjuan's words, Liu Ya laughed heartily, with such fervent hospitality. "I truly ought not to decline. However, I find myself on the brink of a breakthrough in my cultivation. Perhaps it would be wise to enter seclusion for a time before engaging in further discussions with you both." As his words fell, the diagram of the immortal slaying sword manifested, 4 swords soaring forth, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that hurtled toward the two. The 4 immortal slaying swords were formidable in their own right. And now, enhanced by the diagram, their power became terrifying. In an instant, the energy enveloped Hong Jun and Luo Ho, causing the very air around them to tremble. Chapter 15. The ancestor dragon appears. Both Hong Jun and Luo Ho's expressions shifted dramatically as they unleashed their powers to dissipate the oncoming sword energy. When they finally managed to disperse the sword aura and looked up, they found that Liu Ya had already vanished without a trace. Luo Ho, enraged, bellowed and swung the god-slaying spear, shattering the air before him. Hong Jun, too, scoffed, brandishing his whisk as he descended from Dojo Mountain. He felt that the majority of the treasures and spiritual plants atop the mountain had been claimed by him and Liu Ya. Yet in truth, the treasures he had acquired paled in comparison to the primordial gourds. He had only managed to secure one. Luo Ho had also acquired one, but together, their gains were still less than what Liu Ya had obtained. After Hong Jun descended, Luo Ho gazed toward the foot of the mountain, his eyes glimmering with coldness. He then sheathed his god-slaying spear and followed suit. Once both had left the vicinity of Dojo Mountain, ripples of an array suddenly spread from a concealed location. As the ripples dissipated, Liu Ya emerged languidly, and upon his shoulder, the ginseng doll whispered, "Master, those 2 villains have departed," carefully scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was near. The ginseng doll finally exhaled in relief. Liu Ya chuckled at the doll's cautious demeanor, remarking, "Those 2 certainly did not anticipate that I had yet to leave the mountain. When they discover the truth, it will surely infuriate them." The ginseng doll chuckled heartily, remarking, "Master, your wisdom is unparalleled. Had it been an ordinary person, they would surely have fallen prey to these 2 nefarious characters." In the eyes of the ginseng doll, the 2 individuals who confronted Liu Ya were undoubtedly villains. Liu Ya retrieved 2 gourds, scrutinizing them closely. One was a water-fire gourd, containing the nascent forms of 2 water-fire qilin, not yet fully matured due to the brevity of time. The other was a summoning gourd, which, should it be refined into a summoning banner in the future, would command myriad demons. Luya stowed away the water fire gourd and then examined the summoning gourd intently, pondering whether he should capture a few demon kings and personally establish a demon court once he successfully crafted the summoning gourd. Amused by this thought, Luya chuckled softly and then glanced around before addressing the ginseng doll perched on his shoulder. Are there any treasures of noteworthy caliber atop Mount Dojo? The ginseng doll leaped into the air, sniffing the air before shaking its head. There are no mature spiritual plants or treasures left. Upon hearing this, Luya nodded slightly and remarked, "Since this venture has been fruitful, we may take our leave." With that, he departed Mount Dojo without hesitation. Once outside Mount Dojo, Luya continued a journey through the vast wilderness of Hongwan. His cultivation had reached an impasse, and even with the primordial purple chi and the elusive essence, it was challenging to progress further. Although his combat prowess, combined with the numerous spiritual treasures at his disposal, barely allowed him to contend with a late-stage great Luo Jingxian, he still felt somewhat lacking in terms of cultivation realm. Having just entered the great Luo Jingxian stage, his realm remained shackled. But now he could seize this opportunity to explore the wilderness. Along the way, the ginseng doll remained perched on Luya's shoulder, curiously surveying the surroundings. Since its awakening, it had lived atop Mount Dojo, and while it could freely enter and exit the medicinal gardens formations, its domain was limited to only the mountain's midsection. Now, having ventured beyond Mount Dojo, the sight of the sprawling wilderness filled it with exhilaration. After a considerable time, as they observed the increasing number of living beings below, the ginseng doll's excitement grew. Suddenly, a distant sound of a dragon's roar echoed through the air. The ginseng doll, hovering mid-air, sniffed again, sensing a disturbance in the surrounding laws, and exclaimed, "Master, it seems there is a creature trapped nearby." Luya's heart stirred at this revelation. As a traveler from a future age, he was revered as a descendant of dragons. However, during his travels thus far, he had encountered many beings yet had not seen a true dragon. He immediately inquired, "Do you know where that creature is located?" The ginseng doll pointed towards a nearby mountain range and replied, "Reporting to Master, that creature is situated within the mountains ahead." Upon hearing this, Luya transformed his form and descended upon the peak of the mountain. This mountain, known as Coon Loon, was grand and majestic, its spiritual energy so dense it seemed to drip with vitality. Within it, the creatures possessed awakened intelligence, making it a veritable paradise. Luya felt a stirring within his heart and raised his hand, conjuring a grand formation that enveloped Coon Loon Mountain, a manifestation of the rules he had comprehended near Mount Dojo. This formation could rival even the might of a late-stage great Luo Jingxian. Should he incorporate another spiritual treasure as the formation's core, even the innate deities and demons would find it challenging to breach. With this thought in mind, Luya tossed the water fire gourd into the air, allowing it to land on the formation's core. While suppressing the mountain's protective formation, he simultaneously absorbed the spiritual energy to nourish the water fire gourd. He then turned to the ginseng doll and asked, "Where is that creature trapped?" The ginseng doll soared into the air, following the intertwining rules and swiftly arriving at a hidden cave at the foot of Coon Loon Mountain, above the cave entrance. The characters Dragon Spring were etched. Luya murmured, "Dragon Spring Cave. This name seems somewhat familiar." With that, he walked directly into the cave, while the ginseng doll landed in front of him, clutching a strand of his hair and cautiously scanning the surroundings. As they ventured deeper into the cave, the surrounding laws grew increasingly chaotic, with earth, water, fire, and wind intertwining. Within the depths of the cave, a faint dragon aura radiated, accompanied by the continuous sound of dragon roars. Luya's eyes brightened as he reached the cave's end, where chains formed from the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind ensnared a young dragon. The juvenile dragon struggled incessantly, causing the four primordial elements to become even more chaotic. Upon seeing Luya, the young dragon's eyes reflected a hint of pitiable despair. Luya smiled, saying, "You, little one, are quite intriguing." The young dragon let out a low growl and resumed its struggles, observing the young dragon's continuous efforts. Luya felt a vague intuition. After Pangu opened the heavens and established the four primordial elements, he stabilized the Hongwang space. Over time, These four elements evolved into the five elemental phases: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. That it was during this transformation that the four primordial elements fused together, ultimately giving birth to several chaotic divine beasts, much like the birth of the 3,000 demons from the chaos. The young dragon before him was likely the progenitor of the dragon clan, the ancestral dragon. Luya approached the young dragon bound by the chains of law, grinning widely. "Little one, would you be willing to become my steed?" Upon hearing Luya's words, the young dragon, bound by the rules, erupted into a furious roar. "I am the progenitor of the dragon clan, ancestral dragon. How dare you, mere mortal, wish for me to be your mount? You shall pay dearly for such insolence." Before its words had fully escaped, it struggled anew. The chains of time, woven from the laws, lashed out in the void, producing a terrifying cacophony that nearly caused the ginseng doll perched on Luya's shoulder to tumble off. As the progenitor of the dragon clan, it naturally possessed its own pride and would never submit to being anyone's steed. Observing the tumultuous chains within Dragon Spring Cave, Luya's eyes narrowed slightly. He then pointed gently at the ancestral dragon bound by the chains. The ancestral dragon gazed at Luya's outstretched finger, fear flickering in its eyes. It could sense that elemental laws were accumulating at Luya's fingertip, swirling and coiling around it, reminiscent of the time when Pangu established the four primordial elements. This was the embryonic form of the elemental laws Luya had comprehended near Mount Dojo over the course of several centuries. Now he could wield it to confront this young ancestral dragon. As Luya's finger drew nearer, the young dragon cried out in a high-pitched voice, "Stop! Don't come any closer! Please stop!" Yet Luya's finger continued its advance. The young dragon was utterly panicked and hastily declared, "I am willing to be your steed. Please, release me." Upon hearing this, Luya's finger finally halted. He then smiled at the young dragon before him, saying, "In that case, I shall free you from your shackles." With that, Luya raised his hand, forming it into a sword-like gesture, and lightly sliced through the chains binding the young dragon. Instantly, the chains of law shattered. Freeing the young dragon, it immediately transformed into a streak of light, attempting to escape Dragon Spring Cave. However, before it could exit, Luya smiled slightly and raised his hand, transforming it into a colossal palm that reached out to grasp the young dragon. In an instant, the young dragon, now a mere fledgling at the late stage of the Jinxian realm, found itself utterly powerless to resist Luya's might and was snatched into his grasp. The ginseng doll on Luya's shoulder cackled with delight. "Little one, there's no escape for you. You cannot flee from Master S' grasp." The young dragon twisted its body, its face flushed with embarrassment as it retorted, "You read the little one. Your whole family is little." Provoked by this, the ginseng doll furiously emitted energy from its ears and leaped onto the young dragon, raising its tiny hands to strike. Although the damage and pain were negligible, it ignited a profound sense of humiliation within the young dragon. The juvenile dragon roared in indignation, but within Luya's grasp, it could only endure the humiliation. "Little one, once I am free, I shall devour you." The ginseng doll's expraise, Luya chuckled and said, "In that case, you shall make a vow to the heavenly Tao. From this day forth, if you follow me, I shall not treat you poorly." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yinglong felt the binding power that had restrained him dissipate, and he struggled to remain afloat in the air. The tender voice escaped his lips, tinged with a hint of sorrow. "Xiao Yinglong pays his respects to the master. From today onwards, I am willing to serve as your servant, never to betray you." After Xiao Yinglong made his vow to the heavenly Tao, a peculiar force descended from the heavens. The oath was fulfilled. From this day forth, the commanding lineage of the Hongwan continent, the illustrious ancestral dragon, Xiao Yinglong, became Luya's steed, with the heavenly Tao vow binding him. Luya no longer had to worry about the possibility of Xiao Yinglong betraying him in the future. For if Xiao Yinglong harbored treachery, even if he spared the little creature, the heavenly Tao would not show him mercy. After accepting Xiao Yinglong, Luya left the Dragon Spring Cave with a smile. Upon exiting the cave, he beheld the entire Coon Loon mountain range, now seamlessly integrated with the Grand Formation, shrouded in ethereal energy. with towering peaks standing majestically. The area was filled with towering trees, countless celestial cranes soaring through the air, and various exotic beasts wandering among the woods. Wisps of mist, formed from the condensed celestial energy, permeated the entire mountain forest. The current Coon Loon mountain range, enhanced by Lu Ya's grand formation and the gourd suppressing the formation's core, had undergone a complete transformation. Though it had originally been a terrifying cave of fortune, it now surpassed its former glory. Luya surveyed the changes around him with a satisfied nod on his shoulder. The ginseng baby exclaimed in astonishment, "Master, are you planning to establish a dojo in such a vast place? Does this mean I can run around and play with all these beings and spiritual plants?" Not only he, but even the recently freed Xiao Long was equally astonished. Although he'd been trapped in the Dragon Spring Cave since he spoke, he still retained a degree of awareness of the outside world. The previous Coon Loon mountain range, while a top-tier cave of fortune, paled in comparison to its current state. The present Coon Loon mountain range bore a closer resemblance to the primordial chaos of the time when Pangu had yet to separate heaven and earth. Despite his overwhelming astonishment, Xiao Long disdainfully retorted, "You little brat, your vision is so limited. Even after escaping from Mount Dojo, your thoughts remain so childish." The ginseng baby, incensed by this remark, expelled a thick aura of vitality, clenching his tiny fists tightly as if he intended to leap onto Xiao Long and deliver a thrashing. However, upon seeing the little dragon suspended in the air, clearly larger than himself, and the barely perceptible provocation in its gaze, the ginseng baby huffed and turned away, ignoring him. Witnessing this, Xiao Long let out a disinterested sigh. Luya, observing the two little creatures bickering, could not help but smile. He then raised his hand and took out the chaos bell. Subsequently, he flew with the two towards a particularly rich area of celestial energy within the Coon Loon mountain range. Gently pointing at the chaos bell, a vast medicinal garden descended slowly from within it, settling in the gentle terrain. After completing this task, Luya casually set up a formation above the medicinal garden. However, its power was not great, capable only of warding off mid-stage Deluo Jinxian. Yet, given that this place was within the Coon Loon mountain range, a stronger formation would be of little use. After all, if someone could breach Luya's protective formation surrounding the Coon Loon mountain range, no matter how powerful the formation set here, it would be futile. Luya turned to the ginseng baby perched on his shoulder and said with a smile, "This place will be entrusted to you for guardianship. Do not let anything go awry." Upon hearing this, the ginseng baby immediately displayed a look of delight and eagerly asked, "Master, can I play with the beings here?" Luya replied with a mischievous grin, "Of course, as long as you are not afraid of being eaten by others." Xiao Long chimed in with a chuckle, "You little brat, you are merely at the early stage of Tai Jinxian. No matter how fast you run, you cannot escape other hands that time. I shall be sure to take a couple of your ginseng legs." This comment incensed the ginseng baby, who immediately crossed his arms and turned away. Ignoring the two. Luya, observing this, chuckled, "Rest assured, within the Coon Loon mountain range, no one dares to harm you." Upon hearing this, the ginseng baby's expression eased, and he rubbed against Luya's neck affectionately. Meanwhile, Xiao Long merely pouted. Luya's form gradually ascended, rising into the clouds and surveying the entirety of the Coon Loon mountain range. Now that he intended to establish a dojo in this place, it must possess the semblance of a proper dojo. Aside from the mountains and forests, there is not a single decent structure to be found that if friends were to visit in the future and see the place in such a state, it would surely elicit laughter. The ginseng baby glanced at Xiao Long beside him, huffed, and turned away to disregard him. Xiao Long also let out a huff. His curiosity piqued as he surveyed the entire Coon Loon mountain range. The Coon Loon mountain range stretched for an unknown number of miles, with its strange peaks resembling rows of bamboo shoots of varying sizes. The tallest among them was the main peak of Coon Loon Mountain. Upon witnessing such a magnificent scene for the first time, Xiao Long could not help but emit a soft hum of wonder. Luya, too, observed the main peak of Coon Loon Mountain. After pondering for a moment, he raised his hand and lightly tapped, directly leveling the summit of the main peak. He then reached out into the void and gently grasped. Suddenly, A grand and majestic complex of buildings rose from the ground atop the now flattened main peak of Coon Loon Mountain. Upon witnessing this, the ginseng baby gasped in astonishment. Xiao Long's eyes sparkled with wonder as well. The two of them, one having been trapped on Mount Dojo since gaining sentience, and the other confined in the Dragon Spring Cave since birth, had never before seen such architecture. Now, as they watched the vast array of buildings rise before them, they could no longer contain their excitement and gasped in a double. Luya chuckled and shook his head at the astonishment of the two little creatures. This was just the beginning. Once the complex was fully established, a spectacular phenomenon emerged, as a vast expanse of golden clouds drifted from afar, settling upon Coon Loon Mountain. Luya raised his hand and gently pointed at the palace complex, instantly arranging the tables, chairs, and rooms within. Floating within the main hall of the palace complex, Luya surveyed his surroundings and nodded in satisfaction. He then allowed the two little creatures to explore freely while he retreated into a secluded area for meditation. Although his combat power had already reached the pinnacle of the Deluo Jinxian stage, his cultivation level had yet to catch up, having gained much insight atop Mount Dojo, along with the need to refine the treasures he had acquired. This was an opportune moment to address these matters as he established the dojo. After Luya entered the meditation area, Xiao Long and the ginseng baby exchanged glances outside the hall, both displaying expressions of intrigue, especially Xiao Long. Though his cultivation level was roughly on par with the ginseng baby, his combat prowess far exceeded that of the latter. Additionally, having endured the little creature riding on his back and delivering a barrage of blows in the Dragon Spring Cave, his intentions were now unmistakably mischievous. Upon noticing this, the ginseng baby's face turned pale with fear. "What are you planning to do?" he exclaimed. Xiao Long floated closer to the ginseng baby, grinning widely. "What do you think?" As the ginseng baby retreated, he shouted, "Don't come any closer. If you do, I will call for the master." Xiao Long wore a mischievous grin and replied, "Go ahead and call, even if you scream your throat raw." The master will not emerge from his retreat. Although he had never encountered the other cultivators, remnants of Pangu's practice still lingered within his essence. Thus, he was acutely aware that once a cultivator entered seclusion, they would not emerge for trivial matters. Seizing the moment when the ginseng doll was momentarily distracted, the little let out a peculiar chuckle and lunged forward. Yet before the little could reach him, the ginseng doll's form vanished from sight. In truth, on the unyielding mountain, there were few spiritual plants or beings capable of gaining sentience. Once a being achieved awareness atop the unyielding mountain, it was destined to be extraordinary. The ginseng doll, for instance, not only possessed the ability to sense treasures, but was also exceptionally skilled in the art of evasion. Even with the innate advantages of the little, capturing the ginseng doll at this moment proved to be a formidable challenge. The two engaged in a relentless chase through the forest, swiftly traversing much of the Coon Loon mountain range. However, a significant distance always remained between them, making it impossible for the little to catch up. After a considerable time, the little, panting as he observed the ginseng doll's silhouette in the distance, called out, "Little fellow, cease your flight. I assure you, I mean you no harm." Upon hearing the little's voice, the ginseng doll displayed a disdainful expression and retorted, "If you cease your pursuit, I shall not run." Hearing this, the little immediately floated in mid-air, showing no intention of advancing, and gazed at the ginseng doll with an innocent demeanor. The ginseng doll glanced back, and upon confirming that the little had indeed halted his chase, he let out a sigh of relief, though he remained vigilant as he watched the little from a distance. The little, with a smile, proclaimed, "I am a person of my word. If I say I shall not pursue, then I shall not." The ginseng doll, upon hearing this, wore a look of disdain and replied, "You have broken your promises before, such as at the Dragon Spring Cave. It is utterly impossible for me to trust you now." With that, he began to retreat. Suddenly, the little pointed behind the ginseng doll, his face filled with astonishment, and exclaimed, "My lord, have you emerged from seclusion?" Startled, the ginseng doll quickly turned to look behind, only to find nothing but emptiness, causing a sense of foreboding to swell within him that he intended to utilize his abilities to escape. But before he could do so, he felt a wave of confinement enveloping him. Upon turning back, he was met with the mischievous grin of the little. Chapter 17. the act of seizing the heavens. At this moment, in the heart of his secluded domain, Luya sat cross-legged, savoring the rich aura of celestial spirit that surrounded him, nodding in satisfaction. This place of seclusion was meticulously chosen, the area within the Coon Loon mountain range where the celestial spirit was most concentrated. It also lay at the very center of his vast establishment. Although he had already attained the level of Great Luo, Golden Immortal, and did not require excessive absorption of celestial spirit, why endure discomfort when he could rest in such a comfortable environment? A subtle smile graced Luya's lips as the four elemental forces of earth, water, fire, and wind materialized around him, suffusing the entire area of his seclusion. This created an inexplicable allure, continuously drawing in the remnants of these four elements from the heavens and earth. Above the Coon Loon mountain range, it resembled an hourglass, with the four elements swirling downwards, integrating into his domain of seclusion. This extraordinary phenomenon soon caught the attention of other powerful beings in the primordial world. Most of them were entities that had manifested after the creation of the primordial realm, and unlike the innate deities and demons, they had only recently developed their sentience. Aside from the remnants of the innate deities and demons, the most distinguished among them were merely at the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. Witnessing the dense gathering of the four elements above the Coon Loon mountain range, they were all profoundly astonished. It was common knowledge that they currently relied on the absorption of celestial spirit for their cultivation, and even comprehending the rules was beyond their reach, let alone utilizing the four elements for cultivation. Only upon reaching the level of Great Luo, Golden Immortal, could they begin to grasp the rules. Once they mastered the pinnacle of the Great Luo, Golden Immortal stage, they could come to understand the four elements of creation. Upon successfully comprehending them, they would be able to cultivate using these elements. Furthermore, this was only feasible due to the current state of the heavenly will, which had yet to fully materialize, thus allowing for the audacious act of seizing the heavens. This method was known to all who embarked on the path of cultivation in the primordial realm. Yet very few could comprehend the four elements of creation. Even among those who could, few were as audacious as Luya. The remnants of the innate deities and demons were no exception. At that moment, tens of thousands of miles away from the Coon Loon mountain range, the three pure ones wandered through the clouds. Upon witnessing the existence of the four elements of creation above the Coon Loon mountain range, they exchanged glances filled with astonishment. After all, they were the true lineage of Pangu, and among the three, Laozi, the most accomplished, had only recently reached the peak of the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Yuan Shi had just attained the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal, while Tong Tian was still at the early stage, observing the gathering of the four elements of creation above the Coon Loon mountain range. A sense of envy arose within them. Tong Tian, filled with admiration, remarked, "Only those as powerful as our teacher could cultivate using the four elements of creation," although Luya had not yet accepted the three into his fold. In their hearts, he was regarded as their teacher due to his amicable relations with the father god Pangu. Whether Luya would eventually take them as disciples was left to the will of heaven. Yuan Shi also shared this sentiment, stating, "If we cannot become disciples of our teacher in the future, I wonder if we could seek guidance from this individual instead." Upon hearing this, Tong Tian suddenly suggested, "Brothers, should we not venture to the mountain range to take a look?" At this proposal, Yuan Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. He harbored the same intention. Should they visit the mountain range, they would not only have the chance to experience the four elements of creation, but also leave a favorable impression on the esteemed elder. If Luya were to decline their discipleship later, they could approach this elder to seek mentorship. The two simultaneously turned their gazes towards Laozi, although Laozi felt a stir of interest at their words. He cautioned that esteemed elder is currently harnessing the four elements of creation for cultivation, that if we were to approach recklessly, we would only incite his displeasure, that it would be wiser to focus on improving our cultivation. Awaiting the day we can enter our teacher's fold. Upon hearing Laozi's words, disappointment flickered in Yuan Shi and Tong Tian's eyes. Meanwhile, near the Coon Loon mountain range, above the sky, the four elements of creation swirled majestically, pouring into Luya's seclusion. Immersed in the rich essence of the four elements, Luya closed his eyes, allowing his spirit to delve into the transformative energies around him. The four elements of creation were the very foundation of myriad laws within the primordial realm. Even the 3,000 paths that would later emerge gradually evolved from these four elements. Should Luya master these four elements completely, he would possess an innate advantage once the 3,000 paths matured. Just as he was deeply engrossed in his contemplation, an electronic voice resounded in his ears. This time, however, the options had shifted from 3 to 2, manifesting in a manner akin to the first encounter. Event analysis. In the nascent primordial world, the 3,000 paths remain incomplete, and the four elements of creation still exist. Storyline option 1. The host continues to cultivate using the four elements of creation, causing the embryonic form of the heavenly will to manifest, obstructing the host's continued cultivation. Outcome. The four elements of creation diminish, leading to the manifestation of the heavenly will. The heavenly will gain sentience. It requires the four elements of creation to perfect itself. Should the host withstand the impending heavenly punishment, he shall gain entry into the sacred cultivation method, receiving the manifestation of the sage's essence and an early understanding of the sage's path. Conversely, should he fail to withstand the heavenly punishment, he would be obliterated, and his soul would shatter completely, leaving no living being upon Coon Loon Mountain. Storyline option 2. Complying with the heavenly will, the host halts his cultivation using the four elements of creation. Outcome. The heavenly will rewards the host with immense merit, distributing it among the beings of the primordial realm, thereby promoting the manifestation of the heavenly will. The host shall acquire a portion of this merit, facilitating his ascent to the sage realm through cultivation. After listening to the electronic sound that resonated in his ears, Luya couldn't help but frown slightly. It is worth noting that the options previously presented were at least somewhat moderate, far less extreme than the two he currently faced. The calamities he had encountered before could be deemed as man-made disasters, even when contending with those primordial deities and demons who had experienced the battle of creation. Luya had confidence in preserving his life, even asserting that he had a 90% assurance of survival. However, at this moment, Luya felt no such certainty. He faced the grim choice of either being obliterated by the heavenly Tao or opposing it in hopes of seizing a substantial opportunity. After much contemplation, Luya gradually withdrew his thoughts, closed his eyes, and sat quietly in meditation within the secluded chamber. Meanwhile, above the Coon Loon mountain range, the swirling vortex of the four elements of creation began to ease its vigilance slightly. It must be understood that with the nascent emergence of the heavenly Tao, it was these four elements that would allow it to mature fully. This was also one of the reasons behind its calculations regarding Pangu. Should all the beings below seize the opportunity to cultivate, the time required for its growth would extend exponentially. Just as the eye of the heavenly Tao sought to close entirely, Luya, who had initially kept his eyes shut within the meditation chamber, slowly opened them, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Then, above the Coon Loon mountain range, the four elements of creation surged wildly, merging fervently towards the chamber below. Chapter 18. Heavenly Punishment. Above the Coon Loon mountain range, the four elements of creation surged like a colossal vortex suspended in mid-air. This sight caused many powerful beings within the primordial world to widen their eyes in astonishment. It was the first time they had witnessed such a massive fusion of the four elements of creation. Who could be the formidable entity cultivating within the cave? In the meditation chamber, Luya's eyes remained tightly closed, the four elements of creation enveloping him, saturating the entire space. The little Inglong and the ginseng baby, who were previously frolicking in the mountains, were struck with terror upon witnessing the scene above the meditation chamber. The little Inglong, pale with fright, exclaimed, "Could it be that my master has gone mad, daring to snatch something from the heavenly Tao?" The ginseng baby, born with an instinct for fortune and misfortune, sensed the impending doom upon seeing the terrifying four elements of creation above. In the chaotic expanse above the Coon Loon mountain range, a wisp of the heavenly Taos will manifested, hovering in mid-air, its gaze fiercely directed at the Coon Loon mountains below. It could feel that the materials necessary for its growth were being plundered by the hidden Taoist within the mountains below. In an instant, dark clouds gathered in the sky, lightning serpents flickering and roaming within the cloud layers. The sound of thunder erupted from the horizon. The little Inglong, clutching its head with its front paws. Trembled and said, "It's over, it's over." The heavenly Tao is furious. The ginseng baby, quivering, struggled to maintain its stance and stammered, "Impossible. The current heavenly Tao won't take action. It cannot possibly take action. The primordial world is just beginning, and the will of the heavenly Tao has only just taken shape. Although it can influence the primordial world, it has not yet reached the level to slay a late-stage Deluo golden immortal." Within the meditation chamber, Lu Ya's ears twitched slightly, and through his spiritual awareness, he perceived the gathering thunderstorm in the sky. Despite his absolute confidence in the protective formation of the Coon Loon mountain range, he nonetheless summoned the Chaos Bell to float in mid-air. This Chaos Bell, a supreme defensive treasure, also contained the merits of creation, making it more than capable of withstanding the impending thunderstorm. Subsequently, Lu Ya began to operate his cultivation techniques with full force, and 3 flowers manifested above his head, swaying gracefully. They aided him in continuously refining and comprehending the 4 elements of creation present. He aimed to establish a foundational principle based on the 4 elements, thereby strengthening his cultivation roots immensely. In the future, he would be more assured of smoothly cultivating the saint-level techniques. Lu Ya's internal power surged as his spirit enveloped the 4 elements of creation, refining and assimilating them into his foundational essence. In but a brief moment, he had already integrated nearly half of the 4 elements present. In the heavens above, the embodiment of the heavenly Taos will observe the gathering thunderstorm with fury. The Taoist below still dared to plunder the 4 elements of creation, inciting its wrath. Within the storm clouds, thousands of lightning dragons roared downwards, crashing toward the Coon Loon mountain range in the blink of an eye. Tens of thousands of lightning dragons descended upon the Coon Loon mountains, striking the protective formation. Boom! The thundering sound erupted, causing the protective formation of the Coon Loon mountain range to tremble, revealing a multitude of cracks. As if on the verge of shattering completely, the water and fire gourd at the formation's core began to emit a continuous low hum, with bolts of lightning manifesting upon Lu Ya, who was refining the 4 elements of creation, naturally sensed the situation. His brows furrowed slightly. He had not anticipated that although the embryonic form of the heavenly Taos had just been born, the storm clouds it controlled were sufficient to slay a late-stage Deluo golden immortal. In the next moment, the Chaos Bell slowly ascended, positioning itself between the Coon Loon mountain range and the storm clouds. As the 4 elements of creation diminished below, the myriad lightning dragons roared down once more, their might overwhelming. This time, they collided directly with the Chaos Bell, which expanded dramatically in response. Boom! The impact of the myriad lightning dragons against the Chaos Bell unleashed a terrifying resonance. The explosive aftermath radiated from the Chaos Bell, spreading outward for miles. The protective formation enveloping the Coon Loon mountain range could withstand the reverberations, yet the surrounding mountains and vegetation were reduced to dust. Swirling in the air, the dust, mingled with blood mist, cast the surroundings into a profound silence. The Chaos Bell only managed to deflect a majority of the lightning dragons, yet a portion still struck the protective formation of the Coon Loon mountain range. The formation, already on the brink of collapse, now teetered precariously, with countless arcs of lightning flickering across its surface. Numerous lightning serpents slithered and struck the water and fire gourd. The gourd trembled slightly, with multicolored lightning serpents coiling around it. But in the next moment, an endless stream of lightning serpents was absorbed within. Following this, a surge of terrifying spiritual energy erupted from it, continuously released upon the protective formation, fortifying the wavering barrier back to its previous robust state. Witnessing this, the embodiment of the heavenly Taos was filled with a chilling fury. With a wave of its hand, the remaining lightning dragons within the storm clouds descended like torrential rain, roaring as they struck the Coon Loon mountain range. Behind Lu Ya, the sword of the immortal execution roared into action, accompanied by the 4 swords of immortal execution, which sliced through the sky, directly cleaving the roaring lightning dragons. Instantly, a significant portion of the dragons was vanquished. Nevertheless, the remaining dragons continued their descent, crashing violently against the Chaos Bell. The impact sent the bell flying, crashing into the Coon Loon mountain range, Boom! The sound was terrifyingly loud, landing directly before the little Ing Long and the ginseng baby, causing both to stagger backward in fright. When they finally discerned the appearance of the Chaos Bell, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. The once invulnerable Chaos Bell was now riddled with countless fine cracks, with numerous small electric serpents writhing within. Despite being renowned for its unparalleled defense, the Chaos Bell now bore numerous wounds. Yet, even so, nearly 10% of the lightning dragons still struck the protective formation of the Coon Loon mountain range. Boom! Following the terrifying roar, the protective formation of the Coon Loon mountain range once again teetered on the brink of collapse. But it still managed to hold against the onslaught of the lightning dragons. The remaining lightning dragons, swaying with the formation, were once again absorbed by the water and fire-gored at the core, releasing a terrifying burst of spiritual energy that allowed the formation to stabilize once more. In the heavens above, the storm clouds dissipated. The embodiment of the heavenly Tao's will, now filled with a chilling malice, completely vanished from sight. With the heavenly Tao just beginning to take shape, its capabilities remained limited, and it was still bound by the rules, operating much like a programmed sequence. Only in this manner could the primordial world function stably and persistently. As the embodiment of the heavenly Tao and the storm clouds disappeared, the four elements of creation above the Coon Loon mountain range were gradually absorbed by Luya. The familiar electronic sound echoed in his ears once more. Plot Development 1. The host continues to cultivate using the four elements of creation. The embryonic form of the heavenly Taos will manifest, obstructing the host's further cultivation. Completion. Chapter 19. The Might of the Saints. Plot Development 1. The host continues to cultivate using the four elements of creation. The embryonic form of the heavenly Taos will manifest, obstructing the host's further cultivation. Plot outcome. The four primordial elements of creation have diminished, allowing the embryonic form of the heavenly Taos will to manifest. The Tao possesses a spirit, and must continue to refine itself through the four primordial elements. The host shall invite the descent of divine retribution. Should the host successfully withstand this punishment, they will gain entry into the sacred cultivation method, obtaining the manifestation of the sage's ethereal form, and will gain early insight into the path of the sage. Conversely, failure to resist divine retribution will lead to the host's utter annihilation, with their soul shattered beyond repair, leaving no living being upon Coon Loon Mountain. Congratulations to the host for successfully withstanding divine retribution, rewarding them with entry into the sacred cultivation method, the manifestation of the sage's ethereal form, and early insight into the path of the sage. As the words fell, the four primordial elements within the secluded area completely vanished, wholly absorbed and refined by Luya, whose internal elements continuously cycled. Under the operation of the sacred cultivation method, they began to gradually assimilate the magical energy within. The aim was to completely transform this internal energy into a homogeneous essence of the four primordial elements. Days later, both Luya's physical body and primordial spirit experienced a breakthrough, reaching the mid-stage of the Deluo Golden Immortal realm. Nevertheless, in terms of combat prowess, he was now capable of contending with innate divine demons, contrasting sharply with the previous Luya, who could only rely on precious artifact to maintain an undefeated stature. Luya slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air, then gazed towards the Coon Loon mountains. In the next moment, his figure vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, a celebratory cloud suddenly manifested above the Coon Loon mountains, gradually transforming into a humanoid ethereal shadow. Standing in the void, it emanated a terrifying wave of energy. In the next instant, Luya appeared in midair, standing in the void, gazing up at the ethereal figure above. This was the sage's ethereal form as described by the system. Radiating sacred brilliance, it contained the formidable power of the sage, spreading outward. Below, the small Ing Long and the ginseng baby, upon witnessing this, also flew up. Alighting beside Luya, their gazes fixed upon the sage's ethereal form above. Suddenly, the ginseng baby pointed joyfully at the ethereal figure, exclaiming, "This figure looks just like the master." Beside him, the small Ing Long initially intended to mock the ginseng baby for flattering. But upon turning to see the visage of the sage's ethereal form, he could not help but drop his jaw in astonishment. Indeed, it bore a striking resemblance to the master. Lu regarded the sage's ethereal form, nearly identical to himself, with a momentary expression of astonishment. Then, recalling the system's prior words, a contemplative look surfaced on his face. Could this ethereal figure be a glimpse of his future sanctification? Not only him, but the powerful beings drawn in by the heavenly tribulation also erupted in astonished glances. Originally, they assumed this cultivator would inevitably fall to the thunder tribulation, given that it was the wrath of the heavenly Tao. Even a peaked Luo golden immortal would struggle to withstand it. However, what they did not expect was that the cultivator within Coon Loon Mountain successfully repelled the thunder tribulation. Moreover, judging by the appearance, it seemed their cultivation had significantly advanced. The ethereal figure in midair emanated fluctuations that surpassed the Luo golden immortal realm. Could this signify a path beyond Luo? The powerful beings gazed at the sage's ethereal form in the void, their faces reflecting shock. Meanwhile, far away, over 10,000 miles from Coon Loon Mountain, the three pure ones and others, upon seeing the standing sage's ethereal figure in the void, could not help but gape in astonishment. Among them, Tong Tian exclaimed, "Brothers, do you see this ethereal form? Is it not our teacher?" Upon hearing this, Laozi and Yuan Shi turned their gazes towards the sage's ethereal form, and upon recognizing its features, their astonishment deepened. Yuan Shi murmured, "It indeed resembles our teacher. It seems his cultivation has advanced significantly." Beside him, Laozi nodded in agreement. Accompanying their realization were the 12 ancestral witches located in the ancestral witch palace. Although these witches did not cultivate the primordial spirit, their formidable strength enabled them to perceive the sage's ethereal form. Di Jiang glanced towards the distant sage's ethereal form, prompting all the witches to kneel and pay homage, continuously praising. Above Coon Loon Mountain, the sage's ethereal form suddenly erupted with a radiance that illuminated the entire Coon Loon range. Lu seemed to sense this, soaring towards the sage's ethereal form, and soon merged with it amidst the radiance. The small Ing Long and the ginseng baby, witnessing this, widened their eyes in disbelief. Within the sage's ethereal form, Luya felt himself enveloped by boundless sacred might, as infinite laws surged around him. Various sacred laws circled him, gradually integrating into Luya's being, enriching his understanding. As Luya grasped the ultimate essence, he slowly opened his eyes, feeling the powerful laws coursing within him, and raised his hand to grasp the void. Mirroring his action, the sage's ethereal form in midair also raised its hand, and the primordial space around them shattered at that moment. Waves of chaotic spatial currents erupted from the fissure, sweeping outwards with terrifying force. Luya gazed at the shattering space, murmuring, "Is this the might of the sage?" Above the sage's ethereal form, a colossal eye manifested. Upon seeing Luya within the ethereal figure, a flicker of fury ignited in its depths. In the next moment, the shattered space began to heal, and the sage's ethereal form completely vanished beneath the oppressive weight of the heavenly Tao. Feeling the surrounding pressure of the heavenly Tao, Luya furrowed his brow, but soon burst into laughter, whispering, "It seems the heavenly Tao is somewhat petty to us." If responding to Luya's words, a terrifying thunderclap reverberated through the sky. Startled, the small Ing Long and the ginseng baby quickly dove back into the Coon Loon Mountain's protective formation. Luya shook his head in exasperation, then returned to the grand hall of Coon Loon Mountain. Upon his return, the colossal eye in the sky shot a fierce glare at him before vanishing from sight. Once inside the grand hall, Luya discovered the changes in the water and fire gourd. It appeared to have undergone some subtle transformation following the heavenly tribulation. Luya raised his hand and called forth the water and fire gourd, which rose from the formation's eye and flew into his grasp. Inspecting the water and fire gourd in his hand, Luya extended his consciousness within his surprise, nestled between the original small water and fire qilin. A thunder qilin now floated quietly. Taken aback, Luya chuckled and shook his head, astonished that this water and fire gourd had unexpectedly borne a third attribute through misfortune. This moment, the ginseng baby. Noticing Lu Ya's seemingly good mood, cautiously spoke up, "Master, have you forgotten about the Chaos Bell? It seems it got struck by lightning and is broken." Upon hearing this, a peculiar smile crept onto Lu Ya's face. He raised his hand and patted the ginseng baby's head, and in the next moment, the Chaos Bell transformed into a smaller version, landing in his hand. The numerous cracks that once marred its surface were now devouring the lightning serpents darting within, gradually repairing itself. This sight left both the ginseng baby and the small Yinglong wide-eyed in astonishment. This was utterly outrageous. Chapter 20. The ancestral dragon emerges to seek fortune. Red Cloud transforms into form and enters Coon Loon. After the disappearance of the sage's ethereal form, on a celestial mountain situated in the eastern wilderness, an old Taoist sat cross-legged, holding a partially broken jade butterfly. This moment, he slowly withdrew his gaze from Coon Loon Mountain, lowering his head to stroke the fragmented jade butterfly. Furrowing his brow, he murmured to himself, "A natural anomaly. A calamity approaches at seems my chance is near." As he spoke, the old Taoist chuckled softly before vanishing entirely. Simultaneously, within a hidden demonic mountain, the demon ancestor Luo Ho shook off a corpse from the god-slaying spear. This was a remnant of an innate divine demon, aside from the wounds inflicted by the spear. A terrifying scar stretched from its neck to its abdomen, seemingly inflicted by a sharp axe. The scar still radiated the terror of a great avenue's injury. If all went as expected, this should be a divine demon that escaped from the primordial battle. It appeared that Luo Ho had found this entity in its secluded retreat, slaying it and seizing its domain. Luo Ho's gaze shifted towards Coon Loon Mountain, a cold expression crossing his face. He then murmured, "Lu Ya, the cause of yesterday leads to the effect of tomorrow. I do not believe you will escape this calamity." As the words fell, Luo Ho waved his hand, causing the entire demonic mountain to vanish completely. Concealed within the formation, outside the Coon Loon Mountains, the three pure ones cast a distant glance at Coon Loon Mountain before resolutely departing. This moment, they had yet to meet their master's expectations. Rather than face another rejection, it would be more prudent to diligently enhance their own abilities. They resolved to return only when they felt they had attained their master's standards. After all, their master's abode was right here and would not be moving. With their determination set, the three pure ones completely disappeared from the vicinity of the Coon Loon Mountains. This moment, Lu Ya was entirely unaware of the thoughts swirling in the hearts of the three pure ones. He stood before the diminutive Yinglong, a look of bewilderment etched upon his face, perhaps due to the lingering elemental forces of the heavenly tribulation. The young Yinglong subtly radiated a luminous glow, constantly consuming the sparse elemental remnants in the vicinity. Simultaneously, its body was expanding, as if it had transitioned directly from its juvenile phase to adulthood, transformed into a striking young man after its growth. Yinglong stood gracefully before Lu Ya and his companion to be by Lu Ya's side. The ginseng doll curled its lip in disdain, exclaiming, "A creature that has lived for hundreds of years still dares to assume such a form. How disgraceful." Yinglong, upon hearing this, did not take offense. Instead, he chuckled amiably. "This is what it means to be a man. What do you, a mere child, understand?" As he spoke, the ginseng doll's ears erupted with boundless vitality. Lu Ya, amused, gently patted the ginseng doll's head and then turned his gaze to the humanoid form of Yinglong, puzzled. Yinglong, being the progenitor of the dragon clan, raised a concern in Lu Ya's mind. If he remained by his side, would the emergence of dragons in the primordial world be delayed beyond the time decreed by the heavenly Tao, or would a new progenitor of dragons emerge under the adjustments of the heavenly Tao? If that were the case, it could lead to troublesome consequences. Noticing Lu Ya lost in thought, Yinglong rubbed his hands nervously, then shyly said, "My lord, I am now at the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, just a step away from entering the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. May I venture forth to seek opportunities?" Before Lu Ya could respond, the ginseng doll interjected, "With your meager cultivation, do you dare to seek opportunities outside? Are you not afraid of being captured by deities or demons for dragon meat soup?" Yinglong disdainfully retorted, "With my lord's residual might protecting me, who would dare lay a finger on me? Especially after that previous phantom? Truly, The spirits of spiritual plants are quite foolish. With that, the ginseng doll emitted another surge of vitality from its ears and stormed out of the great hall, heading towards the medicinal garden. Yinglong, witnessing this, chuckled slyly and shook his head. Luya lifted his gaze towards Yinglong, a peculiar smile playing upon his lips, and then spoke, "In that case, you may go. Should you encounter any trouble, simply call out my true name." Upon hearing this, Yinglong's face brightened with joy as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord." With that, he dashed out of the great hall. Once Yinglong had departed, Luya turned his gaze towards the medicinal garden, where the ginseng doll was now seated cross-legged in the center, still appearing quite irate as it absorbed spiritual energy. Luya chuckled and shook his head in amusement. Suddenly, Luya looked towards the expanse beyond the Coon Loon mountains. From the direction of the Dojo mountain, a mass of red clouds was slowly drifting towards him, radiating a wave of spiritual energy. It seemed to be on the verge of gaining sentience. However, lurking behind this red cloud was a colossal bird, eyeing it with predatory intent, its gaze filled with greed. Upon witnessing this scene, Luya couldn't help but chuckle softly. Then, as if struck by a thought, he regarded the red cloud with earnestness and murmured, "Could this red cloud be that red cloud?" He vaguely remembered a character from a primordial-themed novel in his past life who bore a resemblance to this phenomenon. However, this red cloud was a natural, good-natured being. Yet in this ruthless world of the primordial, good souls often reaped no rewards. When the Zixiao Palace was usurped, the purple energy stolen, and the soul escaped under the protection of a spiritual treasure, it was still subjected to extortion, ultimately leading to its demise. With these thoughts in mind, Luya raised his hand and gently pointed towards the drifting red cloud, fully absorbing into the protective formation surrounding the mountain. The colossal bird, taken aback by this bizarre sight, promptly fled in terror, leaving a few feathers to drift down in its wake. Once the red cloud entered the great hall, its spiritual energy fluctuated intensely before it began to tremble. Luya's eyes brightened at this sight, and he laughed. "It seems you, little one, have already gained sentience. This will certainly make things much easier." Within the hall, the red cloud swayed slightly, seemingly trying to escape. Yet before it could depart, it was confined within Luya's domain. Luya chuckled lightly. "Little one, do you wish to join my Coon Loon lineage? If you agree, I shall assist you in taking form. If not, I shall send you on your way." Upon hearing this, the red cloud swirled up and down, conveying a will of submission. Luya's expression brightened at this response, and he raised his hand to gently point, sending forth a beam of clear light that entered the red cloud. In the following moments, the four primordial elements of earth, water, fire, and wind began to intertwine within the red cloud. Time flowed on, and eventually, mist enveloped the red cloud, gradually revealing a humanoid figure clad in a crimson robe, exuding an air of elegance and amiability. Upon meeting Luya's gaze, it promptly knelt, expressing, "Thank you, my lord, for your assistance." Luya smiled at this and said, "Since you are the first manifestation of red clouds in this world, henceforth you shall be called Hongyun." The red cloud, elated, responded, "Thank you, my lord, for bestowing a name upon me." "Thank you, my lord." Chapter 21. Under currents, Luya regarded the newly formed Hongyun, noting that it had only reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Moreover, in comparison to the three pure ones, there remained a slight disparity. Were it not for his presence near Coon Loon Mountain, Luya would not have taken the initiative to integrate it into the Coon Loon lineage. He smiled at Hongyun, saying, "You may retreat to a palace behind and cultivate there. There are spiritual plants in the rear garden, but avoid approaching for now to keep from provoking that little one." Hongyun, momentarily taken aback, bowed respectfully to Luya before departing the great hall towards the rear. Shortly after Hongyun's exit, three young Chilants leapt forth from the water and fire gourd, landing upon the hall's surface. These three Chilants represented the Water Chilan, Fire Chilan, and Thunder Chilan. Although the Thunder Chilan was born only after undergoing a thunder tribulation, its strength was on par with the other two. Each possessing initial stage Tai Golden Immortal cultivation, as the three young Chilants approached Luya, they joyfully nudged his arm with their heads. Luya, smiling, patted their heads affectionately. Then he noticed the three young Chilans simultaneously gazing towards the exterior of Coon Loon Palace. Whispering amongst themselves, perceiving the meaning behind their exclamations, Luya was taken aback and inquired, "Are you saying that you sense the presence of your kin?" The three young Chilans nodded in unison. Luya, realizing this, confirmed in his heart that the Chilan clan had indeed emerged. That it was uncertain how long they had been in existence. But if all went as expected, the Phoenix clan must have also emerged. The convergence of the three clans in the primordial world was indeed intriguing. Lu lifted his gaze towards the expanse above the Coon Loon Mountains, noting that his supreme cultivation method continued to absorb the scant remnants of the primordial elements. Through the palace's ceiling, he could almost discern the wrathful will of the heavenly Tao. With the primordial elements needed by the heavenly Tao entirely absorbed by Luya, its growth had consequently slowed. He pondered whether the impending calamity would arrive sooner than anticipated. After informing the two of his need to enter seclusion to consolidate his cultivation, Luya sealed off the great formation of Coon Loon Mountain and entered his retreat. Several centuries later, in a distant demonic mountain, Luo Ho sat upon his throne. Observing the shadows below, he slowly began to speak. In the current primordial realm, have any sentient races emerged? A shadow below responded solemnly. Report to the demon ancestor. Aside from the Weak Wu clan, other demonic creatures have been born. Though they engage in incessant strife, they all refer to themselves as demons. Upon hearing these words, Luo Ho's eyes gleamed with a flicker of brilliance. And he subsequently inquired, "What is the quantity?" The individual continued, "One tribe resides beneath the Dojo mountain, numbering just over 1,000. Another is scattered across 4 locations, boasting a population exceeding 10,000, yet their strengths are uneven." At this revelation, Luo Ho's brow furrowed once more. The numbers of these 2 tribes were far from sufficient for his grand designs. Should he fail to draw forth enough calamity energy, he would be unable to advance further. If he could not continue to break through, he would inevitably fade away into the vastness of the primordial world. It was imperative to note that his old adversary, Hong Jun, had somehow procured fragments of the creation jade tablet. And though he had not been seen for a considerable time, his cultivation must have progressed significantly. If Luo Ho remained stagnant, a confrontation between them was inevitable. He could sense that the primordial realm was now stabilizing, the established rules permitting only one to advance further. Apart from Hong Jun, there lurked another little rogue, ever watchful. Several centuries prior, he had witnessed that individual comprehend the laws of the saints, and a spectral figure of a saint had even manifested in the skies above the primordial realm. He must hasten his pace. Contemplating this, Luo Ho cast his gaze upon the shadow that had spoken previously, a chill creeping across his visage. He then raised his hand and abruptly clenched it in the air. The shadow that had spoken let out a piercing scream, shattering into a mass of darkness that fell within the hall. It gradually reformed, though its form appeared much more ethereal. The other shadows trembled at the sight. Once the shadow reformed, it quivered and said, "Master, there are still 3 tribes that have emerged. Their numbers considerable, and their cultivation ranks among the pinnacle of the primordial realm, surely meeting your requirements. This." Luo Ho's expression eased significantly, and he inquired slowly, "Which 3 tribes?" The shadow replied, "One is the Chilan tribe, its ancestor being the primordial Chilan, who has attained the great Luo golden immortal realm, and its kin are likewise formidable. Another is the Feng tribe, its ancestor being the Yuanshang Feng, also at the great Luo golden immortal level, with their kin's cultivation comparable to that of the Chilan. The last is the Long tribe, its ancestor being the Ying Long, who too has reached the great Luo golden immortal realm, reputedly from the Coon Loon lineage, and has 9 offspring, with their kin's cultivation being equally impressive." Upon hearing this, a spark of brilliance ignited in Luo Ho's eyes. If this were indeed the case, these 3 tribes could certainly satisfy his demands. Luo Ho gazed at the speaking shadow, and with a flick of his finger, a surge of demonic energy erupted forth, merging into the shadow's form. Instantly, its shape solidified somewhat. He then spoke, "In this matter, merits and demerits shall balance. You shall dispatch individuals to eliminate the descendants of the 3 tribes. As for the method, I trust you do not require my instruction. The assembly of shadows echoed in unison. "We shall faithfully adhere to the commands of the demon ancestor," with a wave of Luo Ho's hand. The multitude of shadows vanished from sight, leaving the demon ancestor's hall in profound silence. Meanwhile, atop a celestial mountain in a certain location within the primordial realm, Hong Jun, holding half a fragment of the creation jade tablet, gradually opened his eyes that a divine light burst forth from his gaze as he looked towards the direction of the demon mountain. In accordance with the rules, he sensed the swarm of shadows emanating from the demon mountain. Upon observing their movements, Hong Jun chuckled softly. "Old fellow, you truly cannot hold back any longer." He then lifted his gaze towards the sky, where a figure slowly materialized. Hong Jun remarked with a smile, "Do our promises still hold?" The embodiment of the heavenly Tao replied coldly, "Naturally they hold. Once the matter is accomplished, you may become the first saint beneath me, immortal and eternal, transcending the river of time." Upon hearing this, Hong Jun laughed heartily. "Very well, very well. In that case, I shall have no further reservations." The embodiment of the heavenly Tao cast a deep glance at Hong Jun before vanishing completely. This was his first encounter with a divine being willing to collaborate with him. Perhaps in the future, once this individual attained sainthood, he could utilize him to eliminate that audacious thief who dared to pilfer from the heavens. Within the primordial realm, after the heavenly Tao departed, Hong Jun gazed at the half-fragment of the creation jade tablet in his hand, chuckling softly. "Did you truly believe that I was unprepared for this collaboration with the heavens?" Chapter 22. The Dawn of Longhan. With a soft chuckle from Hong Jun, the half-fragment of the creation jade tablet in his hand gradually shattered, transforming into streams of creation energy that merged with countless rules, all flowing into Hong Jun's being. Simultaneously, a grand protective formation rose around the celestial mountain, enveloping it entirely. Subsequently, the entire celestial mountain vanished from the primordial realm, as the celestial and demonic factions commenced their schemes within the primordial domain. Luya, who had been in seclusion within Coon Loon Mountain, finally opened his eyes. Sensing the solidification of his cultivation, Luya nodded in satisfaction. He then extended his consciousness, which swiftly enveloped the entirety of the Coon Loon mountain range. Upon observing the rear mountain, a look of surprise flickered in his eyes. Present on the rear mountain, Hong Yun was patiently playing with the ginseng baby, appearing quite joyful. After a brief pause, Luya couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Regardless of the myths and legends he had encountered in his later life, or the various primordial tales he had read, Hong Yun was invariably depicted as a benevolent figure. It was hardly surprising that he could engage and play with the ginseng baby. At this moment, as Hong Yun and the ginseng baby frolicked, they heard Luya's voice echoing in their ears. "You too, come to the grand hall at once." Hong Yun and the ginseng baby were taken aback, then simultaneously exclaimed, "The master has emerged from seclusion." Without further ado, they hastened towards the main hall. In a mere moment, they arrived within the grand hall, bowing respectfully to Luya, who sat above them, and inquired, "The ginseng baby, Hong Yun, greets the master. We are unaware of the reason for your summons." You regarded the two of them, promptly assessing their cultivation levels. The ginseng baby, perhaps due to the previous setback inflicted by Ying Long, had now reached the initial stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Meanwhile, Hong Yun had also advanced to the late stage of the Tai golden immortal realm within just a few hundred years. A mere step away from the great Luo golden immortal. You looked at them, nodding in satisfaction. "It appears that you have not been idle during these few hundred years." Upon hearing this, Hong Yun bashfully scratched his head and replied, "Thank you for your praise, master." The ginseng baby also chimed in with a grin. "Of course, I'm not like that foolish dragon. Perhaps he has already been captured to make dragon soup." Upon hearing the ginseng baby's words, Luya shook his head with a smile, saying, "Ying Long has fared far better than you. He has already become the ancestor of tribe, siring 9 offspring and leading his clan." Just as Luya had stated, within a mere few hundred years since Ying Long had emerged from his mountain, he had not only fathered 9 children, but had also spawned an entire lineage. His 9 offspring were Qionyou, the 2nd son Yazi, the 3rd son Chao Feng, the 4th son Pu Lao, the 5th son Swan and I, the 6th son Ba Xia, the 7th son Bayan, the 8th son Fu Shi, and the 9th son Qi Wen. Each of them now stood as prominent figures among the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, and his clan had become one of the three great tribes within the primordial world. Upon hearing Liu Ye's words, the ginseng baby was utterly flabbergasted. He had initially believed that in the current primordial realm, remnants of innate divine beings still existed, alongside numerous powerful entities. Surely that foolish dragon wouldn't last long outside. However, now hearing the master speak, that fellow not only had children, but had also become the ancestor of a tribe. Feeling the great Luo golden immortal level cultivation within him, the ginseng baby's spirits quickly dampened. Observing the ginseng baby's demeanor, Luya couldn't help but chuckle softly, saying, "You need not take it to heart. This is merely his destined path." He could perceive that over the course of several centuries, not only had the two beside him progressed, but the heavenly Tao had also grown considerably more formidable. Given the stingy nature of the heavenly Tao, it was likely that there would be no shortage of targeting the dragon tribe. Should he intervene? As Luya pondered this, a familiar electronic voice echoed in his ears once more. Event analysis. The primordial realm is established. Celestial and demonic forces stand opposed. A calamity is about to unfold. Plot direction 1. Seal Coon Loon Mountain. Cultivate for a millennium within, waiting for the Longhan initial calamity to conclude. Plot result. Luo Ho and Hong Jun successfully scheme. The Longhan initial calamity arises. The three tribes vie for supremacy within the primordial realm, resulting in countless casualties. Calamity energy surges. The ancestral dragon perishes. The Yuanqing Feng is gravely injured, and the primordial Qilin is wounded and dissipates. The celestial and demonic war commences. Plot direction 2. Intervene to quell the Longhan initial calamity, allowing the three tribes to develop steadily, with unknown consequences. Plot result. The heavenly Tao is enraged. Luo Ho goes berserk, and Hong Jun flexes his might. The three converge upon Coon Loon Mountain, resulting in the host's demise. And the system remains in control. Plot direction 3. Navigate the tumultuous waters, traversing the Longhan initial calamity, maneuvering between the three tribes to seek personal opportunities. Plot result. Unknown. Upon listening to the system analysis and the three options presented, Luya was momentarily taken aback. The first choice was conventional, as expected. However, the second option was entirely different. Luo Hu, Hong Jun, and the heavenly Tao jointly launched an assault on Coon Loon Mountain, and with his current status as merely a novice in the path of the sage, he was utterly incapable of withstanding such an onslaught. Not to mention the unification of the three forces, even the existing punitive measures from the heavenly Tao would be exceedingly difficult for him to repel. It could be said that this was a choice leading to certain demise. Moreover, given his temperament, he could not bear to watch the demise of his longtime companion, the littling Long thus, rather than a true three-way choice. It seemed there was only one path left with an uncertain outcome. Liu furrowed his brows and murmured, "Quite intriguing. It appears that the origins of the impending Dragonhan calamity are not solely attributable to Luo." From the second option, he discerned an intrinsic connection among the three entities involved. All were related to the forthcoming Dragonhan catastrophe. He could comprehend the motives behind Luo Hu and Hong Jun's actions. They sought to vie for the position of the foremost sage. As for the heavenly Tao, it was undoubtedly shrouded in mystery. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Luya reached a resolution and turned to the two companions below him, the ginseng baby and Hong Yun. He spoke with a smile. "Let us embark on a journey into the primordial wilderness." Upon hearing this, the ginseng baby's face lit up with joy. He had spent several centuries in Coon Loon Mountain and was eager to venture out. Without delay, he flew up and settled upon Luya's shoulder. Hong Yun promptly added, "We shall faithfully obey the master's decree." Then, as if struck by an idea, he continued, "When the master travels, one must have a steed. I can ride the red cloud to traverse the primordial wilderness." However, before he could finish his sentence, three Qilin suddenly soared into the hall, affectionately nudging Lu It seemed they too wished to accompany him into the primordial realm. Luya chuckled and patted the heads of the three Qilin, saying, "You must guard Coon Loon Mountain well, diligently cultivate, and await my return." With that, he mounted the manifested form of the red cloud and soared away from Coon Loon Mountain. Chapter 23. The boastful ginseng baby. After Luya departed from Coon Loon Mountain, the three Qilin reluctantly returned to the Fire Gourd. Subsequently, the protective array of Coon Loon Mountain was activated, isolating it into two separate realms. Amidst the clouds, a vast expanse of red cloud gracefully drifted by dot on top of the red cloud. Luya had specifically transformed it into the shape of a modern sofa, comfortably seated upon it. The ginseng baby gazed at the sofa conjured by the red cloud, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. When they returned to the mountain, he too would summon his little brothers who had gained sentience and create similar forms. Such an appearance would be most impressive. As Luya sat atop the red cloud, surveying the land below, he observed that the primordial continent was increasingly teeming with life. Among them, the traces of the Wu clan were scarce. While the demon clans had already been divided among the three factions, the Foam clan governed the avian species, the Qilin clan presided over terrestrial beasts, and the Dragon clan ruled over aquatic beings, creating a semblance of stability. Yet, when Luya lifted his gaze to the horizon, the increasingly palpable aura of calamity indicated that all was not tranquil here. As the three traversed the primordial wilderness, they collected numerous treasures along the way. Although the quality of these treasures paled in comparison to those Luya had previously amassed in the Dojo mountain, they were nonetheless commendable. Aside from the seemingly endless stream of spiritual treasures, conflicts within the primordial realm were on the rise. The IT was uncertain when this friction had begun, but tensions had escalated between the three clans. Initially, it was merely skirmishes among the subordinate demon tribes, but it soon evolved into clashes between the progeny of the three clans. The scale of these confrontations grew larger, and the ominous aura of calamity in the skies became increasingly terrifying. Just as the three were exploring the primordial realm, a colossal eye slowly opened in the chaotic void above them, gazing down upon them. Seemingly sensing something, Luya looked up at the manifested giant eye and chuckled softly. "Fear not, I am not one to court trouble." Upon hearing Luya's voice, the giant eye gradually closed. Nevertheless, Luya could still feel a lingering resentment. The ginseng baby, puzzled, inquired, "Master, who were you speaking to?" Luya replied with a smile. "Just a miser, nothing more." And no sooner had he finished speaking than a tremendous thunderclap reverberated through the air, startling the ginseng baby, who fell onto the red cloud. Luya shook his head in exasperation and redirected his gaze to the primordial continent below. At present, the conflict among the three factions on the primordial continent was intensifying. It was likely that within a few hundred years, once the aura of calamity above grew sufficiently dense, a decisive battle among the three clans would erupt, engulfing the entire primordial realm in tribulation, resulting in untold suffering for its inhabitants. The era of the three powerful clans would inevitably come to an end at that time. A confrontation between Luo, Hu, and Hongjun would be inevitable, and the heavenly Tao schemes would be laid bare. It was then that the opportunities hinted at by the system would likely manifest. However, after this battle, regardless of how he endeavored to protect the Dragon clan, they would inevitably find themselves relegated to the fringes, much like the other two clans. Eventually, the Wu and Yao tribes would rise to prominence. As Luya pondered these matters, he noticed various spells emanating from the mountains below, accompanied by incessant booming sounds. Among them, the roars of dragons echoed, and the cries of Qilin reverberated through the range. The ginseng baby's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked down. He saw several Qilin besieging a dragon, which appeared to possess the bloodline of the second generation. The ginseng baby exclaimed, "Master, Master, I sense the essence of a loach within that little dragon." Luya nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, this child bears the bloodline of the Yinglong. He must be one of the 9 offspring." While the two conversed, one of the fire attribute Qilin among those attacking the dragon opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of raging flames towards the giant dragon. Boom! The flames tore through the air, striking the giant dragon with a resounding crash. Within the inferno, a muffled groan could be heard, and as the flames dissipated, a disheveled figure emerged. The dragon's scales were shattered, and blood flowed freely. Its aura diminished instantaneously. The ginseng baby, unable to bear the sight, covered his eyes with his tiny hands and murmured, "Such a tragic loach. Luya, hearing this, wore a look of helplessness. It seemed that the little fellow had yet to recover from the grievances he had suffered from the Yinglong. Observing the increasingly aggressive Qilin clan, Luya remarked, "Little one, do you not fear the wrath of the little Yinglong for your inaction?" The ginseng baby was momentarily taken aback, then pouted. If he gets angry, then so be it. With that, he waved his small hand lightly, and a surge of azure light erupted from his palm, sending one of the attacking Qilin flying away. The remaining Qilin, witnessing this, were taken aback and looked up in alarm. Yet, no matter how hard they tried, they could only see a massive red cloud, with no sign of a person, just as the Qilin were about to make another move. Several beams of pure light shot down from the red cloud, sending the entire Qilin clan tumbling away in panic. They fled in terror from the scene. The red cloud inquired, "Why did you not eliminate them?" The ginseng baby frowned, replying, "I do not know how to fight, nor do I wish to kill." Red Cloud commented, "Indeed, whether from the experiences on Dojo Mountain or within Coon Loon Mountain, this little one seems only adept at fleeing." Luya shook his head and instructed Red Cloud to descend. The giant dragon, upon seeing Luya and his companions, mustered its strength to salute, saying, "I, the dragon child Fushi, pay my respects to the esteemed elders." The ginseng baby, observing Fushi's state, waved his hand, unleashing a surge of energy that swiftly healed Fushi's wounds in the blink of an eye. Fushi's injuries were completely mended. Gratefully, Fushi bowed and expressed, "Thank you, esteemed elder." Luya, regarding Fushi, inquired, "No need for such formality. Where's your father at present?" Fushi was momentarily stunned, then replied warily, "Elder, do you know my father?" Luya, perceiving Fushi's apprehension, chuckled, "I am known as Luya." Upon hearing this, Fushi immediately knelt and exclaimed, "I, the dragon child Fushi, humbly welcome the arrival of the ancestral law." In the nascent days of the dragon clan, the name of Luya was passed down by the Yinglong. Thus, the current direct descendants of the dragon lineage are well aware of the reason behind it. The ginseng doll observed the peculiar demeanor of Fushi, a strange expression flickering across his face. Once Fushi rose to his feet, he mysteriously inquired, "Little one, do you know who I am?" Fushi shook his head in confusion. The ginseng doll, with an air of aloof grandeur, declared, "I am the elder brother of your father. You may address me as ancestor." Upon hearing this, the crimson cloud standing nearby involuntarily shuddered, struggling to suppress a smile as he regarded the ginseng doll. Lia, too, could only shake his head in resignation. Fushi, observing the reactions of the two, glanced at the eagerly expectant ginseng doll and tentatively uttered, "Ancestor." The ginseng doll immediately burst into joyous laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent. You are quite discerning. The ancestor has treasures to bestow upon you." With that, he produced a magical artifact and raised it to grant to Fu 11. As Fushi beheld the artifact in his hands, a look of astonishment spread across his face. This unexpected gift truly took him by surprise. Being the 8th son of Yinglong, he had no noteworthy treasures to speak of. Each time he requested items from his father, he was met with the retort that their dragon lineage was the mightiest treasure of all. Had he possessed this artifact earlier, he would not have been besieged by a group of Qilin. Luya, witnessing the ginseng doll bestowing a magical artifact as a greeting gift, could only shake his head in resignation and then gestured with his fingers. "Since that is the case, I, too, shall present you with a token of our meeting." As he spoke, a beam of pure light shot forth from his fingertip, directly merging into Fushi's body, in an instant. Fushi felt a surge of power within him, his cultivation rapidly ascending until he reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Sensing the fluctuations of his newfound power, Fushi knelt before Luya, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, ancestor. Thank you, ancestor." This display left the crimson cloud momentarily taken aback, as both parties had offered gifts. With no other option, the crimson cloud flicked his fingers and sent forth a strand of his own essence. He smiled and said, "This essence contains a technique of evasion. I gift it to you today." Fushi expressed his thanks once more, and then they set off towards the ancestral grounds of the dragon clan. Meanwhile, in the distance upon the vast primordial land, 3 young members of the Qilin clan were racing towards their ancestral homeland. They had received word that they were to ambush the eighth son of the ancestral dragon, Fushi, within the mountains ahead. However, just as they were about to execute their plan, they were violently hurled away by an unseen force. Although their assailant did not strike with lethal intent, they could sense that this individual possessed power akin to that of their own ancestor. With such a presence nearby, they could no longer carry out their ambush on the eighth son of the ancestral dragon. It was imperative that they return to their clan to report this matter. As the three Qilin hastened towards their ancestral grounds, a figure cloaked in black stood imperiously above them in the clouds. With an enigmatic smile gracing his lips, he gazed down upon the young Qilins. Then, with a decisive motion, he shattered the clouds and descended rapidly towards them, a wave of terrifying demonic energy slicing through the air. The three young Qilins barely had time to react before their heads were severed from their bodies. A dreadful aura of demonic energy surged forth from their wounds as their lifeless forms collapsed to the ground. Their souls escaped in a frantic rush, transforming into streams of ethereal light as they fled towards their ancestral homeland. The figure in black chuckled coldly. Still hoping to escape? Come back to me. With a gesture, he grasped the ethereal souls. Capturing them effortlessly, he then molded them into a singular spirit mass and consumed it with a satisfied expression. Having devoured the three Qilin souls, the figure in black turned his gaze towards the distant clouds. There, he spotted two other figures cloaked in black, each holding members of the dragon or phoenix clans. Hastening towards his location, upon landing, the two surveyed the three Qilin corpses at the feet of the first figure and exchanged nods. One of them remarked, "These are merely fringe descendants. They should prove insufficient." The other responded with a sinister grin, "If they are insufficient, we shall lure their elders here." "How do we lure them?" The first figure looked down at the corpses, smirking as he summoned a demonic flame that engulfed the remains, cooking them to perfection. The fragrant aroma filled the surrounding forest. The three figures exchanged glances before they each picked up the roasted corpses and began to consume them, leaving only piles of bones in their wake. They then carried the bones back to their respective clans and employed various means to disguise the acts as those of the other clans. This immediately stirred up a tempest of outrage among the three clans. Although the clans had previously engaged in disputes and even taken each other's corpses to forge magical artifacts, the current scenario of being devoured was unprecedented. Within the ancestral grounds of the Phoenix clan, the Grand Elder surveyed the bloodless remains of his kin, which still exuded a tantalizing aroma. His expression turned icy. He glanced up at the Yuan Feng above, clasping his hands in respect. "Clan leader, the presence of the Dragon Clan is unmistakable upon these remains. Surely we cannot endure such a humiliation." Upon hearing this, the other elders chimed in, "We must retaliate against the Dragon Clan and reclaim justice." Yuan Feng surveyed the multitude of elders in the hall, his expression fluctuating between contemplation and resolve. Although there had been friction among the three clans, the Phoenix and Qilin clans had experienced the most severe conflicts, resulting in significant casualties among their younger members. In contrast, the Dragon Clan had not engaged with the Phoenix clan to such a degree, making the dragon aura on the remains seem overly conspicuous. As Yuan Feng pondered this, one of the Phoenix clan elders, his face a mask of fury, declared, "Since the dawn of our existence in the primordial realm, we have never suffered such an affront. If we do not avenge this grievance, how will our descendants regard us? Clan leader, please give the order for us to rally the younger generation and jointly assault the Dragon Clan's ancestral grounds." Listening to the fervent pleas from the elders, Yuan Feng sighed in resignation and waved his hand. "This matter shall be postponed for further discussion. Without my directive, none of you are permitted to step foot into the Dragon Clan's territory." Upon hearing this, the faces of the Phoenix elders darkened considerably, but a similar situation had unfolded within the ancestral grounds of the Qilin clan, where the bodies they had sent back bore the unmistakable aura of the Phoenix clan. As though it was the Phoenix members who had feasted upon the remains of the Qilin, in the council hall, the elders of the Qilin clan regarded the three corpses before them with expressions of uncertainty. The Shikolin spoke coldly. "Does the Dragon Clan truly believe we are fools?" As he spoke, the throne beneath him splintered under his grip. He recognized the three corpses as those of elite younger members who had followed the elders' orders to ambush the eighth son of Inglong. Now, the remains had been devoured, and yet they returned to the Chilean ancestral grounds tainted with the aura of the Phoenix clan. How dare the Dragon clan underestimate them? After a brief moment, Shikolin commanded, "Gather the remains, bury them within the ancestral grounds, and keep this matter under wraps. Let the younger generation thoroughly investigate the whereabouts of the Dragon clan's ninth son. We shall repay them in kind." With tooth for tooth, blood for blood, the elders of the Chilean clan responded in unison. "We shall abide by the clan leader's decree." This moment, within the ancestral grounds of the Dragon clan, Fushi escorted Liya and the others into the Grand Hall. Upon seeing Liya's arrival, Inglong, who had been seated on the throne, nearly leaped from his seat in excitement. He hurried down and bowed his head before Liya. Adopting a submissive demeanor, Inglong pays his respects to my lord. Liya smiled at the exceedingly obedient Inglong and gently patted his head, remarking cheerfully, "It seems you have been thriving since leaving Coon Loon." Inglong chuckled lightly twice, and then caught sight of the ginseng doll perched upon Liya's shoulder. A smile immediately gracing his face, he spoke, "Little one, after all these years, it seems you still only know how to sit upon the shoulders of your elder." The ginseng doll, listening to Inglong's sardonic remarks, surprisingly did not take offense. Instead, with a beaming smile, he turned to Fushi and said, "Little fellow, call me ancestor once more. I wish to hear it." Inglong regarded the two with a peculiar expression. Fushi cautiously called out, "Ancestor doll." In an instant, Inglong's expression darkened, filled with exasperation at his foolish son. The ginseng doll laughed heartily, saying, "Little Inglong, why not obediently call your elder brother?" Just as Inglong was about to retort, a young dragon hurriedly entered the Grand Hall, exclaiming, "Ancestor, the Chilean clan has provoked us, devouring the corpses of our younger generation. Please, Ancestor, seek justice for our kin." As he wailed, he produced the bones they had discovered within the dragon territory. Laying them upon the hall, there, a complete dragon skeleton was revealed, still bearing remnants of flesh, though most had been devoured clean. The moment the bones appeared, a thick, oppressive aura filled the Grand Hall, causing the expressions of the Dragon clan to immediately darken. Though Inglong felt a surge of anger, he refrained from unleashing his fury, for Liya was present, instead quietly observing the remains of his kin. Liya also turned his gaze towards the dragon bones on the ground and raised a hand. Gently pointing, that a stream of pure energy burst forth from his fingertips, directly landing upon the dragon skeleton. The other elders of the Dragon clan, fearing Liya intended to defile the remains, felt their eyes nearly ignite with fury. Yet they showed no outward signs of their emotions. The pure light cascaded onto the dragon bones. The aura that belonged to the Chilean clan completely dissipated, revealing instead wisps of dark demonic energy manifesting before them. The sight sent a chill through the hearts of the Dragon clan, as if a colossal hand were stirring chaos in the primordial world. They had nearly succumbed to the Chilean clan's path just moments prior. Had Liya not intervened, they might have been compelled to summon their ancestors to rally against the Chilean clan's ancestral land. Observing the emerging demonic energy from the bones, Inglong's icy demeanor softened slightly. He then turned to Liya, inquiring with confusion, "Elder, what is this?" Liya replied with a cold smile, "These are the means of the demon ancestor Luo Ho. It appears he can no longer restrain himself." Although he had anticipated such a turn of events, encountering it so soon after arriving at the Dragon clan's ancestral land was indeed unexpected. He had initially thought that the war among the three clans would require more time. But it seemed he had underestimated the situation. Upon hearing the name demon ancestor Luo Ho, the crowd's expressions shifted to one of alarm and anger. Though they had not witnessed the battle of creation, they had heard tales of such a terrifying being. Yet they remained oblivious to why the demon ancestor would target them or employ such tactics. Liya sat upon the throne, flanked by Inglong and the ginseng doll, observing the Dragon clan elders below. While others remained unaware, Liya was acutely aware that the demon ancestor Luo Ho practiced the path of demons, thriving on slaughter to break through his cultivation. The war among the three clans was merely a facet of his grand design, inciting his subordinates to utilize such methods. He sought to instigate conflict among the clans, drawing forth the energy of slaughter to further his own power. Liya chuckled softly to himself, Were it not for this incident aimed at provoking the heavenly Tao and two supreme beings, he might have personally plunged into the fray to stir the waters further. However, with the system's warning in place, he could only strive to protect the dragon clan. He looked down at the dragon elders and gestured, "You may withdraw for now." Upon hearing Luya's command, the dragon elders collectively turned to Inglong, who promptly stated, "What the elder says is my command. You may leave and bury the remains of our kin within the ancestral land." The elders bowed in agreement. "We obey." They then departed, carrying the bones from the grand hall. Once the dragon elders had left, Inglong turned to Luya with a pleading expression. "Elder, is it truly only the demon ancestor responsible for this?" Luya, knowing that Inglong had sensed some truth, simply shook his head. "It is not solely his doing." He then gazed skyward, as if the vast eye of the heavenly Tao had once more opened, surveying the realm below. Luya stated softly, "This is your fate. Even Pangu Tao, brother, could not escape the machinations of the heavenly Tao. How could you, then, hope to evade it?" Upon hearing these words, Inglong stood frozen, despair flickering in his eyes that he, being a manifestation of the world's rules, inherently understood who held the true power within this realm. If it were indeed the heavenly Tao's machinations, the dragon clan could not hope to escape its grasp. The ginseng doll observed Inglong's despair and shook his head. In his view, had Inglong not emerged from Coon Loon Mountain, perhaps he would not have been ensnared in the heavenly Tao's plot. But alas, this fellow had sought companionship and ventured forth, leaving him with no recourse. Inglong then knelt before Luya, beseeching, "I implore you, elder, to act and save my dragon clan." To him, if there was anyone capable of standing against the heavenly Tao, it would surely be the elder who bore the shadow of a saint. Moreover, his dragon clan was, in essence, a branch of Coon Loon Mountain. Luya would not abandon them. Luya, upon hearing this, slowly replied, "Rest assured, at the critical moment, I shall safeguard the bloodline of the dragon clan." Inglong, filled with gratitude, repeatedly bowed. "Thank you, elder. Thank you." Chapter 26. Luya takes action. The heavenly Tao brews resentment. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the primordial realm, a previously vanished celestial mountain reappeared. Hongjun sat cross-legged atop the mountain, casting a glance towards the ancestral land of the three clans. A smile gracing his face, he gently stroked the shattered pieces of the unmanifested Tao of creation jade tablet in his hand and slowly remarked, "It seems Luo Ho has made his move. Yet the timing is not quite right. Allow me to stoke the flames further." As his words fell, he lifted his gaze to the heavens and pointed. "Might I borrow the thunder tribulation for a moment?" Indeed, at his words, a terrifying storm of tribulation clouds began to gather over the celestial mountain, manifesting in the void. Seeing this, a smile spread across Hongjuan's face. He then turned his attention to the land of the three clans, declaring, "I shall add fuel to your fire." With that, he pointed at the clouds above, and the vast mass of tribulation clouds split into three, drifting towards the ancestral land of the three clans. In the blink of an eye, they descended upon the sacred ground. The powerful figures of the three clans looked up at the ominous clouds hovering above their ancestral land, confusion etched upon their faces. This was the first time they had felt the might of the tribulation clouds so closely, and one by one, they raised their heads to the sky, within the ancestral land of the Feng clan. Yuan Feng gazed up at the ominous clouds, puzzled, as beings born of the world's destiny. The three clans had always been favored by the heavenly Tao, yet this was the first time they had witnessed such a phenomenon. As the members of the clans looked skyward, an unsettling feeling stirred within Yuan Feng. He immediately commanded, "Members of the Feng clan, swiftly retreat into the ancestral land." No sooner had he spoken than a terrifying roar erupted from the clouds, followed by bolts of thunder descending upon the Feng clan's ancestral ground. In an instant, numerous descendants of the Feng clan were struck by the tribulation, suffering heavy casualties. Witnessing this, Yuan Feng's eyes widened in anger, and he exclaimed, "What wrong have we Feng clan committed?" Amidst the thunderous roar, Hongjuan's voice resounded from the clouds. "You of the Feng clan occupy the favor of the heavenly Tao, yet you sully it with demonic energy, seeking to stir a great calamity. Such a transgression warrants punishment." As the words fell, a thunderous calamity descended from the heavens, striking directly upon Yuan Feng, inflicting her with grave injuries. At this moment, Yuan Feng's mind was still pondering the words of Hong Jun from earlier. It was not until she turned her gaze towards the ancestral land, the very place where the remains of the Phoenix clan's brethren were interred, that she beheld wisps of demonic energy rising from within. Yuan Feng's eyes widened in shock as she struggled to approach the ancestral land, where she soon laid eyes upon the very remains that had previously been placed there, upon realizing that the demonic energy was emanating from the corpse. She let out a piercing cry towards the heavens. Dragon Clan, how dare you conspire against me? She appeared to grasp the reason why that corpse had manifested within the territory of the Phoenix clan and had been discovered, subsequently concealed within the ancestral land. Behind it all, it was undoubtedly those scheming individuals from the Dragon Clan who were pulling the strings in that instant. Yuan Feng's furious roar resonated through the skies. The Phoenix clan members, who were struggling beneath the calamity, immediately echoed her call upon hearing their ancestors howl. The arrival of the calamity was swift, as was its departure. It seemed that its intent was merely to inflict severe injuries upon the Phoenix clan, rather than to annihilate them completely. However, once the calamity passed, the Phoenix clan remained grievously wounded, with many on the brink of death opting for the path of reincarnation, choosing to be reborn through death. Yet, having chosen this path of rebirth, there was no turning back for them. Once the Phoenix clan had settled their affairs, numerous elders entered the Grand Hall, looking disheveled as they gazed upon Yuan Feng seated upon the throne above. Yuan Feng spoke coldly. Issue a decree. Let the entire clan recuperate and await the time to retaliate against the Dragon Clan's ancestral land. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of the elders grew increasingly filled with resentment as they collectively declared, "We shall faithfully adhere to the clan leader's decree." With that, the elders departed the Grand Hall to tend to the injured clansmen. Meanwhile, as the Phoenix clan endured the thunderous tribulation, the distant Qilin clan's ancestral land was undergoing a similar calamity. However, unlike the Phoenix clan, the Qilin clan had no path of reincarnation, suffering heavy casualties. Fortunately, the Qilin clan was numerous, and although they faced significant losses, they were merely at the level of severe injuries. It was only upon discovering that 3 younger members of the Qilin clan bore traces of demonic energy that the calamity had befallen them. The Qilin clan then prepared for battle, ready to retaliate against the Phoenix clan. In stark contrast, at the Dragon clan's ancestral land, the moment the calamity clouds approached, it was sensed by Luya, observing the ominous clouds drifting across the sky. Long furrowed his brow and murmured, "Our Dragon clan should not suffer such calamity." Beside him, Luya's eyes sparkled with divine light as he discerned the causal powers enveloping the calamity clouds. Although they were well concealed, he managed to uncover faint traces of celestial laws. Upon perceiving those celestial laws, Luya gained a modicum of insight. Originally, he had been contemplating the relationship between Luo Ho, Hong Jun, and the heavenly Tao, but now the truth seemed apparent that it was regrettable that Luo Ho's meticulously planned schemes had been rendered futile, and no matter how the heavenly Tao intervened, he should have successfully taken that crucial step after the calamity, achieving the status of the first saint of the primordial world. Yet, it was precisely because of the alliance between Hong Jun and the heavenly Tao that Luo Ho's millennia-long plans had come to naught. What perplexed him was why Hong Jun dared to conspire with a tiger for its skin. Was it truly because of that one saintly position? Just as Luya pondered, countless thunderous dragons descended upon the Dragon clan's ancestral land for the calamity clouds above. The overwhelming force sent the Dragon clan's ancestral land into chaos. They all sensed the might of the heavens. Such a terrifying, thunderous calamity was rarely something any dragon could withstand. Seeing this, Long immediately prepared to manifest his colossal dragon form to confront the calamity alone. However, in the next moment, Luya merely pointed gently at the multitude of thunderous dragons. Behind him, the chaos bell materialized, swelling in size as it enveloped the entire Dragon clan's ancestral land. The myriad thunderous dragons struck down upon the chaos bell. Boom! A tremendous roar reverberated through the air. The Dragon clan members were momentarily stunned. and Ing Long shouted from the sky, "All Dragon Clan disciples, retreat into the ancestral land." This startled the Dragon Clan disciples, who hastily fled towards the ancestral land. As the Chaos Bell withstood the onslaught of the myriad thunderous dragons. On the celestial mountain, Hong Jun's expression shifted subtly as he softly exclaimed, "The Chaos Bell? Could it be that fellow resides within the Dragon Clan's ancestral land?" If that were the case, his prior intention to use the thunderous calamity under the guise of the heavenly Tao to scheme against the three clans would be significantly undermined. It seemed that the obstruction of the calamity had prompted a colossal eye of the heavenly Tao to manifest above the Dragon Clan's ancestral land, gazing downwards, especially upon seeing the Chaos Bell and the smiling Luya. The enormous eye of the heavenly Tao was instantly filled with intense resentment. Chapter 27. The War of the Three Clans. Hong Jun battles Luo Ho. Naturally, Luya also noticed the colossal eye that had opened in the sky, his face brimming with mirth. Initially, he had no intention of intervening, but with the calamity now descending upon him, how could he possibly refrain from acting? The enormous eye in the sky slowly closed before vanishing completely from view. Meanwhile, in the primordial world, decades had already passed. During these years, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans had continuously risen in prominence. The injuries sustained during the thunderous calamity had been fully healed, and their population began to increase. Among them, the Phoenix and Qilin clans expanded outward, with the former governing the skies and the latter overseeing the land, maintaining a status quo of non-interference. However, following the incident of the thunderous calamity, friction between the two clans intensified. In contrast, within the Dragon Clan, under Luya's vigilant presence, the clan members remained within the ancestral land, seldom departing. One day, tensions between the two clans escalated further. Yuan Feng, accompanied by the clan's elders and younger members, departed the ancestral land, heading toward the Qilin clan's territory. The Qilin clan, sensing the situation, promptly gathered their elders and younger members to intercept them outside their ancestral land. Thus, the war between the two clans erupted, transforming the primordial land into a battlefield. In an instant, the entire primordial realm was engulfed in panic, as weaker mountain spirits and demonic beasts sought to flee the chaos, hastily retreating into the distance. Moreover, the clashes between the Phoenix and Qilin clans spilled over into the Dragon Clan's ancestral land, resulting in the deaths of many younger Dragon Clan members at the battlefield's edge. Within the Dragon Clan, the elders clamored for Ing Long to lead the younger members into battle, seeking justice for their fallen K. As the elders' voices grew louder, numerous younger Dragon Clan members joined in the calls outside the Grand Hall. Inside the hall, Ing Long cast a troubled glance at Luya and furrowed his brow, saying, "Master, what should we do about this?" Luya regarded the clamoring elders and younger members outside the hall and slowly shook his head. After a moment, he spoke calmly. "This is but the will of heaven. We must proceed with caution." Upon hearing these words, Ing Long nodded slightly and proceeded to the exterior of the Grand Hall, gazing at the fervently shouting elders and descendants of the Dragon Clan. He proclaimed in a resounding voice, "The Phoenix clan and the Qilin clan have become excessively arrogant and despicable, repeatedly taking the lives of our Dragon Clan's offspring. Brave sons of the Dragon Clan, follow your ancestor and charge forth to seek justice for our fallen brethren." As his voice echoed, Ing Long manifested his towering dragon form, soaring into the sky and racing towards the primordial continent. Below, numerous elders and disciples of the Dragon Clan transformed into their true forms, trailing behind Ing Long as they hastened towards the primordial continent. Above the primordial land, a multitude of dragons filled the sky, a dark mass obscuring the sun as they advanced towards the battlefield of the two clans. Within the Dragon Clan's territory, the ginseng baby cast a worried glance at Ing Long's departing figure before turning to Luya and asking, "Master, will this slippery eel encounter any issues?" Upon hearing the ginseng baby's words, a helpless expression surfaced on Luya's face that he then spoke. "This is simply his destined fate. After this battle, the three clans will retreat as the heavenly Tao desires. We cannot intervene." After hearing Luya's words, a hint of concern appeared in the ginseng baby's eyes. Subsequently, Luya glanced at the horizon, astonishment flickering in his gaze. before quietly chuckling, "I see. In that case, I too must involve myself in this matter." Before the ginseng baby could respond, Luya swiftly grasped him and drew him into his mystic powers, then sped off towards the chaotic void. In mid-air, the cold winds howled fiercely, and within moments, Luya had concealed his form and arrived in the chaos. Within the chaos, violent winds raged, and countless disorderly rules roamed freely. Luya hid his presence, observing the direction of the impending battle among the three clans. In the depths of the chaos, the demonic ancestor Luo Ho concealed himself, wielding the god-slaying spear that emanated a terrifying aura, stabilizing the surrounding tumultuous rules. Not far behind him, Hong Jun stood motionless, holding a whisk, coldly observing Luo Ho, his aura radiating a palpable sense of menace. Time passed, and the battle among the three clans intensified, with the ominous aura in the sky becoming ever more pronounced. From the primordial land below, waves of palpable killing intent and malevolence surged upward, ascending into the chaos. Upon witnessing this, Luo Ho's eyes gleamed with delight. He inhaled deeply, drawing the heavy killing intent and malevolence into his body, revealing a satisfied expression. Just then, from his concealed position nearby, Hong Jun suddenly swung his whisk towards Luo Ho. Countless rules were shattered by the sweep of the whisk, dissipating entirely in the chaos. The impact of the whisk struck Luo Ho with a thunderous roar, sending him hurtling away, landing miles from the point of origin. Chapter 28. The Battle in Chaos. When Luo Ho regained his footing and turned to look back, he immediately spotted Hong Jun's smiling face. He bellowed in fury, "You old trickster Hong Jun! How dare you conspire against me? You shall be punished." With that, the god-slaying spear materialized in his hand, and he charged towards Hong Jun. Unfazed, Hong Jun maintained his composure, smilingly replying, "Friend, you instigated the war among the three clans, causing a calamity in the primordial realm. This is a grave transgression, and I act as the instrument of celestial retribution. I advise you to tread carefully." Luo Ho pressed on, a cold glint in his eyes as he retorted, "What a grandiloquent justification! Do you think I am unaware that those recent thunder calamities were orchestrated by you?" As he spoke, he swept the god-slaying spear, creating ripples in the chaos. Countless murderous energies manifested from the spear's tip, transforming into sharp projectiles aimed directly at Hong Jun. Observing the gathering of murderous energy before him, Hong Jun remained unperturbed. With a gentle flick of his whisk, he shattered the oncoming waves of lethal energy, and he then raised his hand and directed the whisk towards Luo Ho, whereupon countless threads from its tip morphed into ropes that ensnared Luo Ho. This whisk, a primordial treasure, could both attack and defend, ensnaring Luo Ho within its confines. Yet it barely held him for a moment before he broke free, shattering the prison. Hong Jun's expression shifted as he summoned the celestial laws, manifesting phantoms that sped towards Luo Ho. Luo Ho sneered, his body expanding several dozen times as demonic energy surged around him. With a flourish of the god-slaying spear, he obliterated the approaching phantoms. Hidden in the shadows, Luya's face displayed surprise. Luo Ho had grown significantly stronger since the Battle of Creation, even seemingly overpowering Hong Jun, which was unexpected. Above the chaos, the giant eye of the heavenly Tao opened, casting its gaze upon the two combatants, before swiftly turning to Luya, brimming with resentment. Luya, noticing the resentment in the gaze of the heavenly Tao, chuckled softly and prepared to depart. This was a battle between two divine beings, the most formidable of the primordial realm. It was best to remain uninvolved. Just as Luya was about to turn away, Hong Jun suddenly called out, "Since you have come, why rush to leave? Join me in vanquishing this fiend." Stunned by these words, Luya realized Hong Jun was addressing him. However, he was puzzled as to how Hong Jun knew of his hidden presence. Could it be due to the heavenly Tao's eye? Not only Luya, but even Luo Ho, who was engaged in combat with Hong Jun, momentarily froze, shaking his god-slaying spear to push Hong Jun back 1,000 miles. Luo Ho then surveyed his surroundings warily, seemingly attempting to locate Luya. Observing this, Hong Jun halted within the chaos, turning to the concealed Luya, and spoke slowly, "You possess the diagram of the god-slaying sword. Surely there will be a battle between us in the future. Why not join me today to eliminate this scourge and spare yourself future troubles? Realizing he had been exposed, Luya manifested his form. Smiling at both of them, he raised his hands and feigned innocence, saying, "Why should I involve myself in the affairs between friends? I am merely a passerby, here to witness the spectacle. Please continue." With that, Luya attempted to turn away. Yet, before he could leave, Hong Jun remarked with a smile, "Even if you depart today, trouble shall find you in the future, for the diagram of the god-slaying sword is an invaluable treasure. Should this Luo Ho survive today, he will undoubtedly seek you out for retribution." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew tense. Luya turned back to Luo Ho, smiling as he inquired, "Oh, will you?" Luo Ho, upon hearing this, inwardly cursed but shook his head, stating, "Naturally not. Those worthy of treasures shall possess them. Your previous words were indeed enlightening. I assure you, I will not seek vengeance later." The claim of not seeking vengeance was merely a fade, should he succeed in taking that step and slaying Hong Jun. The first to meet his wrath would be this thief who had coveted the diagram of the god-slaying sword. Hong Jun, upon hearing Luo Ho's words, cast a knowing smile at Luya and asked, "Do you believe him?" Luya, smiling slightly, replied, "Indeed." As soon as he spoke, he prepared to turn away. Luo Ho's face lit up with joy, and he swung the god-slaying spear, charging towards Hong Jun, however, before he could reach him. The diagram of the god-slaying sword rose beside him, for swords forming a terrifying cage that enveloped him entirely. Before him, Hong Jun's face bore a smile as he lightly waved his whisk towards Luo Ho. Endless celestial laws surged forth, racing towards Luo Ho. Luo Ho, witnessing this, erupted in fury, exclaiming, "How dare you speak such treachery?" Luya, grinning, replied, "It is quite astonishing to hear such word from the esteemed demon ancestor." Upon hearing these words, Luo Ho was nearly overcome with rage, almost spewing forth a mouthful of old blood. Surrounding him, the four swords of extermination pierced the heavens, an endless stream of sword energy erupting forth as if to rend the very fabric of the void. The celestial laws were also drawing near, seemingly poised to strike at Luo Ho. His countenance shifted dramatically. He swept the god-slaying spear in a desperate attempt to force his way through the blockade set by the extermination sword diagram. Yet, the extermination sword diagram was a pinnacle treasure, now under the control of Luya, who could easily evade it. Regardless of the means he employed, he could never escape the confines of the extermination sword diagram. In the next moment, Luo Ho let out a long howl, and below, countless shadows surged towards the chaos. They collided directly with the cage formed by the extermination sword diagram, unleashing a terrifying roar. In an instant, 6 or 7 figures clad in black crashed into the cage, detonating their bodies and forcibly tearing a rift in the extermination sword diagram. Observing this, Luo Ho fled through the opening, suspending himself in the chaos, coldly regarding the 2 figures before him. These beings were of the great Luo golden immortal level, birthed through secret arts, originally intended as tools to incite war among the 3 tribes. Unexpectedly, they had come to save his life at this critical moment. Not far in front of him, Luya also exhibited a look of surprise, clearly taken aback by Luo Ho's ability to escape in such a manner. Beside him, Hong Jun slowly spoke, "If you are concealing your true strength, my friend, it may prove troublesome." Upon hearing Hong Jun's words, Luya's expression turned cold, and he retorted without hesitation, "Then I implore you to reveal your hidden cards, so I may witness your capabilities." In response to Luya, a smile crept across Hong Jun's face, and he lightly pointed at Luo Ho with his finger at that moment. The previously chaotic rules within the chaos began to coalesce, transforming into long whips that lashed out towards Luo Ho. His expression changed drastically, filled with uncertainty as he exclaimed, "You can actually wield the laws of heaven," before his words could fully escape. The whips, composed of condensed rules, were already upon him. Luo Ho quickly swung the god-slaying spear to defend himself, shattering the whips one by one. However, in the next moment, countless celestial laws surged forth, appearing beside him and leaving him no time to react. They transformed into sharp blades, leaving numerous wounds upon his form. In an instant, Demonic blood rained down in the chaos. Luo Hua cried out in pain, attempting to turn and flee if it were only Hong Jun. He might have had some confidence in overcoming him and taking that crucial step forward. However, now standing before him were two peak-level great Luo Golden Immortals, and no matter how formidable Luo Hua was, it was impossible for him to prevail. He could only barely escape, convinced that if he did not depart soon, he would truly meet a gruesome end in the chaos. As Luo Hua prepared to flee, Luya flicked his fingers, producing a crisp, ringing sound from the four swords of extermination. The swords tore through the chaos, slicing through the rules and directly materializing before Luo Hua, erupting with an astonishing brilliance as they aimed to cleave him in two. In the blink of an eye, they left several deep wounds upon Luo Hua's body, effectively trapping him within the chaos and preventing his escape. Luo Hua's face darkened as he coldly stated, "Spare my life, my friend, that I can overlook the matter of the extermination sword diagram. Luya," hearing this, displayed a smile on his face and replied, "What do you mean, my friend? The extermination sword diagram is yours by right. It is here for you to take." With that, the four swords of extermination erupted once more, hurtling towards Luo Hua with incredible speed. Luo Hua, cursing inwardly, had no choice but to use his god-slaying spear to deflect the radiant sword strikes. At the same time, Hong Jun's whisk was already upon him, striking directly at Luo Hua's right eye in an instant. It shattered into pieces, and the celestial laws rampaged across the wound, preventing it from healing. Luo Hua let out a cry of despair as demonic energy surged around him, restoring his right eye to its former state. This forceful method of dispelling the celestial laws at the wound came at a tremendous cost, leaving Luo Hua's aura greatly diminished. Luo observed this with a cold expression, and from behind him, chaos arose, manifesting before him. He raised his hand and flicked his fingers, striking the chaos bell, which emitted a resonant chime. Terrifying ripples instantly spread forth, shattering countless disordered rules as they raced towards Luo Hua. In but a moment, they arrived behind him, sweeping forth like a deluge. The impact struck Luo Hua, shattering the demonic energy surrounding him, and even breaking apart his armor, causing streams of demonic blood to flow. Observing this, Hong Jun was not to be outdone. He drew a small sword from his waist, absorbing the chaotic rules around him as it grew in size. Propelled by the fierce winds in the blink of an eye, it expanded several times, and, with a gentle flick, the long sword shot through the air towards Luo Hua, just as Luo Hua intended to make a move. The sword appeared before him, gliding effortlessly across his neck and severing his head from his body. In the chaos, Luo Hua's headless corpse let out a frantic wail, the demonic energy swirling around it as the god-slaying spear danced wildly. Shattering the disordered rules, countless streams of demonic energy surged forth, attempting to reconnect his severed head to his body. Hong Jun's voice echoed, "Are you still not going to make a move, my friend? What are you waiting for?" Upon hearing this, Luya did not hesitate. The four primordial elements of earth, water, fire, and wind coalesced within him, materializing before him and forming a terrifying divine power that surged towards Luo Hua's headless corpse. With a thunderous crash, the four primordial elements struck Luo Hua's headless body, erupting with a cataclysmic force that obliterated it into fragments. Only Luo Hua's head remained, suspended in the chaos, shrieking incessantly. Around his head, streams of demonic energy swirled, attempting to form a new body beneath him to house his spirit. Yet, before it could fully take shape, Hong Jun's whisk swept through and shattered in the chaos. Luo Hua's head roared, "Old Hong Jun, you old fool! Luya, you little thief! You both conspire with the heavenly path to trap me, yet you cannot kill me. The day I return is the day of your demise." Hearing this, Luya furrowed his brow, raising his hand to gently grasp, causing countless rules to surge forth and envelop Luo Hua's head. Instantly, they exploded with force, but Luo Hua's head remained unscathed, unmoving. Luo Hua laughed heartily. "Do you know why the heavenly path wants you to act? Because even he cannot slay me." "Ha ha!" Luya turned to Hong Jun, who merely shook his head slightly, though they were not immortal in the chaos. It was exceedingly difficult to completely extinguish their existence, Unless Pangu were to be reborn, it would be nearly impossible to kill him. Hongjun coughed lightly before speaking. I thank you for your assistance. My friend, since this demonic body of Luo Hua has been destroyed by you, I entrust this matter to you. Before Luya could respond, Hongjun vanished from the spot. I end the chaos. Luo Hua laughed heartily. Old Hongjun never loses his face. The day I return will be your time of death. Hearing Luo Hua's words, Luya revealed a strange smile, slowly responding. Do you truly believe you are indestructible? Luo Hua replied with confidence. Of course that Luya nodded. If that is the case, then this matter will be easily resolved. Upon hearing this, a chill shot through Luo Hua's heart, and he demanded, What do you intend to do? Do not come any closer. Luya chuckled ominously, saying nothing as he cast numerous seals upon Luo Hua's head, completely sealing it away. He then placed it within the chaos bell, speaking slowly. If you are indeed indestructible, does that not make you a natural shield? With that, he raised his hand to retrieve the scattered god-slaying spear from the chaos, heading directly towards the vast land below. Chapter 30. The War of the Three Tribes. Luya raced forward at breakneck speed, heading towards the primordial continent below. Surrounding him, endless laws danced in the air, manifesting into numerous marks of regulation. Currently, the head of Luo who had been sealed within the chaos bell by him. Although he was unaware of why he could not completely slay Luo who, the fact that its body had shattered and its head was imprisoned should pose no issue, as for where its body would descend upon the mortal realm. He felt no need to concern himself. Gazing down, he observed that the war among the three clans on the primordial continent had reached a fever pitch. Initially, it had been only the Qilin clan and the Feng clan embroiled in relentless disputes, engaging in frequent skirmishes, even waging wars that called for the full might of their clans. However, the intervention of the Dragon clan had swiftly altered the dynamics, leading the two factions to form an alliance against the Dragon clan. Consequently, the Dragon clan, which had only recently entered the fray, found itself suffering the most, losing several elder dragons along with numerous elite disciples. In the midst of the battlefield, the Yinglong roared and manifested its true form, battling against the ancestral figures of the Yuan Feng and the Qilin clan. Above the battlefield, the magnificent true dragon and Yuan Feng clashed fiercely with a colossal Qilin, causing the laws to surge and radiant colors to burst forth in the air. An endless cacophony of thunderous sounds resonated, sending waves of force that flung the disciples of the three clans far away, scattering them for miles. Below, the roars of battle continued unabated as the disciples of the three clans engaged in fierce combat. The air thickening with the aura of bloodshed, merging into ominous crimson clouds above. The atmosphere above the primordial realm grew increasingly oppressive, seemingly reaching its zenith. Just as Luya was about to arrive at the battlefield, a figure clad in a Taoist robe suddenly appeared before him. It was Hongjun, who had departed earlier. Upon seeing Luya once more, Hongjun could not help but exhibit a hint of awkwardness. It should be noted that when Luya had previously slain Luo who, discovering that its head could not be destroyed, Hongjun had promptly left, leaving this conundrum for Luya to solve. At this moment, had it not been for the concern that Luya's intervention would disrupt the grand conflict among the three clans and contravene the will of heaven, rendering his dealings with the heavenly Tao void, he likely would not have reappeared before Lu Wai and Hongjun's eyes. Luya, though relatively inexperienced in cultivation, possessed considerable audacity, formidable strength, and a plethora of spiritual treasures. Strictly speaking, their combat prowess was not vastly different, which made him reluctant to confront Luya. Looking at Luya, Hongjun slowly spoke. If you intervene in this matter, it may very well go against the will of heaven. Upon hearing this, Luya was momentarily taken aback. Raising his head, he noticed the will of the heavenly Tao, now coalescing above them. Casting its gaze upon the two, he could clearly see that the eyes of the heavenly Tao's incarnation were filled with resentment. Could this be related to his prior cultivation? When he absorbed and refined the four elements of creation, Luya smiled at the heavenly Tao, nodding in a seemingly harmless manner. Yet, in the eyes of the heavenly Tao, this appeared as a deliberate provocation, intensifying the resentment within its gaze. Liu could not help but be stunned, then helplessly shook his head, turning to Hong Jun and saying, "Rest assured, I shall not excessively involve myself in the War of the Three Clans. But I intend to protect certain individuals." Upon hearing this, Hong Jun nodded slightly, but he understood through the heavenly Tao that this Yinglong was indeed a companion of Liu. However, he was surprised that this Yinglong could gather a group within the primordial realm, truly astonishing. Below, the Yinglong, a massive entity stretching thousands of feet, obscured the sun, engaged in fierce combat with the ancestral figures of the Qilin clan and the Feng clan. The laws surrounding Yinglong manifested as numerous marks of regulation, blocking the divine abilities of the Yuan Feng and the primordial Qilin that in the conflict among the three clans. The Dragon clan boasted the most powerful physical form, while the Feng clan exhibited exceptional regenerative capabilities and mastery over rebirth. As for the Qilin clan, aside from their sensitivity to the laws of heaven and earth, they lacked other advantages. Now that the two factions had united, they were merely able to match Yinglong's might. If this stalemate continued, it would require a desperate gamble to achieve any resolution. Conversely, the dragon disciples below, now besieged by the two clans, were suffering heavy casualties, with many dead and many more wounded. If this persisted, the younger generation of the Dragon clan would likely face annihilation. Yinglong, engaged in battle with the two ancestral figures, also recognized this dire situation. In a fit of urgency, it unleashed a torrent of laws. Numerous laws manifested in midair, transforming into dragon seals that struck towards the two combatants. The primordial Qilin let out a sinister laugh, declaring, "Feng ancestor, while we hold this insect at bay, once the Dragon clan below is obliterated, the ancestral dragon shall surely perish." Yuan Feng, understanding the implication, chuckled lightly and responded, "Indeed, it should be so." As they spoke, the two figures danced around Yinglong, avoiding direct confrontation. Below, the cries of the Dragon clan echoed continuously, with disciples perishing one after another under the relentless assault from the Qilin and Feng clans. Yinglong's eyes widened in desperation as it cried out, "Please, master, lend your hand." The sound of its voice resonated with such intensity that it spread across thousands of miles. Upon hearing this, Liu could not help but smile. Turning to look at Hong Jun shook his head slightly, saying, "Friend, you must not intervene." Liu raised his head, noticing that the will of the heavenly Tao's incarnation had not dissipated. Still glaring at the two with malice, that it slowly began to speak. "Fear not, I shall not interfere." As these words fell, a ginseng doll suddenly leaped onto Liu's shoulder. Rubbing its eyes, the ginseng doll sleepily asked, "Master, are we done dealing with the bad guys?" Liu chuckled, "If you do not descend soon, little Yinglong may very well be slain." Hearing this, the ginseng doll mumbled a few words, mentioning something about how it was about time the mud eel was turned into dragon soup, before directly leaping down into the primordial realm. Witnessing this, Hong Jun was momentarily taken aback. Just as he was about to intervene and retrieve the ginseng doll, Liu directly stopped him. Liu smiled and said, "Friend, I am not participating in the war of the three clans that you truly wish to intervene." Upon hearing Liu's words, Hong Jun's expression turned awkward, and he looked helplessly at the incarnation of the heavenly Tao above. The incarnation's expression grew increasingly grim, its surrounding aura of resentment nearly spilling over, as if the primordial realm itself were on the verge of upheaval. Liu shrugged, saying, "I have not provoked you." Below, in the midst of the battlefield among the three clans, upon hearing Yinglong's desperate plea, the primordial Qilin and Yuan Feng each felt a surge of vigilance. However, after waiting for a time, they merely witnessed a spiritual plant creature approaching, causing them to laugh. "You slippery eel, do you truly believe such trivial tricks can deceive us?" Seeing that Liu had not come, but instead sent a ginseng doll, Yinglong's face revealed a look of astonishment. The ginseng doll, while muttering something to itself, waved its small hand. Instantly, boundless essence poured forth, merging into the bodies of Yinglong and the dragon disciples below. In that moment, the battlefield transformed dramatically. The ginseng doll waved its hand. An infinite flow of essence descended from the heavens, infusing itself into Ying-Long as it clashed with the ancestral figures of the Qilin clan and Yuan Feng, spreading vitality throughout its form in mere moments. The injuries that had plagued Ying-Long began to heal at a visibly accelerated rate. Not only Ying-Long, but also the younger dragon disciples engaged in battle below experienced instantaneous recovery upon receiving the essence. In an instant, the morale among the dragon clans surged, their roars echoing, overwhelming the Qilin and Feng clans, who struggled to breathe under the pressure. The ancestral figures of the Qilin clan, seeing this turn of events, bellowed with fury, "Who dares to intervene in our war of the three clans? Do you not fear being entangled in this karma and hunted down by our kin?" The ancestral figure of the Feng clan also called out, "Friend, if you cease your actions now, we shall treat this as if nothing has occurred. You may depart unharmed." Upon hearing the words of these two ancestral figures, the younger dragon disciples below burst into laughter. They knew well that the one intervening was a close ally of their own ancestor. How could they possibly halt their efforts and allow the dragon clan to face annihilation due to the mere words of these two ancestral figures? The ginseng doll mumbled, "Two fools, we should have dealt with this mud eel sooner. Do we truly need me to step in now?" As the words fell, one could see him strike once more. A torrent of vital energy surging forth in an instant. Countless streams of essence cascaded down like a torrential rain, merging into the bodies of the dragon kin present, continuously mending the wounds upon them. The peculiar dynamics of the battlefield among the three clans persisted, with numerous dragon descendants charging fearlessly into the fray. The united forces of the Qilin and Feng clans began to retreat step by step. Meanwhile, high above, the primordial Qilin and the original Feng, witnessing the actions of the hidden assailant, found that not only did the onslaught not cease, but it grew increasingly rampant, exacerbating the already lopsided situation on the battlefield. With a furious roar, they ceased their previous cautious skirmishing and turned exceptionally fierce. However, with the assistance of the ginseng doll, the battle prowess of the Ying-Long intensified even further. Amidst the clouds above, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao observed the fierce clash below, and the resentment in its eyes deepened. Although this calamity was instigated by Luo, it was still within the realm of its will. Now that circumstances had shifted dramatically, far beyond its expectations, it ultimately traced back to that little thief who had stolen its four elements of creation. The embodiment of the heavenly Tao began to twist and form, its gaze becoming increasingly terrifying with resentment, before letting out a cold snort and vanishing without a trace in the void. Hongjun observed the formidable display of the dragonkin below, unable to suppress his astonishment. While he had previously been obstructed by Luya, he had not anticipated that a mere ginseng doll of a high Luo standard could so directly alter the battlefield. Not only had the battle among the three ancestral clans been reversed, but even the conflict on the ground had undergone a complete turnaround. This ginseng doll was practically a loophole beneath the heavenly Tao. Luya, observing the expression on Hongjun's face, helplessly raised his hands and said, "My friend, I did not intervene." Hongjun, upon hearing this, sheepishly nodded, then disappeared without a trace. He understood that even if Luya did not take action, the mere presence of that ginseng doll was sufficient to turn the tide of this calamity. Though the tribulation did not unfold as the heavenly Tao had anticipated, it was still marginally sufficient. Thus the heavenly Tao, despite its anger, would not intervene. After Hongjun departed, Luya resumed his gaze over the land, observing the changes in the primordial wilderness, and then chuckled lightly as he returned to the ancestral grounds of the dragonkin. Time flows like the ever-changing clouds. The war among the three clans had persisted for an indeterminate duration, with heavy losses on all sides. Even with the ginseng doll's intervention, the dragonkin had suffered losses exceeding 70%. Not only the dragonkin, but the other two clans had also sustained similar casualties. Amidst the clouds, the elder of the Qilin clan spat blood, one eye completely obliterated, with dragon energy adhering to the wound, rendering it unhealable. The right wing of the original Feng was also broken. One claw split, and feathers rained down. In contrast, the Ying-Long, battling two opponents, appeared far less beleaguered. despite sustaining injuries, they were healing rapidly. Yet the ginseng doll hidden in the shadows appeared pale and breathless, muttering, "If this doesn't end soon, I'll really have my master make soup out of you." As if sensing the ginseng doll's inner monologue, the Yinglong let out a furious roar, sweeping its tail to send the severely wounded original Feng crashing down. It fell onto the primordial continent, creating a massive crater that killed and injured numerous dragon descendants. The original Feng struggled to rise, gazing at the ravaged primordial land and the severely wounded Feng clan, and cried out in anguish, "Feng clan, follow me as we break through." In an instant, the voice of the original Feng filled the entire battlefield, prompting countless Feng descendants to lift their heads. Each one, battered and bloodied, followed the original Feng into the fray. The primordial Qilin, engaged in battle with the Yinglong, nearly spat blood upon witnessing the Feng ancestor lead the Feng descendants away from the battlefield. He never expected that the Feng ancestor would be so decisive. Taking the Feng desk, Yinglong enviously exclaimed, "You little rascal merely waved your hand amidst the clouds and received such generous gifts from the master. It truly fills me with profound envy." Upon hearing this, the Ren Shundal's countenance darkened, and after taking a couple of deep breaths, he retorted, "Nonsense. I was the first to follow the master, so by chronological order, you should address me as elder brother. Your audacity, little mudfish, is growing increasingly brazen." Yinglong, rendered speechless, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "With your cultivation, how can you claim to be elder brother? It is far more appropriate for you to remain a dutiful younger brother, so that I may take good care of you." After hearing Yinglong's words, the Ren Shundal snorted coldly, ominously declaring, "Had I not intervened in this battle, you would have likely been taken away to be made in a mudfish soup by now." "And where would you find the audacity to boast here?" Yinglong chuckled. "Even if you had not intervened, the master would have acted." The Ren Shundal's face flushed with anger, as vital energy began to emanate from his 7 orifices. This scene left the dragon elders in the Grand Hall utterly astonished. It was the first time they had witnessed their ancestor engaging in a verbal spar with another. They resembled newly hatched dragons. Exhibiting an astonishing level of immaturity, Eluya observed the two bickering with a wry smile, then addressed Yinglong, saying, "You two have been exchanging barbs since the days of Coon Loon Mountain, and yet your habits remain unchanged. It is indeed a rarity." Upon hearing Luya speak, the Ren Shundal and Yinglong immediately ceased their banter, adopting respectful expressions as they gazed at Luya. "Since this matter is settled, you shall accompany me and need not remain within the dragon clan any longer." Yinglong was momentarily taken aback by these words, then nodded deeply. Indeed, in the years past on Coon Loon Mountain, he had understood that his destiny lay within the vast wilderness, prompting him to beseech the master to forego emerging from a mountain in search of opportunity. In retrospect, it appeared that his emergence was not merely a chance encounter, but rather seemed to be preordained, necessitating the strength of a clan to navigate the impending calamities of the wilderness. This calamity would arise, conclude, and subsequently give birth to new beings and races. Considering it now, perhaps all of this had already been calculated by the will of heaven. Yinglong sighed deeply, then turned to address the other dragon elders in the hall, stating, "After I depart, you must retreat to the 4 seas. Within a millennium, you shall not set foot on the land of the wilderness." The dragon elders, upon hearing Yinglong's decree, wore expressions of sorrow and responded in unison, "We shall faithfully obey the ancestor's command." As their voices echoed, they looked up, only to find that Luya's captivating figure had already vanished from the Grand Hall, amidst the clouds above the ancestral land of the dragon clan. Yinglong transformed into a 100 Zhonglong dragon, swiftly carrying Luya and the others towards the wilderness. Before departing, he cast a deep glance at the dragon clan's descendants, seemingly imprinting their images in his mind. Aside from the dragon clan, the Qilin clan also appeared to be sequestered within their ancestral land, as protective formations rose, rendering their presence in the wilderness seemingly non-existent. Occasionally, faint coughing sounds could be heard emanating from the original Qilin ancestral land. Meanwhile, after returning to their ancestral domain, the Yuan Feng also activated a great formation, sealing the entrance to their land, thus falling into a state of seclusion. This battle had not only left the ancestor of the Qilin clan severely injured, But the Yuan Feng was also gravely wounded. Presently, she could only attempt to undergo a rebirth in her seclusion, hoping to secure the chance to live anew. After all, compared to Yinglong, both of their clans lacked substantial backing. Surviving amidst the machinations of the heavenly will was already a remarkable feat. As long as they were alive, that was enough. Chapter 33. The Ancestor of the Underworld River. Now, within the wilderness, the great battle of the three clans had concluded. The Dragon Clan retreated to the Four Seas, while the Qilin Clan and the Feng Clan returned to their respective ancestral lands to recuperate. This allowed the previously ravaged land to regain a semblance of vitality, as various beings traversed within it in search of opportunities. After all, with the recent end of the three-clan conflict and with the calamity dissipating, opportunities abounded throughout the wilderness. Furthermore, without any figures of the Luo golden immortal level making an appearance, the beings here could breathe a little easier. Amidst the clouds, 100 Zhonglong dragons soared through the skies, with Luya and the others seated cross-legged upon its head. The Run Shundal grasped a dragon horn, grinning widely as he remarked, "You little mudfish truly lack any sense of shame. Back in Coon Loon Mountain, you told the master you're going to seek opportunities in the wilderness. Yet unexpectedly, you have spawned an entire race. How utterly embarrassing." Upon hearing this, both Luya and Hong Yun couldn't help but smile. Yinglong, however, grew impatient, shaking his head as he replied, "What do you know, little doll? Procreation is a matter of great significance. You are unaware of its joys." The Run Shundal huffed in response, declaring, "If it weren't for my intervention, your dragon clan would have perished." Yinglong retorted, "You are deluding yourself. Without you, the master would still have acted, as previously stated." The Ren Shundal, upon hearing this, let out a dissatisfied huff and shook Yinglong's dragon horn vigorously, that a look of helplessness crossed Yinglong's eyes as he continued to soar through the skies. Suddenly, a surge of malevolent energy arose before them, accompanied by a heavy stench of blood that spread throughout the realm. Yinglong furrowed his brow, then looked down to survey the earth. Below, at the center, lay a blood sea, from which the intense malevolence and sanguine scent emanated. Just as Yinglong contemplated departing, Luya's voice echoed in his ears, "We shall descend to investigate." Yinglong complied and flew towards the blood sea below. The Ren Shundal, perched curiously on Luya's shoulder, inquired, "Master, why are we descending?" "This is merely a blood sea formed from coagulated filth." He observed the blood sea below, noting that while it emanated a hint of spiritual treasure's aura, the blood and malevolence contained within were far more potent. Given the master's current strength, it seemed unnecessary to retrieve this spiritual treasure. Just as the group pondered this, Luya spoke indeed. "This is the demonic blood left behind after I and that old man, Hongjun, slew Luo Ho. Who would have thought it would transform into a blood sea now?" Upon hearing this, curiosity flickered across the faces of the others as they gazed down at the blood. It was worth noting that Luo Ho was the progenitor of the demonic path, and his essence was demonic blood. Such a manifestation of a blood sea must possess some extraordinary qualities. As Luya and the others approached the blood sea, they noticed at its very center a placental-shaped spiritual treasure, upon which sat a figure clad in blood robes. This individual was none other than the ancestor of the underworld river, who had come into being since the demonic blood fell to the ground and transformed into the blood sea after Luya and Hongjun's battle with Luo Ho. Although the time since his emergence was short, he had already attained the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal level that in theory, within this wilderness devoid of the Luo golden immortals, he should be considered a top-tier force. Yet today, he sensed a formidable presence approaching his blood sea, which alarmed him greatly. That it was known that the location of this blood sea was secluded. It was rare for anyone to venture here, let alone a powerful being. Could it be that someone sensed the extraordinary nature of this placental treasure and sought to claim it for themselves? As this thought crossed his mind, a tremor of fear washed over the ancestor of the underworld river. If indeed a mighty being had set their sights on this placental treasure, should he resist to the death or yield with grace? While the ancestor of the underworld river wrestled with this dilemma in his heart, Luya and the others had already reached the edge of the blood sea. The Ren Shundal, eyeing the center of the blood sea, voiced his discontent. This little fellow has quite the arrogance. Knowing the master has arrived, he still dares to remain hidden. Beside him, Long and Hong Yun nodded in agreement. They had come here without concealing any of their auras. Logically, the ancestor of the Blood Sea should have approached to pay his respects. Why had he not yet made his appearance? Just as the group contemplated this, Luya chuckled softly. With his current cultivation, he could easily perceive the trembling figure of the ancestor of the underworld river beneath the Blood Sea. His expression of terror was vividly apparent. Moments later, the ancestor of the underworld river revealed a resolute expression, straightened his attire, and stepped out of the Blood Sea. He regarded Luya and the others with vigilance, appearing as if he were facing a formidable adversary, which was quite a sight to behold. Yet the next moment, the ancestor of the underworld river suddenly bowed low, exclaiming, "I am the latecomer of the underworld river, and I greet you, esteemed seniors." The Ren Shindal and the others were taken aback by this display. Initially, they had anticipated a fierce confrontation upon encountering the ancestor of the underworld river. But to their surprise, he had immediately adopted such a humble posture. The Ren Shindal couldn't help but burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Long and Hong Yun also trembled with suppressed chuckles. Liu shook his head helplessly, looking at the ancestor of the underworld river, and said, "There is no need for such tension. I am not a person devoid of reason. You may relax." Upon hearing the words of Luya, the ancestor of the underworld river let out a slight sigh of relief, yet the wariness in his heart remained unshaken. What did it mean to say that he was not an unreasonable person? Those who could enter the Blood Sea must have set their sights on the placenta within it. Such behavior was truly contemptible. The ancestor of the underworld river silently cursed, if he could see through the ancestor's thoughts. Luya chuckled lightly and spoke, "Are you worried about that placenta in the Blood Sea?" The ancestor maintained a composed expression and then cleared his throat lightly. "How could that be? Senior is not an unreasonable person. Why should I be concerned?" Upon hearing this, the ginseng baby and others burst into hearty laughter. Liu could only sigh helplessly and said, "That placenta in the Blood Sea is indeed a fine treasure, but I currently do not hold it in high regard." Upon hearing these words, the ancestor of the underworld river exhaled deeply. Wait a moment, he suddenly realized something and looked at Luya with a tense expression. What did it mean that he currently did not hold it in high regard? Could it be that he intended to take it later? The ancestor's heart raced in panic as he cast a look of grievance towards Luya. Luya smiled and said, "This object is not destined for you, nor is it for me. In due time, someone fated will come to claim it, and it will be your opportunity then. So rest assured." After hearing Luya's words, the ancestor of the underworld river instantly appeared aggrieved. What kind of statement was that? Are you not listening to what people are saying? Chapter 34. Blood Sea Azura. Rise of the Witch Clan. Standing before Luya and the others, the ancestor of the underworld river nearly broke into tears. He never expected that this dignified, extraordinarily handsome Taoist would speak with such shamelessness. The placenta of the Blood Sea originally belonged to him. How could it be said that it was not destined for him? What did it mean that someone destined would come and take it? Moreover, looking at the serious expressions on Luya and the others, it seemed that there was indeed some truth to it. With a mournful expression, the ancestor of the underworld river spoke. "I respectfully report to you, Senior, that the placenta of the Blood Sea originally belongs to me. How can it be said that it has no connection to me?" Luya looked at the ancestor of the underworld river with a smile and asked, "Are you certain that the placenta of the Blood Sea originally belongs to you?" The ancestor was taken aback for a moment, as if he had thought of something, and a sense of melancholy washed over him. To speak truthfully, the Blood Sea here was formed from the tainted blood left by Pangu after his demise, fused with the demonic blood that had fallen from the sky not long ago. The placenta of the Blood Sea was indeed transformed from Pangu's tainted blood, but so what? Ultimately, it still belonged to him. Observing the sorrowful expression on the ancestor's face, Luya chuckled. "Fear not. In the future, someone will indeed come to take the placenta of the Blood Sea, and they will leave you with tremendous benefits." Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the Blood Sea was momentarily stunned. Then he inquired, "What tremendous benefits?" Luya replied, "Secrets of heaven must not be revealed." At this point, he gazed at the vast Blood Sea before him and softly said, "Since you have come here, I shall leave you with some tokens. With that, he raised his hand and gently pointed at the blood sea, and a beam of azure light shot forth from his fingertip, swiftly disappearing into the blood sea. The expression of the ancestor of the underworld river changed. This blood sea was his essence. What did this Taoist intend to do? Just as he was puzzled, he suddenly sensed that his connection with the blood sea was becoming increasingly tighter. Within the blood sea, the blood churned incessantly, surging violently, and a faint life force emanated, manifesting as a series of powerful heartbeat sounds. This scene left everyone dumbfounded, particularly the ancestor of the underworld river, who knew that this blood sea was his essence. Since it had gained sentience for hundreds of years, it had never experienced such a peculiar sensation. After the azure light merged with the blood sea, a strange connection formed between him and his essence, akin to a bloodline bond. Just as he was in doubt, a blood-red head slowly rose from beneath the blood sea, breaking the surface, and gazed at the ancestor of the underworld river, exclaiming in surprise, "Father!" Simultaneously, more heads emerged from beneath the blood sea, looking at the ancestor of the underworld river and similarly calling out "Father." The ancestor of the underworld river was startled, and as he regained his composure, he sensed the connection between them and was momentarily dumbfounded. It seemed that these truly were his offspring. The ancestor of the underworld river stood there in a daze, staring at Luya, unsure of what had transpired. Behind Luya, Inglong looked on with envy as the little beings rose from the blood sea. Such a capacity for species propagation was truly enviable. He knew that the dragon clan he had spawned had come at the cost of fierce battles. It could not be as easy as what he witnessed now, if it were that simple. The Qilin and Phoenix clans combined would not be able to contend with his dragon clan at that point. If he were to propagate 1 billion dragons, a single droplet of their saliva would be enough to drown that group of beings. The ginseng baby looked on with disdain and said, "Stinky loach, wipe your drool. It's about to spill." Inglong retorted, "This is dragon saliva. Do you know what dragon saliva is?" Hearing this, the ginseng baby made a face of disgust and turned away, looking in confusion at the newly birthed race emerging from the blood sea. Onion also bore a strange expression. He could sense that the race within the blood sea was not ordinary. Though not top tier, they were remarkable in their numbers. Moreover, he could see that this newly born race had a close connection with the blood sea, as long as the blood sea did not dry up. These beings would live forever. Eluya laughed and said, "This is the deposit I leave behind. What do you think?" Seemingly having understood the relationship between himself and his offspring, the ancestor of the underworld river displayed a look of wild joy, repeatedly nodding. "What you say is true. Treasures belong to those with virtue. This mere placenta of the blood sea. If you wish to take it, feel free to do so." Eluya shook his head with a smile and replied, "This object is not yet destined to emerge. You should guard it well for now." With that, Inglong manifested his 100-jong dragon form, carrying Luya and the others as they sped away into the distance. Once Luya and the others had departed, the ancestor of the underworld river turned back to the blood sea with a beaming smile, saying, "Call me Father." Instantly, the call of Father echoed repeatedly from the blood sea in the distant clouds. The ginseng baby looked at Luya with confusion and asked, "Master, if you want that placenta of the blood sea, why not take it directly? Why expend your energy to assist in the propagation of the race?" Luya smiled and replied, "This matter concerns the protagonists of the primordial chaos. How can it be treated lightly?" After saying this, he fell silent, shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, as Luya and the others traversed the primordial chaos, far beneath Mount Dojo, within the hall of the 12 ancestors of sorcery, the 12 ancestors gathered together, exchanging glances, and one of them spoke solemnly. "Now that the war among the 3 clans has concluded, there is no one in the primordial chaos who can oppose us." Upon hearing this, the other 11 ancestors displayed smiles on their faces, although they prided themselves as the true lineage of Pangu. They were ultimately few in number, and even after their development to this day, they were still far from the peak of the 3 clans. Thus, they had been biding their time, waiting for the conclusion of the 3 clans' conflict before slowly revealing themselves. Di Jiang spoke, "We are the true lineage of Pangu, and with our ancestor at our side, how can we neglect the primordial chaos? This primordial chaos must fall under our control. The other 11 ancestors nodded in agreement. They had suppressed themselves for long enough, and finally, with the departure of the 3 clans and the growth of their own numbers, they were determined to vie for dominance in the primordial chaos. Sitting at the lower side, the fire god Zhu Rong also spoke. Now that the 3 clans have vanished from the primordial chaos, the remaining beings are hardly a challenge. Next to him, Gong Gong added, "Indeed, brother, this is the perfect opportunity for our witch clan to rise. Let us lead our kin to seize control of the surrounding million miles." Di Jiang nodded slowly and then declared, "In the current primordial chaos, no one can hinder our witch clan's progress. From today onwards, we shall lead the witch clan and unify the primordial chaos." As soon as he finished speaking, a fervent uproar erupted in the hall, echoing endlessly. Chapter 35. Encountering the 3 pure ones again in the clouds of the primordial chaos. 3 figures were frantically fleeing, moving at an astonishing speed, covering 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye. One of them exclaimed, "Brother, why did you provoke that beast?" Another, looking awkward and disheveled, responded with frustration, "How was I to know there would be so many guarding the vicinity of the Fusong tree? I only intended to take the Fusong tree. I had no idea it would attract so many." The one who spoke was none other than Primordial. After the 3 brothers beheld the saintly visage of Luya, they resolved in their hearts to traverse the vast wilderness in search of their own destinies. During the great war among the 3 clans, they had sought a place of great fortune to cultivate. Remaining in seclusion until the conflict had subsided, as they passed through Tang Valley, they encountered 2 colossal mulberry trees entwined together, known as the Fusong tree. Although this tree ranked last among the 10 innate spiritual roots, it was still a rare treasure. Thus, Primordial conceived the idea of claiming the Fusong tree for himself. However, just as he was about to act, a multitude of demon beings suddenly emerged nearby. The 2 leaders among them were of comparable cultivation to the 3 brothers. Although the remaining demons were weaker, they boasted sheer numbers. Moreover, the 2 leaders wielded several supreme treasures. One was named Dijun, belonging to the Golden Crow clan, who possessed the innate supreme treasures, he too and Luo Shu. The other was Tai Yi, who held the Eastern Emperor Bell, known as the Eastern Emperor. The treasures in the hands of these 2 were their companions' spiritual treasures, formidable in power, and when wielded by them, could unleash terrifying might. Thus, the 3 brothers of Sanqing had no choice but to flee in haste. Otherwise, should they fall into the clutches of Yi2 and Luo Shu, they would be as helpless as fish on a chopping block. Even the usually composed Laozi could not help but exclaim, "In the future, should we engage again, we must first ascertain whether formidable foes lurk nearby. Otherwise, with our current cultivation, we are not yet capable of acting with impunity in the wilderness." Primordial's countenance turned ashen, letting out a muffled grunt, before he fell silent and sped away into the distance. Behind them, a vast swarm of demons soared through the clouds, hot on their heels, the distance between them diminishing rapidly. Primordial seethed. "Brother, shall we not turn back and confront them? To flee in such a panic manner is unbecoming of our status as the true descendants of Pangu." Upon hearing Primordial's words, Laozi sighed and shook his head, replying, "If we turn back, we may not last even a moment." Primordial's expression darkened. "Yet no matter how we escape, our speed cannot surpass that of the demons. It is only a matter of time before they intercept us." Tong Tian scoffed and remarked, "Dijun and Tai Yi may indeed catch up, but how can the multitude of demons behind them match our pace?" Upon hearing Tong Tian's words, Primordial's eyes brightened. He understood the implication. While they were wary of Dijun and Tai Yi, their true concern lay with the horde of demons trailing them. After all, many ants can take down an elephant. As long as the demons could not catch up with the brothers, severing their connection with Dijun and Tai Yi, what did they have to fear? Suddenly, Laozi's expression changed, and he coldly declared, "How can there be a trace of the Dragon Clan in this place?" Upon hearing this, Primordial and Tong Tian's expressions shifted, and they looked ahead. Indeed, 100 Zhonglong dragon was racing towards them, and judging by its cultivation, it seemed even stronger than the 3 brothers. Primordial's face darkened. The 3 clans have rested for merely a few years. How could a dragon appear here And a dragon ancestor at that. Tong Tian skeptically replied. He must be passing through this area. Unlike the horde of demons behind us, Lao Zi's expression turned cold as he advanced towards the dragon. At this moment, the dragon's head bore the excited figure of a ginseng baby, who was shaking its little hands on the dragon's horns with glee. The dragon could not help but reveal a hint of helplessness. Glancing ahead, it noticed 3 figures rushing towards them, and a look of astonishment crossed its face. Master, it seems some individuals are being pursued by demons up ahead. Upon hearing this, Luya focused his gaze and saw that the 3 figures ahead were in a wretched state. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as the Sanqing, who had sought to become his disciples in years past. Behind them, a horde of demons led by Di Jun and Tai Yi was in hot pursuit. Red Cloud chuckled. These demons should have been under the jurisdiction of the Qilin and Phoenix clans, yet with the retreat of the 3 clans, the demons should have been leaderless. Now it appears they have found new leadership. The ginseng baby exclaimed in delight. Master, there's a commotion ahead. Shall we go and take a look? Luya smiled and nodded. If you wish to see, then let us go. The ginseng baby excitedly patted the dragon's head, shouting, Little Loach, hurry up, hurry up. The dragon grumbled in dissatisfaction, but ultimately made its way towards the Sanqing. The fleeing Sanqing, upon seeing the dragon approach, could not help but feel a surge of panic. Although they had not witnessed the great war among the 3 clans, they had heard of the dragon's formidable reputation, having once subdued the ancestors of the Qilin and Phoenix clans. Such power should far exceed that of the 3 brothers. They were about to turn and flee in another direction, but as Tong Tian raised his hand, he suddenly noticed the figures seated upon the dragon's head, and a look of joy spread across his face. He then sped towards the dragon, calling out, Tong Tian pays respects to the ancestor. Primordial, filled with rage, exclaimed, Third brother, what are you doing? Even if he is a dragon ancestor, we are the true descendants of Pangu. There is no need for us to bow to him. Lao Zi, coming back to his senses, flashed a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes, and then respectfully said, I pay my respects to the ancestor. Primordial, aghast, stammered, Eldest brother, even you. Before he could gather his thoughts, a familiar voice resonated from atop the dragon. Little ones, it has been a long time. How have you fared lately? Primordial, astonished, looked up at the familiar figure and quickly bowed. Primordial pays respects to the ancestor. Welcoming your esteemed presence, Luya waved his hand with a smile. There is no need for such formalities. Behind the Sanqing, the demons led by Di Jun and Tai Yi, who had been pursuing them, now wore expressions of astonishment upon seeing the Sanqing suddenly come to a halt. They had been chasing them for countless miles, yet now it seemed as if they had halted for some reason. Could it be that they were plotting something? Eastern Emperor Tai Yi pointed ahead in surprise. Eldest brother, look ahead. That is the dragon ancestor, chapter 36. This matter has concluded. Are you all in agreement? Upon hearing Eastern Emperor Tai Yi's words, Di Jun was taken aback, then turned his gaze towards the dragon ahead, whose massive form loomed amidst the clouds, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Before the dragon, the Sanqing bowed respectfully to the dragon ancestor, which left Di Jun perplexed. They were well aware that the Sanqing had always held themselves as the true descendants of Pangu. When had they ever lowered themselves like this? A hint of wariness flickered in Di Jun's eyes as he whispered, Let us not approach just yet. We must assess the situation first. Eastern Emperor Tai Yi nodded in agreement and signaled the demons behind him to remain alert, watching the Sanqing and the enormous dragon before them with caution. On the dragon's head, Luya observed the 3 Sanqing, a smile gracing his features. All were at the level of the Luo Jingxian, certainly not diminishing the status of the true descendants of Pangu. Why do you find yourselves in such a disarray? Upon hearing Luya's inquiry, the Sanqing exchanged glances, their expressions filled with embarrassment. After a moment, Primordial's face turned slightly red as he spoke, reporting to the ancestor. We recently passed through Tang Valley and noticed a fusong tree, desiring to bring it back to our sanctum. However, we did not anticipate provoking a horde of unruly beasts that Primordial's words were spoken softly. Yet they reached the ears of the demons behind them, including Di Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai Yi. Unruly beasts, Di Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai Yi's faces darkened with anger, and they coldly retorted, You Taoists are quite unreasonable. Not only do you covet our Fusang divine tree, but you also insult us in such a manner, which is utterly detestable. The shadow of a bell began to manifest before Eastern Emperor Tai, revealing his companion's spiritual treasure, the Eastern Emperor Bell. The demons behind him were equally incensed, eager to charge forward and tear Primordial to shreds for his earlier words. Upon hearing Jun's comment, Primordial's anger intensified, and he turned to glare at the horde of demons beside him. Laozi sighed in resignation and said, "This matter is indeed our fault. We hope you, fellow Taoists, can forgive us," Primordial retorted. "Eldest brother, why must we bend over backwards? Even if we are at fault, these demons have been lying in wait, ambushing us in the shadows. It is important to note that the Fusang divine tree is one of the 10 innate spiritual roots. Even if it ranks last, it is not without its guardians. When we passed through Tang Valley, there were no guardian beasts present until I sought to claim the Fusang tree, which is when the horde of demons appeared." Tontian nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, that is the case." That Jun let out a cold laugh as he gazed at the 3 pure ones before him, saying, "Even so, what of it?" Upon hearing Jun's words, Yuan Shi's face flushed red, and he fell silent, staring at the myriad of demons before him. At that moment, Ying Long sneezed in dissatisfaction, drawing the attention of Jun and Dong Huang Tai, as well as the figures hovering above him, such as Luya. Observing Luya, who was perched atop Ying Long's head, Jun's expression turned vigilant, secretly invoking the He Tu and Luo Shu to deduce Luya's capabilities. To his astonishment, the usually infallible diagrams revealed only a chaotic scene. That Jun felt a chill in his heart. It was the first time the He Tu and Luo Shu had displayed such a phenomenon, indicating that the one being deduced was far beyond his capability. Though he had ascended to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, could it be that this figure before him had transcended even that? Dong Huang Tai also noticed that the bell shadow before him was gradually becoming ethereal, as if it feared something and was unwilling to manifest. This only served to deepen his unease. What kind of spiritual treasure did this figure possess that even as Dong Huang Bell hesitated to appear in the mortal realm? Both men were on high alert. Only Luya, atop Ying Long, regarded the assembled demons with a hint of amusement in his eyes. These demons would likely serve as the foundation for the future demon court. Quite commendable. Their cultivation was not to be underestimated. Except for Jun and Dong Huang Tai, the rest of the demons were at the Tai Golden Immortal level, which was somewhat beyond his expectations. After all, the war between the 3 races had only recently ceased, leaving little time for the demon race to develop. The fact that these beings had achieved such cultivation was already impressive. That Jun then spoke. "Might I ask who you are, to have the ancestral dragon as your steed? You must not be an ordinary individual. You intend to meddle in the affairs between us and the 3 pure ones." Upon hearing Jun's words, the demons behind him erupted in a clamor. It was well known that this group of demons had previously aligned with the 3 races. The Earthbound belonged to the Qilin clan, the Aerial to the Feng clan, and those who swam to the Dragon Ancestor. Many of those who had once belonged to the Dragon clan now concealed themselves among the other demons upon witnessing Ying Long's true form. Now, being singled out by Jun, they were filled with trepidation, fearing the ancestral dragon would seek retribution later. Meanwhile, the 3 pure ones wore smug expressions, addressing the demons. "Our ancestor was a contemporary of the Father God. Do you think you are worthy of knowing his identity?" After hearing this, the vigilance of Jun and Tai intensified. Who, apart from the innate deities and demons, could have existed alongside Pangu? Just as the demons were engulfed in anxiety, Luya slowly inquired, "Are you of the 3-legged Golden Crow clan?" Jun and Dong Huang Tai were taken aback, their faces filled with astonishment as they stared at Luya. Few could discern their true forms. For during the primordial chaos, 3 divine beasts had been born alongside the Fusang divine tree, the 3-legged Golden Crow clan. Apart from Jun and Dong Huang Tai, only he remained in Tang Valley. With only these 3 in their clan, it was evident how rare they were. They had always focused on their cultivation, only emerging after the war between the 3 races to gather the remaining demons and forge a formidable power, standing shoulder to shoulder with the flourishing Witch clan. Yet throughout the years, No one had seen through their true identities, only to be uncovered by this figure before them. Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai clasped their hands in respect, saying, "We humbly report, esteemed elder, that we are indeed of the three-legged Golden Crow clan. We apologize for any offense caused. Please forgive us." Lu regarded the two before him, slowly responding, "This matter is settled. Do you accept it?" Though Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai's expressions were somewhat grim, they nodded. "We shall abide by your wishes, esteemed elder." Satisfied? Luya nodded. "You two are commendable." With that, he departed with the three pure ones, leaving the demons in a state of trepidation. Once Luya and the others had left, Dong Huang Tai, looking displeased, remarked, "Brother, why should we fear him? Together, we wield the He Tu and Luo Shu and the Dong Huang Bell's power. Along with our numerous demon generals, we can certainly contend with him." Di Jun shook his head helplessly. "This individual is unfathomable. Even my calculations with the He Tu and Luo Shu revealed only chaos. And you should comprehend the implications of that." Hearing this, Dong Huang Tai's face fell, and a sense of dread filled his heart. If he were to act, it would likely mean death for himself and the demons behind him. The thought sent chills down not just his spine, but also the spines of the demons surrounding him. Chapter 37. Gathering the three pure ones in the skies above the clouds, Long carried Luya and the others onward, while the three pure ones struggled to keep pace beside him. Initially, the three brothers had intended to ascend atop Long, but a single snort from him had sent them retreating, leaving them no choice but to obediently follow at his side. Meanwhile, the ginseng baby perched atop Long's horn continued to spin excitedly. After a considerable time, Laozi spoke first. "Thank you, esteemed ancestor, for your assistance." Yuan Shi and Tong Tian also expressed their gratitude, bowing deeply to Luya. "We are truly grateful, esteemed ancestor." Upon hearing their words, Luya smiled. "If you address me as ancestor, it is only natural that I cannot turn a blind eye." The three pure ones could not help but smile at this, wondering if, after so many years, the ancestor had finally acknowledged them. Just as their hearts swelled with excitement, Luya, seated atop Long, suddenly heard a familiar electronic synthesized voice. Event analysis. The Dragon Han initial cataclysm has passed, and the momentum of heaven and earth rises. Plot direction 1. Support the Witch Clan. Pursue the position of the protagonist of the Primordial, gain the fortune of the Primordial, and become the foremost clan of the Primordial. Plot result. Unknown. Plot direction 2. Support the Demon Clan, lead the myriad demons, establish the Demon Court, pursue the position of the protagonist of the Primordial, gain the fortune of the Primordial, and become the foremost clan of the Primordial. Plot result. Unknown. Plot direction 3. Neither side assists, waiting for an opportunity. Plot result. Unknown. Hearing the familiar electronic voice, Luya was momentarily stunned. It was the first time he had encountered a situation where all three plot outcomes remained unknown. It felt peculiar. While Luya was deep in thought, he suddenly heard the ginseng baby's voice. "Master, master, it seems there is something hidden in the mountains ahead." Luya snapped back to attention and looked forward, only to see a flat expanse devoid of mountains or rivers. Even the three pure ones beside Long gazed at the flat ground with expressions of surprise. Tong Tian secretly transmitted a message to his two brothers. "Brother, could this little immortal have made a mistake? There are no mountains ahead." Yuan Shi nodded in agreement. "Indeed, there are no mountains." Laozi, being the most powerful among them and possessing the sharpest mind, noticed a flicker of divine light in his eyes as he gazed ahead. He perceived a ripple that seemed to reveal the trace of majestic mountain range. Luya's expression brightened as he spoke. "I did not expect to encounter an old friend here." After hearing Luya's words, everyone displayed expressions of surprise. They had been following Luya for some time and had never before heard him refer to anyone as an old friend. Concealed within the vast mountains ahead was an old Taoist, seated upon a stone, overlooking the passing clouds below. Suddenly, the old Taoist raised his head to gaze outward, a look of confusion crossing his face, followed by a bitter smile. "Why must I encounter this fellow again?" Beside him, the manifestation of the heavenly Taos will appeared, taking on the form of a youthful figure, filled with resentment as he gazed outward along with the old Taoist. "It's that little thief again," Ever since my inception, every time I encounter this thief who steals my belongings, it never ends well. Just as the two exchanged glances, Lu Ya's voice echoed from outside the mountains. Old friend, why do you hide from me today? Hearing Lu Ya's call, the heavenly Tao's manifestation glared fiercely in the direction of the voice before vanishing without a trace. Only Hong Jun remained. Looking out with a wry smile, lifting his hand to dismiss the mountain's protective array, in the next moment, Hong Jun appeared before Lu Ya, clasping his hands and greeting, fellow Taoist. It has been a long time. How have you been? Lu Ya glanced at the celestial mountain behind Hong Jun before smiling. What? You do not invite us into your celestial mountain for a chat. Hong Jun was momentarily taken aback, cursing inwardly, but then extended his hand to lead Lu Ya and the others into the celestial mountain. As Lu Ya surveyed the surroundings within the celestial mountain, he noticed the absence of any structures, as if it were uninhabited, and could not help but chuckle. Is this place not your Taoist abode? To this, Hong Jun replied with a smile, I am but a carefree wanderer. Why should I be bound by the constraints of a Taoist abode? Upon hearing Hong Jun's words, the expressions of Yinglong and the others involuntarily revealed a trace of admiration. Inside, Liao secretly chuckled. While others may be unaware, he knew well that Hong Jun was not truly establishing a Taoist temple, but rather had yet to break through his cultivation, making the founding of the Zixiao Palace an unlikely endeavor. The Zixiao Palace lay beyond the 33 heavens, and without the approval of the heavenly Tao, he would find it exceedingly difficult to establish such a place. Suddenly, Hong Jun turned his gaze towards the Sanqing beside Liao, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he exclaimed in surprise. These three, could they be the new disciples of my esteemed friend? Upon hearing Hong Jun's words, the Sanqing's faces brightened with smiles, their chests puffing up with apparent satisfaction at the title. However, Laozi discreetly cast a glance at Liao, wary of his potential displeasure. Liao chuckled. These three juniors have caused you amusement. Dear friend, this. A flicker of regret passed through Hong Jun's eyes. He then raised his hand, and a stone table along with 2 stone benches materialized between them. With a gesture, he invited Liao to sit, and a teapot along with cups appeared out of thin air. The Sanqing beside him wore expressions full of delight, since Liao had not refuted Hong Jun's previous statement about being their ancestor. Did this imply his recognition of the three? Hong Yun, noticing the cheerful expressions of the Sanqing, hurried forward to pour tea for both Hong Jun and Liao. Before Hong Jun could speak, Liao interjected, since we have fortuitously met today, I shall impose upon your esteemed territory to accept these 3 unworthy disciples. Hong Jun was momentarily taken aback, staring in astonishment at the Sanqing beside Liao. They hadn't even been accepted as disciples yet. When he first encountered the Sanqing, he had sensed a connection with them, intending to see if Liao would take them as disciples, but was instead startled by the term junior. While Hong Jun was still in a daze, he noticed the Sanqing exhibiting expressions of uncontained joy, bowing to Liao and declaring, "We pay our respects to our teacher." P.S. Today, while browsing the app, I unexpectedly encountered a negative review. The reason being that the reviewer believed the Witch Clan did not exist before the Primordial Cataclysm. It is well known that the Witch Clan was formed from the remnants of Pangu after his demise, whereas the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin were divine beasts born from the convergence of elements after the creation of the world. To claim that the Witch Clan did not exist prior to the Primordial Cataclysm is simply absurd. Pangu supported the heavens and the earth until his death, transforming his body into all things. Were there not the 3 clans at that time? Without delving into matters that seasoned readers of Hong Huang are already aware of, I merely hope that when reading, one refrains from hastily leaving negative reviews. Please immerse yourself in the unique lore of each book. Thank you. Chapter 38. The Art of Deception. Observing the Sanqing prostrating before him, Liao smiled and nodded, then stated, "Today, I accept you into the Coon Loon lineage. In the future, should you venture beyond Hong Huang, do not tarnish the name of Coon Loon." The Sanqing promptly replied in unison, "We shall diligently adhere to our teacher's decree." Nearby, Hong Jun regarded the Sanqing, who had now officially become Liao's disciples. With a subtle hint of frustration in his expression, he then lifted his teacup and took a small sip, saying, "Congratulations, dear friend, on acquiring such excellent disciples." Luya, with a beaming smile, responded, "The pleasure is mutual." Hongjuan's face twitched, and the teacup in his hand shattered, spilling tea everywhere. He then nonchalantly inquired, "Might I ask what brings you here today?" Upon hearing this, Liao let out a deep sigh and replied, "Do you recall the ancient ancestor, Luo Ho?" At this, Hongjun felt a jolt of alarm, wondering, could this person be here to stir up trouble? It was well known that after they had jointly slain the demon ancestor, Luo Ho, he had realized that Luo Ho's head was indestructible and could not be completely destroyed. Thus, he had wisely chosen to escape, leaving this troublesome matter for Luya to handle. Now, with this topic being broached, could it be that he truly intended to cause trouble? Hongjun cleared his throat and stated, "Of course I remember. Who could forget the contributions you have made for the sake of the beings of Honghuang?" Liao inwardly cursed, then feigned a headache as he responded, "Though that may be the case. Trouble has arisen." Hongjun, puzzled, asked, "What sort of trouble?" Instead of answering, Liao produced the chaos bell, a massive artifact that floated before them. With a gentle gesture, he touched it, causing the surface of the bell to display a void-like state, allowing them to see the sealed head of Luo Ho within. Inside the chaos bell, countless rules manifested as chains, binding Luo Ho's head securely. The Sanxing and others present gazed at the head of Luo Ho within the chaos bell, their faces displaying expressions of horror. Was this not the demon ancestor Luo Ho, who had instigated the war among the three clans and had escaped during the primordial cataclysm, merely a head? Yet it exerted such a terrifying pressure through the chaos bell. Hongjun also stared at the head of Luo Ho, now sealed by the rules within the chaos bell, his thoughts racing, that he then spoke. "Indeed, my friend, you possess remarkable methods. Sealing Luo Ho's head with a treasure of creation ensures it cannot threaten Honghuang. You are truly a paragon among us." Listening to Hongjun's words, Liao could not help but smirk internally. After a long pause, he finally spoke, "Your departure after leaving Luo Ho's head behind has indeed left me with quite the predicament. Now, I can only rely on the chaos bell to seal it. Wasting a precious treasure of creation." He spoke. A hint of resentment flickered in his gaze as he looked at Hongjun. Hongjun, upon hearing this, coughed lightly and replied, "Your words are misguided, my friend. The ability to seal this demon's head is a tremendous blessing. How could it be deemed a waste?" After speaking, he seemed to realize something was amiss, and produced 3 treasures, laying them before him. Point 1 was a whisk-like artifact, another was a jade rui, and the last was a long sword. Observing the 3 treasures before him, Hongjun slowly spoke, "Today, as you have acquired such fine disciples on Coon Loon Mountain, it is only fitting that I offer my congratulations. These 3 treasures I bestow upon your disciples." With that, he lightly gestured, and the whisk-like artifact flew to Laozi. "This is the supreme spiritual treasure, Tai Whisk, and I gift it to your eldest disciple." That Laozi's eyes sparkled as he looked at the Tai Whisk, glancing over at Luya. After receiving a nod from Luya, he accepted the treasure with gratitude, bowing, "Thank you, esteemed elder." Hongjun smiled and nodded, then gestured again, and the rui flew directly to Yuanshi. "This is the supreme innate spiritual treasure. The 3 treasures jade rui, which I bestow upon your second disciple." Yuanshi promptly accepted the 3 treasures jade rui, bowing respectfully, "Thank you, esteemed elder." Looking at the remaining Qingping sword, Hongjun felt a pang of regret. All these treasures had taken him years of wandering through Honghuang to collect, and now he was giving away 3 at once. Yet if he did not offer some valuable gifts, he feared Liao would use Luo Ho's head as an excuse to create trouble for him. Thus, this could be seen as a way to avert disaster through financial loss. Taking a deep breath, Hongjun presented the last treasure, saying, "This is the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Qingping sword, unparalleled in offense. I present it to your 3rd disciple." Liao looked at Tongtian, who was still in a daze, and scolded playfully, "You, unworthy disciple, why are you still standing there in a stupor?" Upon hearing this, Tongtian snapped back to reality and hurriedly accepted the Qingping sword. Bowing respectfully to Luya, "Thank you, esteemed elder." Hongjun wore a smile, yet inside he felt a deep ache, and once he regained his composure, he turned to Liao and said, "My friend, Is this compensation sufficient? Luya feigned regret and replied. What are you saying, my friend? Sealing Luo Ho's head is our undeniable duty. How can we speak of compensation? At these words, Hong Jun nearly spat blood in disbelief. Luya slowly rose to his feet, smiling. We have intruded upon your hospitality for long enough. It is time for us to take our leave. Hong Jun stood and smiled. Safe travels, my friend. As his words fell, Yinglong manifested his dragon form, bearing Luya and the others away from the celestial mountain. Once Luya departed, the mountain vanished without a trace. Amidst the clouds, the Sanqing appeared exhilarated as they followed Yinglong. They could hardly believe the magnitude of their gains. Not only had they entered their ancestor's sect, but they had also received supreme, innate spiritual treasures for free. Above Yinglong, the ginseng baby asked curiously, Master, does sealing that villain's head mean we can no longer use the bell? Luya chuckled, of course not. The ginseng baby, puzzled, asked, then why did you say that? Luya sighed and replied, I was merely deceiving him. That old Hong Jun had previously tried to outsmart me. While I am not a petty person, one must always seek retribution. Upon hearing Luya's words, the others displayed expressions of astonishment. Their master had managed to deceive Hong Jun into parting with 3 supreme, innate spiritual treasures. No wonder he had been so eager to leave before. He must have feared Hong Jun would realize something was amiss and pursue him for justice. Sanqing and the others exchanged glances, fully aware of the formidable prowess of their senior, yet recognizing that such exquisite innate spiritual treasures were not as common as weeds scattered across the land. The loss of 3 supreme, innate spiritual treasures would surely incite the senior to fury, possibly to the point of spitting blood, just as Luya and his companions distanced themselves from the immortal mountain. The will of the heavenly Tao manifested above it. Moments later, a thunderous roar erupted from within the mountain. Luya, you little thief, how dare you deceive me? Chapter 39. The Huangzhongli that adorns the scene of the Tao within the immortal mountain. Hong Jun bellowed toward the heavens, a flicker of resentment gleaming in his eyes, mirroring the intent of the heavenly Tao that had manifested beside him. He had never anticipated that Luya could be so shameless as to deceive him out of 3 supreme, innate spiritual treasures. He had presumed that those with similar cultivation would retain some semblance of face, but it seemed he had gravely miscalculated. After a considerable period, Hong Jun regained his composure and addressed the will of the heavenly Tao before him. Speaking slowly, do the promises we made still hold true? The will of the heavenly Tao nodded and replied, naturally, they remain valid. Upon hearing this, Hong Jun let out a long sigh of relief. Although the recent war among the 3 clans had been instigated by Luo Ho, he had also played a role in exacerbating the situation. From its inception to conclusion, the calamity had provided significant assistance to the heavenly Tao, hastening its development at the cost of Hong Jun's intervention. He had secured the first sacred position under the promise of the heavenly Tao's will. Now that the Tao acknowledged this, Hong Jun merely needed to proceed with his cultivation, refining the rules of this realm, and he would naturally attain the status of a saint. Having received the Tao's promise, Hong Jun then entered seclusion within the immortal mountain. The will of the heavenly Tao vanished completely, leaving behind countless marks of rules. With these marks, combined with the fragments of the Chaos Jade Plate Hong Jun had previously acquired, he could fully comprehend and refine them, thus ascending to the sacred position. However, the quantity of rules here was quite substantial. It would likely take nearly 100 years to accomplish. Above the clouds in the vast wilderness, Yinglong soared gracefully, carrying Luya and his companions at a swift pace. Over the years, he had traversed much of the wilderness, and Luya had also amassed a considerable number of innate spiritual treasures. As the group passed a particular immortal mountain, the ginseng baby suddenly spoke up, Master, the aura of immortality here is thick, and there is a significant presence of transformative energy. There must be extraordinary spiritual roots within. Upon hearing the ginseng baby's words, Luya's interest was piqued. He raised his hand to gently pat the Yinglong beneath him and commanded, Descend. Instantly, Yinglong halted mid-flight, gently descending toward the immortal mountain below. As they landed atop the peak, Luya surveyed the entire mountain, flanked by Hong Yun and the others, with Sanqing lagging slightly behind. Observing Luya's figure from behind, Yuanshi transmitted to his two brothers, "Our master seems to hold this little immortal lord in high regard." Having traveled alongside Luya for several years, they could naturally discern the ginseng baby's esteemed position among them. Laozi nodded slowly and whispered back, "This little immortal lord appears to have transformed from spiritual roots, possessing the ability to seek treasures. Moreover, it seems he can also assist in healing injuries, although he had not participated in the recent war among the three clans. He had secretly investigated during his seclusion and had indeed witnessed the fierce competition among the three ancestors, as well as the ginseng baby's remarkable prowess, which had single-handedly altered the course of the battle." Listening to his two elder brothers, Tong Tian nodded slowly. His thoughts were relatively straightforward. How could anyone following his master be ordinary? Ahead, the ginseng baby pointed a small finger toward the depths of the mountain's gorge, saying, "Master, right there, it seems to be concealed by a formation." Upon hearing this, Luya nodded and then vanished from his original position, reappearing at the spot indicated by the ginseng baby. The others hurried to follow. As they approached, they could faintly sense the fluctuations of a concealed formation. Although subtle, this formation's defenses were unparalleled, impenetrable even to ordinary Great Luo golden immortals, who could neither breach nor perceive it. This left everyone in awe, marveling at the terrifying abilities of the ginseng baby, who could detect hidden formations from such a distance. Arriving before the formation, Luya raised his hand and gently tapped the concealed area with a finger. Instantly, a crack opened in the formation. The expressions of Hong Yun and the others remained unchanged, but the faces of Sanqing and the others flushed with excitement. It was their first time witnessing their master's prowess in action, and the sheer force he exhibited was astonishing. They believed that even if they combined their strengths, they might not be able to breach this formation. Yet, under their master's seemingly effortless touch, it had yielded a fissure. Just as they were marveling, Luya stepped directly through the gap in the formation. The others quickly followed him. Upon entering, their surroundings opened up to reveal a vast space concealed within the formation. Located at the gorge's base, teeming with rare herbs and treasures, while spiritual springs flowed gently, accompanied by numerous extraordinary beasts wandering below. The aura of immortality here was so rich it seemed almost tangible. Everyone marveled at the existence of such a paradise on Earth. Even Luya was slightly taken aback, as this place's treasures could rival Coon Loon Mountain before its transformation. They proceeded slowly, following the ginseng baby's guidance until they arrived at a spiritual spring. The ginseng baby pointed excitedly ahead, exclaiming, "Master, it's right there." Luya nodded slightly, then vanished from sight, reappearing to the right of the spiritual spring. Where mist swirled, he waved his hand, and the dense fog dissipated, revealing the original appearance within. There stood an immortal tree, its branches lush and abundant, emanating a formidable aura of spiritual energy. As they approached, the captivating essence of the surrounding spiritual atmosphere left everyone in astonishment. Suddenly, Laozi gazed at one of the leaves on the tree's branches and exclaimed in shock, "Huangzhong Li! It is indeed Huangzhong Li!" The others turned their attention to the leaves, observing the characters Huangzhong inscribed upon each. They couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. They had never expected to encounter the Huangzhong Li, one of the 10 innate spiritual roots here. It was said that the Huangzhong Li bloomed once every 10,000 years, bore fruit after another 10,000 years, and only matured after yet another 10,000 years, yielding a mere 9 fruits over a span of 30,000 years. Moreover, the flowers it produced resembled lotuses, while the fruits bore a shape akin to pearls. Each flower, fruit, and leaf bore the inscription Huangzhong. For ordinary immortals, merely inhaling the fragrance of its flowers could grant them a millennium of cultivation. If fortunate enough to consume a fruit, they could instantly become a Great Luo Golden Immortal. However, those who attained the status of Great Luo Golden Immortal by consuming Huangzhong Li would find themselves forever shackled, unable to advance beyond that realm. This was a significant flaw of the Huangzhong Lu regarded the Huangzhong Li before him with a light smile, remarking, "This is quite splendid. It will serve perfectly to enhance the aesthetics of my Taoist temple." Chapter 40. Returning to Coon Loon upon hearing Lu Ya's words, Sanqing and the others displayed expressions of shock. They understood that this was one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, yet in their master's eyes, it was merely a decorative element for the temple. While the three pondered in astonishment, the ginseng baby nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, master, this little sapling is also what my medicinal garden lacks." As soon as these words were uttered, the three pure ones and the others instantly widened their eyes in astonishment. Shortly thereafter, they witnessed Luya raise his hand and wave, causing Huang Zhongli to vanish without a trace, directly absorbed into the chaos bell. The three pure ones opened their mouths, yet ultimately refrained from uttering a word. After Luya had taken Huang Zhongli, he suddenly cast his gaze forward, where towering spirit plants stood, exuding an aura of vitality so intense it bordered on terrifying. Behind those spirit plants, something seemed to lurk in the shadows. The ginseng baby appeared to sense something as well, gazing ahead with a puzzled expression before scampering forward with tiny steps. Luya and the others closely followed, entering the realm of spirit plants, only to discover a pool of water hidden behind them. Surrounding this pool was an overwhelming vitality and vigor. The edges were adorned with numerous spirit plants, and many animal footprints were evident. The water in the pool shimmered in three colors: gold, silver, and purple, each hue distinct yet blending seamlessly, creating an eerie spectacle. The moment Luya laid eyes upon this pool, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. While others might not recognize the three-light divine water, he was acutely aware of its significance. This three-light divine water consisted of the golden sunlight divine water, silver moonlight divine water, and purple starlight divine water. Each type of divine water possessed its own formidable power. The golden sunlight divine water could erode the very essence and flesh of living beings. Even deities at the level of the great Luo golden immortal would find it challenging to withstand the corrosive force of the sunlight divine water. Next was the silver moonlight divine water, which could corrupt the primordial spirit of deities, leading to their ultimate annihilation. Meanwhile, the purple starlight divine water could devour the true spirit and consciousness of deities, obstructing their ability to probe. Even those at the pinnacle of great Luo golden immortal would find it impossible to penetrate its barriers. Although each of these three types of divine water could inflict harm invisibly, when combined, they formed the ultimate healing elixir. Capable of dispelling all toxins in the world, it could also revive the dead and restore flesh and bone. Yet this three-light divine water was meant to exist within the 8 treasures glazed vase. How could it possibly be found here? This left many puzzled. Luya's eyes sparkled with insight as he raised his hand and lightly tapped in front of him, causing a phantom from the chaos to materialize above the pool of three-light divine water. This was followed by an explosive surge of terrifying suction, drawing the entire pool of three-light divine water, along with the surrounding earth, into itself, leaving behind a massive pit that appeared exceedingly strange. The ginseng baby and Ying Long beside him both wore expressions of excitement, for they believed their master sought this three-light divine water to embellish his Taoist altar. They speculated whether it would be placed in the ginseng baby's medicinal garden or in Ying Long's palace courtyard. With such thoughts, their faces brimmed with anticipation. Even the usually composed Hong Yun exhibited signs of eagerness. Although he had entered the fold the latest, he still wished to vie for his share. Behind them, the three pure ones exchanged glances, gazing at the ominous pit before them. Initially, they had assumed their ancestor and Pangu, the father god, were figures of high aloofness and stability. Yet now they seemed to possess a rather opportunistic disposition. Whether it was the previous acquisition of 3 supreme, innate spiritual treasures from that senior, or the current uprooting of the three-light divine water, it left them with a profound sense of disillusionment. After gathering the three-light divine water, Luya looked down into the bottom of the pit and spotted a glazed vase shimmering radiantly. He raised his hand and gently beckoned, causing the vase to soar into his grasp. It was the innate spiritual treasure, the 8 treasures glazed vase. Although it was not a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, it was still a fine item, and it was one of the few artifacts capable of merging the three-light divine water into one. Luya extended his divine sense and discovered that the 8 treasures glazed vase already contained a substantial amount of three-light divine water, likely due to its continuous absorption over the years. Satisfied, Luya nodded upon securing the 8 treasures glazed vase. With such a bountiful harvest, turning to the 3 pure ones, who appeared dazed, Luya chuckled softly and announced, "Now that this matter is concluded, we should return." Upon hearing this, Inglong immediately manifested his 100-foot-long dragon form, carrying Luya and the others towards Coon Loon Mountain. Within just a few days, they had returned to Coon Loon Mountain. Upon entering the mountain range, they were greeted by the sight of 3 Qilin leaping forth, approaching Luya and the others with low growls. The expressions of the 3 pure ones shifted dramatically as they regarded the 3 Qilin, each at the level of Great Luo Golden Immortal. And upon closer observation, their combat strength appeared even more formidable than that of the 3 brothers. The 3 immediately positioned themselves before Inglong, standing between him and the 3 Qilin. However, before they could react, they heard the ginseng baby's admonition from behind. "You 3 little rascals, why are you so mischievous?" Upon hearing this, the 3 Qilin instantly became much more docile, bouncing over to perch atop Inglong's head, snuggling beside Luya, leaving the 3 pure ones momentarily stunned. After a moment, Yuanshi turned back to gaze at the 3 Qilin nestled beside his master. Struggling to articulate, "Master, what is this?" Luya chuckled, "Just 3 little gatekeepers. No need for you to be afraid." Gatekeepers. Upon hearing Luya's words, the 3 pure ones' minds erupted in a cacophony. It took them a while to regain their composure. During the previous war among the 3 clans, they had remained in seclusion for their cultivation, but they were aware that the ancestors of the 3 clans were at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. Thus, they had diligently honed their skills until they emerged from their retreat. Yet upon encountering their master, they discovered that the dragon ancestor, the so-called elder, was merely their master's mount, and even the attendant beside him was also at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. Not to mention the 3 Qilin standing guard, all of whom were at the same level. The 3 remained in a stupor for quite some time, following Luya into the Coon Loon mountain range, before finally regaining their senses. Afterward, they heard Luya instruct, "You 3 may continue to cultivate well. Seek out a palace to reside in within this mountain range." Upon hearing Luya's words, the 3 quickly regained their composure and respectfully bowed. "Thank you, Master, for your benevolence." As the words fell, Luya waved his hand, and the 3 pure ones promptly turned to depart the grand hall. Once the 3 pure ones had left, Luya pointed lightly at a corner of the hall. And suddenly, a stone basin emerged from that very spot. He then waved his hand, causing Huang Zhongli to take root atop the stone basin. Chapter 41. The saint is about to emerge. After settling Huang Zhongli, Luya retrieved the pool of 3 light, divine water that he had stored within the chaos bell, shrinking it to a minuscule size, and suspended it in his hand, radiating 3 colors. It emanated an array of peculiar auras that filled the entire hall. The onlookers in the hall, including Hong Yun, caught sight of the miniature 3 light, divine water in Luya's hand, their eyes glimmering with desire. Even the 3 young Qilin were filled with curiosity, tilting their heads to gaze at the miniature 3 light, divine water, even attempting to reach out with their tongues for a taste. A look of helplessness crossed Luya's face as he raised his hand to gently swat the 3 little Qilin away. He then tossed the miniature 3 light, divine water into the air, allowing it to settle in the most spiritually rich area of Coon Loon Mountain, taking root there. This action left the waiting Hong Yun and others in the hall looking utterly disappointed, observing their forlorn expressions. Luya smiled and said, "Now that we have returned to Coon Loon, you should all focus on your cultivation." Upon hearing this, the group promptly bowed to Luya, saying, "We shall diligently follow the master's decree." With those words, they dispersed, with the ginseng baby returning to his small medicinal garden, while Hong Yun and Inglong retreated to their respective cultivation ground for seclusion. Although they were all powerful beings at the level of Great Luo Golden Immortal, they understood from their master's words that this level was not the pinnacle. Rather than relying on their master's strength, it was better to immerse themselves in their own cultivation and strengthen their own abilities. After the others departed, Luya returned the 3 young Qilin to the water and fire gourd, allowing for a profound tranquility to descend. He then turned his attention to himself. After utilizing the 4 elements of creation for cultivation, his supreme cultivation method had reached an initial stage. While he had yet to reach the saint level, he had already far surpassed the pinnacle of great Luo, golden immortal. Had it not been for the absence of quasi-saints in the current primordial world, his current level of cultivation might have led others to mistakenly regard him as a quasi-saint. Gazing toward the distant celestial mountains, Luya slowly spoke. Now that the war among the three clans has concluded, it won't be long before that old fellow steps into the saint realm. Upon reflecting on this, Luya gently shook his head. He discerned that there appeared to be a certain connection between Hongjun and the will of the heavenly Tao in this realm. Perhaps it was a mutual promise or transaction, or it could be that Hongjun had already mastered the methods to ascend to the level of a sage. Regardless, the fact that Hongjun had preemptively entered the sage realm was disadvantageous to him. He needed to seize the initiative and step into the sage tier first. Otherwise, he would be left to respond passively. Lu raised his hand slightly, and the protective array around Coon Loon Mountain was activated, enveloping the entire mountain range and preventing outsiders from entering. After completing this, Luya entered his secluded meditation space and declared his retreat. His cultivation method for the sage level had already been initiated. The remaining time was to solidify his foundation, striving for further advancement and genuinely stepping into the sage tier. In Luya's memories from his past life, there were three methods to attain sagehood. The first was to prove the Tao through strength, akin to the primordial Pangu, who shattered the barriers of cultivation with his own might to ascend to a higher tier. The second was to eliminate the three corpses, thereby achieving the sage fruit. This method, while simpler than proving the Tao through strength, was also relatively weaker and of no benefit to him. The third method was to prove the Tao through merit, the weakest and simplest of the three. It required significant contributions to the world to gain the power of merit, and when sufficient merit was accumulated, one could successfully enter the sage realm. However, these three methods held no distinction for Luya, as the cultivation he practiced was the supreme sage method bestowed by the system that it was similar to the rumored method of proving the Tao through strength, yet there were still some differences. The so-called supreme sage transcended the three realms, existing beyond the five elements, unbound by the heavenly Tao, and free from the constraints of karma, an unparalleled and carefree immortal of the primordial world. Luya silently recited the method in his heart, secretly comprehending the previous wisp of aura and refining the four elements of creation he had absorbed. He then transformed them into the new Tao of this realm. Originally, he had not consolidated his cultivation to refine the laws, but this was all for today. In the primordial world's nascent stage, the four elements of creation solidified the world, so even if Luya calmed his mind to cultivate and transform the laws of this realm, it would have little effect. After all, the myriad laws had yet to mature. How could they be transformed? However, the situation was different now. With the continual development and growth of the heavenly Tao, it manifested myriad laws, enriching the heavenly Tao of this realm. As the laws took shape, the primordial world had already begun to give birth to quasi-sage level beings, and within 100 years, sages could emerge, according to the original trajectory of development in the primordial world. The first sage should have been Hongjun, yet now that he had arrived in this realm, there would inevitably be some discrepancies. Contemplating this, Luya chuckled softly before settling his mind to cultivate and solidify his foundation. Meanwhile, atop the celestial mountain, Hongjun had completely refined the rules contained within the fragments of the creation jade disk. What remained was merely to consolidate his cultivation and laws, obtaining the heavenly Tao's approval to step into the sage tier. The path he pursued was also distinct from the traditional three methods of sagehood, representing an independent path of cultivation. This was his greatest gain after acquiring the fragments of the creation jade disk. If this method proved effective, once he became a sage and familiarized himself with the heavenly Tao's karma, he could seize the opportunity to fully dominate the primordial world. This was also one of the reasons he sought to negotiate with the heavenly Tao. In the meditation space, Hongjun looked up, observing that although the heavenly Tao had manifested and was gradually growing, it still fell short of the level required for it to truly control the primordial world. At present, the heavenly Tao could only act according to established rules. Any engagement beyond those rules would render it incapable of any further action. This was also why, when Luyo absorbed the four elements of creation, The heavenly Tao unleashed a thunderous tribulation, yet a glimmer of hope remained. Thinking of Luya, Hongjun's expression darkened, and he clenched his teeth, cursing under his breath, before plunging back into his cultivation. When he achieved the sage fruit in the future, he would undoubtedly need to thoroughly settle the karmic debts of this realm. Furthermore, he was but a step away from sagehood. In 1,000 years, he could ascend to the sage position. With this thought, a sense of pride filled Hongjun's brow. This moment, within the Coon Loon Mountains, Luya had completely transformed the 4 elements of creation into the laws of this realm. The 4 elements were indeed the source of the laws, and now that they had manifested into rules, the process became significantly simpler. 3,000 great paths, 3,000 middle paths, 3,000 minor paths. Within his sea of consciousness, these forms began to take shape. When they fully matured, it would mark Luya's entry into the sage fruit position. Just as Luya was engrossed in his secluded cultivation, a colossal figure suddenly approached outside the Coon Loon Mountains protective array. Chapter 42. I beseech the ancestor to emerge and lead the witch clan in unifying the primordial world. Outside Coon Loon Mountain. Before the protective array, the enormous yet graceful figure of Ho-Tu walked forward, gazing at the Coon Loon Mountain enveloped by the protective array. Standing outside the mountain, she took a deep breath to calm her emotions. Before speaking, I am Ho-Tu, here to pay my respects to the ancestor. Her voice was resonant, instantly echoing throughout the entire Coon Loon mountain range. Within the mountains, many beings, upon hearing Ho-Tu's voice, were startled and fled, while others remained prostrated on the ground. After Ho-Tu spoke, she felt a surge of tension. Her purpose for coming was due to the decision of her brothers to lead the witch clan in vying for the position of the dominant race in the primordial continent. Should they succeed in becoming the primary race of the primordial world, they could wield control over its fate, a monumental boon for both the witch clan as a whole and the 12 ancestor witches. However, the primordial world was not solely dominated by their witch clan. There were also remnants of the demon race, as well as the rising forces of Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai, which posed a significant threat to them. Thus, the other ancestor witches had sent Ho-Tu to Coon Loon Mountain to seek their ancestors' counsel. Fortuitously, when Luya comprehended the shadow of the sage, it ascended into the clouds, visible from thousands of miles away. Otherwise, they might not have been able to locate this place as Ho-Tu waited outside Coon Loon Mountain. Within the mountain's medicinal garden, the ginseng baby looked up in confusion towards the direction of Coon Loon Mountain's exterior, and then abruptly vanished from the spot. Alongside him were the 3 pure ones, Ing Long and Hong Yun, who were also cultivating within the mountain. The group arrived at the edge of the protective array. Gazing at the giant figure of Ho-Tu outside, their expressions taken aback. Aside from the 3 pure ones, the others did not recognize Ho-Tu's. Lousy furrowed his brows slightly and remarked, "How did this person arrive here?" The ginseng baby, equally puzzled, asked, "Do you know them?" Before Lousy could respond, Yuan sure spoke up, "Of course I recognize them. R&T, they just the mindless fools from Dojo Mountain. How did they find this place?" Upon hearing this, Ing Long displayed a look of surprise. He had encountered members of the Witch Clan during his time in the Dragon Clan. These individuals did not cultivate their souls and prioritized physical strength. Hence, they were not regarded highly by the 3 clans. However, they had not anticipated that this Witch Clan member had connections to their own master. Beside him, Hong Yun raised his hand and waved, causing a subtle crack to appear in the protective array, facing Ho-Tu directly. Upon seeing the opening, Ho-Tu immediately spotted the figures within the mountain, particularly the 3 pure ones, leaving her momentarily stunned. A sense of wariness arose within her. She had not expected these 3 bothersome figures to also be present in Coon Loon Mountain. Could it be that they had already become disciples of the ancestor? Just as her mind was filled with questions, Yuan Sure inquired, "Why have you come to this place?" Ho-Tu frowned slightly and replied, "I have come to pay my respects to the ancestor." "What does it concern you?" Yuan Sure sneered. "The master is currently in seclusion and cannot meet guests. You should return." Upon hearing this, Ho-Tu's expression reflected a sense of realization. She continued, "Master, have you all truly become disciples of the ancestor?" Tong Tian, brimming with pride, responded, "Naturally, the 3 of us are the orthodox disciples of Pangu, and it is only fitting that we become disciples of the master." But what business do you have here, when you should be at Dojo Mountain? Ho-Tu replied coldly. I have come for an important matter. You should inform the ancestor that Ho-Tu of the Witch Clan is here to pay respects. Just as the three Pure Ones frowned and prepared to rebuke her, they heard Luya's voice resonate. Let her in. You may return. Upon hearing Luya's words, the three Pure Ones hastily responded. We shall comply with the Master's decree. As the words fell, the speaker promptly vacated their position. Observing this, Ho-Tu hastily stepped into the protective array of the mountain and followed closely behind the likes of the San-Ching as they entered the grand hall. Within the hall, the ethereal figure of Luya occupied the high seat. Nodding slightly as he regarded the newcomers, Ho-Tu present, Luya's true form was still in seclusion, cultivating within a secluded realm. And this spectral manifestation was a divine ability he had comprehended through his sacred practice. Despite being a mere apparition, it wielded 70% of his body's combat strength, given Luya's current cultivation. Even this shadow was formidable enough to traverse the vast wilderness, ranking among the very elite. Upon seeing Luya's ethereal figure, the gathered individuals were momentarily taken aback, then hastily bowed, exclaiming, We pay our respects to our teacher, ancestor. Luya nodded and cast his gaze upon Ho-Tu, who stood before him, now having regained a stature similar to that of Luya and his peers, displaying an expression of utmost reverence within the grand hall. Luya then inquired, What brings you to this place? Hearing this, Ho-Tu quickly knelt and responded, I respectfully report to you, ancestor, our clan has long dwelled beneath Mount Dojo, and presently there are no formidable foes in the wilderness. We have come to beseech you to lead the Wu clan in unifying the vast wilderness. Upon hearing Ho-Tu's words, Yinglong's eyes lit up nearby. He was fervently eager to contend for dominance in the wilderness, aspiring to become a pivotal figure. Otherwise, he would not have proliferated a new race immediately after emerging from Coon Loon Mountain. He had also competed with the Qilin and Feng clans for supremacy, striving to establish the foremost clan. Therefore, upon hearing Ho-Tu's appeal, he felt a surge of excitement and immediately wished for his master to acquiesce. Meanwhile, the San-Ching and others scoffed at the notion. Dismissing the pursuit of dominance in the wilderness as trivial, they believed that rather than squandering time on such endeavors, it would be wiser to focus on their cultivation and the pursuit of the great Tao. Upon hearing Ho-Tu's request, Luya smiled wryly and replied, Such matters should be deliberated by your clan. I shall not intervene. This journey of yours has been in vain. The disappointment was palpable not only on Ho-Tu's face but also on Yinglong's, who had hoped his master would agree to lead the Wu clan in their bid for supremacy, allowing him to serve as a vanguard in the next campaign for dominance. However, he had not anticipated such a decisive refusal from his master. With a startled expression, Ho-Tu raised her gaze to Luya and softly implored, Ancestor, why do you refuse to emerge? If we were to control the wilderness, all its fortunes could be bestowed upon you. All we Wu clan desire is the status of the principal clan in the wilderness. As for the fortunes, would it not be akin to transferring from one hand to the other? Luya chuckled lightly at her words, responding, The wilderness is yet to be settled, and the principal clan has yet to emerge. Even if you strive for dominance, you would merely be tailoring a garment for another. The prudent course of action now is to devote yourselves to diligent cultivation. In due time, fortune shall come to you. Upon hearing this, Ho-Tu was momentarily taken aback. What did it mean to tailor for another? Did the Wu clan not possess sufficient strength? In her view, those creatures of the so-called demon race were far inferior to the Wu clan. Chapter 43, Attaining the Tao of Primordial Unity. Just as Ho-Tu was about to retort, she witnessed Luya's ethereal figure raise a hand and instantly vanish from sight. When she regained awareness of her surroundings, she found herself outside the Coon Loon Mountains. Shortly thereafter, Luya's voice echoed, You may depart. Should a crisis arise in the future, chant my name, and I shall appear. With that, the Coon Loon Mountains faded from existence, as if they had never been there. Ho-Tu sighed softly and hastened back towards Mount Dojo, for her purpose in coming was to invite Luya to lead the Wu clan in unifying the wilderness. However, since this endeavor had failed, she must return to report to the other 11 ancestral witches in order to devise a contingency plan. After Ho-Tu's departure, within the Grand Hall, Yinglong expressed his regret, saying, "Master, why did you not acquiesce to the Wu clan's request? Given your current cultivation, leading the Wu clan to battle in the wilderness would likely leave no opponents standing. Unifying the wilderness would be effortless, in truth, even if Luya chose not to intervene directly. Merely sending Ing Long and others would suffice to lead the Wu clan in unifying the wilderness. However, should Luya act thus, it would likely disrupt the plans of the heavenly Tao. For every calamity within the wilderness bore the shadow of the heavenly Tao. If he were to intervene, it could very well disrupt those plans, necessitating further action from the heavenly Tao, which would be far too troublesome. It was far more prudent to allow the two clans to contend for dominance, while reaping the benefits from the sidelines. Upon hearing Ing Long's words, Luya merely shook his head with a smile and remarked, "As I have said before, the true protagonist of the wilderness has yet to appear. No matter how fiercely they contend, there will be no resolution." Ing Long shook his head in lament, thinking it a pity. It was then that Hong Yun interjected, asking, "If the two clans are currently evenly matched, and neither of them is the protagonist of the wilderness, then who could it be?" Not only Hong Yun, but the others also wore puzzled expressions. Presently, the only prominent forces in the wilderness were the Wu and Yao clans. If they were not the protagonists, then who could possibly be? Luya answered with a smile. "The secrets of the heavens are not to be divulged. You ought to return and focus on your cultivation. Only by advancing your skills can you hope to make an impact in the great events to come." With that, Luya's ethereal figure vanished entirely from the Grand Hall. The remaining few were left to ponder Luya's previous words, and after a considerable time, they dispersed, each returning to their own cultivation. Meanwhile, within the secluded realm of Coon Loon Mountain, within Luya's retreat, rules began to manifest and even overflowed beyond the confines of the array. The previously meditating Hong Yun and others sensed the laws emanating from Luya's retreat and quietly approached the outer boundaries, sitting cross-legged to comprehend these overflowing principles. They were only at the initial stage of the Deluo Golden Immortal realm, but they found it relatively smooth to perceive these laws within the retreat. Luya felt the rules expanding around him, and a smile graced his face. His sacred practice had reached a critical juncture. He merely needed to absorb and comprehend these overflowing laws to successfully ascend to the level of a sage. At that point, he would transcend the three realms, exist beyond the five elements, and be free from the constraints of the heavenly Tao, achieving the status of sage. It could be said that he would stand independent of the heavenly Tao. As this thought crossed his mind, a smile of satisfaction appeared on Luya's face, and he hastened the pace at which he absorbed and refined the rules. After an indeterminate span of centuries, the laws within the retreat had completely dissipated. Even those outside, immersed in the rules, such as Hong Yun and the others, were startled awake, exchanging puzzled glances, unable to comprehend why the laws that had been flowing from the retreat had suddenly vanished. Could it be that their master had made further progress? Just as they were lost in thought, a beam of luminous energy detached itself from Luya's being, transforming into the final drop of law, which merged into his sea of consciousness. This was the reward he had initially received from the system. He had not expected it to bear fruit at this moment. Elated, Luya fully activated his method, allowing his internal energy and the rules to intermingle, gradually disguising them as laws permitted by the heavenly Tao of this realm. After a considerable time, a flash of thunder echoed from the heavens, followed by a vast expanse of violet energy drifting towards the Coon Loon Mountains. Concurrently, the sounds of the great Tao reverberated within the Coon Loon Mountains as golden lotuses erupted from the earth, manifesting various miraculous phenomena. Endless laws swirled within, transforming into nourishing rain that fell upon the Coon Loon Mountains, bathing all beings within its realm. This cleansing significantly enhanced their understanding, leading to a profound metamorphosis of both body and soul. Injured beings experienced instantaneous healing, their cultivation advanced, and their lifespans extended by several hundred years. Meanwhile, the Sanqing and Hong Yun, among others, found their understanding greatly enriched, and their internal energies advanced significantly, nearing the mid-stage of the Deluo Golden Immortal realm. Once the individuals awoke, they gazed in astonishment towards the direction of the retreat. Laozi slowly remarked, "Our teacher's cultivation is transcendent." With this recent advancement, he is likely on the verge of attaining the Tao of primordial unity. He recalled the words of his teacher, who once spoke of ancient times when Pangu wielded power to validate the Tao, achieving the state of Han Yuan, only to be ultimately burdened by heaven and earth. Thus, in this primordial realm, the first esteemed Han Yuan de Luo Jingxian fell. Now, witnessing his teacher attain the Han Yuan Tao, the faces of the Sanqing and others radiated with joy. The ginseng baby also exclaimed, "Such terrifying magical power and principles before the esteemed master. I fear that even a mere glance could obliterate me." Ying Long nodded in agreement. Despite having reached the mid-level of De Luo Jingxian, he still felt like an ant beneath this overwhelming force. Is this the level beyond De Luo Jingxian? Truly terrifying. Just as the crowd was struck with awe, a vast power surged forth from the secluded place, instantly engulfing the entire primordial continent. Countless beings knelt in submission, trembling in fear. Above the Coon Loon mountains, the ethereal visage of Luyo appeared, clearly visible even from thousands of miles away. In the skies of the primordial realm, a colossal eye gradually opened, filled with resentment as it surveyed the Coon Loon mountains before vanishing once more. As the might of the Han Yuan de Luo Jingxian spread forth, the sequestered Hong Jun, deep within the Immortal mountain, also felt its impact. Pressured by this saintly force, he knelt upon the ground, his form disheveled, and his complexion exceptionally pale. Struggling to lift his gaze towards the Coon Loon mountains, he sensed a familiar aura that a wave of grievance surged within him. "Luyo, why must it be you again?" Chapter 44. Fate. Unexplainable wonders. At this moment, Hong Jun appeared disheveled, kneeling upon a rock, howling towards the heavens. He was so close to stepping into the realm of the saints. He was the one who had made a pact with the heavenly Tao. He possessed 2/3 of the fragments of the chaotic jade butterfly. Yet, why had that thief Luyo achieved the saintly status before him? Moreover, if given just 3 more days, he would surely break through to the saintly level. Why had that rogue outpaced him? His heart was filled with unwillingness. Just then, the will of the heavenly Tao manifested before him, gazing towards the distant Coon Loon mountains, and slowly spoke. "Now you understand why I do not favor him. Do you? It is not out of jealousy for the 4 elements of creation. Rather, this person's methods are utterly detestable. Had he not absorbed the 4 elements of creation beforehand, perhaps the heavenly Tao would have already reached perfection without the need to invoke the catastrophe of the Dragon and Han era. Relying instead on the power of calamity to attain completeness, that it is not that I am unwilling. It is that this world requires him." Hong Jun slowly nodded, struggling to rise, and softly declared, "From this day forth, I, Hong Jun, shall have no peace with that thief Luyo." As his words fell, the will of the heavenly Tao beside him nodded slightly, raising a hand to disperse the saintly pressure that it spoke. "In that case, hasten to elevate yourself to the saintly level. Only then can you possess the power to contend with this rogue." Hong Jun nodded in agreement, and once more delved into his cultivation, drawing upon the rules within the fragments of the chaotic jade butterfly, comprehending and refining them. His cultivation advanced significantly, and his understanding of the world deepened considerably. The manifestation of the will of the heavenly Tao sighed in relief and remarked, "What an anomaly this realm has produced. Existing neither within the 3 realms nor the 5 elements, far surpassing the saints." As it concluded, its voice dwindled to a whisper, and the will of the heavenly Tao faded entirely from the Immortal mountain. Within the Coon Loon mountains, Hong Yun and others stood outside Luyo's secluded space, gazing upwards at the still-present ethereal visage of Luyo, their hearts filled with astonishment. Their master had achieved sainthood, particularly for Ying Long and the ginseng baby, who had followed Luyo from the beginning. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. Luyo had earlier spoken of the realm above De Luo Jingxian, which was the Han Yuan De Luo Jingxian, commonly referred to as the saintly level in this realm. When the ethereal visage of Luyo appeared as a reward from the system, they had sensed that their master was but a step away from achieving sainthood. Now, witnessing Luyo's ascension, even though it was anticipated, their hearts were overwhelmed with shock. The Sanqing were equally astonished. Deep within their bloodlines and souls lingered fragments of Pangu's memories. They understood well why their father god Pangu had opened up the heavens and the earth to validate the Tao through power and attain the state of Hongyuan. Alas, he was ultimately betrayed by the heavenly Tao and perished. Now, seeing their teacher attain sainthood, the Sanqing marveled in awe. Yuanshi murmured, "I wonder when I shall reach my teacher's level to T.O., which Tong Tian disdainfully replied. Second brother, do not aspire too high. The saintly level is far beyond that of the Luo Jingxian. One is in the heavens while the other is on earth, as different as clouds and mud." Yuanshi's face flushed with anger as he retorted, "I was merely contemplating. Am I not even allowed to think?" Laozi shook his head with a smile, saying, "To be under the tutelage of our teacher is a rare opportunity. We must cherish it." Hearing this, Yuanshi and Tong Tian ceased their squabbling and nodded in agreement. I could see this moment. Beneath Mount Dojo, Hoodoo had just returned to the ancestral witch palace, relaying Luyo's previous words to the other 11 ancestral witches, only to be overwhelmed by the turbulent pressure of the saintly force, kneeling in submission. Not only her, but all 11 ancestral witches found themselves similarly affected. The fire god Zhu Rong gasped, "What realm is this? Why can I not even muster the strength to resist?" Emperor Zhang's expression was grim. Though the saintly pressure was immense, he still discerned Luyo's aura within it. Struggling to rise, he gazed towards the Coon Loon mountains, murmuring, "Even though the ancestor has reached such a level, does he still not favor our witch clan?" A flicker of disappointment rose within Emperor Jiang, followed by a glint of determination in his eyes as he coldly declared, "Even if you are the ancestor, you cannot be right in everything. That I shall lead the witch clan to unify the primordial realm and prove you wrong." Outside the ancestral witch palace, countless witches knelt, bowing repeatedly towards the Coon Loon mountains. Luyo's achievement of sainthood became known throughout the primordial realm, causing innumerable beings to tremble in fear. In the Tang Valley, after the saintly pressure dissipated, Dijuan and Tai turned their gaze towards the Coon Loon mountains. Recognizing the familiar aura, it was that Taoist who rode the ancestral dragon during their pursuit of the Sanqing. Simultaneously, they understood that this was the realm above the Luo Jingxian, the Honyuan de Luo Jingxian. The saintly level, Dijuan and Dongwang Tai exchanged glances, then spoke softly, "We shall send word henceforth. Our demon clan must exercise caution when encountering the Sanqing." Dongwang Tai nodded in agreement. I could see that moment. Within the Coon Loon mountains, sensing an awareness, Yinglong and others knelt outside the secluded space. Moments later, the secluded area slowly opened. A slender figure clad in dark robes emerged, none other than Luyo. Observing the kneeling figures before him, Luyo smiled and said, "It seems you have not been idle during this time. Rise." Upon hearing this, Yinglong and the others hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Master, on attaining the Honyuan Dao." Luyo replied with a smile, "Your sentiments are appreciated." Although he had been in seclusion, he remained aware that these individuals had been outside, comprehending and absorbing the laws of heaven and earth that overflowed from his retreat. They had made considerable progress through this process. After they rose, they followed Luyo into the grand hall. Luyo took his seat at the head and glanced towards the Immortal Mountain where Hongjun resided, chuckling softly. When the saintly might had spread, he had viewed the entire primordial continent, clearly seeing Hongjun in his disheveled state. In this realm, Hongjun should have been the first to achieve sainthood, yet he had seized that honor. This fate, indeed, is ineffably wondrous. However, since he had already claimed the title of the first saint of the primordial realm, should he not give 3 teachings to usurp this person's title as the Tao ancestor? After pondering for a moment, Luyo shook his head, dismissing the thought. 3 teachings would be excessive. Once would suffice. With that in mind, Luyo proclaimed, "Today I, the poor Taoist, have attained sainthood and shall impart a teaching. In 1,000 years, you may all come to the Coon Loon mountains to hear the Tao." In an instant, Luyo's words, carried by the saintly might, resonated throughout the entire primordial continent. Upon hearing this declaration, Hongjun, who was cultivating on the Immortal Mountain, turned pale as the surrounding Tao laws dissipated instantly. Chapter 45. Universal Teaching, the Path to Enlightenment in the Primordial Realm. Upon the celestial mountains, Hongjun appeared disheveled, his complexion pallid, and his eyes devoid of vitality as he gazed towards the heavens, especially after hearing Lu Ya's words. It felt as though his heart were bleeding. What is this little thief plotting? He had originally intended to attain sanctification himself, to preach thrice as a means of reciprocating the gifts of heaven and earth, benefiting all beings, while simultaneously gathering merit to lay the groundwork for his future endeavors. Yet now, not only had Lu Ya outpaced him in achieving sanctification, but he had also taken the initiative to preach for the sake of all beings, sowing the seeds of the Tao. Even the merit that Hong Jun had schemed for was being usurped by this little rogue. Such contemptible audacity. With this thought, Hong Jun could no longer suppress the sweetness rising in his throat and suddenly spewed forth a mouthful of old blood. After a considerable time had passed and he regained his composure to assess his condition, he discovered that cracks had suddenly appeared upon the 3 flowers atop his head. Originally, he had believed he could attain the Tao and become a sage within 3 to 5 years. But now he could only focus on mending the cracks upon the 3 flowers before considering the matter of sanctification. Consequently, this would require at least a millennium. Hong Jun raised his head to the heavens and roared, "I am filled with hatred. Lu Ya, you little thief, I shall not share the heavens with you." At this moment, within the Coon Loon Mountains, Lu Ya observed the expressions of the Sanqing and others in the hall, all wearing smiles upon hearing that he was to preach. That a smile unconsciously appeared on his face as well. That moment, Lu Ya felt something unusual in his heart, as if someone was extolling his name in the void. He immediately began to deduce in secret, but within his calculations he could only see vague figures, clearly obscured by the will of the heavenly Tao. Lu Ya furrowed his brow. To receive the aid of the heavenly Tao and have the heavenly secrets concealed was a remarkable feat. Could it be that old fellow Hong Jun? If it were indeed him, it would not be surprising, for the ordained first among the sanctified in this realm was Hong Jun, and he was also the designated ancestor of preaching. Now that he had snatched the limelight from this old man, it was only natural that he would feel resentful. With this thought, Lu Ya grinned widely. This matter was becoming increasingly interesting. It was likely that Hong Jun was not the only one preoccupied with him. The heavenly Tao must be involved as well. After all, his interference with the plans of the heavenly Tao was not a first. Each time the will of the heavenly Tao took form and beheld him, its gaze was filled with resentment, as though it longed to rend him asunder. The mere thought of this amused him. Suddenly, the crimson cloud below spoke up. "My lord, will there be no conditions set for this preaching?" Lu Ya replied with a smile, "Since I am here to preach the Tao of the primordial chaos, why impose any restrictions?" Red Cloud furrowed his brow and responded, "However, if my lord does not impose any conditions, those who come to hear the teachings may possess varying degrees of aptitude. Such disparities in aptitude, even if my lord were to preach the Tao of the primordial chaos, may not yield significant benefits." It was clear that Red Cloud was not alone in this thought, as Evening Long and the Ginseng baby nodded in agreement. The Sanqing and others also wore expressions that affirmed this sentiment. After all, in the primordial chaos, few could surpass the Sanqing in terms of their lineage. They were transformed from the primordial essence of Pangu, possessing unparalleled aptitude, having already reached the level of the Luo. If they were to hear Lu Ya's teachings, they might not be unable to advance even further. Upon hearing Red Cloud's words, Lu Ya turned to the individuals in the hall, a smile gracing his face, and then spoke. "Do you all share this sentiment?" The crowd chuckled, scratching their heads in silence. Yet their meaning was unmistakable, since their lord intended to preach the Tao of the primordial chaos, even if it were only for a single session. Some qualifications should indeed be established. Otherwise, if ordinary beings were to attend, would it not waste the opportunity to hear the teachings? Lu Ya observed the expressions on their faces and then chuckled. "The Tao I preach is inclusive of all. If I were to set down rigid rules, how could we speak of preaching the Tao?" As his words fell, the hall fell into silence. The glimmer of shock flickered in the eyes of the Sanqing and others. Inclusive of all? What broad-mindedness! Was this truly the Tao their master preached? Especially for Tong Tian, whose eyes sparkled with brilliance. What the master said resonated deeply within him. If preachers in the primordial chaos were to impose restrictions, how could the brilliance of all beings shine forth? Only those like the master, who embraced inclusivity, could truly embody the great Tao. Red Cloud and others were similarly struck, their eyes reflecting a hint of guilt. And they sheepishly admitted, "We are incompetent and unable to comprehend our Lord's intentions." Yinglong also nodded in agreement. Initially, he had believed that pursuing the protagonists of the primordial chaos was the path of humanity. But now he realized how utterly mistaken he had been. Even if he led the Dragon Clan to seize the role of the primordial protagonists and successfully controlled the fortunes of the primordial chaos. What of it? Ultimately, his vision was still too narrow. Even as the protagonists of the primordial chaos, it would be difficult to achieve enduring success across countless generations. However, now that preaching was different, preaching the Tao of the primordial chaos meant that as long as there were beings cultivating within it, they would forever remember their Lord's grace in preaching the Tao. This was the true grand vision. The ginseng baby looked at Yinglong, whose eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and disdainfully remarked, "What are you? A little loach, thinking about all day?" Yinglong puffed out his chest defiantly. "The Tao of the primordial chaos is not something a little brat like you could comprehend." Upon hearing this, the ginseng baby let out a cold snort and ceased to speak. Lia observed the individuals in the hall who were grasping the teachings, and said with a smile, "Since that is the case, you may all take your leave. Cultivate diligently, and in 100 years, you shall return." Red Cloud and the Sanqing immediately bowed to Lia, declaring, "We shall obediently follow our Lord's decree." With that, the crowd dispersed, returning to their respective places of seclusion to cultivate tea that moment. Across the various lands of the primordial chaos, upon hearing Luya's words, countless beings revealed expressions of ecstatic joy. Within the Tang Valley, beneath the Fusong tree, Di Jun and Tai Yi sat side by side. While she poured tea for the two of them, the atmosphere was silent until, after a lengthy pause, Di Jun finally spoke. "What are your thoughts on this matter?" They had some grievances with the Sanqing, and now that the Sanqing's backing had attained the Tao and was to preach in 100 years, allowing all beings to attend, it presented a tremendous opportunity for the denizens of the primordial chaos. Yet for them, it was indeed a source of great conflict. Should they go or should they not? After a long silence, Dong Huang Tai, he gazed into the distance and let out a deep sigh. It was then that she spoke up. "There is no need for the two elder brothers to worry. Since that esteemed elder has attained the Tao, he would not be concerned with such trifles. His teachings represent a great opportunity for us and for the myriad beings of the primordial chaos. If the two elder brothers do not attend, they may regret it for a lifetime." Upon hearing Shi's words, Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai exchanged glances, each recognizing the determination in the other's eyes. They then slowly spoke. "Since that is the case, it seems we shall need to make a journey to Coon Loon in half a year's time." Dong Huang Tai also smiled. "It should indeed be so." Chapter 46. The 100-year appointment approaches. It was not only the demon race in Tang Valley that was abuzz, but even the witch race beneath Dojo Mountain was engaged in fervent discussions. Within the ancestral witch hall, Di Jiang raised his gaze towards the other 11 ancestral witches. Among this group, expressions varied widely, particularly for Hutu, who wore a complex expression. Previously, she had ventured to Coon Loon Mountain to request Lia's emergence to lead the witch race in unifying the primordial chaos. Yet unexpectedly, she had faced rejection, and now, not long after that encounter, her unreliable ancestor had actually attained sanctification. Furthermore, he had publicly announced that he would preach the Tao 100 years hence, allowing all beings of the primordial chaos to attend. It was likely that no one in the primordial chaos would wish to miss the opportunity to listen to the voice of the Tao in Coon Loon Mountain, in the ancestral witch hall. Silence enveloped the space. After a long while, the typically fiery-tempered Zhu Rong spoke up. "The ancestral teachings would be of no benefit to us. We do not cultivate the essence of the original spirit and have no need to attend Coon Loon Mountain to listen." Gong Gong chimed in. "Zhu Rong speaks truth. Our witch race has always refrained from cultivating the original spirit, and thus has no need to attend Coon Loon Mountain." Just then, Zhu Meng interjected, "While it's true we do not cultivate the original spirit, do you know how to advance further and become beings akin to our father, Pangu?" At these words, a hush fell over the assembly. After a lengthy pause, the many ancestral witches shook their heads. They had managed to reach their current state largely due to the blood of Pangu. Yet now the Pangu essence within them had been nearly exhausted, and they had reached their peak, making further advancement nearly impossible. Observing the crowd's response, Zhu Mang slowly continued. Now that our ancestor has broken through to the level of sage, we should attend to hear the teachings and see how our witch race might advance further. If we cannot even achieve this, how can we talk about unifying the primordial chaos and becoming the foremost race in the realm? Upon hearing this, Zhu Rong immediately retorted in anger. You speak as if it were simple. But our ancestor is unwilling to emerge and aid us in unifying the primordial chaos. How could he possibly impart to us the methods for further advancement? Upon hearing these words, Zhu Mang let out a derisive laugh. Fool, do you not understand why the ancestor wishes to preach to the world? Should we venture forth, the ancestor would undoubtedly grant his consent. That Zhu Rong's complexion flushed crimson, flames swirling around him as the chaotic laws of fire filled the entire ancestral witch hall. Di Jiang angrily interjected, Enough, let us all refrain from speaking further. Since the ancestor is imparting wisdom, we must naturally attend that a century hence, all 12 ancestors of the ancestral witch hall shall journey to Coon Loon Mountain to listen to the teachings. With that, Di Jiang promptly returned to his place of cultivation, leaving the remaining 11 ancestors exchanging glances in bewilderment. After Di Jiang's departure, Zhu Mang cast a disdainful look at Zhu Rong before also exiting the ancestral witch hall. Zhu Rong's expression darkened further, only to be consoled by Gong Gong beside him, who said, Though Zhu Mang's words may sting, he is not entirely incorrect. You do appear rather foolish, Di, or not let it anger you. Just as he finished speaking, Gong Gong's countenance suddenly changed, and he hastily dashed outside the ancestral witch hall. Behind him, fiery serpents, manifestations of the laws of fire, surged towards him with ferocity. Hutu, observing her two brothers in such a state, couldn't help but chuckle softly. After all, she had long grown accustomed to their daily bickering and playful squabbles. One brother practiced the laws of fire, while the other delved into the laws of water. They were inherently incompatible, and their days were filled with banter and mischief. Without them, the ancestral witch hall would surely lack much of its liveliness. Meanwhile, within the Niwa palace, Niwa gazed at Fushi, slowly speaking. Brother, what are your thoughts regarding this venerable one's teachings? Fushi's expression was one of excitement as he replied, This venerable individual has only just attained sainthood and wishes to give back to the world through his teachings. He is indeed a model for our kind. Niwa's expression shifted. Are you suggesting that after a century, we too shall journey to Coon Loon Mountain? Fushi smiled. Naturally. We have reached a bottleneck in our cultivation. Without guidance from a superior being, continuing to toil in isolation would be futile. Thus, we must attend the teachings at Coon Loon Mountain. Niwa nodded in agreement, though she had never heard of such a figure emerging in the wilderness. Could it be the saintly apparition that appeared thousands of years ago? As far as she knew, that apparition belonged to an ancient entity who existed even before the world was fully formed. During a time of chaos, if this individual truly attained the path of sainthood, then her astonishment would be unwarranted. Having come to this realization, Niwa began to cultivate earnestly within the Niwa Palace, awaiting the day a century hence when she would journey to Coon Loon Mountain to hear the teachings. Yet they were not alone in their thoughts. Nearly every being in the wilderness with cultivation beyond the Tai Golden Immortal was seized by the same desire. Those below this level of cultivation also wished to attend, though they would likely only be able to listen from afar at the base of Coon Loon Mountain. This moment, deep within Coon Loon Mountain, the ginseng doll was directing the 3 pure ones to gather celestial herbs, aiming to expand the small medicinal garden he protected. When the 3 pure ones arrived at Coon Loon Mountain, only Hong Yun and Ing Long were present, leaving him without anyone to command. Now that the 3 pure ones were here, the ginseng doll was inspired to enlarge his garden, as the mountain harbored plenty of celestial herbs, though he had been too idle to act. Moreover, he was not adept in combat. Should he encounter beings of similar caliber, he might bring shame upon his master. In the garden, Ginseng Doll directed the 3 pure ones to place the gathered herbs down for him to cultivate. In just a few short decades, the small garden under his watch had doubled in size. Satisfied with the expanded garden before him, The ginseng doll nodded approvingly and sent the three pure ones back to their cultivation. As they departed, Yuan Shi grumbled to Laozi, "Elder brother, why must we heed the commands of this little brat?" Laozi chuckled. Had the ginseng doll not been present back then, the Dragon Clan would have long been defeated by the Qilin and Phoenix clans. He alone could have turned the tide of the battle, but if we do not cultivate a good relationship with him, how shall we seek his aid in times of trouble? Once the three pure ones had left, the ginseng doll suddenly furrowed his brow, looking toward a certain spot in the garden. He then dashed off at great speed, directly pouncing on the spot to yank out two dragon horns. With his tiny hands waving energetically, he shouted, "You little mudfish, returning to steal my celestial herbs again. Do you believe I won't report you to my master?" Ing Long, unfazed, simply lifted the ginseng doll with ease. A celestial herb still clutched in his mouth, chewing and swallowing it without a care. Master is currently in seclusion to consolidate his cultivation. I doubt you, little brat, would dare disturb him. The ginseng doll's face turned crimson with anger. A surge of vital energy bursting forth from his 7 orifices. Just as he was about to retort and properly teach this wretched mudfish a lesson, he heard Luyo's voice call from afar. "Enough of your nonsense. The century has come to an end. Prepare yourselves and await the beings of the wilderness who will come to hear the teachings." At that moment, upon hearing Luyo's words, Ing Long and the ginseng doll immediately calmed down, hurriedly making their way to the front hall. Upon arrival, they found that Hong Yun and the three pure ones had been waiting for quite some time and greeted them with smiles. Once everyone had gathered, Leo emerged from his secluded chamber, accompanied by waves of Tao rhythm. Had he not suppressed his aura, the presence of Saint would have overwhelmed the gathered crowd. Upon seeing Luyo, everyone bowed and stated, "We pay our respects to our teacher, welcoming you from your retreat." Although Luyo had concealed his aura, they could still perceive the immense power emanating from him, leaving them awestruck. The level of a saint was more terrifying than they had imagined. Taking his seat, Luyo surveyed the assembled crowd, nodding slightly before announcing, "Prepare yourselves. The century has come to an end, and it is time for you to hear my teachings." With his words echoing, the three pure ones hurried to make arrangements. Once they departed, Leo's voice resonated throughout the wilderness, declaring, "The century has come to an end. Those with affinity may come to Coon Loon Mountain to listen to the teachings." Lasting for a millennium. Instantly, the wilderness reverberated with Luyo's proclamation. Countless beings surged forth, all hastening toward Coon Loon Mountain. In the air, beams of light flickered as innumerable silhouettes emerged. Meanwhile, atop the celestial mountain where Hong Jun was in seclusion, Luyo's words also reached his ears. Even with the array in place, the message was still clear. Hong Jun, still in seclusion, paled slightly, his heart wavering. Although he had known Luyo would be imparting teachings at this moment, he found it challenging to bear such overwhelming power. After a long while, Hong Jun finally exhaled deeply, turning his gaze toward Coon Loon Mountain, his brow furrowed with resentment. The first to attain sainthood, the first to impart teachings. Under normal circumstances, he would begrudge this but ultimately accept it. Yet for some reason, when it came to Luyo, he felt something was amiss, as if Luyo were constantly targeting him, as the Tao voice faded. Hong Jun raised his hand slightly, reinforcing the array, subtly making it less perceptible to others. Once everything was in place, he slowly closed his eyes and resumed his cultivation. The previous incident of Luyo attaining sainthood had already impacted his Tao heart, causing faint cracks to appear in the 3 flowers atop his head. After painstakingly mending half of those cracks over the past 6 months, he nearly succumbed again to Luyo's Tao voice. Truly insufferable, at this moment in the skies above the wilderness, countless powerful beings raced toward Coon Loon Mountain, most of whom were figures at the Luo Golden Immortal level. They too could sense the heavenly Tao, and thus were aware of Luyo's current cultivation level, the saint transcending the Luo Golden Immortal realm. With such a being imparting teachings, they would likely avoid many detours in their future paths. Amidst the crowd, 2 bald figures raced forward, their faces etched with sorrow, yet this did not hinder their pace. Golden rays of escape flickered as they dashed through the mountains, causing great unrest among the creatures residing within point. One of them spoke, "Brother, we have raced here from the west to listen to the teachings. If we do not secure a good position, we will surely disappoint our brethren from the west. As he spoke, the sorrow on his face deepened. The other nodded solemnly, replying, "This venerable one imparts teachings but once. We must seize this opportunity." The individual who had spoken earlier nodded in deep agreement. Yet the sorrow etched upon his countenance grew increasingly profound, as if he had endured the myriad tribulations of the mortal realm. At that moment, not far from them, a colossal Coon seemed to have overheard their conversation and let out a derisive laugh. "With your kind, do you truly believe you are worthy to hear the sage expound in the east?" Once these words were uttered, they provoked the ire of the two, who glared angrily in response. In an instant, the Coon flapped its wings and vanished from their sight. The two exchanged glances, a flicker of rage igniting in their eyes, and their speed surged dramatically. However, even so, countless figures still surged ahead in the distance before them. Among them, one individual, marked by the golden sun's aura upon his back, along with two others, raced toward Coon Loon Mountain with astonishing velocity. Placing them among the top 10. Additionally, there were two others, a man and a woman, who, in their full sprint, appeared as beings with human heads and serpentine bodies, regardless of whether the human race had yet emerged. This distinction serves to enhance the reader's immersion. These two were none other than Nuwa and Fushi, who had hastened from the palace of Nuwa. As for the palace of Nuwa, it is a concept from a particular narrative. Upon hearing the teachings of Luya, they made their way toward the Coon Loon Mountains, vowing to stand at the forefront. Moreover, 12 giants were racing across the land on foot, their massive forms allowing them to traverse mountains and rivers with each stride. This group included both men and women, their physical prowess unparalleled. They were the 12 ancestral witches who dared to come forth from beneath Dojo Mountain at this moment. The two individuals looked up, realizing that many still stood ahead of them, causing their expressions to shift, and their speed surged once more. How could they possibly miss their ancestral master's first sermon? They were determined to stand at the forefront and be seen by their master. Another individual, moving with remarkable swiftness, employed a technique to gather numerous spiritual treasures within his sleeves, albeit these treasures were of little significance. On this day, the skies above the primordial world were shrouded in a dense throng, as countless powerful beings rode the clouds toward Coon Loon Mountain. Even upon the primordial lands, myriad beings surged forth. Although many had yet to achieve mastery in their cultivation, they nonetheless raced toward the Coon Loon Mountains. Most of them had not yet transformed, merely possessing a nascent intelligence and an instinct to seek fortune and avoid calamity. Those beings that had intended to remain hidden for millennia, upon witnessing such a magnificent spectacle in the primordial realm, could not help but reconsider, decisively emerging into the world and heading toward the Coon Loon Mountains. At this moment, outside the Coon Loon Mountains, the protective formation had long since been activated. Red Cloud and the three Pure Ones stood within the formation, engaging in light-hearted banter. Yet within moments, they felt the ground tremble. The Azure Dragon suddenly spoke. This disturbance seems indicative of someone's arrival. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward the distance. They beheld clouds of dust rising from beyond the Coon Loon mountain range, soaring into the heavens. When they looked up again, the sky above the primordial realm was a dark mass, obscuring the sunlight and casting the land into shadow. The ginseng baby could not help but gape in astonishment, exclaiming, "When a master speaks, it is as if myriad immortals gather to pay homage." The others nodded in agreement, fully resonating with this sentiment. Chapter 48. Since one has taken, let it be taken thoroughly. Just as the group found themselves momentarily dazed, they witnessed the dark figures in the sky descending upon the Coon Loon Mountain's protective formation. They landed outside the formation, and the multitude of beings rushing toward this locale completely enveloped the entirety of the Coon Loon Mountains. The foremost figures among them were all beings of the Deluo Golden Immortal level. Besides the towering forms of the 12 ancestral witches, there were also the 3 from the demon clan, Dijun, Tai-E, and Shi-He, along with Nuwa and Fu11. In addition to these individuals, there were also the Kuanpung and the duo of Jin and Juni. Such bald figures were indeed a rarity within the primordial realm, prompting many to cast curious glances. Jin and Juni, feeling the weight of attention upon them, exchanged awkward glances, and communicated telepathically. "Senior brother, why are these Eastern beings watching us so intently?" "Perhaps it is because of our remarkable cultivation." Drawing their interest, Junti replied, nodding in agreement. After all, with their Deluo golden immortal level of cultivation, they were among the most elite in the West. Although they had crossed over to the East, they were still among the top echelon. Thus, it was only natural for these Eastern beings to keep a watchful eye on the two brothers, especially with a sage-level existence delivering teachings. Contemplating this, Junti's expression revealed a hint of satisfaction. When the sage's teachings commenced, they would undoubtedly secure a prominent position, gaining the sage's favor. These Eastern beings were merely insignificant creatures at that moment within the Great Hall of Coon Loon Mountain. Liao was also observing the multitude of beings within the mountain range to him. It seemed that all notable figures of the primordial realm had gathered here. Even those who were later said to be disciples of Hongjun Laozu were present in full. A faint smile graced Lia's face, since he had already seized the first sacred position from that old man and claimed his inaugural sermon. Why not snatch a few disciples as well? Not to mention, even if they were not direct disciples, having them as nominal disciples would suffice. With this thought taking root, Lia felt an overwhelming urge arise within him, when suddenly a familiar electronic voice echoed in his ears. Event analysis. Host ascends to sainthood, bestowing blessings upon all beings, gathering primordial fortune, and preaching within the primordial realm, thus necessitating a sermon. Plot direction 1. Preach the great Tao. Bless the beings. Accept the status of semi-master among the beings here. And do not take disciples. Plot result. Acquire a small portion of primordial fortune, obtaining the title of semi-master. Plot direction 2. Preach the great Tao. Subtly scheme, leaving behind some hidden perils within the laws. Plot result. Accept the status of semi-master among the beings here, yet face future perilous repercussions, gaining a notorious reputation. Plot direction 3. Deliver the sermon here. Bless the beings of the primordial realm. Elucidate the great Tao. Expound upon the 3 methods of achieving sainthood. Seize the fortune of Hongjun, and take 4 disciples, establishing a formidable reputation. Plot result. Accept the status of semi-master among the primordial beings, and the disciples may gain a thread of quasi-saintly opportunity, with the potential to achieve sainthood when the time is ripe. Upon hearing the electronic voice in his ear, Lia felt a peculiar sensation wash over him. Why did it seem as though his system was conspicuously orchestrating events? It appeared to be conspiring solely to exploit that old man, and should he ever learn of the causal connections here, he would likely be furious beyond measure. This system, after all, had its merits and flaws, yet the path of a humble practitioner finds delight in such twists. A smile spread across Lia's face as he raised a hand in the great hall. Instantly, 7 meditation cushions appeared, each radiating an abundance of spiritual energy, surrounded by various laws. Having accomplished this, Lia declared, "When the time for the sermon arrives, you may come forth at your leisure." As the voice fell, one could see Ying Long and the ginseng baby, along with a few others, open the protective mountain formation and swiftly soar into the grand hall. Upon entering the hall, they were momentarily taken aback by the few cushions within. They then observed the 3 pure ones positioning themselves on the 3 cushions closest to Luya, while the ginseng baby and the others settled beside him, right next to Luya. Even the 3 small Qilin from the water and fire Qilin emerged and lay before him. After entering the grand hall, those beings previously barred from the Coon Loon Mountains hastened towards the hall as soon as the formation was lifted. Soon, some arrived at the hall's entrance, confronted by the imposing palace that emanated an overwhelming aura, seemingly capable of subduing the very wilderness itself, laid out before them. The beings that reached this point were momentarily stunned, before each turned their gaze towards the interior of the grand hall. Upon noticing that only 4 cushions remained, their eyes sparkled with anticipation. Nuan Fushi were the first to arrive at the entrance of the grand hall. Upon seeing the doors ajar and Luya seated at the high position, they exchanged a glance and proceeded into the hall, taking their seats on the cushions behind the 3 pure ones. Following them were Emperor Jun, Tai, and Shiha, who observed the remaining 2 cushions in the hall. They exchanged glances but chose not to take a seat. Behind them, Jin Yuanzi, who had just arrived, promptly plopped down onto the cushion behind Yua. With only one cushion left in the Grand Hall, the arriving Jin and Juanti instantly became anxious, hastening into the hall. Upon seeing Jin and Juanti, Luya couldn't help but furrow his brow. He had never held a favorable view of these two, and he was aware that they would later betray the old man Hongjun, establishing Buddhism and repeatedly contending with Taoism for the Eastern fortune. Such rebellious individuals were unworthy of his tutelage. Such talent was better left to Hongjun. Luya's eyes glimmered as he discreetly raised a hand, subtly invoking a principle that enveloped the two of them. Yet, they remained oblivious, solely intent on claiming a seat on the cushion, unaware that their speed had significantly diminished. Consequently, they were overtaken by the blood-clad ancestor of the Mingi, who swiftly occupied the last remaining cushion. After settling down, Ancestor Mingi regarded the familiar faces before him with a rather sycophantic smile. Indeed, he shared a peculiar connection with this powerful figure. A twisted fate? A twisted fate is still a fate. Upon seeing Ancestor Mingi, Luya's eyes flickered with surprise. He had intended for the Kunpung behind the two to take a seat, only to find that Ancestor Mingi had beaten him to it. However, this was of little consequence, for he and Ancestor Mingi shared a certain rapport, and should there be a need in the future, it would be justifiable. With this thought, Luya nodded with a smile towards Ancestor Mingi. Chapter 49. Luya's Teaching. Upon seeing Luya smile at him, Ancestor Mingi was instantly filled with excitement. That it seemed that these cushions were not without their significance, that it appeared that his gamble had paid off. After Ancestor Mingi had taken a seat, Jin and Junti arrived behind him, gazing at the now-occupied cushions with a look of despair. They had never anticipated that after exerting themselves so tirelessly on their journey, they would end up in such a predicament. Behind them, Kunping entered the Grand Hall, his expression shifting to one of astonishment upon seeing the 7 seated individuals. However, he gave it little thought and simply stood behind the crowd. Following him were the 12 ancestral witches, who upon entering the Grand Hall returned to their normal size. That Di Jiang and the others looked up at Luya with complex expressions. After all, according to seniority, the one seated above was their ancestor. Yet this ancestor seemed to harbor little fondness for their witch clan. With a collective sigh, they stood within the Grand Hall. Among the crowd, Hutu observed the individuals seated on the 7 cushions with a peculiar expression. She was aware that the 3 pure ones had already taken refuge under her ancestor, and now they occupied those cushions. Could it be that all those seated on the cushions were eligible to enter her ancestor's fold? Just as she pondered this, more beings continued to arrive in the hall, many of whom were at the Daluo Golden Immortal leveled, in the current era. Following the initial calamity of Long Han, all things had begun to recuperate, and the essence of immortals flourished. Treasures emerged abundantly from various locations. Many with sufficient opportunities and solid foundations had seized this chance to step into the Daluo Golden Immortal realm. However, instances of individuals reaching the mid-stage of Daluo Golden Immortal were rare. After all, merely achieving Daluo Golden Immortal was already a feat, and during this period, those who could attain the mid-stage were likely limited to Ying Long and the Ginseng baby accompanying Luya. In a mere moment, the Grand Hall was filled with beings. Not only that, but outside the hall, numerous entities gathered, making the Coon Loon Mountains teem with those eager to listen to the teachings. Just as Luya was about to speak, he noticed the 2 from the west, Jin and Juni, suddenly displaying expressions of despair as they looked at the last 2 cushions occupied by Zhang Yuanzi and Ancestor Mingi. They slowly spoke. "Esteemed friends, we have traveled countless miles from the west, solely to hear your sacred voice. Alas, the journey was indeed long, and we were unable to secure a seat. Might we request, dear friends, for a modicum of concession?" Before they could finish, Ancestor Mingi, clad in blood-stained garments, interrupted them with disdain. He regarded the 2 beside him with contempt. Having finally secured one of the 7 cushions, he would not easily relinquish it to these 2 bald monks. They should not assume that just because they were unattractive, they could act as they pleased. Jin and Junti felt the sting of embarrassment, their faces darkening as they turned to Zhen Yuanzi ahead. Sensing their gaze, Zhen Yuanzi chuckled coldly, then yawned and closed his eyes to rest. Although he was alone, he had no faith that these 2 would dare to create a disturbance in the presence of such a powerful figure. Jin and Junti continued to speak, but Jin Yuanzi remained unresponsive. Left with no choice, they turned their attention to Nuwa and Fushi. However, before they could reach them, they were intercepted by Emperor Jun, Dong Huangtai, and Shiha. Ultimately, as Nuwa and Fushi belong to the same demon race, they should be united at this time, even if they were not particularly sociable. Seeing their path blocked, Junti grew anxious and was about to inquire if the three pure ones might relinquish two positions when he heard Zhurong from behind say, "What are you two bald monks dragging your feet for?" Gong added, "Do you really think everyone else is foolish enough to give up their seats for you two?" Jin and Juni's faces flushed crimson at the remarks, and they turned around to angrily shout, "Who dares?" Yet, as they turned, they found themselves facing the robust 12 ancestral witches, each of whom was no less powerful than they were. They quickly changed their tone. "Who dares to impede the teachings of the sage? We shall not let it slide." As their words fell, laughter rippled through the crowd. Jin and Junti felt their faces heat up, inwardly lamenting, a trivial matter. They then stood quietly behind the 7 cushions, awaiting Lu Ya's address. Lu regarded Jin and Junti with a peculiar expression, silently acknowledging their audacity. He had known these two were not easily deterred, but he had not anticipated their fortitude in standing unfazed in the grand hall. Moments later, silence enveloped the space. Then Luya spoke. "This humble Taoist, having attained sanctity, ought to reciprocate heaven and earth, bestowing blessings upon all beings. That it is fitting that I deliver a lecture which shall last for a millennium. You are all to listen attentively." Upon hearing this, the multitude below responded in unison, "Thank you, sage, for your compassion and mercy towards us." Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Ya's eyes narrowed slightly, and he began to recite the profound principles of the Tao. There exists movement arising from stillness, and action stemming from non-action, non-action. The spirit returns. When the spirit returns, all things become tranquil. In stillness, the vital energy dissipates, and thus all things cease to exist. Forgetting the external world allows the light to overflow infinitely. Losing oneself in sounds leads to a heart that dwells in the depths of awareness. When both mechanisms are forgotten, the gateway to myriad wonders opens. Cultivating the formless essence, formlessness ensures permanence. Guarding the incorporeal body, the body thus attains authenticity. The harmony of authenticity can lead to eternal life. Heaven, having attained its truth, endures. Earth, having grasped its truth, persists. Humanity, having embraced its truth, enjoys longevity. Serenity is inherent to nature. The heart resides within it. Action arises from the heart. Nature is contained within it. When the heart is born, nature perishes. When the heart perishes, nature reveals itself, like the void devoid of form, serene and complete. The great Tao is without form. Thus, it does not encompass the tangible within. True nature is non-action. Hence, it does not give rise to the heart externally. Naturally, it exists, boundless and unconfined, in the face of phenomena. Forgetting the phenomena allows one to evade the 6 thieves of the mind. Dwelling amidst dust while transcending it, one does not fall into the myriad transformations in an instant. The entire hall was suffused with boundless sounds of the Tao. Between heaven and earth, laws continuously proliferated, swirling within the great hall and even extending throughout the vast expanse of Coon Loon Mountain. Within the hall, extraordinary phenomena manifested. Golden lotuses erupted from the ground, and purple energy descended from the horizon. At this moment, all beings who had come to Coon Loon Mountain to listen to the Tao were utterly immersed in the teachings expounded by Lu Ya. Engrossed within the laws, their inner cultivation gradually flourished. Just then, above Coon Loon Mountain, the will of the Tao suddenly materialized. Within the confines of Coon Loon Mountain, countless laws unfolded, and extraordinary phenomena occurred repeatedly. All beings within this domain were enraptured by the principles of the Tao. The profound truths articulated by Lu Ya were accessible yet profound, providing clarity to myriad beings and subtly enhancing their comprehension. Meanwhile, the manifestation of the will of the Tao that had appeared above Coon Loon Mountain cast a gaze downward upon the mountain range. Its eyes filled with increasing resentment. In its calculations, The first to attain sainthood should have been Hongjun, yet now it was usurped by Luya. Initially, it chose to disregard Luya, for he was beyond the three realms, untouched by the five elements, and not subject to the governance of the Tao. However, it never anticipated that upon attaining sainthood, Luya would proclaim his teachings to the wilderness, a method that was meant for Hongjun to harvest the fortunes of the beings in the wilderness. Now, this wretched little thief had seized the opportunity. The manifestation of the will of the Tao raised a hand, surrounded by countless laws, all of which were principles of the great Tao. Should these principles descend, the beings would awaken from the resonance of the Tao, thwarting Luya's teachings. At the same time, Luya, engrossed in his discourse, seemed to sense something and glanced upward at the sky over Coon Loon Mountain. It appeared as though he could see through the endless clouds to the manifestation of the will of the Tao hovering above. This caused the will of the Tao to momentarily freeze. Lingering amidst the clouds, below, a smile graced Luya's face as he waved gently at the manifestation, signaling a greeting. He then resumed his elucidation of the principles of the Tao for the multitude of beings. The manifestation of the will of the Tao was momentarily taken aback. Its teeth clenched in frustration. It had come seeking trouble. But what was the meaning of Luya's earlier gesture? Did he perhaps look down upon it? It, being the Tao, held dominion over all things in the wilderness, over countless beings, and commanded the myriad principles of the wilderness. Who dared to provoke it? Just as it was lost in thought, Luya casually reached out before him, gathering countless rules that swiftly coalesced in his grasp, gradually intertwining and merging. They slowly evolved into the four elements of creation, materializing before him. This spectacle left the manifestation of the will of the Tao dumbfounded. It, being the Tao of the wilderness, should possess a greater mastery over the laws than Luya. Yet, it was powerless to reverse the laws and transform them into the four elements of creation. One must recognize that the myriad laws within the wilderness were birthed from these four elements. If one were to say that all transformations are rooted in a single principle, then these four elements are that principle. It was precisely due to the absence of the absorption of the four elements of creation that the will of the Tao had developed so slowly. Now, witnessing Luya's ability to effortlessly reverse the laws and refine the four elements, how could it not feel astonished? A flash of golden light flickered in its eyes. It hesitated, contemplating whether to descend into Coon Loon Mountain and reclaim these four elements. Though it had previously benefited from the infusion of the Dragon Han's initial calamity's fortune, the development of the Tao remained sluggish. Just as it was in doubt, Luya gently tapped the four elements of creation before him. The elements floated upward, landing before the manifestation of the will of the Tao. Gazing at the vast quantity of the four elements, the will of the Tao was momentarily stunned. Then, it swallowed hard, a glint of covetousness flashing in its eyes. Do not take this too seriously. It is merely for the sake of comfort. Luya spoke slowly. Previously, this humble Taoist may have shown disrespect. I hope the Tao will show mercy. Within the realm of Coon Loon Mountain, the sound of the Tao continued to resonate, and the beings remained engrossed in their understanding of the Tao. Upon hearing Luya's words, the manifestation of the will of the Tao snorted coldly, retracting the four elements of creation before it, dispersing the countless laws surrounding it, and vanishing entirely. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. It, being the Tao of the wilderness, was not a petty being. Seeing that this little thief expressed such reverence, it chose to spare him this once. Once the manifestation of the will of the Tao disappeared, Luya could not help but chuckle softly, then once again devoted himself to expounding the Tao. All who cultivate the Tao seek immortality, preserving the three primordial spirits and the sanctum of the three primordial palaces. The upper palace, the Mud Pill Palace, resides between the brows, extending 3 inches inward. Within the second inch, a square inch is allotted for the Dantian Palace. Preserving the spirit therein is referred to as the Red Child, named Guang Yuan Xian, also known as Di Qing, clad in crimson robes. To envision within the palace, call out his name thrice. I in the hall. Extraordinary signs manifested, surrounding the beings before it, continually aiding their comprehension. Time passed unnoticed until Laozi's body trembled slightly, 3 blossoms of radiance emerging. a light spirit flowing from above, penetrating his entire being. His aura surged dramatically, and his cultivation instantaneously advanced, directly reaching the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal. This commotion jolted the surrounding beings from their meditative states, and they turned to gaze at Laozi, their eyes brimming with envy. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian exchanged glances, then closed their eyes once more to delve into the Tao. With their elder brother now having entered the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal, how could they afford to lag too far behind? The other beings also reigned in their envy, plunging back into their understanding of the Tao. However, behind them, Jin and Juni's eyes were filled with sorrow. Had they arrived at Coon Loon Mountain a tad earlier, had they entered the hall first and claimed the 2 cushions, it would have been they who broke through now. Contemplating this, the two cast a glance at the 12 ancestral witches, who were coldly observing their efforts to listen intently to the teachings, yet were unable to absorb the wisdom. Were it not for these 12 brutes, perhaps someone would have willingly offered their seats to the 2 brothers. The 12 ancestral witches stood uneasily at the back of the crowd. Their witch clan did not cultivate the powers of the primordial spirit, although they could barely grasp a modicum of the great Tao. It was not as beneficial as it was for the other beings. Only Huta managed to immerse herself within the principles of the Tao. The others glanced at Luya, who was expounding above, and shook their heads slightly. Though they could not comprehend the teachings of their ancestor, they had to endure and listen. Luya continued to elucidate the principles of the Tao. The middle Yuan. The Crimson Chamber embodies the heart. When the heart is a mere inch, it is the Crimson Palace. Preserve the spirit within the palace, donning crimson robes, referred to as the true person, named Zi Dan Guangjian. Call his name thrice. The lower Yuan Dantian Palace resides 3 inches beneath the navel, penetrating 3 inches inward. Preserve the spirit within the palace, clad in yellow robes, with a face as pale as an infant's first breath. Named Yuan Yang, with the appellation Guxian, call his name thrice. After 24 breaths, summon the great lord of the birth palace. Excerpted from a certain text in the Daozong. Please do not take it too seriously. At this moment, Laozi gradually awakened, lifting his gaze to the figure of Luya above. Upon seeing Luya nodding at him with apparent satisfaction, Laozi felt a surge of excitement within, before once again immersing himself in the principles of the Tao. Luya gazed at Laozi, who was lost in the depths of enlightenment. A fleeting glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes, he was acutely aware of the cultivation levels of all beings present. Thus Laozi's breakthrough came as no surprise to him. After all, Laozi had already reached the pinnacle of the early stage of the Luo Jinxian. Furthermore, given that the likes of the 3 pure ones were manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, their path to enlightenment was entirely reasonable. Observing the cultivation levels of the myriad beings present, he anticipated that the next breakthrough would be the brothers Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. Just as those seated on the lotus cushions in his hall, all 7 could achieve breakthroughs. The cushions were meticulously prepared by him, capable of aiding others in their pursuit of enlightenment, free from disturbances, and enhancing their comprehension. Moreover, with his current insights into sanctification, it would be a mere trifle for several Luo Jinxian to advance further. Within the Grand Hall, the echoes of Tao resonated. This discourse on the Tao was to last a millennium. Initially, after Laozi's breakthrough, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian swiftly ascended to the mid-stage of the Luo Jinxian. The 2 exchanged glances, each perceiving the excitement reflected in the other's eyes. Luya nodded with a smile, as this was well within his expectations. The breakthroughs of Yuan Shi and Tong Tian ignited envy among the many beings present, inciting a silent rivalry within their hearts. If these brothers could ascend, so could they. Now, after 800 years of imparting the Tao, shortly after the breakthroughs of Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, Nuan Fushi also ascended to the mid-stage of the Luo Jinxian. The atmosphere in the hall quaked anew, as many began to calculate their own paths. The saints had previously proclaimed that this discourse would endure for a millennium. While they were immersed in their comprehension of the Tao, they were nonetheless acutely aware of the passage of time. Realizing that 800 years had already elapsed, a sense of urgency welled up within them, though they had greatly benefited from this discourse. How could they remain content without a breakthrough in their own cultivation? Another century passed, and the laws surrounding Zhun Yuanzi reverberated, as countless phenomena manifested before him, gradually merging into the three flowers atop his head. Then, with a thunderous explosion, Zhun Yuanzi stepped into the mid-stage of the Luo Jinxian. This marked the sixth breakthrough in the hall, prompting all eyes to shift toward the seven figures seated upon the lotus cushions. Each gaze filled with admiration. By now, they could hardly be oblivious to the significance of these cushions. Yet, alas, they had arrived at Coon Loon Mountain too late and could only linger behind the cushions. Though they were present in the same hall, the disparity between their cultivation and that of the seven was still considerable. Among the seven, the last figure, the ancestor of the Dark River, discreetly opened his eyes to survey the surroundings, a wave of anxiety washing over him. Though he had secured one of the seven cushions, he found himself stagnant at the early stage of Deluo Jinxian, while the six before him had already advanced. Having finally made a name for himself before the saints, how could he afford to stagnate? Glancing back, he immediately caught sight of the envy in the eyes of Zhuan, Ti, and Jiayin, along with a hint of resentment. This revelation brought a sudden sense of relief to his heart, and with a smile, he closed his eyes once more, plunging into enlightenment. Years flowed by, and only 1 year remained until the discourse concluded. The myriad beings remained deeply immersed in Lu Ye's exposition of the great principles. Suddenly, the ancestor of the Dark River trembled as the three flowers above his head manifested, swaying relentlessly within the grand hall. Many beings who had awakened from their meditative states turned to observe. Upon witnessing the ancestor of the Dark River's current condition, their eyes sparkled with intense envy. How could they not perceive that he was on the verge of breaking through to the mid-stage of the Luo Jinxian? Just like the six before him, this discourse on the Tao had only facilitated breakthroughs for the seven upon the cushions. The envy among the beings intensified, for they realized that the saints were soon to impart their teachings. Why had they not arrived earlier at Coon Loon Mountain? Had they come even a day sooner, they might now be seated upon those cushions, poised for further advancement. Perhaps even fortunate enough to become disciples of the saints, as the ancestor of the Dark River approached his breakthrough. A smile crept across Lu Ye's face. He discreetly raised his hand and gently pointed toward the ancestor. A ray of pure light shot forth from his fingertip, silently merging into the three flowers atop the ancestor's head. Instantly, the swaying flowers solidified, transforming into a mighty force that nourished him. With a resounding boom, the three flowers atop the ancestor of the Dark River erupted with a rich resonance of the Tao, his cultivation advancing directly into the mid-stage of Deluo Jinxian at this moment. Only 1 year remained until the conclusion of the discourse. The multitude of beings witnessed this and quickly suppressed their envy, closing their eyes once more to immerse themselves in the understanding of the Tao. The opportunity to hear the saints expound on the Tao was exceedingly rare. They had to seize every moment to comprehend the teachings. Lest they squander this invaluable chance, the day of the discourse approached its end. Beside Lu Ye, Ying Long, the ginseng baby, Hong Yun, and the three small Qilins nestled at his feet began to exhibit signs of extraordinary phenomena. At this moment, their auras surged dramatically, swirling with the essence of the Tao. Above Ying Long's head, a dragon-shaped phantom spiraled, roaring from above before plunging into Ying Long's body, instantly solidifying his cultivation and propelling him further. He now stepped into the late stage of Deluo Jinxian, fortifying his power under Lu Ye's articulation of the great principles. Beside him, the ginseng baby waved his tiny hands vigorously, an abundance of vital energy cascading down, manifesting countless phenomena around him before once again merging into his being. As he slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Ying Long, he pouted in dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "Darn it, that little mudfish has outpaced me again." Upon hearing this, Ying Long opened his eyes, casting a disdainful glance at the ginseng baby, then suddenly snorted, his demeanor quite frivolous. This provoked the ginseng baby, causing vital energy to erupt from his ears, rising up and ultimately dissipating within the grand hall. Apart from these two, Hong Yun also seized this opportunity to break through to the pinnacle of the mid-stage of Deluo Jinxian, even surpassing the likes of the three pure ones that in truth, while Hong Yun's foundation was commendable, it paled in comparison to that of the three pure ones. who were embodiments of Pangu's primordial spirit. In terms of foundational strength, the three pure ones were among the elite in the primordial realm. Excluding those innate deities born from chaos, the three pure ones possessed top-tier foundations. However, due to their comparatively shorter time spent following Luya, they found themselves overshadowed by Hong Yu and I. In addition to these few, even the three small Qilins nestled at Luya's feet had reached the mid-stage of the Luo Jin Xian. They were born from the spirit artifacts that safeguarded Coon Loon Mountain. Their foundations solid, and having absorbed ample spiritual energy while nurturing the mountain's protective array, it was only natural for them to break through while comprehending the Tao at Luya's feet, the beings who had been repeatedly jolted from their meditative states. Upon witnessing even the three small Qilins at Luya's feet achieving breakthroughs, felt a surge of indignation, wishing fervently to take their place and be the ones nestled at Luya's feet. Chapter 52. Those who imitate live. Those who resemble die. Within the Grand Hall, the teachings of Luya continued to resonate, filling the air with profound echoes as countless extraordinary phenomena manifested before the assembled beings. The principles of the Tao enveloped the myriad of souls present. With only a year remaining until the conclusion of Luya's discourse, the numerous mighty beings were acutely aware of the impending end. One by one, they hastily focused their minds, immersing themselves once again in the essence of the Tao. The hall was alive with the sounds of the Tao, as 3,000 powerful beings became entranced. The teachings Luya presented were a gradual progression from simplicity to profundity. The deeper they delved, the more intricate, and at times, seemingly transcendent beyond the realm of the Luo. Countless mighty beings lost track of time. The year passing in the blink of an eye. As Luya slowly ceased his discourse and opened his eyes, he surveyed the multitude below. He observed that the beings were still absorbed in the lingering resonance of the Tao. With many having achieved breakthroughs during this time, at his feet, three small Qilin lay in deep slumber, their adorable faces a sight to behold. The ginseng doll once again clung to Minglong, grasping its horns in a playful tussle, only to quietly slip away from the hall upon noticing Luya's awakening. Hong Yun, less adept in his footing, remained enraptured in the Tao's essence, striving for a breakthrough. Within the hall, the three pure ones sat upon their cushions, eyes shut tightly as they contemplated the remaining nuances of the Tao, seemingly grasping its principles with greater depth. Their initial capabilities were commendable, and with the aid of the cushions and Luya's favor, they sought to further solidify their cultivation. It was not only the three pure ones who shared this sentiment. Even others upon their cushions held similar thoughts. As for the beings beyond the cushions, while a few had achieved breakthroughs, they were but a rare few, and the two from the west, Jean and Juni, wore expressions of deep grievance. After an indeterminate period, the extraordinary phenomena within the hall suddenly dissipated, the myriad golden lotuses vanishing, and the boundless resonance of the Tao abruptly ceased. The numerous mighty beings instantly emerged from the profound teachings one by one. They raised their gazes to Luya above, their eyes filled with awe and profound reverence. Had they not comprehended the distinction between the realms of the Luo, golden immortals, and saints before their arrival? The conclusion of the teachings left them enlightened. Even those among them who had achieved the mid-stage of the Luo golden immortal knew full well that before Luya, they were akin to mere ants. Their combined might scarcely enough to rival a single finger of his thought. Once, a thought took root in their minds. Beneath the saint, all are but ants, just as the mighty beings awoke. Their faces painted with astonishment, Luya slowly spoke. I am the first saint of the primordial chaos, destined to impart the Tao to all beings. After a millennium of teachings, I have bestowed blessings upon countless souls. Do you have any questions? With his words, the crowd echoed in unison. Teacher, Tao, ancestor, you are compassionate. Upon hearing this address, an unusual emotion stirred within Lu Yi. It seemed he had seized all that Hong Jun had to offer. Just as this thought crossed his mind, on the celestial mountain where Hong Jun resided in seclusion, his complexion flushed crimson, and an expression of fury ignited in his eyes as he sensed something amiss. He bellowed, Luya, you little thief, I shall not rest until one of us is vanquished. At that moment, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao manifested beside him. This incarnation appeared more stable than before, indicating that Lu Ya's effortless acquisition of the four primordial elements had proven advantageous to him. The heavenly Tao glanced at Hongjuan's current state and shook its head, stating, "You are not his match." At these words, the three flowers atop Hongjuan's head wavered unsteadily. He hastily began to regulate his breath, using his power and principles to stabilize his cultivation and nourish the three flowers. Meanwhile, he silently cursed under his breath. Initially, he had thought the arrival of the heavenly Tao's embodiment was to assist him, only to discover it was a harbinger of despair. After a considerable time, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao revealed a glimmer of disappointment in its gaze before shifting its focus towards the Coon Loon mountains. What a pity! Had that little thief not been an anomaly, perhaps choosing him would have been a wiser decision. With this thought, the embodiment cast another glance at the diligently meditating Hongjun and shook its head in resignation before departing the celestial mountain. Once the embodiment of the heavenly Tao left, Hongjun gradually opened his eyes and gazed upwards, exhaling a long breath. The three flowers atop his head instantly regained their former stability. Now he was still a millennium away from reaching his peak state. In a millennium's time, he would surely attain the rank of saint. Yet, how could he regain the fortunes of the beings that Lu Ya had seized, even if he became a saint and delivered three more teachings? The position of Tao ancestor would never revert to him, nor would the title of teacher of all beings fall upon him. That little thief was truly detestable. As if sensing something, Lu Ya's nostrils twitched slightly as he looked down at the dazed beings below. He slowly inquired, "Do you have any questions?" As he posed a question again, the crowd finally snapped back to reality, gazing up at Lu Ya with reverence. After a considerable time, Laozi, seated at the forefront, spoke up, "Teacher, how does one reach the realm beyond the Luo Golden Immortal?" Upon hearing this, not only those on the cushions, but nearly all the beings in the hall turned their eyes toward Lu Ya. He smiled and shook his head, saying, "Aiming too high. You have yet to reach the pinnacle of the Luo Golden Immortal, yet you ponder how to become a saint." At his words, the crowd fell momentarily silent, their expressions tinged with disappointment. They had come here not only to listen to the saint's teachings, but primarily to uncover the path to sanctity. However, while many mighty beings harbored this desire, they had kept it to themselves. Now that someone had finally spoken, the response was one of dismissal. Especially the 12 ancestors of the Witch clan, who had traveled great distances, wore their disappointment openly on their faces. They were not individuals who cultivated physical forms or primordial spirits. Thus, their only hope in coming here was to glean insights into the path to becoming a saint. Now, being met with such evasion left them disheartened. Among them, only Hutu had not come in vain, for she had at least gained something. Just as the crowd was on the brink of despair and preparing to take their leave, Lu Ya shifted the conversation, saying, "However, knowing a bit more is not without merit, and my method to become a saint is of no use to you. Those who follow me will live, while those who emulate me will die." Upon hearing Lu Ya's words, an icy chill swept through the hearts of the crowd, inexplicably instilling a sense of profound terror. Just as they hesitated, contemplating whether to listen further, they heard Lu Ya continue. "Although my method cannot be elucidated, I can still impart other paths to sanctity." Chapter 53. Let me provide an example. Hearing Lu Ya's sudden change in tone, the numerous mighty beings felt a tumult of emotions, their expressions shifting dramatically. After a long pause, Zhu Rong, one of the 12 ancestors, could no longer contain himself and asked, "Might I inquire about the method to achieve sanctity that the esteemed teacher speaks of?" He had intended to address Lu Ya as old ancestor, but amidst the throng of mighty beings, he forced himself to rephrase Lu Ya. Observing the somewhat naive Zhu Rong, could not help but chuckle. "What do you believe is required to achieve sanctity?" At this, the gathered beings turned their attention to Zhu Rong, curious about what profound insights this imposing figure might offer. Beside him, Gong Gong silently stepped back, creating distance between them. The remaining 10 ancestors followed suit. Zhu Rong, standing in the center, turned crimson with embarrassment, stammering for a long time before finally managing to utter, I do not know." Suddenly, the multitude of beings present ceased to pay attention to the foolish one and turned their gazes towards Luya. They heard Luya declare, "Though the method to attain sanctity is not one you currently employ, it can still be known in advance. There exist 3 paths to achieving such sanctity." Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. They had assumed that the method to become a saint was a closely guarded secret, a road traversed solely by Luya himself. However, it now appeared they were mistaken. While it was true that only one had currently walked this path, there were indeed 3 avenues to pursue this sanctity. The greater the number of paths, the higher the likelihood of their own attainment of sainthood. Contemplating this, the crowd's expressions turned fervent. Yet when they beheld the 7 individuals seated upon the cushions, their excitement transformed into deep envy. These 7 were currently basking in the attention of the saints, and 3 of them occupied the cushions, suggesting they would garner even more notice from the saintly figures. It was not far-fetched to think that when the time came for them to achieve sanctity, they might even receive assistance from the saints. As the crowd's thoughts wandered, Luya's voice broke the silence. The first path to sanctity is the highest choice. It requires beings to validate the Tao through their own strength, relying on their innate magical prowess to penetrate the heavens and successfully shatter the confines of the heavenly path. Only then, imperishable and undying, can one achieve the status of a saint. Upon hearing this, the crowd was filled with yearning to rely on one's own magical prowess to traverse the universe and break free from the heavenly confines. Was this not a promise of liberation from worldly constraints? In a world where all is silent, only the saint remains. Many formidable beings in attendance displayed their longing, particularly the duo from the west, Jean and Juni, who exchanged glances that seemed to spark with electricity. Both thinking, "My fellow disciple, we shall both attain sanctity in the future." In stark contrast, the 3 pure ones and the 12 ancestor witches, upon hearing Luya's words, felt a flicker of memory flash through their minds. As they pieced together their recollections, their expressions darkened, and they fell into silence. They both prided themselves on being the true disciples of Pangu, yet the memories flooding back made them realize that during the primordial chaos, the path Pangu took was indeed that of validating the Tao through strength. They had assumed that Pangu's demise was a result of his failure to achieve the Tao, but it now appeared that he had not failed. He had opened a new realm and validated the Tao through strength. Yet, this world, born of his efforts, ultimately perished under the cosmic machinations as he sustained the heavens. Contemplating this, a flicker of anger ignited in the eyes of the 3 pure ones, and they exchanged glances, releasing a long sigh. The 12 ancestor witches felt a pang in their hearts, shaking their heads in resignation. They were but manifestations of Pangu's essence. How could they possibly reach the heights he once attained? They knew they could not. Sensing the renewed silence that enveloped the assembly, the many powerful beings present wore expressions of resignation, their smiles tinged with bitterness. They now recognized that while the path of validating the Tao through strength was commendable, it was beyond their reach. Luya surveyed the crowd, noting the shifting expressions, and nodded before continuing. The second path to sanctity is a medium-level method. When you reach the pinnacle of the Luo golden immortal realm and have adequately prepared, you may utilize a primordial treasure to sever the 3 corpses, thereby achieving the status of a saint. This method sounded plausible, and a glimmer of hope ignited in the eyes of many beings once more. They believed their foundations were solid. While they might not attain sanctity through the validation of strength, reaching the pinnacle of the Luo golden immortal realm was still within their grasp. Moreover, while primordial treasures were indeed rare, time was still on their side, and surely they could seek one out that, if all else failed, they could resort to seizing one out with the saints absent. What harm could come from fighting among the Luo realm? In the vastness of the heavens and earth, the pursuit of the Tao was paramount. Upon hearing this, the previously despondent Yuan Shi could not help but voice a question. "Master, what are the 3 corpses? Why must they be severed?" To this, Luya replied with a smile. "The 3 corpses are innate to us cultivators, divided into the good, the evil, and the true self. When you reach the pinnacle of the Luo golden immortal realm, seek a primordial treasure to sever these 3 corpses. Only then can you become a saint. Sever the good, the evil, and the true self with the aid of a primordial treasure, many beings repeated, their eyes brightening. Now, with the Taoist ancestor's explanation, they found this method of severing the three corpses to be far more suitable for them than the path of validating the Tao through strength. Thus, a flicker of hope surged in their hearts. However, those among them with less favorable foundations and without fortunate encounters still bore expressions of worry. They looked up at Luya with pleading eyes. Awaiting the final method to achieve sanctity, Luya did not disappoint them, smiling as he spoke. As for the third method to attain sanctity, it is the least favorable of the three, relying on the power of merit to validate the Tao and achieve the status of a merit saint. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes sparkled with interest. This third path to sanctity seemed the simplest. Yet, they knew not what merit was nor how to acquire it. Boldly, someone ventured to ask, "Dare I inquire, Saint, what is merit? How does one obtain it?" As the question hung in the air, the crowd strained their ears, eager to hear Luya's response. With a gentle laugh, Luya raised his gaze to the heavens and softly said, "This humble one bestows blessings upon all beings. Might there be merit to descend?" The crowd was perplexed by his words, unsure of to whom the saint was speaking. Just then, a cold snort resonated from the skies, echoing in their ears. Faces turned pale as they looked up in trepidation. Luya chuckled, "Do not frighten the little ones." As soon as he spoke, a colossal, golden sphere of merit power descended slowly into the Coon Loon mountains. The smile spread across Luya's face as he held this daunting power of merit in his hands. And he began to speak. "Behold, this is the power of merit." Chapter 54. I, Luya, the Taoist ancestor of the primordial chaos. The crowd below stared in bewilderment at the merit power held aloft by Luya. Suddenly, they recalled his earlier remark about not frightening the children. His tone had seemed to address the heavenly Tao, especially given the chilling sound that had reverberated in their ears. The three pure ones and others gazed at Luya with fervor, realizing that their master had achieved sanctity and surpassed the Deluo golden immortal realm. They had never anticipated such a scene. Merely speaking of merit power had compelled the heavenly Tao to grant such an immense gift. Could this truly be the legendary principle of words manifesting reality? Even the heavenly Tao must comply. How terrifying indeed. Observing the expressions on the faces of the crowd below, Luya chuckled softly and continued, "The power of merit is exceedingly versatile. Should you accumulate enough in the future, you may use it to transcend into a merit saint. Though you may stand at the lower echelon among saints, you would still far surpass the Deluo golden immortal. If you lack the opportunity to validate the Tao through strength or sever the three corpses, this method is worth a try." Upon hearing Luya's words, the crowd was struck with awe, and they echoed in unison, "Thank you, Taoist ancestor, for your guidance." Luya smiled and shook his head, then stored the merit power away and looked down at the gathered multitude. With the teachings concluded and the mysteries of attaining sanctity unveiled, the only task remaining was to accept a few disciples. This fulfilled one of the options provided by the system. With this thought, Luya turned his gaze to the 7 individuals seated upon the cushions, a smile gracing his lips. Among these 7 were nearly all future disciples of Hongjun. Now, they were all under his wing, which was indeed amusing. As the crowd regained their composure, they looked up at Luya, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, uncertain of what was to come. Yet they sensed an opportunity of great significance was about to be revealed. As they awaited eagerly, Luya spoke slowly. "Apart from this teaching, there are a few among you with a fateful connection to me, who shall join my sect and become my disciples." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonished exclamations, their gazes fervently fixed on Luya. Who would not wish to be a disciple of a saint? Perhaps in the future, they too would have the chance to attain sanctity, and together they would be unparalleled in the world. Yet, no one dared to speak up. Over time, they had gleaned some understanding of Luya's character. At this moment, speaking out would be futile. It was wiser to wait in silence. Among the throng, Jean and Junti felt their faces flush with excitement, only to gradually return to normal. Yet their eyes suddenly bore a hint of worry. They gazed at the 7 individuals seated upon the cushions before them, their anxiety deepening. Surely, there would not only be 7 cushions prepared for collecting disciples in this grand hall. Could these cushions indeed be intended for the saint to accept his disciples? If that is truly the case, then they are left with no opportunity. Upon reflecting on this, the two silently shook their heads and swiftly dismissed such thoughts from their minds. They journeyed countless miles, traversing the barren lands of the west, all the way to the east, eventually arriving in the heart of the Coon Loon Mountains. While they had listened to the teachings of the sage, it was far from sufficient. Should they succeed in becoming disciples of the sage, they would no longer have any reservations while navigating the vast wilderness in the future, and there might even be a chance for further advancement. Not just the two of them, but many other powerful beings present in the hall gazed with eager anticipation. They might have already surmised the purpose of the 7 mats within the grand hall. Yet, under the allure of the sage's acceptance of disciples, they were reluctant to confirm their suspicions. Perhaps their thoughts were not as they imagined. The mats bore no other significance, simply existing as they were. The 3 sages, standing before the mats, were momentarily taken aback, then turned to glance at the 4 individuals behind them. It should be noted that the 3 brothers had not spent much time traversing the wilderness, far less than their time spent cultivating in the Coon Loon Mountains, and thus knew of the powerful beings within the wilderness only by hearsay. They discerned that the 2 siblings behind them were indeed offspring of the demon clan, Niwa and Fushi. Behind them stood a Taoist clad in black, who was not well known, only recognized by the name Zenyuanzi. The final individual bore a familiar aura. He was known as the ancestor of the underworld river, a transformation of ancient malevolent blood. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the 4 would likely be accepted as disciples by the sage, thus becoming brothers in the future. Contemplating this, the 3 sages nodded with a smile towards the 4 individuals behind them. Upon witnessing the 3 sages nod, Niwa and Fushi could not help but feel a surge of exhilaration. They were acutely aware that these 3 individuals were natives of the Coon Loon Mountains, and barring any misfortune, they were disciples of the sage Luya. Now that the 3 had expressed their intentions, it was tantamount to declaring. On the stage, Luya slowly began to speak. Now, the 7 individuals seated upon the mats within the hall may all become my disciples. As these words echoed, a wave of astonishment rippled through the grand hall. All the powerful beings gazed at the 7 mats with regret. If only they had been a bit more proactive. They could have simply taken a seat on those mats and become disciples of the sage themselves. Particularly, Jane and Juanti were filled with vexation. If only they had been a little bolder and claimed 2 or even one of the mats from the 7. One of them could have been a disciple of the sage. Alas, it was precisely due to their lack of boldness that they found themselves distanced from the sage's discipleship, which was truly regrettable. Having arrived early yet not taken their seats, Emperor Jun and Tai exchanged glances upon hearing Luya's words, their expressions shifting slightly. This was a sage, if they were to become his disciples. Future conquests in the wilderness would surely be within their grasp. They exchanged glances of resignation, eventually letting out a sigh. To the back of the gathering, the 12 ancestral witches exchanged glances, silently cursing as they gazed enviously at the 3 sages, wishing they could take their place. Observing the uproar among the powerful beings, Luya smiled and spoke. Those present here to listen to the teachings may all become registered disciples of this humble Taoist. Upon hearing this, the many powerful beings revealed expressions of joy, collectively expressing, "Thank you, Master, for your benevolence." Leon nodded with a smile, then addressed the crowd. "The teachings here have concluded. When you return, dedicate yourselves to your cultivation, thoroughly refining your insights, for only then will you have the opportunity to attain the great Tao." Hearing Luya's words, the powerful beings bowed deeply and said, "Thank you, Master, for your kindness. We take our leave." With that, the multitude of powerful beings began to depart. Jane and Junti cast a disappointed glance at Luya on the stage before also taking their leave. What a pity! They could not become disciples of the sage. Just after the numerous powerful beings had left, a familiar electronic voice slowly echoed in Luya's ears. Plot Development 3. The teachings here blessed the beings of the wilderness, expounding the great Tao, elucidating the 3 methods to attain sanctity, seizing the fortune of Hongjun, and accepting 4 disciples to establish a reputation. Plot outcome. by inheriting the half-master relationship with the beings of the wilderness. The disciples may gain a thread of quasi-saintly opportunity, and when the time is ripe, they may attain sanctity. Plot completion. Gained half-master relationship with the beings of the wilderness. Disciples may obtain a thread of quasi-saintly opportunity. Chapter 55. Hong Jun emerges from seclusion as the familiar electronic voice resonated in Liu Ya's ears. He noticed a strand of energy drifting down from the heavens, merging with the fortune of Coon Loon Mountain. Among this, a beam of azure light descended, hovering between Liu Ya's palms like a serpentine wisp, representing the essence of the fortune of the wilderness. During his 1,000-year teaching, he had established ties with many powerful beings within the wilderness. And this time, he had also inherited the half-master relationship with many of them. Not only had he fulfilled the system task, but he had also gained considerable fortune, with this essence of fortune from the wilderness. Even if the heavenly Tao were to rage, it would not threaten the lineage of Coon Loon Mountain. Accompanying the descent of the azure light were mysterious auras that surrounded Liu Ya, encircling him in the center. These auras were visible only to Liu Ya, representing the opportunity promised by the system to attain sanctity. Though it was merely the chance to become a quasi-saint, it was still a commendable option for the likes of the three pure ones. Liu Ya looked down at the 7 individuals before him, smiled, and spoke. From this day forth, you shall all be considered my disciples of Coon Loon Mountain. The humble Taoist Liu Ya's closed-door disciples, upon hearing this. The 3 pure ones once again knelt, bowing repeatedly. Each one was filled with excitement. The 3 pure ones were fortunate, as they had long since entered Liu Ya's fold. However, Niuhua and the others were elated, for they had never anticipated that merely coming to listen to the sage's teachings would grant them such a monumental opportunity to become disciples of a sage. The prospect of being taught for 1,000 years was even more alluring. Liu Ya, observing the respectful demeanor of the crowd, continued, "In the future, should you traverse the wilderness, do not tarnish the reputation of Coon Loon Mountain." The 3 pure ones were the first to respond. "Thank you, Master, for your kindness. We shall not disappoint your expectations." Niuhua and the others quickly echoed, "We shall not disappoint your expectations, Master." Liu Ya smiled and nodded, then looked towards the newly inducted disciples of Coon Loon Mountain, saying, "Your origins are commendable. With diligent cultivation, the quasi-saintly realm is within reach." Upon hearing this, Niuhua and the others were filled with ecstatic expressions. The quasi-saintly realm was indeed within reach, though they had only just entered the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm. They had long yearned for the quasi-saintly level. Having previously witnessed the sage's formidable presence, they were now overwhelmed with joy at their master's words. Looking at the 4 individuals below, Liu Ya felt a stirring within his heart. These 4 were individuals who held significant fortune in the wilderness. While they were still somewhat behind the 3 pure ones, some were not too far off, especially Niuhua, who would undoubtedly achieve sanctity through the emergence of humanity in the future. As long as humanity endures, Niuhua's legacy will continue, and her fortune will remain unbroken. This was even more formidable than the 3 pure ones, who later established the 3 teachings, as for Fuxi, being Niuhua's elder brother. He would walk the path of the human king in the future, deeply intertwined with the fate of humanity at that time. He could also leverage humanity's fortune to attain sanctity, gathering the essence of the wilderness, thus becoming extraordinarily powerful today. As for Xinyuanzi, he was supposed to have some ties with his disciple Hong Yun, but after accepting Hong Yun as a disciple, he never ventured beyond Coon Loon Mountain. Even when he did leave, it was always in Liu Ya's company, leaving him no time for friendships, let alone encountering Xinyuanzi. Perhaps this was the hidden opportunity that fate had arranged, regarding the ancestor of the underworld river, who was transformed from the blood of malevolent deities. Liu Ya had originally assisted in the early enlightenment of the Azura clan for the smooth emergence of humanity. He had never expected that now this ancestor of the underworld river would become his disciple. Such fortuitous encounters were indeed intriguing. Below, the 3 pure ones looked up at Liu Ya and slowly asked, "Master, which path should we follow?" Upon hearing this, Liu Ya fell into a prolonged silence. In his view, aside from proving the Tao through strength, all that would follow would be the heavenly Tao saints. Even if one possessed unparalleled cultivation and attained the status of a saint, they remained subject to the governance of the heavenly Tao. However, apart from those like himself, who were graced with great fortune, who else could achieve a status beyond that of the heavenly Tao saints? Perhaps the old man Hong Jun, who was scheming to seize the heavenly Tao, could be counted among them. Yet he too was ultimately bound by the great Tao, merging with the heavenly Tao. Despite believing himself to be the master of all schemes, he remained under the control of the great Tao. For the likes of the three pure ones, the path of proving the Tao through strength was unattainable. Thus, they were left with the choice of becoming saints through either merits or the obliteration of their three corpses. As for Nu Wa and others, when their opportunities arose in the future, they would naturally attain sainthood through merits. It seemed that he still needed to devise a plan to ensure they achieved sainthood through the latter means. The path of merits was something Luya deemed beneath him. The lineage of Coon Loon Mountain could not harbor such weaklings. After a long period of silence, Luya grinned and said, "You all, having entered my Coon Loon Mountain lineage, must inevitably sever your three corpses to attain your saintly status." At these words, the faces of the three pure ones lit up with joy, with their master's endorsement. They knew that when the time came for them to attain sainthood, their master would undoubtedly lend his assistance. Just then, the last of the seven, the ancestor of the underworld river, suddenly spoke up. "Master, but is it not exceedingly difficult to sever the three corpses and become a saint? Can we succeed?" Luya replied with a smile. "With this humble Taoist present, you need not worry." Upon receiving Luya's assurance, a sense of relief washed over everyone's faces. Luya then continued, "I see that the four of you possess your own Tao grounds. You may relocate them into the Coon Loon mountain range." Hearing this, Nu Wa and the others beamed with delight. They had been contemplating whether to abandon their original Tao grounds, but now that their master had spoken, they were able to move their grounds into the Coon Loon mountain range, which was nothing short of splendid. Inu Wa and Fu Shi were the first to rise, bowing respectfully towards Luya, saying, "Thank you, master, for your kindness that I shall now relocate the Hua Huang Palace here." Luya nodded with a smile. Zhen Yuanzi and the ancestor of the underworld river, seeing this, quickly stood and said, "Master, we shall go relocate our Tao grounds and remain by your side." Listening to the sounds of the great Dao, Luya smiled, and not far away, the mischievous ginseng doll, who had sneaked in, brightened at the prospect. This way, he would gain a few more laborers to assist in perfecting his herbal garden. It seemed they all shared the same thought, as the three pure ones looked at Nu Wa and her companions with expressions of contentment. Thus, they might enjoy a much quieter existence in the future. Luya waved his hand slightly, and Nu Wa and the others respectfully bowed to him before turning to leave the Grand Hall, heading directly out of the Coon Loon mountain range towards their own Tao grounds. As for the opportunity for sainthood that belonged to them, it naturally required Luya to safeguard it for now. When they reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm in the future, Luya would then bestow it upon them. Once everyone had departed, the atmosphere in the hall grew significantly quieter. Meanwhile, in a hidden place within the wilderness, on a celestial mountain, fluctuations of an array faintly emanated. Shortly after, a slender Taoist emerged from his seclusion. This person was none other than the long-secluded Hong Jun Taoist. Chapter 56. The unspoken understanding between old friends. Hong Jun Taoist gazed up at the vast sky. A surge of power emanating from within him, his aura expanding across thousands of miles in an instant. His cultivation had reached its pinnacle, and he was but a step away from becoming a saint. Moreover, this was not through merits nor through the severing of corpses, but rather through a unique method exclusive to gods and demons. Upon stepping into the realm of saints, he would be free from the jurisdiction of the heavenly Tao. No longer bound by the three realms or the five elements. It was precisely due to these extraordinary abilities that he felt confident in scheming against the heavenly Tao and mastering this world in the future. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards the direction of Coon Loon Mountain, murmuring to himself, "That little thief has likely finished his teachings by now. How utterly detestable. He was meant to be the first saint in this wilderness." And upon attaining sainthood, he planned to gather the fortunes of the wilderness through his teachings, intertwining with countless living beings, thereby establishing a bond of half-masterhood. These plans were essential for him to have any chance of seizing the heavenly Tao in the future. Yet now, all of it had been disrupted by that little thief Luya. The first to attain sainthood was Luya, and the first to think of was still Lu Wai. It seemed he could only find a way to gather a few children of fortune, those of exceptional talent, to lay out his plans within the wilderness. With this thought in mind, Hong Jun began to calculate in secret, trying to discern who among the wilderness possessed abundant fortune, exceptional background, and extraordinary talent. However, upon careful consideration, he discovered that all his destined disciples had, to his dismay, pledged themselves to Luya. Upon reaching this conclusion, Hong Jun nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood, his complexion turning pale, and the once steady foundation he had begun to waver. Fortunately, his resolve had remained firm over the millennia. Otherwise, he would truly have fallen back into a lower realm, requiring tens of thousands of years of diligent practice to attain sainthood once more. Hong Jun gritted his teeth and said, "Luya, you little thief, you go too far." As he continued his calculations, a flicker of spiritual light suddenly flashed, racing towards the distant clouds. Hong Jun hastily summoned his inner power. Putting forth all his effort to calculate, he discovered that there were still a few individuals of remarkable talent who could seize a portion of fortune in the wilderness, yet they had not yet been taken under Lu Ya's wing. However, upon further analysis, he found these two individuals to be rather peculiar. Though their backgrounds were commendable, they appeared without hair or beard, each sporting a completely bald head as they traversed the wilderness. Moreover, he discerned the threads of fate connecting them to Luya. Clearly, these two had also been present in Coon Loon Mountain, listening to teachings, and had thus formed a bond of half-masterhood with Luya during this past millennium. Yet, with such an impressive background, why had Luya not taken them under his wing? Was there something amiss? Just as Hong Jun hesitated, he noticed a clear light shooting towards the cloud from the direction of Coon Loon Mountain. Hong Jun clenched his teeth and waved his hand, lightly pointing towards the two individuals, Jia-in and Zhuangji. Instantly, waves of imperceptible ripples emanated from the celestial mountain, spreading outwards toward the distance. In mere moments, they enveloped a significant portion of the wilderness. Meanwhile, Luya, who was meditating within Coon Loon Mountain, sensed Hong Jun's actions and could not help but chuckle, remarking, "Is this how an old friend greets me upon emerging from seclusion?" As his words fell, he raised his hand and lightly pointed, causing a wave of imperceptible ripples to emanate from within Coon Loon Mountain, seemingly neutralizing Hong Jun's earlier maneuver on the celestial mountain. Hong Jun's expression shifted, and he exclaimed in anger, "You little thief are truly insufferable. You did not take these two during their teachings, yet now you seek to compete with me for them. What is your intention?" Were Luya to learn of Hong Jun's current thoughts, he would undoubtedly exclaim in protest. For these two individuals were initially meant for Hong Jun after all. They were destined to betray their master and establish a new sect with grand ambitions to seize the fortune of the entire wilderness. Such disciples were ones Luya could not train. Simultaneously, on the celestial mountain, the laws surrounding Hong Jun surged as he coldly snorted, saying, "Do not think that just because you have attained the status of a saint, this Taoist will fear you. In an instant, waves of laws surged forth, forcefully marking the two bald figures, Jia-in and Zhuangji, as they walked through the clouds, inscribing them with Hong Jun's seal. After marking them, a smirk emerged on Hong Jun's face. This was the first time he had successfully taken something from Luya, which somewhat alleviated his previous grievances, bringing clarity to his mind. Meanwhile, Luya, observing the mark belonging to Hong Jun upon Jia-in and Zhuangji, was left speechless. Caught between laughter and tears, he had initially thought that Hong Jun's actions were a sign of concern for him as an old friend, only to realize it was to leave his mark on these two, forging a master-disciple bond. Had he known this, he would not have expended so much effort. These two were already meant for Hong Jun, so there was no need for further actions. Luya chuckled lightly, then turned to watch Nu Hua, Jinyuan Zi, and the ancestor of the underworld river as they relocated their Dao grounds. The Dao grounds of Nu Hua and Fu Shi were already together, situated within the Hua Huang Palace, making their relocation considerably simpler. They simply utilized their powers to lift and place it upon a side peak of Coon Loon Mountain. As for the three pure ones, they established their Dao grounds on several side peaks surrounding the main peak where Luya resided. After relocating their Dao grounds, Nuwa and Fu Shi slightly bowed towards the awaiting three pure ones, saying, Nuwa, Fu Shi greets the three senior brothers. The three pure ones looked at Nuwa and Fu Shi with smiles on their faces, and Yuan Shi, feeling particularly congenial, said, You two junior brothers and sisters. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, do not hesitate to seek us out. Inhua and Fu Shi exchanged knowing smiles and nodded at one another. Shortly thereafter, the three sages, after glancing at Inhua, bowed their heads in acknowledgement and departed without hesitation. This sudden shift left Inhua and Fu Shi in bewilderment as they pondered the swift change in demeanor of their three senior brothers, which was utterly perplexing. At that moment, a youthful voice rang out from behind them. You two newcomers, go into the mountains and fetch me some celestial herbs. I wish to replenish the medicinal garden. Turning around, Inhua and Fu Shi beheld the figure of the ginseng doll, standing at a distance with hands on hips. They recognized the ginseng doll well. It was the little creature that often perched upon their teacher's shoulder, possessing far greater cultivation than the two siblings combined. Upon hearing the ginseng doll's request, Inhua and Fu Shi exchanged glances and respectfully replied, We understand. We shall proceed at once. With that, they turned and plunged into the vast expanse of the Coon Loon Mountains. The ginseng doll watched the siblings' decisive departure, nodding with satisfaction. Indeed, these newcomers were far more considerate, unlike the three sages, who, after merely providing him with over 10,000 celestial herbs, would seclude themselves on their mountain peaks to cultivate. Showing a lamentable lack of understanding. In the distance, the three sages observed the siblings diving into the sprawling Coon Loon Mountains, sharing knowing looks before collectively exhaling in relief. Finally, someone was here to take over their responsibilities. The days of foraging for celestial herbs were at last coming to an end. Chapter 57. I, Mingi, the most considerate disciple by my master's side, just as the three of them sighed in relief. Zenyuanzi had already set up his new abode, that he employed his divine powers to relocate Mount Wanshou to the Coon Loon Mountains, merging it with a nearby peak to create a brand new Mount Wanshou. Although the original location of Mount Wanshou was indeed a realm of celestial fortune, it paled in comparison to the grandeur of the Coon Loon Mountains, sensing the rich spiritual energy emanating from his new sanctuary. Zenyuanzi nodded in satisfaction. That moment, a figure riding on a cloud approached from the direction of the main peak. Zenyuanzi stood solemnly in place, awaiting the arrival. Upon nearing, he recognized it was none other than the ginseng doll, that little companion of his teacher. Zenyuanzi smiled broadly and cupped his hands in greeting, saying, Jinin greets the little celestial lord. The ginseng doll regarded Zenyuanzi from head to toe, then nodded with a smile, saying, You are the little six under the lord's tutelage. Your current cultivation is passable. You have not disgraced the name of our Coon Loon lineage. Zenyuanzi, taken aback, managed a forced smile. Having lived for several millennia, it was somewhat embarrassing to be referred to as Little Six by the ginseng doll. He clasped his hands and inquired, Might I ask what brings the little celestial lord here today? With hands on hips, the ginseng doll replied, You should go into the Coon Loon Mountains and help me gather some celestial herbs to replenish the medicinal garden. This is an essential task for the disciples of our Coon Loon lineage. Zenyuanzi was momentarily taken aback, that he recalled that upon learning he had been accepted as a disciple by a sage, he had inquired with the three pure ones and discovered they had been collecting celestial herbs for nearly a millennium. So this revelation was not entirely unexpected. After ensuring Mount Wanshou was properly settled, he promptly soared into the Coon Loon Mountains. Watching Zenyuanzi's retreating figure, the ginseng doll nodded in satisfaction. With three great Luo golden immortals now assisting him in gathering celestial herbs within the Coon Loon Mountains, it wouldn't be long before his little medicinal garden would be vastly enriched at that point. With celestial herbs flourishing, the spiritual energy within the Coon Loon Mountains would only grow denser. Such a scene would indeed be a splendid sight. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly remembered that there was still one disciple of his master who had yet to complete the relocation of their abode. With this thought in mind, the ginseng doll stood still, gazing into the distance. The final Coon Loon disciple he was thinking of had just arrived at the Blood Sea, where he originally resided. Currently, the Blood Sea was dominated by the Azura clan, renowned as the foremost tribe within 1,000 miles, unmatched in combat prowess. After the Coon Loon Mountains teachings, the Demon Clan, led by Emperor Jun and Tai, had sent envoys to the Blood Sea, attempting to persuade the Azura clan to join forces with them in pursuing the dominant clan of the Primordial era. After all, the Demon Clan was formidable. Should they gain the Azura's allegiance, it would undoubtedly bolster their strength against the Witch Clan. However, they could never have anticipated that the Azura clan remained indifferent to worldly affairs. Concerned only with their own territory, their roots lay within the Blood Sea, and most crucially, as long as the Blood Sea endured, the Azura clan would never perish. This was all orchestrated by Luya, who originally intended to lay the groundwork for the emergence of humanity in the future, but little did he know that the ancestor of the Mingi River would become his disciple. One could only say that the affairs of the world are unpredictable. Upon receiving a clear rejection, the Demon Clan had no choice but to abandon their plans, after returning to their clan. Some members even suggested eliminating the Azura clan to establish their authority. However, as soon as these words were spoken, they were met with fierce glares from Dong Huang Tai, Emperor Jun, and Xia. After all, not all of the Demon Clan had attended the teachings at Coon Loon, and many were unaware that the ancestor of the Mingi River had already become Lu Ya's disciple. It must be noted that the Azura clan was a direct descendant of the saints. Who would dare to provoke them? For that would surely invite the wrath of the saints, tantamount to seeking death. Upon hearing this, the members could only relent. Besides the Demon Clan, the Witch Clan had also dispatched envoys to the Blood Sea in search of the Azura clan. They shared some commonalities, such as the Azura clan's formidable physique and unparalleled combat strength, both being of great power's essence and thus deserving to be united as one. However, the Witch Clan met with the same fate as the Demon Clan, receiving a response from the Azura clan that upheld neutrality, waiting for their ancestors' return. On one fateful day, the ancestor of the Mingi River returned to the Blood Sea, observing the rapidly flourishing Azura clan within, a smirk of satisfaction spreading across his face. Although he was not the strongest disciple under his master's tutelage, he was undoubtedly the most formidable among the races. Most importantly, the Azura clan had ties to his master. In other words, it was a race born of their joint efforts, something his senior brothers and sisters did not possess. With this thought, a rich smile appeared on the Mingi ancestor's face as he turned his gaze back to the Blood Sea. Especially when he looked upon the terrifying placenta within the Blood Sea, a contemplative expression crossed his features. Now that Fushi and In-Hua had relocated their abode to the Coon Loon Mountains, he noticed that Xinyuanzi's Mount Wanshou had long since vanished. This meant he was the only one yet to transfer his sanctuary to the Coon Loon Mountains. He needed to act swiftly, at the very least, to make a good impression in front of his master during this time. With the establishment of his race, the first thought that crossed his mind was that the squeaky will gets the grease. He noticed the Azura disciples who constantly fawned over him, complaining and seeking to gain advantages. In this regard, he had indeed learned a great deal from his offspring. The Mingi ancestor's eyes lit up, and he raised his hand, utilizing immense magical power to lift the entire Blood Sea, along with the terrifying placenta, above his head. He then sped toward the Coon Loon Mountains. The area where the Blood Sea had once existed was left with a vast, bottomless pit. Time passed, and the Mingi ancestor finally relocated the entire Blood Sea to the vicinity of the Coon Loon Mountains. Moreover, he sought a relatively secluded side peak outside the main summit, constructing a palace atop the peak and placing the Blood Sea and the terrifying placenta at the mountainside. Establishing his sanctuary there, surveying his brand new abode, the Mingi ancestor couldn't help but nod in satisfaction, and he then intended to visit his other senior brothers and sisters residing on the various peaks. However, upon arriving at their sanctuaries, he discovered that the three pure ones were in seclusion, while In-Hua and Fushi's sanctuary was only attended by a few young acolytes. After making inquiries, he learned that those senior brothers and sisters who had come before him were now deep within the Coon Loon Mountains, searching for something unknown. Just as he hesitated, he suddenly spotted a cloud drifting towards him in the distance. Upon it sat none other than the Ginseng doll, his master's companion. Chapter 58. The required course for disciples of Coon Loon Mountain upon seeing the ginseng doll. The Mingi ancestor hurriedly bowed and said, "Mingi pays respects to the little celestial lord." Thousands of years ago, he observed the young celestial lord journeying through the primordial chaos alongside his own master. Fully aware of the esteemed position this young celestial held in his teacher's heart, which rendered him unable to exhibit anything but reverenced, it was entirely possible that in the future, he might require this young celestial to speak a few flattering words on his behalf before his master. As the disciple with the deepest karmic ties to his teacher, the venerable ancestor of the Nether River felt it his duty to maintain the harmonious relationships among the brotherhood of Coon Loon Mountain. The ginseng doll nodded with a smile, appraising the ancestor of the Nether River, and then spoke. "Are you acquainted with the mandatory curriculum for disciples of the Coon Loon lineage?" Taken aback by the inquiry, the ancestor of the Nether River respectfully replied, "I am unaware, and I humbly request your guidance, young celestial." The ginseng doll, still smiling, declared, "Every disciple of the Coon Loon lineage, upon entering the mountain, must seek out 10,000 celestial herbs within Coon Loon to expand the medicinal garden therein." Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the Nether River realized where his fellow disciples had likely ventured. They were undoubtedly engaged in fulfilling the mandatory curriculum of the Coon Loon disciples, searching for those myriad celestial herbs. With this thought in mind, a sense of pride welled up within him. He commanded countless descendants of the Azura clan, so why should he toil himself? He immediately exclaimed, "Fear not, young celestial. Merely 10,000 celestial herbs. I shall naturally procure them to complete the mandatory curriculum of the Coon Loon disciples." The ginseng doll, understanding the ancestor's command over numerous Azura clan members, smiled and nodded. Indeed, he was aware that the task of finding 10,000 celestial herbs had been a formidable challenge, taking the three purities thousands of years of effort to achieve collectively. The target he set for Enwa and others was a mere 3,000 herbs, but given the ancestor's vast following, a slight increase in quantity was warranted. After all, within the Coon Loon Mountains, many beings had inherited the profound Taoist teachings, thus possessing considerable cultivation. Those herbs deemed celestial would undoubtedly be guarded by formidable beings, necessitating these little ones to engage in discourse to retrieve the herbs. At this moment, observing the resolute demeanor of the ancestor of the Nether River, the ginseng doll lightly waved his hand and took his leave. The ancestor, watching the ginseng doll's departing figure, felt a surge of determination. This was his first task upon entering the Coon Loon Mountains, and he must complete it with great flourish. Should he succeed spectacularly, he might gain favor in his teacher's eyes. Thus, he was resolute in his intent to find the 10,000 celestial herbs before his fellow disciples. With this thought, the ancestor of the Nether River elegantly flicked his sleeve, and countless Azura clan members surged forth from the Blood Sea, making their way directly into the Coon Loon Mountains. Meanwhile, Luya, who was diligently cultivating in seclusion, seemed to sense something and extended his divine consciousness, swiftly discerning the happenings within Coon Loon. Recognizing this as the clever ploy of the ginseng doll, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. It was harmless enough. He let the little one enjoy himself. Subsequently, he gazed toward the distant celestial mountains, murmuring to himself, "It seems that the old man Hongjun is on the brink of attaining sanctity. Once that occurs, the grand narrative of the primordial chaos shall commence." Realizing the need to take preemptive measures, he pondered how mundane the future of the primordial world would be without some excitement. Within the depths of the Coon Loon Mountains, Inglong observed as the ginseng doll lured the new disciples deeper into the mountain to seek out celestial herbs that a grin almost broke across his face as he stifled a laugh. This little one's familiar tactics had not changed even after several millennia in times past. When the ginseng doll traveled with the master, he had employed similar methods to deceive the descendants of Inglong. And now he was using the same tricks on the new disciples of Coon Loon. Inglong couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The master had focused solely on the footsteps of his followers, neglecting the wisdom required, a clear oversight. Meanwhile, Hunyan also noticed the unusual occurrences within Coon Loon, a trace of resigned amusement spreading across his face. Especially upon hearing the roars emanating from deep within the Coon Loon Mountains, he couldn't help but lament for the beings dwelling there. It was truly unfortunate that the celestial herbs they had guarded for so long had caught the attention of such a little rogue at that moment. Deep within the Coon Loon Mountains, Inhwa and Fushi exchanged glances, both recognizing the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. Not far from them lay the Taoist sanctum of a being at the Daoyuo Golden Immortal level. These beings residing in the depths of Coon Loon had once listened to their teacher imparting wisdom. Thus they could be considered half-brothers. Furthermore, these beings held immense respect for Luya, always regarding themselves as part of the Coon Loon lineage. However, they could hardly anticipate that the long quiet little rogue had dispatched others to the depths of Coon Loon in search of celestial herbs. Several millennia prior, that little rogue had sent 3 individuals into the depths of Coon Loon to seek out celestial herbs. Those 3 possessed commendable cultivation and manners, utilizing numerous resources to procure the herbs. And thus they had managed to coexist with relative ease. Now, with the passage of several millennia, they had let down their guard and were cultivating in peace, unaware that yet another party had set their sights on the treasures they protected. Soon, Inhwa and Fushi simultaneously dashed forth, cloaked under their divine abilities, racing toward a celestial herb that lay before them. Before the guardian of the herb could react, they seized it into their possession. By the time the guardian became aware, Inhwa and Fushi had already vanished, leaving only a blurred silhouette behind. The enraged Daoyuo Golden Immortal roared skyward, his voice reverberating throughout the depths of Coon Loon. As Inhwa and Fushi retreated, they finally released a sigh of relief, then turned to seek the next celestial herb. Meanwhile, the ginseng doll, upon hearing the furious roars from deep within Coon Loon, couldn't suppress a smile. Puffing out his chest, he remarked, "After all these years, these fellows remain so petty. They show not a trace of generosity." With that, he ambled toward his medicinal garden, hands clasped behind his back. He recalled how spirited his master had been when he profited from the Tao of Heaven in their presence. As the master's devoted attendant, he could not tarnish the master's reputation. He may not be a match for the Tao of Heaven, but he could certainly excavate celestial herbs from the depths of Coon Loon, an endeavor that could be deemed a continuation of their lineage. If only Luya knew the ginseng doll's thoughts, he would surely confine him for millennia for reflection. After all, he and the Tao of Heaven were close friends, and why should he care for mere merits and fortunes? If he did, it would surely signify a waning of their bond. Chapter 59. Hongjun emerges from seclusion, instantly becomes a sage, as Inhwa and others assisted the ginseng doll in seeking out celestial herbs. Atop the celestial mountain, Hongjun gazed toward the direction of Coon Loon, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. His opportunity to attain sanctity was at hand. He no longer needed to suppress his cultivation. Today, he would surely become a sage. At that moment, a figure materialized from the clouds, embodying the will of the Tao of Heaven, mysterious and ethereal as ever. The Tao of Heavens will settle beside Hongjun and spoke slowly. "Your chance to attain sanctity has arrived. You may now achieve the status of a sage. Though not on par with Luya, you can still harness the fortunes of the primordial world to fulfill our transaction." Hongjun nodded gravely at these words, yet his heart brimmed with disdain. Not as good as Luya. If it weren't for the terrifying opportunity Luya had obtained from an unknown source, he might still be languishing at the Daoyuo Golden Immortal level. Far from attaining the position of sage, he might not even reach the threshold of quasi-sage. How could Hongjun ever be less than Luya? As if sensing the thoughts dwelling in Hongjun's heart, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao let out a faint sigh before vanishing entirely from the celestial mountain. Once the embodiment of the heavenly Tao had completely disappeared, Hongjun lifted his gaze to the vast sky, and the fragments of the creation jade plate coalesced once more in his hands. Following this, myriad principles surged forth, encircling Hongjun's form, gradually being drawn into his body. Within Hongjun, countless principles slowly fused, transforming into torrents of terrifying and magnificent energy that erupted forth, an overwhelming pressure instantaneously radiating outward. All living beings within the vast expanse of the celestial mountain lay prostrate on the ground. Shaken by this formidable force, the divine light erupted from Hongjun's eyes. He had already glimpsed the shattered mirror of the sage. It appeared so near, with just a step forward to push open this gateway of transcendence, allowing him to attain an alternative sagehood. His power far surpassed that of those who had severed their 3 corpses to attain the Tao, although he could not rival those who uphold the Tao. The schemes he would forge in the future could eclipse millennia of effort. Before him, the gateway of transcendence was surrounded by myriad principles, coiling like miniature dragons of thunder, emanating an immensely terrifying pressure that intimidated all beings. Observing this sight, Hongjun let out a light chuckle and then stepped forward. Raising his hand into a sword-like gesture, he gently traced it towards the shattered mirror before him. In an instant, a beam of sword light shot into the heavens, cleaving through the sky and striking fiercely against the gateway of transcendence. The myriad principles erupted violently, countless thunderous dragons surging forth, transforming into a terrifying sea of thunder that slowly bore down on Hongjun. He called out clearly, "Break!" In that moment, the sea of terror was instantly reduced to ashes, as if it had never existed. Simultaneously, the shattered mirror before him began to open slowly, streams of holy light pouring forth and cascading down upon him, gradually merging into his being. This transformed the divine and demonic powers within him into waves of exceedingly terrifying energy, filling his corporeal form. Under this holy light, Hongjun's physical body underwent a qualitative leap. Furthermore, he could now perceive more clearly the connection between himself and the heavenly Tao, as well as the terrifying principles that govern the cosmos, at the same time as the gateway of transcendence opened. A purple aura spread across 30,000 miles, enveloping the entire celestial mountain in a mist of violet brilliance. Subsequently, various extraordinary phenomena emerged, instantly radiating throughout the entirety of the primordial chaos. After thousands of years, all beings of the primordial chaos simultaneously looked up to the sky, witnessing the emergence of these terrifying phenomena, their hearts filled with an indescribable fear. The last time they had witnessed such phenomena was on the day when a certain powerful being attained sagehood in Coon Loon Mountain. Now, after millennia, could it be that another sage was coming into being? At this moment, far away in Tang Valley, Emperor Jun and Tai, among others, gazed at the myriad phenomena in the sky, their expressions shifting slightly. They had once listened to Liu Ye's teachings in the Coon Loon Mountains, thus aware of the terrifying existence that was the sage level. Therefore, they could not fathom why, after Liu Ye, another had achieved the sage's fruit. Moreover, to their recollection, there was no prominent figure beneath that purple aura. Eastern Emperor Tai gazed at the distant phenomena, murmuring, "As our conflicts with the Wu tribe intensify, it coincides with the emergence of a sage. Is this a blessing or a curse?" Emperor Jun shook his head slightly, then chuckled lightly. "What of the sage? We are destined to rise. Even if a sage appears, they would not dare to meddle lightly in the affairs of causality. Why should we fear?" Beside him, Shiha regarded her elder brother with admiration, nodding earnestly. The conflict between their demon tribe and the Wu tribe would inevitably culminate in a decisive showdown to determine who truly held the fate of the primordial chaos. With her two elder brothers present, victory for the demon tribe was assured. Not only they, but the foot of Mount Dojo, the 12 ancestors of the Wu tribe also gazed towards the distant horizon. Their expressions decidedly grim that Di Jiang suddenly spoke. "Brothers, this sage has yet to reveal his name, and we know not his identity. For now, we need not concern ourselves with him." Zhurong interjected, "What of the sage? Our ancestor is also a sage. I do not believe he would dare to lower himself to assist the demon tribe." The other ancestors nodded in agreement. Though their ancestor had not yet emerged to lead the Wu tribe to unify the primordial chaos, it did not mean he was unconcerned for them. The sage would naturally be restrained by their ancestor, and they were determined to battle the demon tribe. Among the 12, only Hutu gazed at the distant phenomena with a peculiar expression. Of the 12, she alone had conversed with Liu Ye, and she vaguely speculated who the newly ascended sage might be, aware of the recent confrontation between the two powerful beings. Yet she was troubled by the manner in which this elder had attained sagehood. If it were through strength, such phenomena should not manifest. However, if it were through severing the 3 corpses to become a sage, the time was too short. It seemed nearly impossible. Yet to assert that he had achieved sagehood through merit. Apart from the last time their ancestor had imparted teachings, there had been no other instances of merit descending into the world. This individual was indeed quite enigmatic, just as Hutu was consumed by her doubts. Far above in the clouds of the primordial chaos, the figures of Jin and Junti were soaring through the skies when they beheld the dazzling phenomena. Their faces alight with joy, they understood that another had achieved sagehood. Recalling that the last sage had mentioned they had missed their chance, this time they would not let it slip away. Exchanging glances, they nodded in unison, then hastened towards the celestial mountain. Not only they, but many powerful beings from the primordial chaos who had experienced Lu Ya's teachings also seemed to sense something, rapidly making their way toward the celestial mountain beneath the expanse of purple aura. Within Coon Loon Mountain, Lu Ya observed the distant manifestations with a gentle smile. An old friend attains the Tao. It is only fitting that I prepare a humble gift at this moment upon the celestial mountain where Hong Jun resided. The myriad phenomena gradually dissipated, ultimately transforming into formless Tao rhythms that scattered into the void. Gazing towards the distant direction of Coon Loon Mountain, a hint of coldness flickered in Hong Jun's eyes as he prepared to speak. Suddenly, from within the Coon Loon mountain range, a beam of clear light shot forth, soaring into the heavens. The only one capable of such a feat, in his eyes, was none other than the ever-pressing Lu Ya. Had he known, during the primordial calamity, he should have eradicated this threat in its infancy, he had never anticipated that a mere innate fire essence would grow to such heights, and furthermore, outpace him to achieve sagehood. Just as Hong Jun hesitated, he witnessed that beam of clear light pierce the clouds and merge into the chaos, subsequently exploding into a brilliant display that tore open a rift in the chaos. In the midst of the air, the will of the heavenly Tao materialized, casting its gaze down upon the Coon Loon mountain range, a glimmer of discontent rising in its eyes. Initially, it had held some favor towards Lu Ya. But now, why was this little thief acting so erratically? As everyone pondered, a palace slowly rose from the chaos, situated beyond the 33 heavens, known as the Purple Cloud Palace. Outside the palace, chaotic winds raged, eternal rules swirling within. Upon seeing the Purple Cloud Palace, a faint tremor coursed through Hong Jun's heart, as though an inexplicable connection existed between him and this palace. While he hesitated within, a voice resonated from deep within Coon Loon Mountain. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on attaining sagehood. I have come to present my humble gift. Upon hearing these words, Hong Jun's expression darkened further. He sensed that he had seemingly lost something once again. That Purple Cloud Palace, situated beyond the 33 heavens, appeared to have been prepared for him from the very beginning. Yet now it had become intertwined with Lu Ya. Should he accept or decline? Beside him, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao descended slowly, its expression grave as it stated, "This Purple Cloud Palace was originally prepared for you. I did not expect it to be discovered by that little thief Lu Ya, thus entangling you in causality. How unfortunate. Indeed, this Purple Cloud Palace had been intended for Hong Jun by the heavenly Tao, yet it had not been disclosed in advance so that he might discover it independently. This would simplify matter for the heavenly Tao in future schemes concerning Hong Jun. However, Lu Ya's actions had now disrupted this causality between them, leaving both parties somewhat displeased. Hong Jun gazed at the Purple Cloud Palace high above, a flash of indecision crossing his eyes. After a prolonged moment, he exhaled softly and spoke, "This is a blatant scheme. Yet knowing it is a scheme, I must willingly leap into it." The embodiment of the heavenly Tao nodded in deep agreement. It too was unsure why this anomaly, known as Lu Ya, consistently defied expectations. Hong Jun then spoke slowly, "Thank you, Taoist Lu Ya. I shall remember this favor." As the words fell, he stepped directly into the sky, ascending to the realm of the 33 heavens and entering the palace of purple clouds. At that moment, the mighty beings of the primordial chaos, who were originally on their way to the celestial mountain, upon hearing Lu Ya's voice, looked up and beheld the palace of purple clouds situated beyond the 33 heavens. They could not help but sigh softly before departing in their own ways. With the saints remaining silent, they knew they could not linger in the chaos, for that would be a profound disrespect to the saints. Only if the saints chose to impart their teachings in the future would they dare to step into the domain of the palace of purple clouds, venturing into the chaos beyond the 33 heavens. Upon witnessing Hong Jun enter the palace of purple clouds, A faint smile emerged on Liu Ya's face as he lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest. He had anticipated that Hong Jun would firmly refuse. Yet, to his surprise, he accepted the palace with such ease. Had it not been for Hong Jun attaining sainthood, and thereby stirring the heavens with his aura, Liu Ya might never have discovered the whereabouts of the palace of purple clouds, which was veiled by the heavenly Tao. Even he found it exceedingly difficult to ascertain its location. Yet, with Hong Jun's ascension, his aura triggered a revelation in the heavens, allowing the palace to reveal its trace beneath the concealment of the heavenly Tao. Thus becoming known to him in this manner. He could indeed take advantage of this circumstance and intertwine his fate with the palace of purple clouds that moment. The ginseng baby looked at Liu Ya and softly said, "My lord, the palace of purple clouds appears to be quite extraordinary. Why don't we relocate our Taoist grounds and enter its confines?" Before Liu Ya could respond, Yinglong interjected with a tone of mockery. "That palace is evidently the work of the heavenly Tao. How could we meddle in its affairs?" Upon hearing that the palace of purple clouds was established by the heavenly Tao, the ginseng baby's eyes immediately brightened. In his mind, it seemed only fitting that his master should benefit from the heavenly Tao. Seemingly sensing the ginseng baby's thoughts, Liu Ya raised his hand and lightly tapped the ginseng baby's forehead, exclaiming helplessly, "What are you always thinking about, you little rascal?" The ginseng baby winced in pain, a look of grievance washing over his face. Yinglong burst into laughter at the sight, recalling how the ginseng baby had used various tricks to coax Niuhua and others into the depths of the Coon Loon mountains to search for celestial herbs. He had observed all of this, and during his time as the ancestral dragon, he had never felt such ease. Seeing the ginseng baby in a predicament brought him much satisfaction. The ginseng baby, noticing Yinglong's mirth, retorted angrily, "If that little mud loach is laughing, he should refrain from coming to my herb garden for celestial herbs in the future." Upon hearing this, Yinglong immediately stifled his laughter and fell silent. At that moment, Hong Yun approached from outside the grand hall, smiling as he announced, "My lord, ever since the venerable Hong Jun attained sainthood, the mighty beings of the primordial chaos seem much more jubilant. However, due to your previous actions, they have remained quite subdued." Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Liu Ya's face. This group of cunning beings in the primordial chaos had observed him taking disciples within the Coon Loon mountains. Now that they had encountered a saint, they naturally wanted to make an appearance. However, with Hong Jun relocating his Taoist grounds to the 33 heavens, they could not approach, for without the summons of a saint, it would be unreasonable for them to intrude. Thus, they naturally settled down. Looking at the few individuals in the grand hall, Liu Ya remarked, "In the future, Hong Jun will undoubtedly impart teachings within the palace of purple clouds. You may all go and listen to his discourse." The ginseng baby, upon hearing this, pouted and said, "But Hong Jun is merely a newly ascended saint. How could he possibly compare to my lord?" Yinglong scoffed, "You little brat are truly a bit dim-witted. One should seize the opportunity to listen to the Taoist principles offered for free." Hearing this, the ginseng baby's face flushed with anger. However, when he looked at his master, he discovered a hint of approval on Liu Ya's face. Why would one refuse something freely given? Moreover, this was a rare opportunity to hear a saint expound upon the Tao. Chapter 61. The unfortunate Mingi upon realizing this. The ginseng baby seemed to grasp the situation, and his contemplative expression quickly faded. Yinglong nodded in agreement, saying, "A saint's teachings are a rare opportunity. Why would we forsake it? Furthermore, now that Hong Jun has assumed the consequences of my lord's actions, we cannot possibly miss this chance to listen to his teachings." That Liu smiled and nodded. "Indeed, it is as it should be. You should take this opportunity to advance further your cultivation." In his recollection, after Hong Jun attained sainthood, he had given 3 teachings, all within the palace of purple clouds. Each discourse lasted for a millennium and attracted numerous disciples. Currently, only 2 of his original disciples remained, namely Jin and Junti from the west, while the others had been taken under Liu Ya's wing. Every time he thought of this, Liu Ya couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. The system was truly mischievous. Not only did it usurp others' positions of sanctity, but also snatched their titles and subsequently their disciples. It was utterly wicked. Just then, a mournful howl echoed from the depths of the Coon Loon mountains. seemingly the voice of the ancestral Mingi. Upon hearing this sound, the ginseng baby and the others were initially taken aback, but then curiosity sparkled in their eyes. They all knew that the newly admitted disciples had been tricked by the ginseng baby into venturing deep into the mountains in search of celestial herbs. The Coon Loon Mountains were vast and boundless, especially after Luya established his Taoist grounds there, expanding its area several-fold. The spiritual energy was exceedingly dense, and following the previous discourse, many Deluo golden immortals had emerged within the Coon Loon Mountains, all implicitly recognized as Luya's disciples, inheriting the lineage of Coon Loon. Logically, even if the ancestral Mingi attempted to pilfer celestial herbs, it should not have caused significant trouble. The ginseng baby also scoffed. Why is this fellow so unreliable, shouting so loudly for no reason? Luya's divine sense instantly reached out. Quickly locating the ancestral Mingi, he saw that the now Deluo golden immortal Mingi was ensnared by numerous demonic vines deep within the mountains, being whipped by countless rule-infused tendrils. Each lash sent tremors through Mingi's soul, resulting in his wretched cries. Within the vicinity, countless warriors of the Azura clan rushed forth, attempting to rescue their ancestral figure. However, as soon as they entered the area, the tendrils would strike them down, reviving them in a sea of blood, suffering considerable losses in cultivation. Yet, the tendrils were careful not to exert excessive force. Seeing this, Luya sighed helplessly and raised his hand to gently point. Instantly, all the tendrils restraining the ancestral Mingi withdrew, allowing him to escape. Amidst the myriad of vines, a face gradually emerged, bowing towards Luya and saying, "Blood Devourer pays respects to my master." This vine was originally a spiritual vine within the Coon Loon Mountains, which had gained intelligence after Luya established his Taoist grounds. The spiritual energy in the Coon Loon Mountains was so rich that it seemed to drip with vitality, allowing it to cultivate and subtly comprehend the Tao principles emanating from Luya. Eventually, it made rapid progress in cultivation, having devoured numerous demonic beasts that sought to harm it, achieving the status of Blood Devourer. Not long ago, it had even listened to Luya's teachings, further improving its cultivation. However, it had not anticipated that the usually greedy Mingi would set his sights on it this time, attempting to capture it for that little rogue's herb garden, which was utterly despicable. Thus it had ensnared Mingi, using its divine powers to whip him. Had Mingi not been Luya's disciple, he would have likely been drained of all his essence, leaving him utterly extinguished. Luya smiled and nodded, saying, "Very well. In the future, you may carry the name of the Coon Loon lineage when traversing the world." Upon hearing this, Blood Devourer was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Thank you for your grace, Master. Thank you for your grace." Although all beings within the Coon Loon Mountains had long regarded themselves as part of the Coon Loon lineage, none had received Luya's recognition until now. Blood Devourer was the first. Others observing this event looked on with envious eyes. Then, noticing the disheveled figure of the ancestral Mingi in the distance, they contemplated. Blood Devourer broke off a vine from its branch and dropped it before Ming. Why true form cannot enter that little rogue's herb garden. This piece of vine is worth 100 celestial herbs. Take it back. Mingi, feeling aggrieved, picked up the fallen vine and made his way toward the ginseng baby's herb garden at that moment within the grand hall. The ginseng baby caught sight of Mingi's disheveled appearance and shook his head helplessly, saying, "How could this fellow have provoked that foolish vine?" Ying Long chuckled. "Even I would find that Blood Devourer troublesome. How did this fellow manage to draw its ire?" Trapped there and subjected to such relentless torment for an extended period, the two individuals remained silent beside the crimson clouds. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Hong Yun suddenly awakened to a realization. Could it be that the river of the underworld regards the blood-sucking spirit vine as a form of celestial herb? Upon hearing Hong Yun's words, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. After a considerable interval, Ying Long could no longer restrain himself and remarked, "If that is indeed the case, it is quite possible. The blood-sucking spirit vine has certainly been treated with rather leniency." The ginseng baby, feeling helpless, placed his hand on his forehead, finally comprehending why the blood-sucking spirit vine had voluntarily severed a segment of its vine to present to the ancestor of the underworld river. This newly arrived disciple truly possesses remarkable audacity. Luin found himself at a loss for words. He had always regarded the ancestor of the underworld river as rather astute, yet now, at this critical juncture, he seemed so untrustworthy. Subsequently, he gestured dismissively, instructing, "You all should return and rest assuredly. When the old man Hong Jun delivers his teachings, then you may descend the mountain to the Zixiao Palace to listen." Upon hearing Luin's command, the ginseng baby and the others promptly replied in unison, "We shall faithfully adhere to the Lord's decree." With that, they exited the grand hall and returned to their respective places of cultivation to enter seclusion for further training. Meanwhile, as the ancestor of the underworld river returned, he fortuitously encountered the Sanqing, who had just emerged from their seclusion. The newly emerged Sanqing gazed at the disheveled ancestor of the underworld river, as well as the segment of the blood-sucking spirit vine in his grasp, their faces reflecting a shared expression of confusion. Tong Tian whispered, "Why does the ancestor of the underworld river appear so disheveled?" Yuan Shi nodded in agreement, and suddenly turned his gaze to the segment of the blood-sucking spirit vine held by the ancestor of the underworld river, exclaiming in astonishment, "Could it be that this fellow has also considered the blood-sucking spirit vine as a celestial herb?" Upon hearing Yuan Shi's words, the three of them simultaneously widened their eyes in disbelief. If that were true, then it would indeed be fortunate for the ancestor of the underworld river to return in such a state of disarray. Chapter 62. Hongjuan's teachings at this moment. Deep within the Coon Loon mountains, Niuhua, Fuxi, and Xinyuanzi gathered together, exchanging glances that revealed their astonishment at one another. They were perplexed, having no inkling of the events that had transpired since the anguished cries of the ancestor of the underworld river echoed throughout the Coon Loon mountains. The beings guarding the celestial herbs had all suddenly become exceptionally fierce, as if they had ingested celestial elixirs. Ordinary methods were no longer sufficient for them to acquire the celestial herbs. Furthermore, if this continued, they might even be besieged by the multitude of creatures dwelling deep within the Coon Loon mountains. After a considerable time, Niuhua, Fuxi, and Xinyuanzi returned to the herbal garden with the celestial herbs they had gathered. Upon seeing the ginseng baby, they presented the herbs they had collected. The three of them combined had gathered little over 1,000, a stark contrast to the quantity previously mentioned by the ginseng baby. A faint blush crept across their faces. The ginseng baby had informed them that this was a fundamental course for the disciples of Coon Loon Mountain. Now, having achieved only this modest result, they felt quite embarrassed. The ginseng baby looked at Niuhua and the others with surprise, not expecting them to have gathered so many celestial herbs in the wake of the incident involving the ancestor of the underworld river. This unexpected outcome caught him off guard. After accepting the celestial herbs before him, he spoke, "Now that a saint has emerged in the wilderness, you should all focus on your cultivation for the time being. When the saint delivers his teachings, we shall proceed together to the Zixiao Palace to listen." Upon hearing this, Niuhua and the others were momentarily taken aback. However, their thoughts quickly turned, and they grasped the reason for being summoned to the Zixiao Palace for the teachings. After all, the opportunity to hear the teachings of a saint is exceedingly rare. To miss it would be a grave oversight. The three of them nodded in unison and, while returning, happened upon the Sanqing, to whom they conveyed this news. Although they were aware of the emergence of a saint, they had not yet exited their seclusion, for knowing about it was merely a source of envy. It was far more practical to focus on their cultivation and refine their skills. Upon learning that Luin had instructed them to attend the Zixiao Palace for the teachings, the Sanqing displayed only slight surprise. After all, they had witnessed the ascension of Hong Jun to sainthood, and their teacher had once taken them to Hong Jun to obtain 3 spiritual treasures. They wondered whether their visit to the Zixiao Palace to listen to the teachings would evoke painful memories for Hong Jun, leading him to reprimand them. With this thought, the three of them shook their heads in unison. After all, Hong Jun had already attained the status of a saint, and it was unlikely that he would be so petty. Indeed, with the ancestor of the underworld river's return in disarray, the entire Coon Loon Mountains fell into silence. Meanwhile, Luin, who had been pondering within the grand hall for an extended period, finally relaxed his posture. Now that Hongjun had attained sainthood, the next event would undoubtedly be the cataclysmic battle between the witch and demon clans. The calamity of the witch and demon tribes is far more terrifying than the initial calamity of the dragon and Han. After all, during the dragon and Han calamity, several Deluo Jinxian were not lost, whereas the witch and demon war in his memory had resulted in considerable losses among powerful beings of a quasi-deep level. Luin gazed skyward. It seemed that the heavenly Tao still required the impetus of this calamity for its development. Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar electronic voice echoed in his ears. Event analysis. With Hongjun attaining sainthood, blessings will extend to all beings, and the teachings will commence in the wilderness, unveiling the first signs of the witch and demon calamity. Plot direction 1. Remain immovable as a mountain. Sealing oneself for 10,000 years, untouched by the causes and effects of the wilderness. Plot outcome. A mundane passage of 10,000 years, leading the witch and demon tribes down divergent paths. Plot direction 2. Forcefully emerge from seclusion to prevent the calamity from occurring. Plot outcome. Interfering with the development of the wilderness, delaying the process by tens of thousands of years, inciting displeasure from the heavenly Tao and Hongjun, who will then lay down fatal calamities, ensnaring the host. Plot direction 3. Subtly intervene, dispatching disciples to traverse the wilderness, laying the groundwork for future saintly ascension. Plot outcome. Acquiring the fortunes of the witch and demon tribes. Allowing all disciples to attain sainthood, becoming saints of the wilderness, protected by the host. After listening to the electronic voice in his ears, Luin fell into deep contemplation. 8S for the first plot direction. He dismissed it outright. Sealing himself for 10,000 years was not in his nature. Moreover, he had previously promised Pangu brother, and how could he now retreat? At the very least, the witch clan must be safeguarded, while the demon clan should be allowed to follow their natural course. The second plot direction genuinely startled Luin. This was perhaps the first time he had encountered such a clear fatal calamity, and it was directed by both the heavenly Tao and another saint, Hongjun. Given his current cultivation, if both parties were to exert their full strength, he might not be able to withstand it. If he refrained from excessively interfering with the witch and demon tribes, allowing the calamity to unfold naturally, then the heavenly Tao and Hongjun would have no cause to trouble him. Furthermore, the notion of laying down fatal calamities was out of the question. After all, they were not yet capable of shouldering the consequences of slaying a saint. In contrast, the third plot direction appeared far superior to the other two, and not only would it allow him to gather the fortunes of the wilderness, but it would also enable him to secure the fortunes of the witch and demon tribes, providing his disciples with the opportunity for saintly ascension, or at least quasi-saint status. There was simply no choice to be made. Anyone with sense would know which option to select. Luin chuckled and shook his head before naturally choosing the third plot direction. Just as he made a selection, a voice resonated from the Zhixiao Palace. Located 33 heavens away. This is Hongjun. I have now attained sainthood and shall deliver teachings on 3 occasions, bestowing blessings upon the beings of the wilderness. In an instant, the voice reverberated throughout the wilderness. The many powerful beings who had been anxiously awaiting this moment raised their gazes toward the Zhixiao Palace, attentively listening for Hongjun's forthcoming words, particularly the duo of Jin and Juandi, who secretly resolved to position themselves at the forefront during this lecture. If lotus cushions were available, they would seize them in advance. After all, the past experiences were fresh in their minds. They had missed the opportunity to be accepted as disciples by the last saint. And this time, they were determined to seize the chance with this one. Hongjun continued. In 3,000 years, I shall commence my first lecture at the Zhixiao Palace. Each lecture will last for a millennium, and all who are fated may come to listen. As the words fell, the entire expanse of the primordial world erupted in an uproar. 3 sermons, each lasting a millennium, combined to span 3,000 years. They had ample time to refine their understanding of the Tao, particularly among the 2 clans vying for supremacy in the primordial realm. The witch and demon tribes were especially eager to hear the sage's teachings. The witch tribe was somewhat indifferent. During the last sermon, with the exception of Hutu, none gained any enlightenment. Thus, they were not particularly enthusiastic about attending the lectures. In contrast, the demon tribe, with Dijun and Tai on the verge of a breakthrough, naturally yearned to listen to the Tao as soon as possible. Chapter 63. The schemes of heaven in their view. Since the last sage had the capacity to take disciples, it stood to reason that this new sage could do the same. If one among the three siblings were to gain the sage's favor and become a disciple, their odds in the impending conflict with the witch tribe would undoubtedly improve. That Dijun and Tai exchanged knowing glances, both discerning each other's thoughts. Only Shihi, standing by, regarded her two elder brothers with a smile gracing her face. Subsequently, Tai glanced at Dijun before looking at Shihi, a smile spreading across his face. Growing ever more pronounced, T then inquired, "When do you two plan to hold your wedding?" Upon hearing this, Shihi instantly blushed. As was known, Dijun and Shihi were mutually affectionate, and by all accounts, they should have wed long ago. However, their nuptials have been postponed for over 1,000 years due to the last sermon delivered by Luya. Now, with another sage emerging, if their wedding were to be delayed any further, it might stretch into several millennia. After all, the sage had delivered 3 sermons, each lasting a millennium, with intervals of over 1,000 years. That it would be prudent to resolve their matters sooner rather than later. Dijun cleared his throat and stated, "In that case, let us gather the myriad demons in Tang Valley soon." Tai nodded slightly in agreement. Soon after, Shihi, blushing, took her leave from the gathering. Once she departed, Dijun continued, "I wish to establish the demon court." Tai was momentarily taken aback, then asked, "Why establish a demon court?" Dijun replied thoughtfully, "As we lead the myriad demons, it is only fitting to have a legitimate title, thus allowing us to harness the fortunes of the primordial realm in the future." Tai's eyes brightened at this, but he soon shook his head, saying, "The name Demon Court lacks elegance. Let us call it the Heavenly Court instead." At this, a smile graced Dijun's face, and he replied, "Indeed, on the day of my grand wedding, we shall establish the Heavenly Court." Immediately, Dijun commanded his 10 great demon generals to summon the myriad demons to gather in Tang Valley, announcing that he would wed in a month, inviting the great powers of the primordial realm to the banquet. After making this proclamation, he dispatched envoys to the vicinity of Coon Loon Mountain to request the sage's presence as a witness for the marriage. At this moment, within the confines of Coon Loon Mountain, several demon generals made their way towards the mountain, a cloud of dust swirling behind them as they moved swiftly, arriving at the mountain's exterior in just a few days. They called out loudly, "I am Ing Zhao, Shangyang, a subordinate of Dijun, here to pay respects to the sage." On the summit of Coon Loon Mountain, within the grand hall, upon hearing the voices from outside, Ing Long couldn't help but smirk. Dijun has not strayed onto a misguided path in the struggle for supremacy in the primordial realm. Only by having numerous offspring can one hope to unify it. As he spoke, a fleeting look of nostalgia crossed his eyes. After leaving Coon Loon Mountain, he had sought numerous companions, fathering 9 sons, who in turn had sons, and with the addition of the foreign dragon clan, this led to the creation of the formidable true dragon lineage. This imparted to him a crucial lesson. In the primordial realm, one must not only possess strength but also have many descendants. In his view, the witch tribe was an exception. Those beings only cultivated their physical bodies, neglecting their spiritual essence and magical powers. Although they were numerous, their peak combat strength did not match that of the demon tribe. Unless they possessed hidden trump cards, it was implausible for them to triumph over the demon faction. Rinshin looked up at Luya and asked with confusion, with Dijun about to wed, "Why must he come to seek out the old master?" Hong Yun, wearing an expression of knowing, replied with a smile, "If I am not mistaken, the demon tribe has come to invite the old master to serve as a witness for the marriage." Rinshin appeared puzzled and was about to speak when Luya nodded. "That seems to be the case. However, the demon tribe has deep connections within the primordial realm. If I become entangled in their affairs, it may be difficult to extricate myself later." This. Everyone nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, within the Zishao Palace, Hong Jun, who had been in seclusion to consolidate his cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes, gazing down upon the primordial land from the 33 heavens. Upon noticing the group of demon generals outside Coon Loon Mountain, a smile crept upon his face. He could deduce what these demon generals were up to, and, as he turned his gaze back to Coon Loon Mountain, his smile grew even more pronounced. He had indeed promised to ascend to sagehood by the decree of heaven. Though he had devised many schemes in secret, he was also aware of the future fates of the witch and demon tribes. Now, with the demon generals coming to invite Luya as a witness for the marriage, it was as if they were drawing him into the web of their karmic ties, should he be thoroughly ensnared. These few would have no opportunity to exploit him. With this thought, Hong Jun's smile became ever more radiant. He then looked up towards the heavens, his eyes conveying unspoken intentions. Heaven contemplated for a moment. Then a subtle force of rules descended, enveloping the primordial realm and directly entering the Coon Loon mountain range. Luya seemed to sense this, lifting his gaze towards the sky, a smile appearing on his face. He then murmured, "Since they wish for me to serve as the witness for the marriage, I shall indulge their desires." As he spoke, he turned to Hong Yun and smiled. "You may go and meet with these two," conveying that on the day of Di Jun's wedding, I will attend as the witness. Hong Yun, puzzled, pointed to himself and asked me, "Master, did you not wish to avoid entanglements with the karmic ties of the witch and demon tribes? Why step into this now?" Luya chuckled. "If I do not acquiesce to their wishes, it might lead to unforeseen troubles in the future. Just go and carry out this task." Hong Yun nodded and then turned to leave the hall. Meanwhile, Rinchen spoke up, "Master, why this course of action? The demon tribe is but a minor concern. What troubles could they possibly bring?" Luya smiled and shook his head, then gently ruffled Rinshun's hair, saying, "Those who wish for your master to officiate the marriage for the demon tribe are not limited to them alone. There are also some hidden misers lurking in the shadows." Yes, he concluded. Luya allowed his voice to resonate, drawing it up into the heavens. This infuriated the embodiment of heaven, causing its form to tremble, and the last remnants of goodwill it harbored were utterly extinguished. However, this was perhaps a consequence of its own making, for it was heaven and Hong Jun who had first plotted against Luya. The loss of mere verbal advantage was not a significant matter. Meanwhile, Hong Jun below could only smile wryly, yet the brilliance in his eyes intensified. With Luya in the world to shield him from heaven's gaze, his schemes could proceed smoothly in the future. It seemed that Luya was not without merit after all. With this thought, a sense of pride flickered in Hong Jun's eyes. Chapter 64. What fear of karmic ties? At this moment, within the confines of Coon Loon Mountain, the protective formation slowly opened, revealing the figure of Hong Yun before Ying Zhao and Shang Yang. Upon seeing this, the two hurriedly bowed and greeted. Ying Zhao, Shang Yang, pays respects to the Taoist friend. Hong Yun smiled and nodded. "What you seek has already been understood by my master on the day of Di Jun's wedding. I will represent him in Tang Valley to officiate the marriage." Upon hearing Hong Yun's words, Ying Zhao and Shang Yang were taken aback. Their original intent was to personally invite the sage Luya to officiate for their elder brother, but now it seemed that Hong Yun would be taking his place. This was acceptable, and the two exchanged glances before bowing in unison. "In that case, we shall await your esteemed presence in Tang Valley." Hong Yun smiled and nodded, then proceeded directly into the depths of Coon Loon Mountain. Upon witnessing this, Ying Zhao and Shang Yang, along with the remaining demon soldiers, returned to Tang Valley. After Hong Yun had consented to their departure, they observed a surge of rules within the heavenly Tao. A profound causal line imprinted therein, linking the demon clans of Coon Loon Mountain and Tang Valley. Meanwhile, Hong Jun, who was cultivating within the Zixiao Palace, scanned the rules of heaven and earth with his piercing gaze. Upon seeing this causal thread, a more pronounced smile appeared on his face. He was eager to see how this thief, Luya, would navigate through the impending calamity, regardless of the side he chose. He would find himself ensnared within its depths, inevitably facing the backlash of fate. With this thought in mind, Hong Jun felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him and subsequently close his eyes to consolidate his cultivation. Upon returning to the Grand Hall, Hong Yun bowed to Luya and stated, "Hong Yun has followed the will of the sage and sent those two away." Luya nodded with a smile and replied, "Since you represent me in this marriage, it is only fitting that you prepare some modest gifts." As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward the indifferent ginseng doll nearby and added, "Then let us go to the ginseng doll's herb garden and procure some celestial herbs as wedding gifts." Hong Yun was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and clasped his hands, saying, "I shall comply with your command." At the same time, Ying Long seemed to have caught on, stifling a laugh. Usually, the ginseng doll was possessive of his little herb garden, allowing no one in, and even he had been unable to sneak in for celestial herbs recently. Now, with the master's decree, it seemed that the precious herbs he had been avoiding would be significantly reduced. The ginseng doll, realizing the situation, looked at Luya with a face full of grievance. Just as he was about to voice his concerns, Luya interjected, "All right, you may return to your cultivation. Should you wish to accompany Hong Yun in the future, feel free to do so." Hearing Luya's words, Hong Yun hurriedly bowed again and promptly exited the grand hall. Yinglong's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he contemplated the development of this demon clan, which had previously hidden beneath the Qilin clan. He then glanced down at the still grievous ginseng doll, affectionately patted its head, and quickly saluted Hong Yun before fleeing the grand hall in haste. When the ginseng doll turned around, all it could see was Yinglong's panicked retreat. Infuriated, it immediately chased after him. Luya, watching the flustered ginseng doll, couldn't he help but smile, then raise his gaze to the vast sky. His eyes glimmered with divine light, seemingly piercing through the 33 heavens to gaze into the Zixiao palace. He then turned his attention towards the heavenly Dao, since they wished for him to become entangled with the causality of the Wu and Yao clans. He would oblige their desires. He was curious to see what would become of him, even if he became entwined with the fates of the Wu and Yao clans at that moment. Ying Zhao and Shangyang, who were hastening towards Tang Valley, were spotted by members of the Wu clan. The first to notice them rushed into the Ancestor Wu Hall to report to the 12 Ancestors Wu. Upon hearing the report, the 12 Ancestors displayed expressions of confusion in their recollection. The demon clan had no prior connection with Coon Loon Mountain. Why would Di Jun send 2 trusted demon generals to visit Coon Loon Mountain? The 12 Ancestors exchanged glances, and suddenly, Zhu Mang spoke up. Could the demon clan's dispatch of their generals to Coon Loon Mountain be related to Di Jun's recent declaration of his grand wedding? Upon hearing this, the other 11 ancestors wore contemplative expressions. Zhu Rong slammed his hand on the table and coldly declared, "Why do we need to ponder? We should simply capture those 2 and inquire." Gong Gong chimed in agreement. "Indeed, let us seize them and interrogate them. After all, the Wu and Yao clans are adversaries, so why should we fear them?" As these words were spoken, the other 10 ancestors exchanged peculiar glances at the 2. Zhu Jiuyin sarcastically remarked, "Let us not even mention whether you can catch up to them. Even if you do, there's no guarantee this isn't a trap, luring you into a snare, where the demon clan would capture you both." Zhu Rong, furious, retorted, "You are the one who is a fool. Your entire family is made up of fools." As soon as he spoke, he felt 11 pairs of eyes fixate on him, sending a chill down his spine. It seemed he had misspoken yet again. He immediately fell silent, lowering his head and not daring to look up. After a moment, Di Jiang slowly spoke. "Could it be that Di Jun wishes for our ancestor to partake in his grand wedding?" Hearing this, Zhu Jiuyin nodded in agreement. "Perhaps that is indeed the case." Gong Gong laughed heartily. "If that is true, then these demon clans are truly deluded." The group turned to glance at this foolish one, then let out a deep sigh. All 12 of them were born from the blood of Pangu. How could 2 such simpletons have emerged? Did the ancestor's essence contain any inferior remnants? After pondering for a while, they chose to ignore the 2. Then, Xianming spoke up. "Elder brother, my subordinates among the Wu clan have observed numerous demons heading towards Tang Valley. In just the past few days, over 70% of the demon clan has arrived, and more on the way." Upon hearing this, the faces of the other ancestors displayed a hint of vigilance. Usually, these demons were scattered, only gathering in times of war. Did Di Jun intend to assault Buzhou Mountain on the day of his grand wedding? This thought merely flickered through their minds. Surely, Di Jun would not act so recklessly, and there must be some hidden motives. Di Jiang then suggested, "You should send some elite subordinates to scout the area outside Tang Valley for intelligence on what the demon clan intends to do." The other 11 ancestors nodded in agreement. They then departed, dispatching their elite Wu clan disciples to infiltrate the vicinity of Tang Valley, secretly gathering intelligence on the demon clan. Chapter 65. A gift of the red embroidered ball in the blink of an eye. Several months had passed. Time rushed forward, like clouds drifting across the sky. At this moment in the primordial world, countless demons continued to flock toward Tang Valley. though the numbers had significantly decreased compared to a few months prior. Those demons had already gathered within the borders of Tang Valley, their faces radiating joy as they clutched gifts in their hands. After all, they had long regarded Jun and Tai Yi as the kings of the demon clan. How could they not feel joy on the occasion of their king's wedding? Now, the area around Tang Valley was teeming with myriad demons, with many more still en route. Notably, during this time, the demons had spotted numerous members of the Wu clan lurking near Tang Valley. They acted decisively to capture them, but the Wu clan members preferred death to surrender, and few live captives were taken. Inside Tang Valley, jubilant festivities filled the air. Today marked the grand wedding of Jun and Shi-He, and the demons were abuzz with excitement. This moment. Shi-He sat shyly in her room, her heart racing like a startled deer, regardless of how the outside world arranged matters. Meanwhile, Jun and Tai Yi were gathered beneath the Fusong tree. Gazing toward the outside of Tang Valley, Jun remarked, "Though Ing Zhao did not invite the sage, he has brought along a disciple of the sage." In their eyes, Hong Yun and the Ginseng doll were merely two minor disciples at Liu Ya's side. Moreover, the Dragon Clan's ancestor was the steed of the sage. Tai Yi smiled and said, "Brother, there is no need for concern. What status does the sage hold? It is already quite the feat for Ing Zhao to have secured a disciple of the sage, which is sufficient representation." Jun nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in his words. Since that day they had heard the sage's teachings, they understood one thing. All beneath the sage were but ants. Even a great Luo Jingxian at the pinnacle of cultivation was worlds apart from the sage, existing on entirely different planes. The fact that Ing Zhao had managed to invite a disciple of the sage was already satisfying enough. Suddenly, he turned to Tai Yi and asked, "Recently, it seems many members of the Wu clan have been spotted outside Tang Valley. What do they intend to do? With a wedding imminent, there could be no room for error." Moreover, tensions between the Wu and Yao clans were high. Discovering a group of Wu clan members lurking outside Tang Valley certainly raised his concerns. Tai Yi chuckled when Ing Zhao returned from Coon Loon Mountain. The Wu clan members were surely watching. They likely wished to ascertain why Ing Zhao ventured to Coon Loon. Upon hearing this, Jun couldn't help but laugh, saying, "I see. Then there is no need for alarm. We shall proceed as planned. After today, I want the name of the heavenly court to resound throughout the primordial world." Upon hearing this, Tai nodded deeply, as long as the heavenly court was established and the witch clan was expelled. The entire primordial realm could be controlled by the demon clan. Thus, their lineage could endure for countless generations, becoming the protagonists of this vast expanse. That time, the heavenly court they would establish could freely gather the fortune of the primordial world. He and Emperor Jun, along with others, could also seize the opportunity to attempt a breakthrough to the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal, not to mention entering the realm of saints. Even achieving the status of quasi-saint would be quite commendable. It seemed that many powerful beings had retreated to their own sanctuaries, sealing their mountains for cultivation, as they calculated that a calamity was imminent in the primordial world. As for Emperor Jun's earlier mention of his wedding, the powerful beings merely pretended not to hear, choosing to retreat for 3,000 years and only emerging when the Tao ancestor delivered teachings. As noon approached, when the sunlight was most resplendent, Tai Yi turned to Emperor Jun and said, "The time has come, elder brother, to hold the wedding." Hearing this, Emperor Jun laughed heartily and stepped away from the Fuso tree. In the next moment, he appeared outside Shi-He's chamber and gently called out, "Sister Shi-He, the time has arrived. Let us proceed." She huffed softly and then walked out of the room. The two walked side by side, treading the void. In an instant, colorful clouds filled the sky above Tang Valley, and various sounds of Tao resonated, echoing through the heavens. The once boisterous crowd of the demon clan fell silent, each one lifting their heads to gaze at the horizon, watching as Emperor Jun and Shi descended together, hovering before the Fuso tree. Addressing the multitude of demon clan members below, Emperor Jun proclaimed, "Today I, Emperor Jun, shall wed Shi-He." At this declaration, the crowd erupted in cheers, gifts soaring into the air, suspended amidst a dazzling display of luminous treasures. Observing this, Tai raised a hand and lightly gestured, instantly forming a massive vortex in front of him, drawing all the offerings prepared by the demon clan into its depths. Following Emperor Jun's words, it seemed the heavenly Tao responded, as a singular rule descended upon the world, enveloping both Emperor Jun and Shihi. At that moment, within Coon Loon Mountain, Luya suddenly lifted his head, gazing at the sky, murmuring, "It seems the heavenly marriage is set." Upon finishing his words, he transmitted a message, summoning Hong Yun and Yuhua to the Great Hall. When the two arrived, Luya slowly spoke, "Today, Emperor Jun and Shihi are wed. You shall represent our Coon Loon lineage to offer congratulations." Hong Yun looked at Yuhua, puzzled. Their master had not explicitly stated that Yuhua should accompany them. Had he changed his mind? Just as doubts filled her mind, Luya's hand suddenly revealed a red embroidered ball, hovering 3 inches above his palm, radiating a soft crimson glow. An exceptionally profound aura emanated from it, bringing joy to those who beheld. You regarded Yuhua below, remembering that Emperor Jun and Shihi's wedding was supposed to be a heavenly marriage. However, upon arriving in the primordial realm, circumstances had shifted. Yuhua's teacher. He could not simply stand by and watch his disciple's opportunity slip away. He spoke without hesitation. "This treasure is called the Red Embroidered Ball. It is a supreme innate spirit treasure and a sacred artifact of merit. This marriage of Emperor Jun and Shihi is also your opportunity. I bestow this treasure upon you to gather the merits of heaven and earth for your use." Yuhua's eyes sparkled with delight, and she bowed, saying, "Thank you, Master, for your kindness. I shall not disappoint your expectations." Luya smiled and nodded, then flicked his finger. The red embroidered ball descended before Yuhua, its restrictions lifted in an instant, allowing her to fully refine it within moments. Hong Yun looked on, enviously. Luya then instructed, "In that case, you two may proceed on your own, representing our Coon Loon lineage. Do not tarnish our name." Hong Yun and Yuhua bowed in unison, declaring, "We shall faithfully obey the Master's decree." With that, the two departed Coon Loon Mountain, heading towards Tang Valley. Chapter 66. The heavenly marriage commences. The heavenly court is established. At this moment, the Tang Valley was alive with extraordinary phenomena, even hinting at the manifestation of rules. Emperor Jun and Shihi stood side by side, gazing into the distance. Beside them stood Tai, a flicker of urgency glimmering in his eyes as he continually glanced towards Coon Loon Mountain's direction. On that day, Ing Zhao had made it clear that the disciple of the saint, Hong Yun, would arrive today to witness Emperor Jun's wedding. Yet as the wedding approached, why were there still no signs of anyone from Coon Loon Mountain? Just as his heart filled with doubt, a cloud of auspiciousness appeared, slowly making its way towards them from a distance. Upon that cloud stood 2 figures, Hong Yun, dressed in red, and Yuhua, holding the red embroidered ball. Seeing this, Tai's face lit up with joy. He recognized Hong Yun, who had informed them upon his return to Tang Valley that he would come today as the representative of the saint. However, they never anticipated that Yuhua would accompany him. Yuhua, being a true disciple of the saint, was indeed a legitimate member of the saint's lineage, though she and her brother Fushi were also of the demon clan. They had long withdrawn from the affairs of the demon clan since the calamity of the Dragon Han. It appeared that they still held a place within the demon clan. Otherwise, they would not have come to congratulate today. As the two approached, Tai exclaimed, "We welcome the saint's disciples to Tang Valley to celebrate my elder brother's wedding." Upon hearing this, the myriad of demons within Tang Valley froze in unison, then looked up to the heavens. Indeed, they saw Hong Yun and Yuhua, and simultaneously, they raised their voices in a chorus of cheers. Meanwhile, the witch clan, concealed within Tang Valley, changed expressions upon seeing Hong Yun and Yuhua, promptly dispatching someone back to Mount Dojo to report the situation to the 12 ancestors of the witches. As Hong Yun and Yuhua drew closer, Hong Yun proclaimed in a clear voice, "I, Hong Yun, represent the Coon Loon lineage to extend my congratulations, presenting 20 immortal herbs as a gift to celebrate your wedding." As his words fell, 20 exceptionally potent immortal herbs materialized before him, exuding a rich aura of spiritual essence. Tai's countenance brightened at the sight. While the demon clan did not lack for immortal herbs, the 20 presented by Hong Yun not only brimmed with spiritual essence, but also contained traces of Tao principles. This was exceedingly rare. comparable to the immortal herbs born of the 10 supreme spirit plants. Such gifts could significantly enhance the strength of the demon clan, potentially increasing their ranks of great Luo golden immortals. Tai hastily accepted the immortal herbs, expressing, "Thank you, my friend, and thank you to the saint." Hong Yun and Yuhua hovered in the air before the Fuso tree within Tang Valley. Yuhua, holding the red embroidered ball, looked at Emperor Jun and Shi-He with a smile, stating, "Today, I come at the behest of my master to witness your heavenly marriage." Upon hearing this, both Emperor Jun and Shi-He beamed with delight. They had not anticipated that the saint would take an interest in them, even sending a disciple to officiate their heavenly marriage. The crowd of demons below was equally exhilarated, in the forefront of the demon clan. 11 figures stood proudly, among them Ing Zhao, who remarked, "This is the result of my visit to Coon Loon Mountain with Shang Yang. Without our efforts, how could this heavenly marriage have come to be?" Ha ha ha! Shang Yang also wore a joyful expression, puffing out his chest as he gazed at Emperor Jun and the others. Among them, Kunpeng looked at Yuhua, holding the red embroidered ball, with a glimmer of envy in his eyes. He had stood just behind her during that time, a mere step away from the 7 cushions. Had it not been for the 2 monks blocking his path, he too might have been a disciple of the saint by now. Alas, a single misstep had cost him dearly. Just as Yuhua finished speaking, the rules of the heavenly Tao became increasingly evident. Within the clouds, beneath the veil of the heavenly Tao, the will of the heavenly Tao manifested, gazing down upon Tang Valley with a grim expression. Though he and Hong Jun had jointly cast the Coon Loon lineage down from the stage, he had not anticipated that the cunning Liu Ye would pull such a maneuver, sending his disciple to officiate the heavenly marriage for Emperor Jun. Through clenched teeth, he watched as streams of merit descended from the heavenly Tao into the primordial realm, cascading down towards Tang Valley. With a cold snort, the will of the heavenly Tao ceased its attention on Tang Valley, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, the myriad demons within Tang Valley looked up, their faces brimming with joy as they beheld the sudden influx of merit descending from above, their expressions filled with eager anticipation. From whence did this merit originate, and upon whom would it bestow its blessings? As the crowd was engulfed in confusion, they beheld the streams of merit power directly merging into the red embroidered ball in Yuhua's hand, where it was subsequently stored. The heavenly laws that descended also fell upon Yuhua, significantly enhancing her cultivation. Yuhua gazed blankly at the red embroidered ball in her grasp, finally comprehending where her teacher's spoken opportunities lay. It turned out that all of this was within her teacher's foresight. Dijun looked at Yuhua before him, a fleeting glimmer of envy flashing in his eyes. After a moment, he proclaimed loudly, "Today, in addition to my grand wedding, we must establish the heavenly court of the demon clan under the witness of the saints." Upon hearing this, the assembled demons erupted in excitement, directing their fervent cheers towards Dijun and his companions. Then, Tai stepped forward, speaking with authority. "Our demon clan was born amidst the primal chaos, enduring tribulations and evolving into the foremost clan of the wilderness, that we are the true masters of this realm. Will you, my brethren, join me in forging this eternal demon legacy?" The moment these words were uttered, the demons' faces flushed with fervor as they collectively responded, "We are willing. We are willing." Dijun and Tai exchanged a knowing glance and burst into hearty laughter. Dijun then declared, "From this day forth, I shall be the heavenly emperor of the demon clan. Tai shall be conferred as the Eastern Emperor, and he will be my wife, crowned as the Queen of Ahuang. The Beiming demon clan's Kunpeng shall serve as our heavenly master, while my subordinates, Ji Ming, Ing Zhao, Fei Dan, Fei Lian, Zhou Ying, Shang Yang, Bai Zhe, Qin Yuan, Ci Tai, and Gue Che, shall be the 10 great demon generals, leading our kin." After an unspecified duration of conferring titles, Dijun finally paused and turned his gaze towards Hong Yun and Yuhua. Both wore furrowed brows, evidently unprepared for such a situation. Meanwhile, the throng of demons below was ablaze with excitement, their cheers echoing throughout the valley. Outside Tang Valley, the remaining Wu tribe, who had been lurking, were now thoroughly flustered, hastily making their way towards Mount Dojo, determined to report this matter to the 12 ancestors of Wu at the earliest opportunity. The establishment of the demon clan's heavenly court aimed to seize dominion over the wilderness. This was of monumental significance. It seemed that the wilderness was on the brink of transformation. Chapter 67. The undercurrent surges at this moment. Within Tang Valley, after Dijun conferred titles upon the throng of demons, rules began to manifest amidst the clouds in the sky. They gradually descended upon the gathered demons, enveloping them in an unseen aura of fortune, causing their fortunes to rise in wisps. Standing in the midst, Hong Yun and Yuhua exchanged glances, uncertain of what to say, as they had come as representatives from Coon Loon Mountain, dispatched by Luya, to partake in the wedding of Dijun and Shihi. They had never anticipated witnessing the grand ambition of the demon clan establishing their heavenly court, and now, with the heavenly laws responding, the court was already established, leaving no possibility of retreat. After a moment of silence, Hong Yun spoke up. I, the Taoist Hong Yun, alongside my junior sister Nuwa, have come to bear witness to the celestial union of Dijun and Shihi on behalf of my lord. As his words fell, a thread of causality unexpectedly rose between the demon clan and Coon Loon Mountain. Though subtle, it undeniably existed. Upon observing this thread, Hong Jun and Zixiao Palace wore an increasingly delighted expression. He was unconcerned about Nuwa obtaining merit from the heavenly laws. Rather, he cared whether the Coon Loon Mountain lineage had established causality with the demon clan. Moreover, there was also causality between Coon Loon Mountain and the Wu tribe. Should a calamity arise, if Luya intervened, he would inevitably face backlash from this causality. That I end this way. It aligned with his wishes. Meanwhile, within Coon Loon Mountain, Luya slowly opened his eyes and gazed in the direction of Tang Valley. The establishment of the demon clan's heavenly court was well within his anticipation. However, he had not foreseen that Dijun would announce the establishment of the heavenly court on this very day, consolidating the demon clan's fortune through the wedding. This individual was indeed quite decisive. No wonder he could become the first demon emperor. With the heavenly court established, a great war between the Wu and demon clans would likely ensue. It could unfold within a few thousand years or extend over 10,000 years. The curtain was destined to rise. However, before that, it seemed the human race might emerge. Clearly, he needed to strategize early. With this thought, Luya lifted his gaze towards Zixiao Palace. In his memory, the emergence of the human race should have involved him enlightening Nuwa. Yet, now that he was Nuwa's master, he could not fall behind. Luya chuckled softly before closing his eyes once more. At this moment, the 12 ancestors of Wu were gathered in the ancestor hall, listening to reports from the Wu tribe members below. Their expressions varied. After a lengthy silence, Di Jiang spoke. Heavenly Court, these feathered beasts have quite the audacity. The typically fiery Zhurong slammed the table in agreement. In my view, we should rally our tribal kin and march into Tang Valley, utterly defeating these feathered beasts. Just as he finished speaking, he heard Ji Jiuyin comment sarcastically from his side. Currently, Tang Valley is teeming with countless demons, their momentum surging. If we were to lead our kin over the mountains and waters, we would likely just be walking to our own demise. Gong Gong retorted angrily. How dare you bolster other spirits while diminishing your own? But Di Jiang waved his hand. Ji Jiuyin speaks the truth. With the heavenly court newly established and the demon clan's morale soaring, and given that Tang Valley is now a gathering place for myriad demons, if we were to venture forth, we would likely reap no benefits. Zhurong frowned. Are we to simply allow these feathered beasts to run rampant? Gong Gong added. Indeed, brother, those feathered beasts have now established their heavenly court. They are bound to ascend above us soon. Can we tolerate this? Ji Jiuyin dismissively scoffed. At this juncture, we should not be preoccupied with the demon clan's establishment of the heavenly court, but rather ponder why individuals from Coon Loon Mountain have appeared in Tang Valley. The moment these words were spoken, the hall fell into a profound silence. They had initially thought that the demon clan dispatching people to Coon Loon Mountain to invite the saints was an absurd notion. Yet, unexpectedly, Coon Loon Mountain had sent 2 individuals, and they had even participated in the celestial wedding. This was unprecedented since the dawn of the wilderness. What were their ancestors truly planning? After a prolonged silence, Hutu slowly spoke. Perhaps our ancestors have no ulterior motives in this matter. We might be overthinking it. Upon hearing this, A collective sigh echoed throughout the hall. Perhaps, just as Hood has suggested, their ancestors bore no deep intentions. Yet this matter still left them feeling somewhat uneasy. After a brief moment, Di Jiang spoke again. We need not dwell on such thoughts. We should focus on ensuring the growth and prosperity of our tribal kin. Only then can we vie for an advantage in the wilderness in the future. The other 11 ancestors concurred. What brother says is indeed correct. In Tang Valley, Hong Yun and Nuwa exchanged glances before addressing Di Jun. Since matters here have concluded, we shall take our leave. Di Jun and Shihi smiled. We bid farewell to the two esteemed guests. Hong Yun and Nuwa cast a deep glance at the demons within Tang Valley, perceiving a great fortune among them, and with a sigh, they took to the skies. Once Hong Yun and Nuwa departed, the demons rejoiced, indulging in a grand feast within Tang Valley. As night fell, Di Jun first escorted Shihi back to her chamber, and then sought out Tai Yi to discuss matters regarding the Heavenly Court. Since their demon clan had now established a Heavenly Court, it could not possibly reside within Tang Valley. The Heavenly Court, by its very name, must exist in the heavens. The two deliberated for a considerable time before ultimately deciding to use their immense powers to transport a paradise from the earthly realm to the heavens, thereby establishing their Heavenly Court. Just as they finalized their Heavenly Court strategy within Zixiao Palace, Hong Jun slightly opened his eyes, gazing downwards as if peering through chaos and the 33 heavens to behold Tang Valley in the wilderness. After a moment of contemplation, a smile crept upon his face. He then looked up to see the rules stirring, as though conveying some form of information. Observing these rules, Hong Jun's smile grew ever more pronounced. He then raised his hand, pointing downward towards the land of the wilderness, whereupon countless golden rays subtly descended, merging into the earth below. These transformed into hidden rules, akin to opportunities, awaiting discovery by sentient beings. He had done all he could. Now all that remained was to await the curtain to rise and orchestrate the wilderness. As he plotted the wilderness, Hong Yun and Nuwa had already returned to Coon Loon Mountain. Upon entering the grand hall, Nuwa bowed respectfully to Luya. Thank you, Master. Without your guidance, I fear I would have never found this opportunity in my lifetime. Luya chuckled. This is but a trivial matter. The crimson clouds nearby conveyed the happenings within the Soup Valley to Luya. Although he was already aware, he still listened attentively to the account. Afterward, he remarked, there is no need for concern. You should focus on your cultivation, for when the time is ripe, I shall bless you all to ascend to the realm of quasi-saint. Upon hearing this, Hong Yun's eyes gleamed with a spark of excitement, and he promptly bowed in gratitude. Just then, Nuwa hesitantly spoke up, Master, may I inquire about the whereabouts of my elder brother's opportunities? Chapter 68. A fateful calamity. Upon hearing Nuwa's words, a smile graced Lu Ya's face. He understood her perpetual worry for her elder brother, and her inquiry was entirely reasonable. However, unlike Nuwa, Fushi's opportunities did not reside in this realm, but rather would manifest after the calamity of the witch and demon tribes. During the rise of humanity, his destiny was unlike that of ordinary beings. He pursued the path of the human emperor, though he remained unaware of this, as humanity had yet to descend into the world. It is worth mentioning that the fortunes of these siblings were mutually reinforcing. Nuwa's fortunes lay in heaven, earth, and humanity, intertwining with her future and the rise of the human race. Fushi's opportunities, on the other hand, would emerge post-humanity through the path of the human emperor. Moreover, he was destined to face a calamity. Once that trial had passed, his fortunes would be unveiled at that juncture. Luya would naturally assist him in attaining his rightful place. Luya gazed at the concerned expression on Nuwa's face and said with a smile, Fushi's opportunities have yet to manifest in this world. There is no need for your worries. Simply devote yourself to your cultivation. After hearing Luya's reassurances, a smile finally appeared on Nuwa's face. She bowed respectfully to him before turning to leave the grand hall. Once Luya departed, Hong Yun spoke up, My lord, with the establishment of the Heavenly Court by Emperor Jun and others, it seems they intend to dominate the wilderness and harness its fortunes. This will inevitably lead to discord, and I fear chaos is imminent in the wilderness. Luya cast a surprised glance at Hong Yun, not expecting him to perceive matters so astutely. However, This was inconsequential. The calamity of the witch and demon tribes was well within his plans. Thus there was no cause for concern. In fact, he subtly contemplated how much benefit he could derive from this impending tribulation. This calamity was an inescapable fate for the witch and demon tribes. There was no need for worry. When the appointed time arrived, the destined individuals would undoubtedly emerge. As his words fell, Luya's figure completely vanished from the Grand Hall, leaving only Hong Yun behind. He pondered deeply over Luya's previous words, but after a while, he shook his head, finding no insights. Eventually, Hong Yun returned to his secluded training grounds, not long after Luya's disappearance. Fluctuations of energy began to ripple across the various peaks of the Coon Loon Mountains that on a relatively hidden side peak, the ancestor of the Mingi River raised his gaze, observing Nuwa hurrying towards the Nuwa Palace, for the sake of description. This side peak is referred to as the Nuwa Palace. Noticing her increasingly profound and restrained cultivation, he felt a stir in his heart and stepped out of the Grand Hall to approach her. Gently, he inquired, "Has the master sent you out this time for a particular opportunity?" Nuwa glanced at the ancestor of Mingi River, recalling how she had once been bound by the blood-devouring spirit vine, nearly bursting into laughter. Noticing Nuwa's shoulders shaking with suppressed mirth, the ancestor's expression darkened, as if he too recalled that moment. Back then, he had been mercilessly lashed while trapped by the blood-devouring spirit vine, becoming the subject of ridicule for many years. Such memories resurfaced with every conversation he had with others. After a while, Nuwa's expression returned to normal, and she replied, "Why not ask the master yourself?" The ancestor of Mingi River was momentarily taken aback, inwardly lamenting if he dared to inquire of Luya, would he still need to intercept Nuwa? Clearing his throat, he responded, "Surely, the master's actions are beyond our speculation. My junior brother is merely curious." As the ancestor's words fell upon Nuwa's ears, her smile grew ever more radiant. She then raised her hand and gently tapped, causing a vast surge of merit power to manifest before her. Upon witnessing the merit power in Nuwa's hand, the ancestor's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. He had seen such merit during Luya's teachings, but never expected Nuwa to possess so much. Then, seemingly struck by a thought, he hesitantly asked, "Is this an opportunity bestowed upon you by the master?" Nuwa nodded with a smile. Indeed, the ancestor felt a stir in his heart and glanced towards the main peak's Grand Hall, contemplating whether he should go and shed a few tears. Perhaps he could evoke the master's sympathy and receive such an astonishing opportunity. Nuwa cast a peculiar glance at the ancestor of Mingi River, then nodded slightly before returning to the Nuwa Palace. Left alone, the ancestor of Mingi River gazed into the distance for a while before noticing a small figure approaching him. Startled, he promptly retreated to his Blood Sea peak. He activated the formation, informing the Shura tribe within the Blood Sea that he was in seclusion and should not be disturbed. Should anyone seek him, they were to relay that he was in retreat. Only after the ancestor of Mingi River had thoroughly entered seclusion did the small figure arrive at Blood Sea Peak. It was none other than the Ginseng baby. The Ginseng baby, with a curious expression, looked at the open formation of Blood Sea Peak and wondered why the ancestor had suddenly entered seclusion when he had just seen him outside. He had intended to find him to gather some celestial herbs from the mountains. The Shura tribe guarding the mountain gate cast apprehensive glances at the Ginseng baby. One among them, summoning his courage, spoke, "I report to you, young Immortal, that our ancestor has been in seclusion for several days. May I ask if you have urgent matters?" The Ginseng baby shook his head slightly, then departed from that place. He glanced at the peaks of the three pure ones, which also bore the signs of closed formations, indicating their seclusion. This left him somewhat perplexed. Eventually, he arrived at Mount Wanshou, where Xinyuanzi was not in seclusion. Instead, he handed the Ginseng baby a ginseng fruit, instructing him to take it back for thorough study. Holding the ginseng fruit, which bore an 8-point resemblance to himself, the Ginseng baby returned to the medicinal garden in a daze. Once he left, Xinyuanzi let out a sigh of relief. He had only recently discovered that the ginseng fruits growing on his ginseng tree bore an uncanny likeness to the ginseng baby. Were it not for this, he too might have been in seclusion by now. This moment, within the Nuwa Palace, Nuwa entered the Grand Hall, observing Fushi, who was playing the zither. A smile graced her face as she remarked, "Brother, you have such refined tastes." Fushi replied with a chuckle. "The master once said that one must balance labor with rest. Perpetual seclusion ultimately leads to mere self-imposed limitations that it is better to await Hongjuan's teachings in the future. For only then can we resolve our uncertainties." Nuan nodded in agreement. Fushi continued, "The master has summoned you this time. Likely due to the emergence of an opportunity, it should be noted that Fushi was among those who understood Luya the best. He was aware that without the manifestation of opportunities, Luya would not readily allow them to leave their secluded realms. Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Nuan nodding in affirmation. She recounted the events that had transpired in Soup Valley to Fushi. Upon hearing this, Fushi's face lit up with excitement. The establishment of the Heavenly Court by Emperor Jun and his companions is a monumental boon for our demon race. Chapter 69. The Golden Crow gives birth to 10 offspring ultimately. Fushi and Nuwa are indeed denizens of the demon clan. The establishment of the Heavenly Court by Emperor Jun and his companions is an immensely fortuitous event for the myriad demon tribes in the primordial world. This not only bolsters the cohesion among their kin, but also allows the demon race to seize opportunities for fortune throughout the vast expanse of the primordial realm, as far as he knows. The only prominent factions within the demon race are the witch and demon clans. However, the witches do not cultivate their primordial spirit or magical prowess, and for them, the benefits to be gained in the primordial world are limited to fortune alone. Moreover, their naturally formidable physiques are even more robust than those of the demons. Had the demon race not established the Heavenly Court, they would likely suffer considerable losses in future competitions for supremacy within the primordial realm. Observing her brother's elation, Nuwa could not help but shake her head and let out a sigh. Although she's also a member of the demon race, her sense of belonging pales in comparison to Fushi's. Hence, when she witnessed the establishment of the Heavenly Court by Emperor Jun and the others, she did not feel particularly moved. Her aspirations in this life are to achieve the status of a sage, much like her esteemed teacher. After all, beneath the sage, all are mere ants. Only by attaining the sage's realm can one glimpse the future through a pinhole. The two engaged in profound discussions within Nuwa's palace for an extended period before finally retreating into seclusion. Unbeknownst to the passage of years, several resonant sounds of Tao echoed suddenly within Coon Loon Mountain, awakening everyone from their meditative states. They turned their attention towards the main peak, where the unmistakable sounds of the Tao originated. Looking up, they exclaimed with delight, "Our teacher has emerged from seclusion." Since the day Nuwa and Hongyun returned, Luya had directly entered seclusion, which in truth was merely a quest for a tranquil place to take a nap. Since arriving in the primordial realm, he had rarely needed to rest like an ordinary mortal. After attaining sagehood, feeling mentally fatigued, he seized the opportunity to recuperate. Upon reaching the main peak, they gazed at the familiar figure seated in the high seat and promptly greeted. "We pay our respects to our teacher." Luya squinted slightly, looking at the assembly, and asked, "How long remains until that old man Hongjun delivers his teachings?" Hongyun spoke first. "There are approximately 1,500 years remaining until Saint Hongjuan's discourse." Upon hearing this, Luya could not help but mutter to himself he had not anticipated that his brief respite would stretch into 1,500 years. Subsequently, he smiled at the gathered disciples, surveying their cultivation levels before speaking. "Indeed, you have not been idling during this time." Currently, the three clear ones had reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage Deluo Golden Immortal realm, merely a step away from the late stage. The other disciples, though not as advanced as the three clear ones, had not lagged far behind that in due course. He could leverage Hongjuan's 3 teachings to assist his disciples in breaking through to the late stage of Deluo Golden Immortal. As this thought crossed his mind, a sense of guilt unexpectedly arose within him. Over the years since arriving in the primordial realm, he had taken quite a few things from that old man Hongjun. Now he would be relying on Hongjuan's teachings to facilitate his disciples' breakthroughs. Was this not somewhat excessive? However, this fleeting thought of guilt quickly dissipated, as such sentiments were not meant to linger in his heart. Just as he was about to address his disciples, he suddenly looked up towards the distance, fixating on a cloud above Tang Valley. There, Among the clouds above Tang Valley stood a magnificent palace complex made of white jade. Towering majestically, that it was none other than the heavenly court established by Emperor Jun and his companions. Luya gazed toward the heavenly court and saw a palace bathed in sunlight, where, in a moment of dazed perception, it appeared as if 10 small suns were gradually rising. Soon after, resonant cries echoed throughout the primordial realm. This moment, the 3 clear ones sensed something amiss and turned their gazes toward the heavenly court. However, with their current levels of cultivation, they could only vaguely surmise that something significant was manifesting within the heavenly court. Turning back, they noticed that Luya was still lost in thought and dared not disturb him. Choosing instead to stand quietly in the great hall, Luya, still focused on the direction of the heavenly court, could not help but chuckle inwardly. Before traversing to the primordial realm, he had heard tales of Emperor Jun's 10th son sharing his name. In truth, it was merely the perception of later generations that rendered Luya's background exceedingly mysterious and complex. Just as Emperor Jun had birthed 10 sons, only to have 9 slain by Ho-E, leaving 1 remaining with a blade capable of slaying immortals. Thus the name of Luya became associated with Emperor Jun's 10th son. Yet now, in his eyes, it appeared to be mere folly. Peering towards the heavenly court, he secretly deduced the heavenly mysteries and gleaned information about Emperor Jun's 10th son. Today, Emperor Jun's wife, Shi-He, had given birth to 10 sons, all named Bo Zhong, Zhonglang, Shu Kuan, Ji Shi, Xianrui, Lu Jun, Yiqiong, De Zhun, Ren Jing, and It is noteworthy that only Lu Jun's name bore a resemblance to his own, though this child was not the 10th in the birth order. A pity indeed. After a considerable time, Luya regained his senses and looked at his disciples, particularly at Nuwa and Fushi. With a smile, he declared, "Now that he has given birth to 10 sons, you too, being of the demon race, should ascend the mountain to offer your congratulations." Upon hearing this, Nuwa displayed no discernible emotion, while Fushi's face brightened with joy. The birth of offspring by Emperor Jun is undoubtedly a fortuitous event for both the demon race and the heavenly court. Immediately, he bowed to Luya, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, teacher, for your kindness." As their words fell, Fushi led Nuwa back to their respective peak to prepare gifts for the heavenly court. Once they departed, Yuanshi spoke up. "Teacher, Emperor Jun's offspring bears no relation to our Coon Loon lineage. Why must we specifically send our junior disciples to pay respects? Years ago, outside Tang Valley, Emperor Jun and his cohorts had led the demon horde to besiege the 3 clear ones. Had it not been for Luya's timely arrival, dire consequences may have ensued." Thus, Yuanshi harbored a measure of disdain toward the current heavenly court. In his view, the denizens of the heavenly court were merely a motley crew, a collection of feathered beasts, far inferior in lineage and cultivation to the few brothers present. Luya, observing the lingering resentment in Yuanshi's eyes, smiled and responded, "Fushi and Nuwa are indeed members of the demon race. This is an inextricable connection. Moreover, in the future, this heavenly court may truly come to be regarded as the genuine heavenly court." Upon hearing Luya's words, the 3 clear ones exchanged puzzled glances. The first part of his statement was somewhat comprehensible, yet the latter portion eluded their understanding. Just as they were about to inquire further, Luya waved his hand and said, "You should return and solidify your cultivation. In due course, you may attempt to break through while attending lectures in the Zhixiao Palace." The 3 clear ones, upon hearing this, bowed respectfully before turning to leave the great hall. Chapter 70. I go within the ancestral witch hall of Mount Bujo. The 12 ancestral witches gazed toward the direction of the heavenly court, and upon sensing the powerful and intense aura emanating from the 10 young beings, they exchanged glances filled with concern. After a long pause, one of them spoke. "Eldest brother, with Emperor Jun's birth of 10 sons, they are likely to become formidable adversaries for our witch clan in the future, that we must remain vigilant." The speaker was none other than Zhu Jiuyin, who ranked among the 12 ancestral witches with moderate strength but possessed superior cunning. His words consistently garnered the attention of Dijiang. Upon hearing Zhu Jiuyin's remarks, Zhurong and Gonggong exchanged knowing smiles, their disdain unmistakable. Zhurong chuckled, "They are merely a handful of whelps. Even with 1,000,000 years of cultivation, how could they possibly catch up to us? Gong Gong added with a laugh. In this primordial realm, there exists no place for the cultivation of these 10 young ones. At this moment, the conflicts between the witch and demon clans had escalated to a terrifying degree. What began as small-scale skirmishes had devolved into ambushes and assassinations targeting the elite offspring of opposing clans, with even small-scale tribal exterminations commencing to speak frankly, as long as Emperor Jun's 10 children remain within the heavenly court. All is well. Should they venture outside, their lives may be forfeit. Zhu Jiuyin cast a cold glance at the two brothers, unable to suppress a derisive snicker. This scene left Zhurong and Gong Gong's faces flushed with indignation. Just as they were about to unleash their wrath, Di Jiang subtly gestured for silence and spoke. Enough. Do not quarrel. Dispatch our clan's disciples to closely monitor the activities of the heavenly court. If those 10 young ones do not emerge, all is well. But should they venture forth, we shall find a reason to ensure they do not return. The remaining 11 ancestral shamans nodded in agreement upon hearing this. At this moment in the celestial realm, she gazed affectionately at the 10 little golden crows still nestled in their swaddling. Although these 10 golden crows had only just been born, their cultivation had already reached the level of celestial immortals. Even if they did not engage in further training, by the time they matured, they would at least become Tai golden immortals. With a bit of cultivation, they could ascend to the level of great Luo golden immortals. Akin to Dijun beside her, Dijun and Tai stood side by side, their brows slightly furrowed as they observed the 10 tiny golden crows. After a brief moment, Tai spoke up, saying, "Not long ago, a proud disciple from our demon clan was ambushed and fell at the hands of that barbaric witch clan." Dijun's expression darkened significantly upon hearing this. He was already aware of the incident. The disciple in question was a member of the powerful Golden Feather clan within the avian race. If things had gone as expected, he could have grown to become a formidable demon general. Yet, not long ago, he had perished in the wilderness, surrounded and killed by enemies. This incited great anger within him, yet he felt helpless. After all, their demon clan's hands were not entirely clean, having previously ambushed several powerful shamans. He glanced at the 10 little golden crows before him and sighed softly. They must not leave the celestial realm. He shook his head slightly. Not at this moment. Once they grow a bit and gain some understanding, we shall send them into Tang Valley. She hesitated for a moment, then looked down at her offspring before raising her gaze to Dijun. After a moment of silence, spoke. Very well. Furthermore, a demon general must be assigned to strictly guard them, preventing any members of the witch clan from approaching Tang Valley. Tai nodded in agreement. This arrangement would indeed be the best choice for the newly emerged 10 little golden crows. Currently, the conflict between the witch and demon clans raged on. Though not yet reaching its peak intensity, it remained brutal, and it was an opportune time for them to emerge. Had the demon clan taken control of the entire wilderness by the time these 10 little golden crows came into the world, they would have held dominion over the entire expanse. Alas, for now, they could only be hidden away, remaining out of sight. Dijun glanced at his wife, then said, "You should spend more time with them during this period." Upon hearing this, she nodded tenderly and continued to watch over her offspring. Dijun and Tai exited the celestial realm, floating in the void as they looked up toward the direction of the purple cloud palace beyond the 33 heavens. With the imminent arrival of Hong Jun's teachings, should they seize even a fleeting opportunity to become his disciples, it would greatly enhance the prospects of the demon clan in the wilderness. However, they found themselves uncertain whether this sage would wish to involve himself in the affairs of the witch and demon clans. After a long while, both men let out a deep sigh. Meanwhile, within the tumultuous realm of the witch and demon clans, on Coon Loon Mountain, the various side peaks shimmered with light as the 3 pure ones emerged from their seclusion. Several disciples under Luya also exited their retreats. After some time, they gathered together, exchanging glances and discovering that their cultivation had stagnated, prompting them all to share a wry smile. They were among the first beings in the wilderness and the first to achieve the status of great Luo golden immortals. Unlike the deities and demons of the ancient chaos, the path they traversed was one uncharted, relying solely on their own efforts. Had it not been for Luya's prior teachings, they might have remained forever unable to enter the later stages of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Laozi glanced subtly at the main peak and quietly asked, "Has the master entered seclusion once more?" Yuan Shi and Tong Tian exchanged a knowing look before hastily shaking their heads. They were unaware, nor did they dare to know, and Yu Hua and the others remained silent, their gazes fixed inward, not a single one daring to speak. Just as uncertainty lingered in their hearts, a voice calling out from afar reached their ears. They looked up to see the ginseng baby smiling at them. The three pure ones felt a jolt of apprehension, and as they contemplated turning to leave, they found the space around them had been directly confined, rendering them motionless. They could only watch helplessly as the ginseng baby approached. The ginseng baby clapped its hands and stated, "It seems the technique imparted by the master is quite effective." Upon hearing this, everyone could only manage a bitter smile. They had previously questioned how this ginseng baby, merely at the late stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal, could so easily confine them, who were in the mid-stages of the same realm. Now, learning that it was a technique taught by their master, it made sense. The ginseng baby continued, "My medicinal garden needs expansion once more. You few should not remain in seclusion all day, as the elders said. One must balance work and rest, go into the deep mountains and gather several thousand stalks of celestial herbs for me." Hearing this, the expressions of the gathered individuals turned grim, in the Coon Loon mountain range. Most of the beings guarding the celestial herbs had likely reached the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. The it was not that this stage was simple, but rather due to their master's immense blessings. If they wished to collect celestial herbs again, it would not be as straightforward as before. Just as they were about to voice their objections, the ginseng baby glared and shouted, "Are you going or not?" Upon hearing this, they exchanged glances, their expressions filled with despair, and in unison replied, "I will go." Chapter 71. Within the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun emerges from seclusion. As the words fell, the ginseng baby nodded in satisfaction and snapped its fingers. The confinement they experienced swiftly dissipated, granting them their freedom once more. The ginseng baby smiled at the group before it, saying, "There are still over 1,000 years until Hongjun's teachings commence. You all have 3 years to seek out the celestial herbs in the deep mountains." Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, each sighing deeply within. Had they known this, they could have remained in their secluded meditation for 1,000 years without emerging so early. Subsequently, they turned to leave, delving into the depths of Coon Loon Mountain to search for the herbs. Once they departed, the ginseng baby soared toward the main peak, entering the grand hall and questioning, "Master, why is this so?" Luya chuckled, saying, "They have been in seclusion for thousands of years. Remaining in stillness would yield no benefit. They might as well walk the mountains, practicing as they go. That is the true path." Upon hearing Luya's words, the ginseng baby nodded in agreement that in the future, when expanding the medicinal garden, it would provide an excuse. After all, it was all for their benefit. Time flew by, and after approximately 1,000 years, the three pure ones emerged from the depths of Coon Loon Mountain, looking disheveled, but on their way to the medicinal garden. They exchanged glances, sharing a resigned smile. Just as they had previously thought, most of the beings in the depths of Coon Loon Mountain had attained the Great Luo Golden Immortal Fruit status. Especially those guarding the celestial herbs, their cultivation was profound. Even they had to exert tremendous effort to obtain the herbs. Upon arriving at the medicinal garden, they presented the gathered celestial herbs to the ginseng baby, departing under its satisfied gaze. Just as they left, an unnoticed figure stealthily approached the medicinal garden, familiar with the terrain, and shrank in size, diving into the area of mature medicinal herbs, voraciously consuming them. Moments later, the three pure ones who had just departed heard the furious roar of the ginseng baby emanating from the direction of the medicinal garden. Accompanying this was a resounding dragon's roar. The group sighed deeply. Then each returned to their respective peaks to meditate and practice this moment. Within the main peak, Luya gazed up at the heavens, particularly toward the direction of the Purple Cloud Palace. As if he could see a pair of icy eyes, simultaneously, within the Purple Cloud Palace, a figure suddenly materialized. Hongjun looked down upon the wilderness, his divine gaze seemingly crossing the 33 heavens, connecting with Liu Ya's eyes, followed by a cold smile. His saintly realm had now been thoroughly solidified that in a few hundred years, when he preached within the Purple Cloud Palace, he would be able to seize the fortunes of the wilderness on a grand scale. At that time, it would mark the beginning of his path to becoming a saint and ancestor. Then, with a wave of his hand, Hongjun concealed the entire Purple Cloud Palace, rendering Liu Ya unable to gaze upon it any longer. Meanwhile, below in the Coon Loon mountain range, Liu Ya slowly withdrew his gaze, chuckling softly that old Hongjun remains as stingy as ever. As his voice faded, his consciousness instantaneously enveloped the entire Coon Loon mountain range, revealing the various disciples meditating upon their respective peaks. In this manner, he felt no remorse for his prior schemes. When the time came, he would not require his disciples to venture to the Zixiao Palace for enlightenment, thus sparing himself considerable effort. Just as Liu Ya was contemplating sending his disciples to Zixiao Palace, at that very moment, in the heavenly court above, Emperor Jun regarded the 10 young acolytes before him and nodded slightly. These 10 acolytes were his offspring, the 10 young Golden Crows. The Golden Crow clan was known for its slow maturation, and after over a millennium, these 10 young ones had only reached their current state. Beside Emperor Jun, Tai Yi and Shihi also observed the 10 children, particularly Shihi, whose eyes were filled with hesitation. After a moment, she spoke up, asking, "Are we truly to send them into the Tang Valley? They are still but children." A flicker of affection passed through Tai Yi's gaze. Although the decision to send these 10 young Golden Crows to the Tang Valley was originally his idea, now that the time had come for their departure, he felt a pang of reluctance. Emperor Jun nodded and replied, "The conflict between our demon clan and the witch clan grows increasingly frequent, with many talented youths meeting untimely ends. Sending them to the Tang Valley is a measure for their safety," she countered. "Is the heavenly court not safe enough?" Emperor Jun shook his head, reasoning that, by all standards, the heavenly court and the ancestral witch hall were on the same level, and thus should be secure. However, he worried that these 10 children, left without guidance in the heavenly court, would inevitably cause trouble in due time. By then, it would be too late for regrets. Rather than risk such a scenario, it would be wiser to send them to the Tang Valley, where demon generals could oversee them. Compared to the heavenly court, the Tang Valley was more suitable for the growth and supervision of these 10 children. After a lengthy pause, Emperor Jun finally declared, "My decision is made. You need not argue further. When the heavenly court has completely mastered the wilderness, they can be brought back to our side." With his words, a demon general appeared, tasked with escorting the 10 young Golden Crows to the Tang Valley. Shihi, filled with sorrow, insisted, "I shall personally see them there." Thus, she followed the demon general, leading the 10 young Golden Crows towards the Tang Valley. Once Shihi and the others had departed, Tai Yi spoke, "As the day of the sage's discourse approaches, it is time we make our decisions." Emperor Jun nodded in agreement, replying, "Indeed." Meanwhile, amidst the clouds above the wilderness, Jin and Junti had just acquired a spiritual treasure on a celestial mountain and were now heading towards the location closest to the 33 heavens. Since Liu Ya's previous discourse, they had not returned to the west, but remained in the east, wandering the wilderness, collecting spiritual treasures, and awaiting Hongjuan's teachings. Having missed the last opportunity to attend the sage's lecture, they were determined not to let this one slip away. Not only them, but many other powerful beings in the wilderness harbored similar intentions. After witnessing Liu Ya accept disciples, they had been eagerly anticipating the start of Hongjuan's teachings. Aspiring to become his disciples, should they truly succeed in becoming disciples of a sage, the path to the great Tao would be within reach, as these great beings in the wilderness brimmed with expectation. Within the Zixiao Palace, the previously meditative Hongjun suddenly opened his eyes, gazing down upon the vast wilderness below. After a moment of silence, he proclaimed, "The time for discourse has arrived. All those with fate in the wilderness may come to Zixiao Palace to listen." Instantly, the sound of the Tao resonated throughout the wilderness. Countless beams of light shot forth from all directions, racing towards the Zixiao Palace. Chapter 72. The discourse begins upon hearing Hongjuan's voice. The wilderness trembled as countless mighty beings surged towards the Zixiao Palace. In the Tang Valley, Emperor Jun and Tai exchanged glances, and in the next moment, they transformed into three streaks of light, soaring into the sky towards the Zixiao Palace. They had grand ambitions. And this time, they must secure their place as disciples of the sage, laying the groundwork for their future endeavors in seizing the fortune of the wilderness. They were not alone. The two bald-headed practitioners closest to the Zixiao Palace were none other than Jin and Juni. Having lingered nearby, they had not strayed too far, positioning themselves within the first wave heading towards the Zixiao Palace. Atop the main peak of Coon Loon Mountain, within the Grand Hall, the three Pure Ones gathered, all gazing up at Luya, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Lu cast his gaze downward, a smile gracing his face, and then said, "Since that old fool has begun his discourse, you may take your leave." The three Pure Ones promptly saluted, declaring, "We shall faithfully obey our master's command." With that, they swiftly exited the Grand Hall, racing towards the Zixiao Palace. Now, only Hong Yun and the Ginseng baby remained in the hall. The Ginseng baby and Ying Long had both reached the late stage of the Daluo Golden Immortal realm, having heard Luya mention that the first discourse by Hong Jun would hold little significance for them. Thus, they chose to remain in Coon Loon Mountain to rest. That Luya gazed up at the sky, a smile playing on his lips. The time to reap the rewards had come. He wondered if that old Hong Jun would be displeased. Within the Zixiao Palace, in a secluded chamber, Hong Jun raised his gaze towards the wilderness. Upon seeing the throngs of mighty beings rushing forth, a smile crept upon his face. Although he was not the first to deliver a discourse in the wilderness, nor did the title of Dao ancestor rest upon him, it mattered little to him. Moreover, many powerful beings in the wilderness needed to attend the teachings at Zixiao Palace. This would forge the causal connections between him and these mighty beings, allowing the plans he had long contemplated to finally come to fruition. While Hong Jun pondered these matters, he suddenly noticed that, in addition to the unanchored mighty beings, the Coon Loon lineage was also making its way to Zixiao Palace. Upon seeing the three Pure Ones, Hong Jun's expression darkened, and he began to calculate. What exactly was Luya plotting? What scheme lay behind it? Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he ultimately shook his head, dismissing the thoughts. After some time, individuals began to arrive outside Zixiao Palace, with Jin and Junti being the closest. Upon reaching the palace, they found the doors still closed. As they hesitated, the grand entrance of Zixiao Palace slowly swung open, revealing 7 cushions within the hall. The two rejoiced and were about to rush inside, when several figures darted past them. Upon closer inspection, they saw that 3 seats had already been claimed by Emperor Jun. Tai and Shi. Jin and Junti exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, and they hastened into the hall, claiming 2 of the cushions. With their seating established, only 2 cushions remained at this moment. The 3 Pure Ones also arrived at Zixiao Palace. Eyeing the remaining 2 cushions with quiet amusement, they silently mused that Hong Jun was merely employing the same tactics their master had once used. Shaking their heads, they positioned themselves behind the cushions and awaited further arrivals. Soon after, a demon from the demon clan rushed into the palace, occupying one of the remaining cushions. As everyone turned to look, they recognized him as the demon master Kunpeng. Kunpeng's face lit up with joy as he surveyed the room. However, upon seeing Emperor Jun and the others, his expression sobered slightly. He then settled quietly onto the cushion, awaiting the arrival of others. As more individuals took their seats, a flurry of movement heralded the entrance of the 12 ancestral witches. They paused, staring at the last remaining cushion in the hall, momentarily taken aback. After contemplating, the 12 ancestral witches shook their heads. They did not cultivate the primordial spirit or magical power, and had it not been for witnessing Emperor Jun and the others head towards Zixiao Palace, they would not have come. Just as the crowd hesitated, a figure settled down upon the final cushion, and a faint glow flickered around him. Once all 7 cushions were occupied, the remaining mighty beings of the wilderness began to arrive in succession. Upon finding every cushion taken, their expressions turned bittersweet. After a prolonged silence, the voice of the Tao resonated in the hall. High upon the clouds, I recline, cushions of truth, I find, beyond the realms of heaven and earth. I shall be the master of the divine. As the words fell, When the crowd raised their heads once more, they beheld Hongjun already seated aloft. The venerable Hongjun cast his gaze down upon the assembly, and upon noticing the 7 individuals seated upon the mat, he could not help but let out a sigh. Back when he had yet to attain sainthood, he had discerned a fateful connection with several among them, all of whom possessed exceptional potential. However, one after another, those individuals had been usurped by that rogue Luya, leaving him with but 2 of the destined disciples. The lament echoed within Hongjun's heart. Yet, had he known that these remaining 2 were deliberately reserved for him by Luya, he might have harbored a different sentiment. After a moment, Hongjun spoke. I, a humble Taoist, have attained sainthood and am thus entitled to 3 sermons. You, with whom I share a fateful bond, may enter the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to my teachings. Listen well. Within the Purple Cloud Palace, the powerful beings of the primordial world displayed expressions of delight, collectively exclaiming, "Thank you, Saint, for your benevolence." Hongjun nodded slightly, then opened his mouth to deliver the sermon, his voice instantly filling the entire palace. The interplay of yin and yang gives rise to all things. Utilizing the 5 elements, the 5 elements mutually conquer, and all things experience cycles of prosperity and decline. The processes of life and death are incessant. Thus the flow of existence never ceases, and energies continuously interweave. For billions of eons, this has never faltered. Those who attain life align with pure yang, ascending to become immortals. Those who meet death plunge into utter yin, existing as ghosts upon the earth. Among the spectral entities, there exist distinctions of merit and demerit, strength and weakness, rigidity and flexibility, goodness and evil, much akin to the mortal realm. The sound of the teaching spiraled through the Purple Cloud Palace, ensnaring all the mighty beings within its melody. Immersing them in the laws of the cosmos, the palace brimmed with extraordinary phenomena. Purple chi flowed from the east, and golden lotuses surged from the earth. During the sermon, Hongjun lifted his gaze to observe the assembly, and upon seeing the 3 pure ones, his expression bore a deeper shade of regret. What a pity, he thought, for these individuals to have first pledged their allegiance to Luya. How splendid it would have been had they been my disciples. Shaking his head, he continued his discourse. Consider the rampant mischief of spirits and deities, the calamities they bring upon humanity. The 5 emperors and 3 officials constantly oversee and enforce their decrees, their laws all clearly delineated. Yet, in these latter days, the populace is rife with deceit. The pure essence has scattered, and demonic energies have begun to stir. Disloyalty to sovereigns, ingratitude to parents, violations of the 3 cardinal guides, and 5 constant virtues lead to their own demise. In their decline, they become susceptible to myriad ailments, suffering greatly, with many failing to reach old age, falling prey to untimely death. Just as the audience was engrossed in the teachings, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Chapter 73. The law is not to be shared with 6 ears. In the heart of Coon Loon Mountain, Luya, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly turned his gaze toward the more concealed hillock. His divine sight swept forth, revealing all within that secluded spot. Upon observing the entities residing within, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, and his thoughts raced. Uncertain of what had crossed his mind, he shook his head and chuckled. That little rascal had been eavesdropping on his teachings outside the mountain, which he could tolerate, for he was not a miserly individual. However, now it had resorted to such means to eavesdrop on the sermon at the Purple Cloud Palace. It was likely to face some consequences. Luya chuckled and shook his head before resuming his meditation. Within the Purple Cloud Palace, the sound of the teaching abruptly ceased, and the mighty beings, previously enraptured by the cosmic laws, all lifted their heads in confusion, gazing upwards. They had been completely absorbed in the teachings, akin to swimming in a vast ocean of principles, deeply contemplating the primordial laws and the profound doctrines expounded by Hongjun. Yet now, the teachings had suddenly halted, and the laws that had enveloped the space began to weaken and dissipate. Furthermore, the extraordinary phenomena within the grand hall vanished entirely. Observing this, Hongjun slightly lifted his gaze, seemingly scanning the assembly below. Just as the crowd was engulfed in perplexity, Hongjun spoke. The law is not to be shared with 6 ears. In an instant, the sound of the teaching reverberated forth, swiftly spreading throughout the entirety of the primordial realm. The 3,000 guests within the Purple Cloud Palace, upon hearing Hongjuan's declaration, displayed expressions of bewilderment, some unable to comprehend why the saint would utter such words. Not only were they confused, but those powerful beings who had heard Hongjuan's teachings yet failed to reach the Purple Cloud Palace were even more puzzled. What, indeed, was the intent behind the saint's proclamation? At this moment, atop a more secluded peak near Coon Loon Mountain, a celestial monkey of the heavenly realms sat cross-legged upon a massive stone. Its expression was solemn and dignified, with 3 ears sprouting from either side of its head, which quivered slightly as if eavesdropping on something. This creature, known as the 6-eared macaque, was one of the 4 great spiritual monkeys born of heaven and earth. Possessing unique abilities, the 6-eared macaque could discern events occurring thousands of miles away. Whether it be the conversations of mortals or the exchanges of deities, it could perceive them all, thus excelling in the art of listening, comprehending principles, and discerning sequences, endowed with the divine ability to understand all things. Though its existence did not predate many of the other powerful beings in the primordial realm, its wisdom developed later. Akati had existed since the time Liu Ye attained sainthood and declared his teachings. Upon hearing Liu Ye's divine sound, it felt an inexplicable resonance and made its way to the vicinity of Coon Loon Mountain. Having listened to Liu Ye's sermon, it awakened its intelligence. Its potential was commendable. Yet for reasons unknown, its cultivation progressed slowly, and it had only recently reached the heavenly realm. Having heard that a second saint was about to deliver teachings, it, not having strayed far from Coon Loon Mountain, sought a secluded peak atop which it could employ its powers to listen to the great principles. After all, with its current cultivation, it could not traverse the 33 heavens to reach the Purple Cloud Palace. However, it never anticipated that just as it began to absorb the teachings, an unforeseen calamity would befall it. Yes, the words "the law is not to be shared with 6 ears" echoed throughout the primordial realm. An invisible and formidable force descended upon the vicinity of Coon Loon Mountain, bearing down upon the 6-eared macaque. Such overwhelming power could not be resisted by the 6-eared macaque at its current cultivation level. In an instant, it was crushed to the ground, prostrating upon a massive stone, blood spurting from its mouth, and its realm teetering on the brink of instability. Back within the grand hall of Coon Loon Mountain, Liu Ye slightly opened his eyes, furrowing his brow as he observed the 6-eared macaque struggling atop the peak. He could not help but sigh. This old Hongjun had an excessively volatile temper and was far too petty. Much like the ignorant Tao of heaven, to unleash such severity upon a curious little monkey was rather uncalled for. With this thought, Liu Ye shook his head gently and then raised a hand, pointing to I in an instant. The terrifying pressure that had descended upon the vicinity of Coon Loon Mountain dissipated entirely on the small peak atop the massive stone. The 6-eared macaque reluctantly lifted its head, tears of blood welling in its eyes as it struggled to gaze toward the direction of the Purple Cloud Palace. Its heart brimming with resentment. It could never have imagined that this saint would be so harsh regarding the matter of imparting teachings. Simultaneously, it glanced toward the main peak of Coon Loon Mountain, a fleeting look of gratitude flashing across its eyes. Had this saint not intervened, it might very well have perished under that overwhelming pressure. Struggling to rise, the 6-eared macaque descended from the massive stone, filled with a profound sense of having survived a calamity, while simultaneously vowing to remember this day. Within the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjuan's brow furrowed, his expression not quite pleasant. He had never anticipated that the pressure he had intended to wield merely to intimidate a lowly creature would be thwarted by that rogue Liu Ye. This rogue truly was exceedingly vexatious. Taking a deep breath, Hongjun turned to the assembly of powerful beings, his expression remaining unchanged, and continued his teachings in the area where the 3 pure ones were seated. Tong Tian, feeling somewhat curious, transmitted a message to his fellow disciples. Did the saint's expression seem to change just now? As soon as the words left his mouth, Laozi reprimanded. Silence. Focus on the teachings, lest you waste the master's efforts. Upon hearing this, the disciples of Coon Loon Mountain fell silent instantly. Their master had indeed secured many spiritual treasures from this saint, and now they could comfortably listen to the teachings here. likely due to their master's backing. They must not squander such a splendid opportunity. Hong Jun slightly raised his gaze to observe Tong Tian, then continued to expound upon the great principles with an impassive expression. In the silence that transcends all sects, the void stands as the blade of calamity. Who can measure this profound depth? Once entering the path of great attainment, who can count the years of tribulation? Neither born nor extinguished, the desire for life arises from the lotus blossom, transcending the three realms. With a compassionate heart, one can unravel the web of the world. The embodiment of supreme virtue transcends the mortal realm. With each generation ascending to become celestial beings, to comprehend the revered essence of the sage, one must delve into the profound principles, traversing the ineffable and the unfathomable, hence the appellation the great above. The enlightened ones are characterized by openness and fluidity, unencumbered by worldly concerns, perceiving the vast and the ethereal with clarity and ease. The mysterious delve into the profound and the distant, embodying a serene tranquility. With their understanding veiled in subtlety and obscurity, within the grand hall, unusual phenomena arise. In the palace of purple clouds, 3,000 guests find themselves immersed in the principles of the Tao, grasping the essence of the Great Way. Golden lotuses surge forth, spiraling through the space, as purple energy flows from the east, encircling the 3,000 guests. The infinite manifestations of the Tao unfold, transforming the very essence of the Great Way into tangible forms for the many great beings present to comprehend. The spiritually adept harness their profound energies, illuminating with wisdom, adapting to the nuances of their circumstances, and exercising sagacity in the face of myriad challenges. The treasures of existence are rare and distinguished, their nobility adorned with honor. Through the manifestations of the Tao, the cosmos takes shape, nurturing life and creation. Countless beings emerge, transcending the limits of existence, with the essence of abundance reflected in their expressions. Thus, they aid in the elevation of both celestial and terrestrial beings, transcending measure and quantity, as they embark upon the mystical path, achieving the formless as the principles of the Tao surged within the palace. Approximately a millennium passed. Laozi, seated closest to the mat, suddenly found 3 flowers blossoming atop his head, drawing in the manifested principles of the Tao with a voracious appetite. Instantly, the 3,000 guests in the Palace of Purple Clouds were awakened. Chapter 74. The conclusion of the teaching. As the attendees emerged from their contemplations, they turned their gaze towards Laozi, who was enveloped by countless principles of the Great Way, akin to flowing rivers. The 3 flowers atop his head swayed continuously, drawing nourishment from these rivers of L and W. In mere moments, the flowers grew increasingly solid. The 7 individuals nearest to Laozi observed his cultivation rising steadily, their faces betraying expressions of envy. The figures of Jean and Juanti flashed with jealousy as they realized that, despite their prior assumptions of benefiting most from their esteemed positions in the hall, Laozi had unexpectedly made the first breakthrough. Even Hong Jun, positioned above, displayed a fleeting look of astonishment. Though he had long recognized the exceptional potential of the 3 pure ones, he had not anticipated Laozi's comprehension would allow him to transcend during the very discourse. Consequently, Laozi stepped into the latter stages of the great Luo golden immortal realm, leaving him utterly astonished. The other members of the Coon Loon lineage regarded Laozi with unmasked envy. Aside from Hong Yun, Laozi's cultivation and insight were unparalleled among them. Thus, Laozi's breakthrough during this discourse was not entirely unexpected. Meanwhile, the remaining great beings of the vast wilderness were consumed with envy and resentment. While it was acceptable for the sage to accept disciples, it was shocking that Laozi was the first to break through during this new sage's teachings. Such an opportunity was indeed the source of great admiration among the crowd. Silence enveloped the Palace of Purple Clouds as the mighty beings gazed upon Laozi's ascension, wishing to take his place. After a considerable time, the 3 flowers atop Laozi's head ceased their swaying, no longer drawing in the principles of the Tao with fervor, gradually returning to their former state. In the next moment, his immense magical power surged forth, instantly permeating the entire palace of purple clouds. That moment, the highest cultivators among the great beings found themselves nearly suffocated under the weight of this overwhelming power. Though it was merely a minor elevation in realm, the principles of the Tao that Laozi commanded far surpassed those of the others. Only when Laozi reigned his power did the expressions of the gathered beings finally relax. The other members of the Coon Loon lineage promptly congratulated him, exclaiming, "Congratulations, senior brother, on your advancement." With a smile, Laozi replied, "Thank you, dear brothers and sisters." He then raised his gaze towards the seated Hongjun, deeply bowing in respect. In that moment, he understood why his master had insisted they attend the Palace of Purple Clouds for the teachings. The sage's discourse had proven immensely beneficial for them, the great Luo golden immortals. Any previous feelings of embarrassment were cast aside. Since their master had already experienced a setback, what harm was there in them benefiting once more? Hongjun, observing Laozi's bow, suddenly darkened in countenance that he faintly perceived a shadow of Luya among the Coon Loon disciples. Moments later, regaining his composure, Hongjun spoke. A millennium has passed. This discourse concludes here. In 3,000 years, the Palace of Purple Clouds shall open again, and those destined may return to hear the teachings. As the words resonated, the 3,000 guests finally realized the discourse had ended. Each one lamented internally, having been roused from their contemplations by Laozi's breakthrough, unaware of how much time had elapsed. When they lifted their eyes again, the figure of Hongjun had vanished, leaving the 3,000 guests exchanging bewildered glances. After a brief moment, they bowed towards the heavens, respectfully proclaiming, "We bid farewell to the sage." With those words, they dispersed. Jean and Junti, observing the surrounding guests on their mats, intended to greet them, but as they approached, the others scattered away. This left Jean and Junti's expressions darkened, having traveled great distances to the Palace of Purple Clouds for the teachings. They felt slighted by the perceived lack of warmth from those who had occupied the mats. They wondered if they would still be brothers in the future, pondering the reason for such behavior. Laozi and the others exchanged knowing smiles at the sight of Jean and Junti's bemusement, then headed towards Coon Loon Mountain. After the great beings departed from the Palace of Purple Clouds, the grand entrance slowly closed. In the heavens, Hongjun and the embodiment of the will of heaven stood side by side, surveying the vast wilderness below. The will of heaven spoke slowly, though this discourse has forged connections between you and these individuals. It pales in comparison to that of Leah. Hongjun's expression darkened at the words. He could not shake the feeling that there was an underlying sarcasm in the will of heaven's remarks. After a moment's reflection, he sighed deeply and said, "While that may hold some truth, there remains a distinction between us. Since we cannot alter the sequence of events, let us instead shift the balance in terms of quantity." The will of heaven slightly shook its head before vanishing into the clouds. Hongjun followed suit, returning to the Palace of Purple Clouds to consolidate his understanding of the Great Way. Meanwhile, the three Pure Ones had already returned to Coon Loon Mountain. Gathering in the main hall atop the peak, they convened. Liao slowly opened his eyes, surveying the assembly, particularly nodding towards Laozi. It appeared his prior thoughts had indeed been correct. One should not hold back when opportunities for gain arise. With Hongjun's impending teachings, it was likely that his remaining disciples would also ascend to the later stages of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Contemplating this, Liao's smile grew increasingly pronounced as he then spoke gently. "Very well, since you have all gained from this, return and solidify your cultivation in preparation for the next teachings." The three Pure Ones, upon hearing this, bowed deeply towards Luya, respectfully affirming, "We shall heed the Master's decree." With those words, they turned and departed the hall, returning to their respective peaks. Once the assembly had dispersed, the ginseng baby inquired, "Master, why did you not personally impart the teachings, instead allowing these young ones to attend the Palace of Purple Clouds?" Liao smiled and replied, "My Tao is not suited for them. His path is a gift from the system, inherently alien to this world, which is one of the reasons why the heavenly Tao does not favor him." Thus, he asserted that his path is ill-suited for figures such as the three purities. However, with his own guardianship, the eventual sanctification of the three purities is an inevitability. It is merely a matter of time. Upon hearing Lu Ya's words, the ginseng doll nodded thoughtfully and then promptly roused the nearby Ying Long with a slap. The two of them, one following the other, hastily departed from the Grand Hall. Chapter 75. The 12 Ancestral Witches in Distress. As the Ginseng doll and Ying Long left the Grand Hall, only Luya remained within its confines. With a bemused smile, Luya shook his head and turned his gaze towards the direction of Tang Valley. He was aware that those seated upon the several mats in the Zixiao Palace would eventually become disciples of Hong Jun. Originally, the disciples of Hong Jun did not consist of the current few, but his arrival in this world had instigated certain alterations. What surprised him was that among the 7 mats, 4 occupied by members of the demon clan, Dijun, Tai Yi, Shi, and the current demon master Kunpeng. Should Hong Jun truly take these 4 as his disciples, it would be challenging for him to maintain impartiality during the future conflict between the Wu and Yao clans. After all, according to his memories of a later era, none of Hong Jun's original disciples had any direct ties to the 2 clans. Yet he remained uncertain whether the current changes would ultimately benefit the future of the Hongwang. It is noteworthy that, in addition to the 4 from the demon clan, there were also Jin and Junyi, 2 individuals who were originally meant to be disciples of Hong Jun. These 2 came from the West and, logically speaking, did not belong to the Eastern Dao lineage. However, in pursuit of future advancements in their cultivation, they sought to become disciples of Hong Jun. This is also why, in the future, they could betray the Taoist teachings with a clear conscience to establish Buddhism. Therefore, during the teachings on Coon Loon Mountain, Luya had clandestinely devised measures to prevent these 2 from claiming a mat, let alone becoming his disciples, as for the last person to arrive at the Zixiao Palace. If he was not mistaken, it should be the Lantern Bearer. This Lantern Bearer was a contemporary of the 3 Purities, possessing equally exceptional talents, had it not been for his own interference in the progression of Hongwang. This Lantern Bearer would likely have become the vice leader of the Chan teaching established by Yuan Shi in the future. Subsequently, due to an inability to break through to the quasi-saint level, he was led astray by Jin and Junti, transforming into the Lantern Buddha within Buddhism. This also led to an irreconcilable conflict between Buddhism and the Chan teaching, prompting Jin and Junti to indulge in undermining the Chan teaching's 12 golden immortals. Reflecting on this, Luya couldn't help but chuckle softly. With his presence, it posed no challenge for figures like Laozi to transcend to the quasi-saint and even saint levels. Yet he pondered whether the establishment of the 3 teachings would still occur in the future and if the development of Hongwang would continue along the lines he remembered. At that moment, within the Tang Valley, Dijun and the others returned to find the 10 little golden crows diligently cultivating beneath the fusang tree. Upon spotting Dijun and the others, the 10 little golden crows expressed delight and rushed towards them. She bent down, gathering each of the little golden crows into her embrace, her eyes filled with maternal affection. They asked their mother. She had made a significant decision when she had brought them to the fusang tree in Tang Valley. Now, reuniting with them, her heart brimmed with love. The demon general guarding the fusang tree, upon seeing Dijun, Tai Yi, and Shi He, promptly saluted, saying, "I have the honor of meeting the Demon Emperor, Eastern Sovereign, and Lady Shi He." Dijun nodded slightly and spoke, "You have worked hard during this time." The demon general replied, "It is no trouble at all. Serving the offspring of the Demon Emperor is a privilege." Dijun waved his hand, and the demon general, understanding, took his leave. Only Dijun, Tai Yi, and the 10 little golden crows remained beneath the tree. The 3 lingered for a while. It was only after much persuasion from Dijun and Tai Yi that she finally departed from Tang Valley to return to the heavenly court. After their departure, the demon general returned to the fusang tree to oversee the 10 little golden crows, ensuring they focused on their cultivation. At this moment, within the heavenly court, Dijun remarked, "Now that the 3 of us occupy 3 mats in the Zixiao Palace, if Hong Jun is akin to the previous Luya, then we shall undoubtedly become disciples of the saints." Tai Yi chuckled. "Indeed, if we truly become disciples of the saints, it would only be fitting for the heavenly court to govern Hongwang." She looked at the 2 with a hint of exasperation. In truth, she did not hold much interest in the demon clan's ambitions in Hongwang, especially after marrying Dijun and giving birth to the 10 little golden crows. Her thoughts were now solely focused on her offspring, and upon hearing the 2 discuss such matters, she chose to leave. Observing Shi's retreating figure, Tai, he could not help but smile wryly. It seemed she remained steadfast in her resolve that Jun waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. For the greater good of our demon clan, it is but a small sacrifice to inconvenience her, especially considering it concerns the safety of our offspring. The conflict between the Wu and Yao clans is intensifying, with both sides constantly ambushing each other's prodigies. If we cannot safeguard the 10 little golden crows and allow them to roam freely in Hongwang, they may inevitably fall into the traps set by the Wu clan. Tai nodded in agreement, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The two remained silent for a long while before departing to attend to matters concerning the demon clan. Meanwhile, beneath Mount Dojo, within the ancestral witch hall, the 12 ancestral witches gathered, their expressions grave, casting a somber atmosphere throughout the hall. After a prolonged silence, Zhurong, feeling somewhat uneasy, finally spoke. "What do you mean, brothers? Is it merely that Jun and others have taken a few mats in the Zixiao Palace?" "What of it?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Jioyin retorted coldly, "Just a few mats. Do you not realize that those mats may very well lead to them becoming disciples of the saints? The demon clan continuously clashes with our Wu clan. A conflict between our two clans is inevitable. If Jun and the others become disciples of the saints, they will have the backing of a saint. How can we, the Wu clan, contend with the demon clan then? Even if we can hold our ground against the demon clan, who can guarantee that the saints backing them will not intervene?" Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the other ancestral witches darkened. Zhu Jioyin's words resonated with their concerns. They had all witnessed the events during the teachings at Coon Loon Mountain, where the 7 mats had been claimed by powerful figures who subsequently became disciples of their own ancestor. Should this Hong Jun be no different from their own ancestor, he too would accept the owners of the 7 mats as disciples. This would mean at least 4 disciples of the saints from the demon clan. And if conflict arose, even if they managed to contend with the demon clan, how could they possibly stand against the saints backing them? Zhurong, hearing this, muttered in dissatisfaction, grumbling about Zhu Jioyin's incessant contrariness and lack of brotherly camaraderie. Conversely, Gong Gong interjected, "What if the demon clan has saints backing them? Are we not also saints? After all, we are the first of the saints in this Hongwang realm. Why fear the demon clan?" Chapter 76. Seeking confirmation at Coon Loon Mountain. Upon hearing Gong Gong's words, several ancestral witches' expressions softened slightly. However, before they could truly relax, Zhu Jioyin spoke again. "Last time we sent Ho Tu to Coon Loon Mountain to seek our ancestors' guidance to lead our Wu clan in unifying Hongwang. And what was the outcome? Are you all still clear on that?" At this, the hall fell silent once more. How could they not be aware? The last time they sent Ho Tu to Coon Loon Mountain, their ancestor had firmly refused to emerge. Furthermore, according to their ancestor, he held little optimism regarding the current state of affairs between the Wu and Yao clans, subtly suggesting that neither clan truly belonged to the heart of Hongwang. Thus, they perceived Liu Ya's potential involvement as an uncertainty, and they could not place all their hopes on him. After a long pause, the fiery Zhurong slammed the table, exclaiming, "This cannot be allowed, nor can that. What then can we do?" Zhu Jioyin, hearing this, scoffed and fell silent. Although he was among the most astute of the 12 ancestral witches, when it came to matters concerning the saints, even his brilliance held little sway. Observing the atmosphere in the hall grow tense once more, Di Jiang chimed in. "In that case, let's seek our ancestor and inquire directly." Ho Tu frowned slightly, saying last time, our ancestor was very clear. He would not lead the Wu clan to unify Hongwang. Di Jiang smiled. "Why must we insist that our ancestor lead our Wu clan to unify Hongwang?" Upon hearing these words, the crowd was taken aback. Emperor Jiang then continued, "Our purpose in this venture is merely to inquire whether the esteemed ancestor, that sage, will intervene in this matter. If that sage chooses not to intervene, how could the meager demon race possibly stand against us, the witch clan?" Upon hearing this, the eyes of the other 11 ancestral witches sparkled with understanding. Indeed, why should they summon their ancestor to lead the witch clan? All they desired was for that sage to remain uninvolved. As for the conflict with the demon race, the witch clan had no reason to fear. With this thought in mind, the other 11 ancestral witches quickly spoke up. "If that is the case, shall we all go together?" Emperor Jiang smiled and replied, "Agreed." As his words echoed, the ancestral witch hall trembled. And on this day, all 12 ancestral witches set forth, hastening towards the direction of Coon Loon Mountain. At this moment, atop Coon Loon Mountain, Luya slowly opened his eyes and stretched his body slightly. He realized that even though he had attained the rank of sage, for some unknown reason, the weariness within his spirit remained difficult to shake off. Perhaps it was due to his past life as a human, making it hard for him to reside in one place for long. Moreover, having stayed in Coon Loon for nearly 10,000 years, with his last excursion being during the primordial cataclysm, perhaps it was indeed time for him to venture out once more. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Luya suddenly raised his head to gaze into the distance, his eyes shining with divine light that pierced through tens of thousands of miles. He beheld 12 colossal figures striding swiftly across the primordial continent, heading towards Coon Loon Mountain. The news of the 12 ancestral witches departing the ancestral which hall soon reached the heavenly court that Dijun and Tai gathered once more, joined by the 10 great demon generals and the demon master Kunpon within the grand hall. After a prolonged silence, Tai lightly cleared his throat and spoke. The 12 ancestral witches have now left the ancestral witch hall and are en route to Coon Loon Mountain. What are your thoughts on this matter? Dijun furrowed his brow as he surveyed those present. After a long pause, the demon master Kunpon suddenly interjected. Those 12 ancestral witches pride themselves on being of the Pangu lineage, claiming that the sage of Coon Loon Mountain and their ancestor Pangu are close friends. Could it be that they are heading to Coon Loon Mountain to invite that sage out of seclusion? Hearing this, the demon general Ji Ming couldn't help but scoff. What status does the sage hold? That they could summon him from his mountain? On the day of the grand wedding of the demon emperor, they had indeed invited a messenger from Coon Loon Mountain, and a disciple of the sage personally officiated the celestial marriage of Dijun and Shi. Such a relationship could hardly be deemed inferior to that of the witch clan. The others present also laughed derisively, mocking the witch clan for their lack of intellect, explaining their inability to cultivate primordial essence and magic, relying solely on brute strength. Upon hearing the discussions, both Dijun and Tai felt a sense of relief. They realized they had perhaps been overly concerned. The sage, of such lofty status, would not involve himself in the schemes of their faction. Dijun chuckled lightly and proceeded to dismiss the assembly, treating it as though nothing had transpired. Days passed, and the 12 ancestral witches finally arrived at the foot of Coon Loon Mountain, gazing at the magnificent mountain range before them. They gathered together and respectfully announced, "We have come to pay our respects to our ancestor." Their voices resounded through the air, reverberating and instilling fear in the surrounding beings. The 12 ancestral witches possessed power equivalent to that of great Luo golden immortals, exerting tremendous intimidation over beings beneath that tier. Shortly after their proclamation, the ancestral witches observed the protective array of Coon Loon Mountain suddenly parting to reveal a gap. A figure clad in crimson robes emerged, revealing itself to be Hong Yun. Upon seeing the 12 ancestral witches, Hong Yun spoke, "The master has summoned you inside." With that, he led the 12 ancestral witches towards the main peak of Coon Loon Mountain. The hearts of Emperor Jiang and the others swelled with joy. This was their first time entering Coon Loon Mountain so smoothly. Could it be that their ancestor had changed his mind? Before long, they arrived at the grand hall of the main peak, where besides the 12 ancestral witches, the 3 pure ones were also present. The 12 ancestral witches looked up and saw Luya, his figure indistinct, with 3 small, terrifyingly powerful qilin coiled at his feet. To his left and right stood the ginseng doll, and Ing Long. In the center of the hall were the 3 pure ones. Currently bowing respectfully towards Lu Y. Luya slowly opened his eyes, surveying the 12 ancestral witches, and had already surmised their purpose for coming to Coon Loon Mountain. The demon race had 4 individuals seated on the futons of the Zixiao Palace, who, if all went well, would undoubtedly become disciples of the sage. Thus, the 12 ancestral witches felt anxious and came to Coon Loon Mountain to seek confirmation. It was somewhat amusing. In Luya's view, even if those demon race individuals became disciples of the sage, Hong Jun would not overly interfere in the calamity between the witches and demons. After all, that was a matter sanctioned by the heavenly Tao, and how could he excessively intervene? The ancestral witches bowed in unison. "We have come to pay our respects to our ancestor," Luya gently inquired. "What brings you here?" The foremost Emperor Jiang stepped forward and replied, "We have come to seek your wisdom, esteemed ancestor." As we harbor lingering doubts, Liu smiled. "Pray, share your concerns." Emperor Jiang continued, "Might I ask, esteemed ancestor, whether the sage may intervene in the affairs of the primordial realm and the conflicts between races?" Upon hearing Emperor Jiang's words, the attendees were momentarily taken aback. Particularly, Yinglong and the Ginseng doll were curious about their master's response. Would the sage truly intervene in this matter? Emperor Jiang and the others felt a profound apprehension. For if the sage truly could intervene, they would have no assurance of coaxing Luya out of seclusion. After all, Di Jun and others had already claimed several futons in the Zixiao Palace, and barring unforeseen events, they would undoubtedly achieve the status of sage disciples. Liu regarded those below with a faint smile before stating, "You need not worry. The sage will not intervene in this matter." He continued, "He will not intervene excessively. Should Di Jun and the others find themselves in mortal peril, Hong Jun will certainly act to save them, for this concerns the future sanctity of the primordial realm." Upon receiving Lu Ya's response, the faces of Emperor Jiang and the others visibly relaxed. They then bowed deeply to Lu Ya, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed ancestor, for your enlightenment." Lu Ya chuckled. "You have traversed great distances to reach Coon Loon Mountain, merely to seek confirmation on this matter." The 12 ancestral witches displayed a sheepish expression, awkwardly nodding. "Indeed, we apologize for the intrusion. We hope for your understanding, esteemed ancestor." Lu Ya waved his hand dismissively. "No matter. Since you have received your answer, you may all depart." The 12 ancestral witches hurriedly bowed once more, expressing their gratitude, and then turned to leave Coon Loon Mountain. Once the 12 ancestral witches had departed, the Ginseng doll approached Lu Ya and whispered, "Master, among the demon race, there are several individuals who have claimed the futons of the Zixiao Palace. They may very well become disciples of the sage." Yinglong chimed in, "It is not merely a possibility. The sage's actions must have profound implications. Hong Jun, like you, must have intentions behind those individuals claiming seats, and they shall undoubtedly become disciples of the sage." Hong Yin nodded in agreement, his expression one of certainty. Liu observed the slightly exaggerated expressions on their faces and chuckled. "You need not be so concerned, even if the witch and demon races engage in relentless warfare in the future. The sage will not easily intervene." The others revealed expressions of understanding. Just as Yinglong was about to speak, Lu Ya interjected, "Enough. After spending such time in Coon Loon Mountain, it is time for me to take a stroll." Upon hearing this, joy spread across their faces, especially the Ginseng doll. Although he had been tending to his little medicinal garden in Coon Loon Mountain, after 10,000 years, he had grown weary of it. The prospect of going out was truly delightful. Yinglong also displayed a cheerful demeanor, transforming into his dragon form and soaring into the skies above Coon Loon Mountain, letting out an enthusiastic roar. This sudden outburst startled the 3 pure ones, who had been deep in their meditative states atop the adjacent peaks of Coon Loon Mountain. They dispersed their divine senses and immediately perceived Yinglong's true form above Coon Loon Mountain, followed by Lu Ya and the others ascending and alighting upon Yinglong's head. With expressions of astonishment, the 3 pure ones appeared in mid-air, inquiring, "Master, are you planning to go out?" Lu Ya smiled and nodded. Addressing them, "You may remain within Coon Loon, diligently cultivating and safeguarding the mountain." The 3 pure ones nodded in unison. "We shall faithfully adhere to the Master's decree." As the final words faded, by the time Sanqing and the others lifted their gazes, Yinglong had already vanished amidst the heights of Coon Loon Mountain. Sanqing exchanged glances, then shook their heads with bittersweet smiles before returning to their respective peaks. Xinyuanzi, with a flick of his whisk, also retreated to his own Mount Wanshou. For him, the tranquility of cultivation in the mountains was far more suitable than wandering through the vast wilderness. Meanwhile, old ancestor Mingi smacked his lips, reflecting inwardly. Possessing greater strength truly brings a sense of ease. He recalled the fragments of memories of the primordial war that lingered in his mind from the moment he gained sentience in the Blood Sea. Such a cataclysm had instilled profound terror in him. Vowing never to leave the Blood Sea until he reached the pinnacle of power, having never experienced the adventures of the wilderness, After a considerable time, old ancestor Mingi shook his head and turned back to his own peak. Within the purple cloud palace, Hong Jun slightly opened his eyes and surveyed the entirety of the primordial world. Upon noticing several figures whose auras were not concealed, a look of astonishment crossed his face. He had never anticipated that Liya would actually depart from Coon Loon Mountain. It seemed he intended to explore the wilderness. Just as he was observing further, he caught sight of Liya sitting atop Yinglong's head. Seemingly sensing something, as he looked up towards the direction of the purple cloud palace and waved cheerfully. Seeing Liya in such a manner, Hong Jun could not help but snort coldly. Such levity, devoid of any semblance of a saint's grandeur. How could he possibly surpass me? With this thought, Hong Jun chuckled softly and waved his hand, enveloping the entire purple cloud palace in a veil, rendering it imperceptible to outsiders at that moment in the primordial world. Liya felt a chill run down his spine, gently stroking his chin, pondering, did I not appear friendly enough? Why was that old Hong Jun behaving so theatrically? In truth, the moment Hong Jun had begun his covert observation, Liya had sensed it and greeted him. However, he had not expected this old man to act so dramatically. It was indeed peculiar. Seemingly sensing Liya's unusual state, the ginseng baby spoke up, asking, "What troubles you?" "My lord," Liya replied with a smile. "Nothing much. Just take a moment to sense and see if there are any commendable treasures within this wilderness." Upon hearing this, the ginseng baby's eyes brightened instantly, and he promptly declared, "The baby shall obey your command, my lord." He inherently possessed such abilities and had always relished the thrill of treasure hunting. This journey through the wilderness would surely bring him much joy. Hong Yun chuckled lightly and then prepared a fresh cup of tea for Liya. The fragrant steam wafted upward, permeating the surroundings. Only then did Liya take the opportunity to observe the current state of the primordial world. Unlike the desolation of the early Dragon Han period, the present wilderness was vibrant with life. However, unlike before, conflict between the two races frequently erupted. In the span of their recent travels, numerous skirmishes between the witch and demon clans had already occurred. They had even witnessed several ambushes against the disciples of both factions, where renowned demons and witches had fallen victim to various plots. Some survived, while nameless souls perished tragically in the schemes of their adversaries. Liya sighed deeply and suddenly glanced into the distance, a hint of confusion crossing his mind. Why are these two here? Chapter 78. Hong Jun's vigilance not far ahead, Jin and Junti were traversing the clouds, simultaneously emanating their divine senses as if searching for something. Naturally, Yinglong noticed the two figures ahead, narrowing his eyes as he spoke. Those two possessed the essence of the heavenly Tao. Hearing this, the ginseng baby turned his serious gaze towards Jin and Junti. He too recognized the presence of the heavenly Tao within them, marveling. Indeed, is the essence of the heavenly Tao. Beside him, Hong Yun displayed an envious expression upon hearing their conversation. The essence of the heavenly Tao is fundamental to its existence. If all goes well, these two possess limitless potential for the future. Moreover, being disciples of saints, they might even attain the status of saints themselves one day. Liya, intrigued by the remarks of those around him, looked over and indeed confirmed that Jin and Junti bore the essence of the heavenly Tao. And it was exceptionally rich, about 1% of the great Tao between them. Liya chuckled softly, saying, "This old Hong Jun has played his cards well, but these two are certainly not ordinary individuals." The ginseng baby, swirling around Liya, wore a puzzled expression upon hearing this. He immediately inquired, "My lord, what sets these two apart?" Hong Yun, equally curious, looked on, while Yinglong perked up his ears, eager to discern what made these two unique. Liya stifled a yawn and waved his hand, reclining atop Yinglong's head, saying, "You'll come to understand in due time." But he preferred not to elaborate too much, as he recalled that shortly after Hong Jun accepted them as disciples, they had forsaken the Taoist teachings in pursuit of their cultivation and established Buddhism. This was not particularly surprising to others, but it was different for them. After all, they had already been disciples of Hong Jun, who was a Taoist ancestor in their previous lives, though in this life, the title of Taoist ancestor had shifted to Liya. Ultimately, Hongjun was a figure of the Taoist tradition, and, as his disciples, Jin and Juni were naturally expected to be part of that lineage. Their establishment of Buddhism represented a betrayal of the Taoist orthodoxy. With this thought, a smile appeared in Luya's eyes. He was keen to see how events would unfold in the future. While the group was momentarily lost in thought, Jin and Juni's voices echoed from not far ahead. Jin, Junti, pays respect to the saints and all fellow Taoists. The crowd looked up to see Jin and Junti standing respectfully amidst the clouds. Bowing to Luya and the others, Luya slightly opened his eyes, gazing at the two before him with a smile, and asked, "What brings you two here?" As soon as he finished speaking, Luya suddenly looked up at the sky. A peculiar thought crossing his mind to this moment. Within the purple cloud palace, Hongjun seemed to sense something, his eyes slightly opening as he gazed down at the primordial land. Upon observing that his favored disciples had encountered the old rogue Luya, his expression shifted instantly. It was worth noting that he had once considered Sanqing and others as his favorite disciples too. Back then, he thought they had already become Luya's disciples, but he never anticipated being deceived by Luya into relinquishing several precious spirit treasures. To his dismay, Luya had the audacity to recruit Sanqing right before his eyes. This incident became a source of shame for him. Now his chosen disciples had crossed paths with that little thief Luya once more. Did this mean he would be undermined? With this thought, Hongjun's expression darkened, and his aura involuntarily expanded, intending to intimidate Luya into retreating in the clouds above the primordial world. Luya chuckled softly and waved his hand, concealing the surrounding aura. This action left Hongjun, observing from the purple cloud palace, utterly stunned, though he maintained his composure, suppressing his inner turmoil. Upon hearing Luya's inquiry, Jin and Junti exchanged awkward smiles, responding, "Our western lands are barren. Unlike the prosperous East, so since the day we received teachings, we have not returned to the West, but sought to explore opportunities here." Upon hearing this, Yinglong and the others couldn't help but snicker. The way these two spoke was rather amusing, claiming to seek opportunities when, in reality, they merely wished to gain advantages in the East during this period. Luya chuckled and remarked, "You two are quite honest, but the opportunities that exist in the East may not necessarily be suitable for you." Jin and Junti were taken aback by this statement, looking at Luya with confusion. Luya waved his hand, and before the two could react, they found themselves a million miles away from their original position. After a long moment, Jin and Junti exchanged glances, both recognizing the astonishment and bewilderment reflected in one another's eyes. Is this the disparity between us and the saints? It felt like a chasm between clouds and mud. Junti shook his head and then suddenly asked, "Brother, what did the saint's words imply earlier?" Jin also shook his head, saying, "I do not know either. The deep meaning behind the saint's words is beyond our comprehension. It would be best for us to focus on seeking opportunities in this eastern land during this time." Although they had already occupied 2 seats, the saint had yet to express any intent to accept disciples. What if their seats were taken by others during the next lecture? The two individuals exchanged a glance before continuing their quest for opportunities in the east. Meanwhile, within the Zixiao Palace, it appeared that their arrival had been noted, prompting Hongjun to exhale a sigh of relief. Previously, upon witnessing Luya's intervention, which had effectively severed his perception, he had been apprehensive, fearing that Luya intended to usurp his position, which had vexed him to the brink of descending. Fortunately, that cunning Luya retained a modicum of decorum. Hongjun stroked his beard and chuckled softly, then closed his eyes once more to consolidate his cultivation. Although he had entered the realm of saints, he was still a novice in this domain, and while his understanding had been somewhat solidified through teachings, it remained insufficient at that moment. Luya and his companions had indeed ascended to a lofty mountain. Yinglong, with a hint of skepticism, remarked, "Little one, are you certain treasures lie within this mountain? It appears utterly devoid of spiritual energy, resembling a desolate wasteland." The ginseng baby, hands on hips, retorted, "What do you know, you slippery fish? I possess innate divine abilities far beyond your comprehension." Observing their banter, Luya shook his head with a smile, saying, "Very well. Since the baby claims there are spiritual treasures here, I shall behold them and discern the truth. As his words fell, Luya slowly directed his gaze toward the high mountain beneath Inglong. Chapter 79. The Opportunity of Nuwa. Upon hearing this, Inglong, dissatisfied, huffed a couple of times, then hovered in midair, awaiting Luya's examination. The ginseng baby stood confidently atop Inglong's head, exuding an air of assurance. Meanwhile, Hong Yun stood beside them, brewing tea for Luya. With his eyes ablaze with divine light, Luya unleashed his consciousness, enveloping the entire mountain. An overwhelming pressure descended in an instant. The creatures within the mountain felt this formidable aura and immediately prostrated themselves, trembling in fear. Observing this, Luya retracted his consciousness that in his sight, within the mountain, lay a small ding radiating divine light, concealing within it an unimaginable and foreign principle. Luya gasped softly, a look of astonishment gracing his face. Then, with a gentle wave of his hand, a soothing magical force enveloped the mountain, providing protection to the creatures within. In the next moment, the mountain split apart, forming two unfathomable cliffs, the small ding still glowing with divine light. Hovered in the depths below, as Luya raised his hand and beckoned, the ding ascended directly into his palm. Inglong, feeling the ding hovering above Luya's hand, was filled with astonishment. He could sense that within this ding resided a strange principle that left him bewildered. The ginseng baby, evidently taken aback, looked at Luya and said uncertainly, "Master, this ding seems rather extraordinary." Luya's eyes also reflected surprise, and as he gazed once more at the ding suspended in his palm, he felt a flicker of realization. The principles contained within this ding bore a resemblance to those he had comprehended at the moment of his demise in his previous life, the essence of mortal existence. The incense rising within the ding. This ding appeared to be connected to humanity, which explained its prolonged concealment within the mountain. After all, no human had yet emerged in the current primordial realm. This ding should not have come into existence at this time. Yet surprisingly, it was sensed by the ginseng baby and thus fell into his possession. Luya looked up to see a colossal eye of the heavenly Tao appearing in the sky. Seemingly having always been there, fixated upon him and his companions, he glanced down at the ding in his hand, unable to suppress a smile. Clearly, this had evaded the calculations of the heavenly Tao. Entwined with an inexplicable fate, quite intriguing, Luya deftly stowed the ding away and then waved gently at the enormous eye in the sky to tea. That moment, deep within the celestial expanse, the will of the heavenly Tao manifested. Hovering in midair, gritting its teeth in fury, IT had never anticipated that the object it had deliberately concealed would be rediscovered by this crafty Luya a millennium ago, as the rules of the heavenly Tao operated. A thread of causality had descended, hidden within, allowing it to find a sliver of opportunity during its operation. Thus, it had invoked the laws of the heavenly Tao to create this small ding, significant for the future development of the primordial realm. Yet, this ding would require several millennia before it could emerge. How could it be discovered at this moment by this cunning Luya? The will of the heavenly Tao, enraged, especially upon witnessing Luya waving at it, vanished into the clouds. Luya, astonished by the sudden disappearance of the colossal eye of the heavenly Tao, revealed a look of bewilderment. Hadn't its demeanor been amiable before? How could the heavenly Tao behave so peculiarly? Shaking his head, Luya turned to the ginseng baby and remarked, "This ding was not meant to emerge at this time. It is only natural that you find it somewhat extraordinary." The others exchanged curious glances upon hearing this. Hong Yun spoke up, inquiring if it should not have emerged now. Then when should it? Luya gazed into the clouds, smiling as he replied, "This was intended to be Nuwa's opportunity for ascension, destined to emerge several millennia hence. Who would have thought I would find it today? Opportunity for ascension." Inglong and the others were taken aback. They were aware that Nuwa was still far from the late stage of the Deluo Golden Immortal. Could it be that she would break through to sainthood in just a few millennia? This was thunderous news for them. Luya chuckled and shook his head. A quasi-saint is still a saint. There is no need for such concern. In the future, should your opportunities align, your master, can assist you in achieving sainthood. Upon hearing this, Ing Long and the others displayed expressions of excitement, promptly expressing their gratitude. "We are most grateful for your benevolence, Master." Luya smiled and shook his head. "In that case, let us continue our journey." The group readily agreed, and Ing Long, with a flicker of his eyes, soared through the clouds toward the horizon. Meanwhile, within the Tang Valley, 10 young golden crows had gathered, casting furtive glances at the demon general stationed outside the Fusong tree. Their eyes filled with mischief. One of the younger golden crows suddenly spoke. "He has just fallen asleep. Let us wait a little longer and quietly slip out of the Tang Valley to explore the world beyond." The others, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of eagerness. Having been sent from the heavenly court to the Tang Valley for several millennia, although this time was but a fleeting moment in their eyes, they were not inclined to remain confined within the valley. Each day, they pondered how to evade the watchful gaze of the demon general and escape to roam the primordial realm. Others chimed in. "Indeed, I wish to see what capabilities the witch tribe possesses that causes Father to be so troubled. Absolutely. I truly wish to encounter those brutish creatures. I shall incinerate them with the true fire of the sun." Relieving Father of his worries, "That I wish to visit the heavenly court and see Mother. It has been ages since she last came to the Tang Valley to see us." The speaker was the eldest of the Golden Crows, more mature than the rest. Upon hearing this, the others eagerly suggested, "Then let us go right now to take a look. After all, the demon general is already fast asleep. We can mask our presence and employ some minor spells to keep him from awakening." The rest of the Golden Crows nodded in agreement. One particularly lively Golden Crow raised its hand and gently poked the demon general, causing a green light to shoot from its fingertip and land upon the demon general. Instantly, the sound of the demon general's snoring grew even louder. Seeing this, the other Golden Crows quickly found a gap in the formation of the Fusong tree and slipped through, hovering above the Tang Valley. They glanced back at the demon general, their faces brimming with pride, before hastening toward the heavenly court. However, before they could venture beyond the confines of the Tang Valley, a colossal hand reached out from the sky. Chapter 80. Master, he stole my soil back then. The enormous hand in midair swiftly grasped all 10 young golden crows within its palm, and no matter how they struggled, they could not escape its grasp and were taken back into the formation surrounding the Fusong tree. Once they broke free from the grip, they looked up and, in discontent, exclaimed, "Uncle Ing Zhao, what brings you here?" Ing Zhao laughed heartily, saying, "If I had not come, would not this group of little rascals have caused a great uproar?" As he spoke, he cast a glance at the demon general who had already fallen into a deep slumber nearby. With a gentle flick of his finger, a surge of demonic energy shot forth from his fingertip and entered the demon general's body. In the next moment, the demon general groggily opened his eyes, stared at Ing Zhao in shock, trembled all over, and hurriedly got to his feet to pay his respects, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to the demon commander." "Sir, why have you come today? The shift has not yet arrived." Ing Zhao replied with a hint of exasperation, "If I had not come, this group of little ones would have escaped into Tang Valley long ago, and you would have faced dire consequences." Upon hearing this, the demon general on guard turned around to see the 10 little golden crows making faces at him beneath the Fusong tree. He then recalled the inexplicable drowsiness he had felt while on duty, and his heart sank with understanding that a wave of dread washed over him. He had come to Tang Valley under the orders of the demon emperor to supervise his offspring. If anything were to happen to this group of little ones, he would surely be in grave trouble. With this thought, the demon general hurriedly bowed to Ing Zhao, saying, "Thank you, Sir Ing Zhao. Thank you, Sir Ing Zhao. Otherwise, I would truly be finished." Ing Zhao shook his head slightly and inquired, "Have any members of the witch clan entered the territory of Tang Valley during this period?" The unnamed demon general pondered carefully before shaking his head, saying, "No members of the witch clan have entered the territory of Tang Valley." Upon hearing this, Ing Zhao felt a sense of relief wash over him. Just a few days prior, a talented disciple of their demon clan had encountered an ambush by the witch clan near Tang Valley, resulting in his untimely demise. Dijun and Tai were deeply concerned that the witch clan might infiltrate Tang Valley, hence they had dispatched Ing Zhao to keep watch. Now that he had confirmed there were no intruders, he could finally set his mind at ease. turning his attention to the 10 little golden crows beneath the fusong tree. A smile graced his face as he admonished, "You little ones, focus on your cultivation beneath the fusong tree and refrain from attempting to escape for play. If your father, the emperor, discovers this, he shall impose severe punishment." With that, he raised his hand to reinforce the formation beneath the fusong tree, ensuring that the 10 little golden crows could not escape. As the formation strengthened around them, the little golden crows displayed expressions of indignation. They had hoped to sneak away to the heavenly realm, to visit their mother, and to wander the vast wilderness, to teach a lesson to the ungrateful witch clan. Now, with the formation fortified by Ing Zhao, their plans were thwarted one by one. They glared at Ing Zhao with defiance, showing no sign of submission. Seeing their reaction, Ing Zhao could only shake his head in resignation. After instructing the demon general to keep a close watch, he departed from Tang Valley. This moment. Amidst the clouds of the primordial wilderness, Ing Long carried Luya and others as they soared through the skies. Several days had passed since they acquired the mysterious little cauldron, and they now wandered aimlessly through the vast expanse of the primordial world. During this time, they had witnessed numerous skirmishes between the witch and demon clans. Although these battles were on a small scale, their ferocity was unmatched, resulting in countless casualties that on this day. They arrived near Mount Buzhou. Luya gazed at the towering pillar of Mount Buzhou in the distance, his face reflecting a sense of nostalgia. Had it not been for Pangu's assistance back then, he would never have reached such heights today. Lowering his gaze, he beheld the ancestral witch temple at the foot of Mount Buzhou and shook his head slightly. The witch clan was now solely focused on competing with the demon clan for supremacy, vying for the title of the dominant race in the primordial world, yet they had never considered that destiny was not in favor of either clan. Much like the initial calamity of the Dragon Han era, destiny did not favor any singular race. Their existence merely served to facilitate the better evolution of the heavenly Tao, rendering the world more complete. With this thought, Luya looked up at the sky and shook his head gently. Despite this, even though he could not excessively interfere in the conflict between the witch and demon clans, due to the bond he had with Pangu, he would lend his aid in the future. At the very least, he would ensure the survival of the witch lineage. Confident in his resolve, Luya believed that if he wished to protect the witch clan, even the heavenly Tao would struggle to hinder him. After all, his cultivation path was not that of a saint of this realm. He had long transcended the 3 realms and was not bound by the 5 elements. Nor was he within the jurisdiction of the heavenly Tao. Thus, unlike ordinary saints, he was unafraid of being entangled in cause and effect, nor did he fear the backlash of such consequences. The heavenly Tao could do nothing against him. However, he too could not impose his will upon the heavenly Tao. This was why, despite the heavenly Tao's disdain for him, it could not interfere with his actions, provided he did not overly meddle in the affairs of the primordial world. Perhaps one day, there might be a glimmer of hope for him to ascend to a level beyond that of a saint. At that moment, Ing Long suddenly spoke, "My lord, shall we descend to take a look?" Luya waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for that. Since we have arrived at Mount Buzhou, let us ascend and behold its splendor." Ing Long nodded in agreement, then concealed his presence, carrying Luya and others toward the summit of Mount Buzhou. Luya had visited Mount Buzhou once before, but at that time, due to the presence of Luo Ho and Hong Jun, there were bound to be some discrepancies. Now, returning once more, his mindset had shifted significantly. Moreover, the oppressive aura atop Mount Buzhou had weakened considerably. Not to mention the great Luo golden immortals, even the Tai golden immortals could freely traverse this mountain. However, at that moment, their concerns were no longer the oppressive force of Mount Buzhou, but rather the ancestral witch temple at its base. The witch clan had always regarded Mount Buzhou as a sacred mountain, forbidding anyone from desecrating it, let alone climbing it. Now, only those great Luo golden immortals with formidable concealment abilities and the 2 remaining saints in the primordial world could tread upon Mount Buzhou. Ing Long carried Luya and others as they navigated the slopes of Mount Buzhou, while the ginseng baby, excitedly clutching a dragon horn with both hands, was filled with emotion. After all, he had been born on Mount Buzhou and had spent countless years there. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no attachment. Now that he returned to Mount Buzhou, it was as though he had come home in glory. with one hand gripping the dragon horn and the other pointing towards a certain spot on the mountainside. The ginseng baby suddenly exclaimed, "My lord, it was that fellow who stole a piece of divine soil from my herb garden back in the day." In the air, the ginseng baby stood atop Yinglong's head, one hand grasping the dragon horn while the other pointed excitedly ahead at a certain location on the mountainside of Mount Dojo. He vividly recalled the day when a large bird had sneakily dug up a piece of soil from his herb garden and fled. Before encountering that creature, the ginseng baby had never imagined that a bird would use its wings to carry soil and run away to steal something. The others followed the ginseng baby's gaze and soon spotted a large bird with green feathers, sneaking toward a massive tree not far away. Its furtive demeanor elicited a few chuckles. Liu Yo observed the bird atop Mount Dojo, his expression shifting to one of surprise, that he had no recollection of such a bird. In fact, he began to wonder if this green-feathered creature had inadvertently influenced the primordial world by its mere presence. As if sensing their scrutiny, the green-feathered bird suddenly looked up, glancing towards the sky above Mount Dojo. Although Liu Ye and the others had concealed their presence, they couldn't shake the feeling that the bird might possess some divine ability to see through their concealment. Suddenly, the green-feathered bird, in a state of panic, took flight, fleeing toward the distance with its wings spread wide, reminiscent of a rural bully from Liu Ye's past life, a goose. Liu Ye's eyes lit up, and with a smile, he waved his hand, saying, "Indeed, you have spotted me, little one. Come here." As his words fell, a beam of clear light shot forth, encircling the green-feathered bird. Then it swept the bird up, bringing it before the group. When the bird regained its senses and saw Liu Ye and the others, its eyes turned white, its wings stiffened, and the tips seemed to droop as if they were broken. It stumbled back and forth in a daze, mumbling, "Oh dear, why can't I see? I can't see." As it spoke, its voice took on a whiny tone, and it attempted to dive headfirst into the clouds, hoping to escape the situation unnoticed. Liu Ye, grinning, raised his hand and pointed, causing the clouds beneath the green-feathered bird to solidify as if they had become tangible. The poor creature, dazed, sat down heavily on the cloud, cradling its head and lamenting its misfortune. Seeing this, the ginseng baby erupted into laughter and called out, "Hey, you thieving bird, do you still remember this little one?" Upon hearing these words, the green-feathered bird cautiously lifted its head, upon seeing the true form of the ginseng doll. A look of surprise crossed its face. Then, with an air of familiarity, it exclaimed, "Ah, it is my little brother the doll. It has been many years since we last met, and I have missed you dearly." With that, it attempted to perch upon the head of the Yinglong, reaching out to clasp the shoulder of the ginseng doll. However, in the next moment, the Yinglong disdainfully sneezed, causing the green-feathered bird to tremble all over. Frozen in place and afraid to move, the ginseng doll looked at the green-feathered bird with a smug expression and coldly remarked, "You thieving bird, do not pretend to be so familiar with me. When you stole the sacred soil from my medicinal garden, you were far from this polite." The green-feathered bird chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Oh, dear brother doll, let us not be so harsh. Our relationship is merely one of borrowing a piece of land. I can easily repay you tenfold." The ginseng doll regarded the green-feathered bird with skepticism, then quickly approached and decisively plucked a feather from its tail. The painful tug sent the green-feathered bird leaping into the air, shouting and flapping in the clouds. The ginseng doll, with a look of astonishment, exclaimed, "Not a mere impostor. Have you truly changed your ways, you stingy creature?" The green-feathered bird, now full of pride, declared, "It seems my dear brother doll has many misunderstandings about this deity." It then spread its wings and bowed to Liu Ye, saying, "I, the little deity Qin Yuan, pay my respects to the sage." Liu Ye, intrigued, looked at the green-feathered bird and chuckled. "Why, little one, do you truly know who I am?" Qin Yuan proudly replied, "I am a spirit birth from the will of Dojo Mountain, serving as its guardian deity. Thus I possess some unique divine abilities." Hearing this, Liu Ye's expression turned quizzical as he scrutinized the little Qin Yuan before casting his gaze over the entire Dojo Mountain. Revealing a thoughtful demeanor, a moment later, Liu Ye chuckled. "I see. So you are indeed the mountain god of Dojo." He had not expected that a sacred mountain, formed from the spine of Pangu, would give rise to a being akin to a mountain god. Just as Luya finished speaking, mysterious laws began to descend from the heavens, integrating into Qin Yuan's being that a look of shock momentarily filled Qin Yuan's eyes. And then, overwhelmed with joy, he bowed deeply to Luya, exclaiming, "Thank you, sage, for the divine decree. Thank you, sage, thank you." Not only was Qin Yuan ecstatic, but the others were also left in stunned silence. They never anticipated that their master's casual remark would invoke a response from the heavenly Tao. Hadn't their master just said that the heavenly Tao was rather stingy? At this thought, a sudden crack echoed above their heads, and when they looked up, they saw lightning erupting in the clear sky. The group instinctively recoiled, inwardly muttering, "Indeed, stingy." Luya was slightly taken aback, then smiled as he regarded Qin Yuan. He had not foreseen that his offhand comment would lead to such a situation. It seemed the heavenly Tao was not entirely miserly after all. He raised his hand. A beam of clear light shot forth from his fingertips, directly entering Qin Yuan's form to help solidify his divine position. He then spoke. "Let us proceed. I wish to see what this sacred soil is that you have all been so eager about for so long." Qin Yuan quickly responded, "Sage, please follow me." With a sycophantic demeanor, he led the way towards the peak of Dojo Mountain. Observing this, the ginseng doll wore a look of disdain and again stepped onto the head of the Yinglong. The Yinglong scoffed disdainfully, then followed behind Qin Yuan. In just a short while, they arrived at the summit of Dojo Mountain, where they beheld the nest Qin Yuan had mentioned. Upon seeing the enormous nest atop the giant tree, Luya was momentarily taken aback, then expressed mild astonishment. So this is the 9 heaven she rang, indeed worthy of the name sacred soil. He had not expected that the sacred soil spoken of by the ginseng doll would be something as remarkable as the 9 heaven she rang. This substance was truly valuable and was destined to be linked with the future of humanity. He was surprised to find it here. First the small tripod, and now the 9 heaven she rang. Clearly, the emergence of humanity was not far off. Chapter 82. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. Regaining his composure, Luya lightly tapped the nest, causing brilliant light to flicker across its surface. Mysterious divine radiance swirled and gradually converged at the center of the nest, transforming into a small clump of earth, resembling a miniature mountain. Upon seeing this tiny clump of soil, Qin Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment, and he exclaimed, "Is this the essence of Shi Rang?" The ginseng doll also stared wide-eyed at the tiny clump, biting his finger and saying, "This soil is indeed different. The laws within seem to be even more concentrated." Hung Yun, listening to their exchange, curiously scrutinized the tiny clump but could not discern its extraordinary nature. Instead, the Yinglong, with a sarcastic tone, remarked, "What is so remarkable about this clump of soil? It pales in comparison to the sparkling treasures favored by my dragonkin, which are far more delightful." At this, the ginseng doll scoffed dismissively. To him, those glimmering treasures lacked vitality, whereas the spiritual plants and divine medicines nurtured by the mountains and forests were far superior. Luya, amused by the discourse, shook his head and said, "The essence of the 9 heaven Shi Rang is indeed a treasure. You'll come to understand this in due course." The others were left perplexed by Luya's words. Once again glancing at the essence of Shi Rang in his palm, could this small clump of soil truly be as extraordinary as their master claimed? They thought that while the essence contained special laws, it seemed to hold no other miraculous qualities. Why would it elicit such praise from their master? As for when they would come to understand, they could only wonder. Luya flipped his hand, stowing the essence of Shi Rang away, then smiled at Qin Yuan, saying, "Since you mentioned repaying tenfold, consider this essence of Shi Rang your compensation." Qin Yuan grimaced in pain, saying, "Of course Qin Yuan, never go back on my word." Luya chuckled at Qin Yuan, especially amused by the sight of the little bird's beak revealing pristine white teeth. This green bird was indeed peculiar. It had grown teeth within its beak, which was quite interesting. Luya looked up at the entire Dojo Mountain, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes, and then glanced back at Qin Yuan. Since this bird had been conferred the title of mountain god, it would surely be intertwined with the fate of Dojo Mountain. Should any calamity befall the mountain, Qin Yuan would likely suffer as well. in his memories of the myth from his past life. During the great calamity caused by the Wu and Yao clans, Gong had once crashed into Dojo Mountain, splitting it in two. However, with the existence of Qin Yuan, if Gong were to truly break Dojo Mountain, Qin Yuan would likely perish as well. Having taken on the favor of this essence of Shirang, he had entangled himself in cause and effect, necessitating some strategizing. With this thought, Luya spoke once more. Should you encounter calamity in the future, you may call upon my name, and I shall assist you in overcoming your trials. Upon hearing this, everyone present was momentarily stunned. Qin Yuan was overjoyed, repeatedly bowing and saying, "Thank you, sage, for your benevolence." "Thank you, sage." He had not anticipated that his humble nest would yield such a grand opportunity, that a promise from a sage could equate to millennia of cultivation. Moreover, in the current era of the wilderness, where powerful beings abounded, relying solely on his meager cultivation seemed insufficient to escape future calamities. Now, with the sage's assurance, he had a measure of security for any impending disasters. The ginseng doll and the others also wore expressions of confusion. They had not expected that the essence of Shirang would prove so precious as to elicit such a promise from their master, which was indeed rare. Yu raised his hand and lightly tapped, sending a surge of divine power from his fingertips into Qin Yuan's body. He then spoke. "You may reside here in peace for several thousand years, and after that, well..." Luya shook his head with a light chuckle, then instructed the Yinglong to revert to its original form, landing atop its head, and they departed from Dojo Mountain, leaving Qin Yuan bewildered in the wind. Qin Yuan could hardly fathom that this sage was so enigmatic. What did it mean that he could safely remain on Dojo Mountain for several thousand years? What would happen after that? Could it truly be, as the sage suggested, that his deathly tribulation was imminent? Qin Yuan could not help but shiver. He was inclined to voice his inquiries. Yet upon raising his gaze, he found that Yinglong and the others had already vanished, leaving him alone atop this Mount Dojo. Buffeted by the cold winds, after a prolonged moment, he trembled back to the bird's nest, feeling an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. He harbored a vague suspicion that the sage's promise to help him through his impending calamity might lie in the thousands of years the sage had alluded to. Meanwhile, high above in the clouds of the primordial wilderness, Yinglong soared through the skies, his eyes slightly narrowed, seemingly relishing the sensation of gliding amidst the clouds. The ginseng baby grasped a dragon horn with one hand, his eyes darting with curiosity, eager to uncover what the elder had previously kept silent about. From the elder's words, it appeared that in several millennia, Mount Dojo might face monumental changes. He turned his head and immediately spotted Hongyun brewing tea for the elder. Releasing the dragon horn, he scampered over to Luya's side, grinning as he asked, "Elder, what have you foreseen? What will happen to Mount Dojo in thousands of years? And what of that great bird?" Listening to the ginseng baby's barrage of questions, Luya chuckled softly before responding. "Did not Qin Yuan steal the essence soil from your medicinal garden some years back? Why then, do you show such concern for him now?" The ginseng baby let out a couple of chuckles before retorting. "I and that thieving bird have been friends for many years. It is only natural to be concerned." Upon hearing this, Yinglong snorted disdainfully, while Hongyun merely smiled in silence. Luya raised his teacup to take a sip and then gestured lightly upwards. The ginseng baby, sensing a revelation, cautiously remarked, "Could it be that the heavenly Tao intends to erase Mount Dojo?" Though his voice was soft, the others heard him clearly. Yinglong shuddered, startling the ginseng baby, who nearly leapt in fright, while Hongyun nearly spilled tea from his trembling hand. With a sigh of exasperation, Luya pressed his forehead, saying, "What I speak of pertains to heavenly secrets. It must not be divulged." The ginseng baby's expression turned oddly peculiar upon hearing this. Yinglong burst into laughter. "You little rascal, always prying into matters, neglecting your cultivation. It serves you right to be toyed with by the elder." In a fit of anger, the ginseng baby stamped his foot, nearly shattering the dragon scales atop Yinglong's head. He lifted his gaze just in time to see Hongyun's stifling laughter. With a cold huff, he turned away and sat atop Yinglong's head, choosing silence. Chapter 83. The beings of the sea Luya savored the tea, its fragrance wafting around him. This tea was brewed from a tree he had slain atop a divine mountain, a tree that had absorbed the essence of passing beings to cultivate itself to the level of a great Luo golden immortal. After exterminating its spirit, he planted it within the chaos bell for his daily tea consumption. Observing the ginseng baby, who was sulking with his back turned to everyone, Luya chuckled and shook his head. Despite the ginseng baby's nearly 10,000 years of cultivation, his mind remained childlike, and this bout of sulking would likely take 2 or 3 days to resolve, just as Luya was enjoying his tea. Inglong suddenly spoke up, "Elder, now that we have crossed the 4 seas, shall we venture to the overseas realm?" Upon hearing this, Luya pondered for a moment, and then smiled. "Let us proceed for a visit." It struck him that since his arrival in this world, he had yet to venture beyond the east, which was somewhat shameful. Upon receiving his command, Inglong sped off towards the overseas realm. They traversed the 4 seas. They caught sight of the dragon clan hidden within Soon as the dragon kin sensed their ancestral dragon's presence, they prostrated themselves in their dragon palaces, respectfully bowing towards the sky of the primordial wilderness. Witnessing this scene, Inglong sighed deeply before continuing on towards the overseas lands. Prior to the war among the 3 clans, he had inquired of his elder about the outcome of that conflict. Just as the elder had told the Wu clan, the fate of the primordial wilderness was not to rest with the 3 clans. Had the elder not intervened later, the dragon clan might have perished at the hands of the Qilin and Phoenix clans. Within just a few days, as Inglong and his companions flew through the vast overseas expanse, they finally sensed the presence of living beings. These beings inhabited a large island, seemingly establishing a nation where each fulfilled their roles, resembling the human tribes recorded in later histories. Yet this tribe was grand enough to rival a large city, a city built upon a vast island. Moreover, each individual possessed cultivation, with even newborns reaching the realm of refining qi into spirit. Upon reaching adulthood, they naturally ascended to the celestial immortal realm. As per this narrative setting, the human race birthed the realms of human immortals and earth immortals only after their emergence. Among them, many were at the golden immortal level, with some exceptional individuals reaching the realm of the Tai golden immortal. However, the number of great Luo golden immortals was exceedingly scarce, which puzzled Luya and the others. Upon discovering this island nation, the ginseng baby seemed to awaken from his sulking, gazing in astonishment at the beings below, especially when he noticed their feathered forms, winged backs, and single legs. He exclaimed, "Elder, look at these beings. How peculiar they appear." Leon nodded with a smile, and then instructed Inglong to conceal their cultivation as they descended onto the island. Complying promptly, they entered the island's perimeter. However, they were soon detected. A squad of bird-like guards at the golden immortal level, wings flapping behind them, approached Leah and the others. The leader, a Tai golden immortal, brandished a crude artifact, trembling as he pointed it at Inglong's head. Stammering, "Who are you? Why have you come into the territory of our Feathered People Nation?" Feathered People Nation. Luya mused over the name before glancing at the guard before him, chuckling lightly, how fitting, as he assessed the trembling guards. He noted that although Inglong and the others had concealed their cultivation, these guards seemed to have never encountered outsiders before. Not to mention, the sheer presence of Inglong, even without revealing his power, was enough to instill fear. Suddenly, as Luya observed the guards, a sense of familiarity washed over him. These little creatures bore a striking resemblance to the angels depicted in later Western mythology, in the nation of the feathered people. However, there was no distinction of 6-winged or 12-winged. Only distinctions in cultivation existed. While the guards quivered in fear, the only great Luo golden immortal of the feathered people ascended, approaching Luya and the others. After scrutinizing Luya closely, it seemed to dawn on him, and he hurriedly bowed in mid-air, trembling as he addressed, "I, the ruler of the feathered people, humbly greet the saint." When Luya attained sainthood, his manifested, producing extraordinary phenomena that resonated throughout the primordial wilderness. Even in these overseas realms, those who reached the great Luo golden immortal level could perceive Luya's. Thus, upon recognizing Luya's visage, the ruler of the feathered people immediately understood that he stood before the first saint of the primordial wilderness. However, he trembled with confusion, wondering why this esteemed saint had come to the vicinity of his nation. Could it be merely a passing visit, The guards from the feathered people, upon witnessing their ruler's demeanor, displayed expressions of alarm. They promptly knelt in mid-air, bowing deeply to Lu Ya and the others, exclaiming, "We have encountered the saint. Please forgive us." Lu Ya, observing the crowd of kneeling beings before him, raised his hand in a gesture of dismissal, saying, "There is no need for such formality. I am merely passing through this area." Despite his reassurances, the beings of the feathered people continued to tremble, prostrating themselves on the clouds in exasperation. Lu Ya lifted a finger, and a gentle aura surged forth, splitting into several streams that flowed into the bodies of the feathered people. In the next moment, the once trembling beings steadied themselves and slowly rose, still standing respectfully before Lu Ya. The ruler of the feathered people cautiously inquired, "As the saint travels through this land, might you rest within our nation for a few days?" Lu Ya contemplated for a moment before replying with a gentle smile, "If that is the case, I shall remain here for a few days." As the words fell, the ruler of the human kingdom was immediately filled with joy, hastily commanding the kingdom's guards to make preparations within the realm. In an instant, nearly 90% of the inhabitants of the human kingdom were aware of the arrival of the sage, each one rejoicing and eagerly awaiting the sage's descent. Yinglong also resumed his human form, following closely behind Lu Ya as they entered the human kingdom together. Along the way, the ginseng doll observed the people of the human kingdom with intrigue, as it was his first encounter with such beings. Truly piquing his curiosity, the group followed the ruler of the human kingdom to the most opulent palace situated on the island, which served as the ruler's resting place, a magnificent edifice of grandeur. Lu Ya took his seat at the head, while the ruler of the human kingdom and Yinglong occupied the two sides below. With a gentle clap of his hands, the ruler summoned 2 rows of human citizens, each carrying trays. Upon entering, the ginseng doll's eyes widened in astonishment at the items displayed on the trays. Chapter 84. Bestow Behold, on the trays held by the citizens of the human kingdom. Alongside some unfamiliar celestial fruits were several unknown eggs. The patterns on these eggs were peculiar, with swirling energies of extraordinary laws enveloping them. The ginseng doll, intrigued, reached out and gently touched one of the eggs with his finger. In that moment, the eggs began to roll gently in response to his touch. Lu squinted slightly, his consciousness penetrating into the eggs. The mysteries within were laid bare before his eyes. The ginseng doll remarked, "Master, it seems these beast eggs possess sentience." Initially, Yinglong and the others were curious about the eggs before them, intending to examine them closely, but the ginseng doll's words startled them, nearly causing them to drop the eggs. Lu Ya nodded in agreement. Indeed, sentience does exist within, but he discerned clearly that these beast eggs were not ordinary. They were of the same essence as the people of the human kingdom. In other words, the citizens of the human kingdom were born from these eggs. However, why did they present these beast eggs alongside the celestial fruits for their guests? Just as he pondered this, the ruler of the human kingdom cautiously spoke. "I report to the sage. This is a custom of our human kingdom. When a powerful guest arrives, we present the most promising yet unborn offspring of our kin, seeking blessings from our esteemed visitor." Upon hearing this, the ginseng doll and the others finally comprehended the situation. Initially, they had thought the eggs were merely a delicacy for their enjoyment. Had that been the case, they would have needed to reconsider their views on the human kingdom. The ruler of the human kingdom carefully rose, lifting the tray before Lu Ya and kneeling on the ground, presenting it above his head. With utmost respect, he implored, "I beseech the sage to bestow blessings upon our future generations." Seeing this, an expression of helplessness crossed Lu Ya's face, yet he nodded, saying, "As you wish." In the next moment, he raised his hand slightly, gently touching the egg held by the ruler of the human kingdom. A unique, clear light lingered at his fingertip before bursting forth, penetrating the eggshell and entering within. Soon, the egg in the ruler's hands radiated a brilliant light, for which a diminutive figure emerged, revealing 6 pairs of wings adorned with radiant law-infused light. The entire scene exuded an aura of sanctity. The ruler of the human kingdom beamed with joy upon witnessing this, for the egg he held was one of the offspring recently born to his wife, embodying the most of his bloodline. This was the very reason he had dared to invite Lu Ya for blessings. After receiving Lu Ya's blessings, he felt his offspring's vitality surge to an extraordinary level. If all went well, this child, upon birth, would start at the level of a golden immortal. As it grew to maturity, it would naturally reach the level of a great Luo golden immortal, akin to his current cultivation. The thought of this deepened the smile on the ruler's face that he instructed his attendants to take his offspring away, then eagerly turned his gaze towards the others who had also presented eggs, namely Hong Yun and the ginseng doll. The ginseng doll casually picked up a celestial fruit and swallowed it, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "Let me try as well," he said. As his words fell, a stream of pure essence erupted from his fingertips, directly merging with the egg before him. The infusion of essence triggered a wild surge of life force emanating from the egg. Witnessing this, the ruler's smile grew even brighter. He then turned his attention to Yinglong and Hong Yun. The two exchanged glances, each recognizing the curiosity in the other's eyes. Without a word, they simultaneously extended their hands to bestow blessings upon the eggs of the human offspring before them. Consequently, powerful laws filled the shells of the eggs in front of them. The ruler of the human kingdom knelt once more, repeatedly bowing to Luya and the others. Though the offspring blessed by Yinglong and Hong Yun did not match the strength of the one blessed by Luya, they now possessed a glimmer of hope for breaking through to the great Luo golden immortal level. To Luya and his companions, the great Luo golden immortal may not have seemed significant. However, for the human kingdom, the emergence of another great Luo golden immortal represented a beacon of hope for survival overseas. This was a tremendous opportunity for them. Luya waved his hand. There is no need for such formalities. The ruler of the human kingdom, somewhat embarrassed, rose and instructed the guards to summon performers to dance within the grand hall. Among Luya and his companions, only Yinglong found the proceedings enjoyable. In his time as the Dragon King, he had lived far more comfortably than this small nation's ruler. Otherwise, he would not have sired so many offspring. Time passed, and Luya eventually rose, inquiring, in this overseas realm, "Apart from your human kingdom, are there any other beings present?" The ruler of the human kingdom pondered for a moment before responding. "I report to the sage, to the east of our human kingdom lies an island inhabited by a few beings, totaling 16, with the leader being a great Luo golden immortal, while the others are at the peak of the Tai golden immortal level." Luya nodded slightly at this information, then asked, "Are there any additional beings?" The ruler of the human kingdom contemplated once more before replying. "There's one more being, exceptionally powerful, with arms fused together, appearing only at night." As his words fell, the ginseng doll interjected, "Master, shall we go see this peculiar being?" Although myriad beings existed in the wilderness, most were familiar to them, and even the strange ones did not elicit surprise. However, the being described by the ruler, with its fused arms, was entirely unfamiliar, and it would be prudent to seize this opportunity to investigate. Luya nodded slightly in agreement, saying, "In that case, we shall not impose any further." With that, he rose and departed. The ruler of the human kingdom promptly followed suit, accompanying Luya and the others outside the human kingdom. In midair, Yinglong revealed his 100-foot-long dragon form, hovering in the void, causing the human citizens to tremble in fear. After all, Yinglong, being a progenitor dragon, emanated an overwhelming bloodline pressure capable of intimidating the entire human kingdom. Luya stepped onto Yinglong's back, flanked by Hong Yun and the ginseng doll. The ruler of the human kingdom knelt on the ground, proclaiming, "We bid farewell to the sage." Behind him, all the citizens of the human kingdom echoed in unison. "We bid farewell to the sage." Chapter 85. The Night Watcher and the Red Demon in the Overseas Realm. The cold winds howled by the time the citizens of the human kingdom lifted their heads again. Luya and the others had vanished without a trace. The ruler of the human kingdom exhaled a sigh of relief, his face radiating joy as he hurried back to his palace. After receiving the sage's blessings, it seemed imperative for him to find time to nurture his offspring diligently. Once he departed, the remaining citizens of the human kingdom finally dared to look up, gazing enviously at the ruler's residence. The events that transpired within the palace today would spread throughout the entire human kingdom within half a day. After all, the ruler's offspring had received blessings from the sage, and their future was boundless at this moment. Amidst the clouds overseas, the figure of Inglong weaved through the mist. Above him, Liak gazed at the steaming tea in his cup, a flicker of unusual color dancing in his eyes. Just as the former ruler of the human kingdom had mentioned, there indeed existed a presence of 16 distinct auras upon an island located to the east of the human kingdom. Among these, one was a Deluo Jinxian, while the rest boasted the pinnacle of Tai Jinxian cultivation. Under Luya's divine consciousness, all living beings lay bare before his gaze, unable to conceal themselves. That it was precisely because he perceived the true forms of these beings that he felt a twinge of astonishment. These creatures were entirely crimson, humanoid in shape yet with distinct features, narrow faces, broad shoulders, and an extraordinary appearance. Beside him, the ginseng doll cast a disdainful glance at the island below, exclaiming, "Master, these fellows are truly hideous." Luya shook his head in resignation, replying, "Do not judge by appearances." The ginseng doll let out a small cry, then fell silent. Luya lowered his gaze, his eyes penetrating the clouds to observe the island below. Upon seeing the 16 beings, he couldn't help but click his tongue. Indeed, they were rather unsightly. These beings resembled hairless apes, their skin a deep crimson, narrow-faced and broad-shouldered, differing somewhat from ordinary monkeys. Inglong seemed to sense the shift in atmosphere and inquired, "Master, shall we descend to take a closer look?" Just as Liya was about to shake his head, he noticed a figure darting swiftly towards the island, followed by a series of explosive sounds echoing from the land below. As if a battle was erupting, growing increasingly intense. Liya raised an eyebrow and instructed Inglong to hover in the void, observing the unfolding events. In his eyes, all movements upon the island were laid bare. At the central peak of the island, the 16 crimson beings were besieging a tall figure. This figure was peculiar, a Deluo Jinxian at its zenith, towering around 10 zhong, with 3 arms on each side, totaling 6 hands. Strangely, the arms were fused together, resembling 2 wings, exactly as described by the former ruler of the human kingdom regarding these unusual beings. Yet Liao was puzzled as to why these 2 factions were locked in combat. As he pondered, the crimson figures below suddenly shouted, "You big fool! If you continue to linger here irresponsibly, do not blame us for being merciless. We have already stated that the celestial herds upon your island do not belong to us. Are you truly foolish or just pretending?" Among the crowd, some scolded while others grew increasingly agitated. These crimson beings were known as the Chi Gui. Since their inception, they had resided overseas on an island to the east of the human kingdom, spending their days either cultivating or tending to celestial herbs. Typically, they led a peaceful existence and maintained friendly relations with nearby inhabitants. However, at some unknown point, their longtime neighbor, the S Island, began to experience frequent thefts of celestial herbs, particularly rare varieties. This incited great anger in S, who single-handedly stormed into the human kingdom, causing chaos, yet ultimately found no trace of his stolen herbs. Thus, upon leaving the human kingdom, he set his sights on the Chi Gui. What was initially a simple search escalated when S actually discovered some herbs on the Chi Gui's island that bore an uncanny resemblance to those he had cultivated. Consequently, S became convinced that the Chi Gui had invaded his home and stolen his herbs during his absence. After all, it was common knowledge that S spent his days on the island and roamed the seas at night, a fact known only to these 2 old neighbors. This led to a deepening rift between S and the Chi Gui, culminating in a conflict that had persisted for centuries. Today, as Liu Ya and his companions journeyed through the human kingdom, they stumbled upon this scene. From the exchanges between S and the Chi Gui, Liu Ya and his companions gleaned the backstory. The ginseng doll, hands on hips, declared, "These little thieves who steal celestial herbs are truly detestable. Were it me, I would certainly teach them a lesson." With that, the ginseng doll stomped its foot in frustration, causing Inglong beneath to grimace in pain, silently cursing the ginseng doll for its pettiness. Previously, during their time in Coon Loon Mountain, Inglong had often visited the ginseng doll's herb garden, pilfering celestial herbs as snacks. Though discovered each time, those herbs ultimately found their way into his belly, requiring only a brief escape afterward. He had not expected the ginseng doll to seize this opportunity for personal retribution. On the island below, S, hearing the words of the Chi-Gui, replied coldly, "You cunning little creatures, do not think you can deceive me again. I have long known that you have set your sights on my celestial herbs, stealing them while I was away. Did I not discover this the last time?" The Chi-Gui, upon hearing this, silently cursed in their hearts. The celestial herbs, as if found on their island, were those they had painstakingly cultivated, not pilfered from his abode. However, S was obstinate, believing the herbs to be the same and recalling that they had not previously grown on Chi-Gui Island. Thus, he concluded that they had stolen from him during his absence. Moreover, during the third incident of herb disappearance, he had consulted two newly made acquaintances. Those two were sharp-witted and immediately suggested that the Chi-Gui were the culprits behind his missing herbs. Lacking friends, S believed them wholeheartedly, leading to a series of troubles with the Chi-Gu. As the battle raged on the Chi-Gui's island, Lia suddenly lifted his gaze towards the distance, within a 1,000-mile radius. Two bald figures were stealthily making their way onto the island where S resided, heading straight for the herb garden. Chapter 86. Jin and Juni. Who is scheming against me from the shadows? Lia clearly recognized that the two bald figures were none other than Jin and Juni. He had not anticipated that they would leave the east, waiting for the reopening of the Zhixiao Palace, only to arrive here on S's island. Observing their furtive movements, it was evident that this was not their first visit. Above Long, the ginseng doll, who was also observing the battle below, seemed to sense something and glanced towards S's island, exclaiming in surprise, "Those are the two bald figures from the west. What brings them here?" Onion turned his head just in time to see Jin and Junti entering S's island with the familiarity of old hands. He then looked down at the battle below. Connecting the previous conversations, a bold hypothesis emerged in his mind. Could it be that the celestial herbs lost from S's island were pilfered by Jin and Junti? After all, he had some understanding of their character. If this were indeed the case, then, glancing at the fierce battle below, Onion shook his head in resignation. These two seemed to attract trouble wherever they went. On the island below, the 16 Chi-Gui clashed with S, their divine powers colliding spectacularly, with terrifying explosions echoing, and the aftermath of their battle rippling across the SEI in the sky above. A strange light flickered in Lia's eyes as he turned his gaze toward S's island. Through his divine vision, he beheld the happenings on the island with clarity. Indeed, there were celestial herbs aplenty on S's island. He watched as Jin and Junti entered the island, stealthily exploring, gathering the herbs that caught their fancy. Their movements were so practiced that it was evident this was not their first time engaging in such acts. After Jin collected a celestial herb, he furrowed his brow and suddenly inquired, "Junior brother, are you certain that the big fool has left this island to seek trouble with those 16 Chi-Gui? For reasons unbeknownst to him, he always felt that someone was surreptitiously observing the two of them. Especially after their arrival on this island, the sensation of being watched intensified considerably, which prompted his inquiry. Zhuan Ti's subordinate swiftly collected a stalk of celestial herb and nonchalantly remarked, "Naturally, that great fool specifically sought me out today, inquiring whether I'd seen anyone stealthily infiltrating his island recently, claiming that celestial herbs had gone missing from it. I informed him that I had indeed witnessed the 16 red devils passing through this area, and perhaps they had ventured onto the island. Thus, he must have gone to confront the 16 red devils today. I imagine a battle is about to commence." Upon hearing Zhuan Ti's words, Jin felt considerably relieved, and with a smile, began to select celestial herbs on the island. In the distance, amidst the clouds, the ginseng doll seethed with indignation, exclaiming, "These two are not only thick-skinned but also possess dark hearts. They are truly detestable." He owned a medicinal garden, hence he understood the feeling of having herbs stolen. Witnessing the current situation, the sense of empathy was overwhelming. Luya chuckled softly and suddenly interjected, "In that case, I shall take it upon myself to administer a lesson to that old Coot Hong Jun, to impart some wisdom to these two regarding their conduct." The ginseng doll nodded in agreement, believing it was indeed necessary to teach these two a lesson. As soon as he spoke, Luya raised a hand, pointing downwards. The 16 red devils and see below felt as if they were under some unseen control. Rendered immobile in the next moment, they experienced a dizzying sensation, their vision blurring as if they were being forcibly whisked away through the clouds in the blink of an eye, when everyone's sight resumed clarity. They found themselves facing two bald figures, diligently selecting from the celestial herbs. The leader of the 16 red devils suddenly spoke. "See, is this not your island?" See, scratching the back of his head in confusion, glanced around and, upon sensing the familiar aura and scenery, suddenly realized, indeed, it is my home. He then looked at the two bald figures before him, astonished. Aren't these my newly made friends? How did they end up here? The 16 red devils regarded the two bald figures rummaging through the celestial herbs, a surge of unnameable fury igniting within them. They, the 16 red devils, had been wrongfully accused by this great fool for countless years. And now they had finally found the true culprits. Watching Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti once again collect the celestial herbs, Ci also came to the realization that the herbs he had previously lost had all been taken by these two. Enraged, he bellowed, "How dare you steal from my friends? You two are utterly despicable." As his words fell, Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti turned in bewilderment to face Ci Yi and the 16 red devils, suddenly shuddering in fear. Jia-in even conveyed telepathically, "Did you not say they were not here?" Zhuan-Ti, equally perplexed, gazed at the furious Ci Yi and the 16 red devils, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes as he shook his head and replied, "I do not know. I distinctly saw this great fool enter the island of the 16 red devils. How could they be here?" Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti exchanged glances, feeling as though they had been ensnared by some unseen hand. They hastily waved their hands, saying, "See, my friend, please allow us to explain." Ci Yi, livid with rage, retorted, "What more is there to say? Come at me." As his words echoed, Ci Yi charged forth towards Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti, moving with such speed that he reached them in an instant, fists clenched, ready to strike. Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti's expressions changed drastically, and they swiftly dodged aside, just as they intended to flee. They noticed the 16 red devils closing in from a distance, surrounding them completely. The leader among them shouted, "It is you two who have made us bear this unjust blame for so long, allowing this great fool to disturb us time and again." Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti wore expressions of despair as they quickly exclaimed, "Esteemed friends, this is a misunderstanding. We implore you to allow us to clarify." Before they could finish, a voice from among the red devils interjected, "Why waste words on them? Let us seize them and make them serve us for a millennium on this island, searching for celestial herbs and cultivating medicinal plants. This cannot stand. In my view, these two bald heads are not to be trusted. We might as well eliminate them here. Indeed, they deserve to die for making us bear this unjust blame for so many years." Among the 16 red devils, voices rose in fervor, causing Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti to pale in fright. Although the two brothers were great Luo Jinxian, they faced another two great Luo Jinxian, along with a number of peak Tai Jinxian. They felt a profound sense of despair. Who was orchestrating this behind the scenes? Chapter 87. I have discovered you amidst the clouds. The ginseng doll observed Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti, surrounded and looking utterly wretched, nearly bursting into laughter. They had secretly infiltrated another's domain to steal, only to be caught red-handed by the rightful owners. He was eager to see how these two would extricate themselves from his predicament. Luya, too, wore a smile as he gazed at the scene unfolding on Siyez Island. In his recollection, these two had always been thick-skinned. He was curious to see how they would navigate such a situation. Meanwhile, standing aside, Hong Yun cast a peculiar look at his master. He had not anticipated that his master would be so cunning. The lesson he had spoken was indeed unfolding in such a manner. Hong Yun shook his head in resignation, silently calculating the time. Now, only a few years remained until Hong Jun's second lecture. He wondered if they would make it in time. Just then, on Siyez Island, the 16 red devils suddenly wore fierce expressions, disregarding Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti's pleas, and launched a ferocious assault against them. Sie, who could no longer contain himself, joined the fray, intent on ensuring that Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti would remain trapped here forever. Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti's expressions shifted dramatically as they hastily dodged, simultaneously pleading, "This is a misunderstanding. Please allow us to explain," as they drew their treasure artifact to defend against the onslaught. Despite their status as Great Luo Jinxian, the combined forces of the 16 Red Devils and Sea not only matched their power, but also outnumbered them. They found themselves in a pitiful state, forced into a passive defense, unable to break free. Just as they felt despair creeping in, they suddenly noticed ripples breaking the surface of the distant sea, as if some colossal creature was about to emerge. The commotion on the distant sea momentarily halted the assault of the 16 Red Devils and Sea, who turned their attention to the source of the disturbance. One of the 16 Red Devils voiced, "Could it be that fellow is about to appear?" Upon hearing this, the others' expressions shifted, and they regarded the distant sea with guarded anticipation. Sie, crossing his arms, ceased to concern himself with Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti. Fixated instead on the rippling surface of the ocean, Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti seized the brief respite, following the gazes of the others, and beheld massive ripples forming on the distant sea. As if a gigantic entity was about to rise from beneath the waves, amidst the clouds, the ginseng doll remarked, "Master, I can sense a terrifying life force moving toward the surface of the sea from beneath this ocean." Yinglong, too, bore a hint of perplexity in his gaze. His sensitivity surpassed that of the ginseng doll, as he felt an undeniable connection between the colossal being residing in the ocean and their dragonkin. It was as if a bond of blood coursed through him, rendering his perception increasingly acute. Leon nodded in acknowledgement, then cast his gaze upon the waters below, where he immediately discerned a gigantic dragon fish surging rapidly through the sea. This dragon fish, measuring several thousand miles in length, rivaled the size of a massive island. Its movements caused the waters to churn, resulting in the creation of tremendous ripples in the blink of an eye. A colossal fish head burst forth from the surface, its eyes fixated upon the concealed location of Lu Ya and his companions, though Lu Ya and the others had not made a concerted effort to conceal themselves. Their current cultivation level rendered them invisible to ordinary Deluo. Jinxian.it was akin to the figures on the distant Siuer island, comprising Jin and Juni. However, it was evident that this dragonfish had detected their hiding place, thus exhibiting such behavior on Siuer Island. The 16 red demons stared at the enormous fish head emerging from the sea, unable to suppress a gulp. Having resided on the offshore islands for an extended period, they were well aware of the myriad unfathomable beings lurking beneath the waves. Despite their leader being a Deluo Jinxian, the sheer terror exuded by the dragonfish still instilled a sense of dread within them. Sia, too, grew unusually vigilant, his gaze fixed upon the massive fish head, fearful that it might suddenly leap forth and overturn his island. Jin and Zhuan-Ti exchanged glances, acutely aware that even as the Luo Jinxian, the two of them combined would likely stand no chance against this formidable dragonfish. Zhuan-Ti quietly transmitted a message, saying, "Senior brother, we should take this opportunity to make a swift exit." Jin gently shook his head in response. "That fish seems to be watching us." Upon hearing this, Zhuan-Ti was momentarily stunned, then shuddered violently, increasingly sensing the misfortune that had befallen them that day. Not only were they besieged by the 16 red demons in Siue, but they were also targeted by such a terrifying fish demon. Life was indeed arduous, evoking sorrow. Amidst the clouds, the ginseng doll voiced his confusion. "My lord, it seems that the fish below has discovered us." Leon nodded, articulating, "This fish possesses a profound connection to the dragon clan. Within its being flows a trace of dragon blood, perfectly fused with the blood of a carp, which accounts for its current advancement. It is not us it has detected, but rather Yinglong." Upon hearing this, the ginseng doll stomped his foot in frustration, exclaiming, "Little mudfish, did you hear that? You are the reason we've been discovered." Yinglong, too, expressed a sense of helplessness. How was I to know that there existed beings beneath this ocean with ties to the dragon clan? Yun, intrigued, gazed intently at the dragonfish below, remarking, "My lord, this creature is enormous. It likely surpasses Yinglong in size." Lu Ya chuckled, affirming, "Indeed, the bloodline transformation within this creature is remarkable. It is only slightly weaker than Yinglong, and far superior to most beings within the primordial chaos." At this, the curiosity in Hong Yun's eyes intensified. Just then, the leader of the 16 red demons on Siua Island spoke up. "Esteemed friend, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Yet the distant dragon fish appeared oblivious, continuing to gaze blankly at Luya and the other's hiding place. This behavior left the 16 red demons in a state of impotent rage after a prolonged silence. Sia, growing impatient, exclaimed, "You dimwit! What on earth do you intend to do? Aren't you usually slumbering beneath the ocean? Why have you suddenly shown up on my doorstep?" Siua's voice boomed, causing even Jean and Junti nearby to tremble. The dragon fish, stirred by the commotion, turned its head towards Siua, then returned its gaze to Luya and the others, slowly uttering in human speech, "I have discovered you." Chapter 88. Who is the Heavenly Tao? Amidst the clouds, Liao was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. This little fellow possesses a certain charm. Although the dragon fish had identified Luya and his companion's location based on its innate dragon blood, the feat of discovering them was no small accomplishment. Even with the dragon blood within it, the connection would diminish under the suppression of the sage's aura. The fact that the dragon fish could find them in such circumstances spoke volumes of its potential. On Siua Island, the onlookers were momentarily stunned by the dragon fish's declaration, then instinctively followed its gaze. Yet to their eyes, nothing emerged from the clouds. The divine sense could not detect any concealed presence. One of the 16 red demons murmured, "Could this behemoth be mistaken? There's no one there." Another added, "I, too, have seen no signs of anyone hiding. Perhaps this great fool is simply sensing incorrectly." Jane and Jinti exchanged a glance, preparing to seize the opportunity while the crowd was distracted. Suddenly, they perceived within their divine sense a colossal figure manifesting amidst the clouds, towering above, nearly rivaling the dragon fish in size. Upon recognizing the visage of the seated figure, they were taken aback, hastily kneeling and respectfully proclaiming, "Junti, pays respects to the sage." At this proclamation, the surrounding 16 red demons and Sea were equally astonished, staring blankly at Luya and his companions. Though they were aware of the existence of sages within the primordial realm, they had never beheld one in person, leaving them in a state of uncertainty. Just as their hesitation lingered, the dragon fish trembled slightly, uttering, "This little demon pays respects to the sage. May the sage show mercy. I was merely resting beneath these waters, but I sensed the presence of dragon blood above and intended to come forth to feed and purify my own bloodline. Little did I expect that the dragon kin with whom I share a blood bond would turn out to be the mount of the sage." Lia lowered his gaze upon the gathered individuals, slowly speaking, "There is no need for such formality. Rise." Upon hearing this, they finally stood. Meanwhile, the 16 red demons and Sua hastily prostrated themselves, their mouths filled with